Su Ming, weren't you the top student of the grade? From today onward, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Zhao Kuo stood upon the awakening platform as a pillar of dark red flame surged skyward from beneath his feet, the cuffs of his school uniform scorched and curling at the edges. Looking down from his lofty position, he stared at the indifferent face in the crowd below, his smile steeped in 3 years of pent-up resentment. Grade elemental talent, lava, earth, fire. The instructor stared at the rating on the light screen, his voice trembling. The entire venue erupted. Grade? How many years has it been since Jiangxing first high-produced in grade? Zhao Kuo is incredible. This is practically a straight path into one of the Federation's top 3 universities. He's young master of the Zhao family anyway. With all those resources thrown at him, awakening grade is practically expected. In this world of advanced martial cultivation, anyone who reaches the age of 18 gains a chance to awaken their innate talent. Yet not everyone succeeds in awakening. Talents are classified into 5 major categories: elemental enhancement, support, life, and the enigmatic mystic type. Each category is further divided by strength into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Grade is universally acknowledged as trash. Awakening it is scarcely different from not awakening at all. SS grade, on the other hand, exists only in legend, seen scarcely once in a century, enough to reshape the very pattern of an era. Descending from there, even a grade guarantees entry into at least a top 10 academy in the nation, let alone grade. Grade talents are destined to become the core pillars guarding entire regions. Existences so rare that Jiangxing may not see one in 10 years. Zhao Kuo stepped down from the platform, deliberately brushing past Su Ming and slamming his shoulder into him. A lick of fire element energy grazed Su Ming's right arm, leaving a charred streak on his sleeve. For 3 years, Zhao Kuo's status at Jiangxing First High had been unquestioned class monitor, wealthy second-generation sole heir to the Zhao group. Yet there just had to be a penniless orphan whose grades left him 10 streets behind, who was better looking than him, and who had the gall to constantly act aloof and superior. What he found hardest to swallow was the woman at Su Ming's side. The acknowledged school beauty of Jiangxing First High, her skin white as carved jade, a pair of apricot eyes brimming with autumnal water. When she smiled, even the air seemed to grow 3 degrees sweeter. The number of boys in the grade secretly infatuated with her could stretch from the teaching building all the way to the school gate, and Zhao Kuo was the most obsessively smitten among them. Zhao Kuo had never lacked for anything, except that one woman. The very woman he wanted most had unwaveringly chosen a poor boy who could not even afford an apartment. That feeling of rejection stung worse than a slap across the face. Just wait until you finish awakening. Then we'll see which one of us is truly the trash. Zhao Kuo let out a cold laugh, his gaze drifting, intentionally or not, toward the slender figure within the crowd. By then, there are things you'll no longer be worthy of. Su Ming frowned slightly, glanced at the burn on his arm, and kept silent. Yet inwardly he was already cursing. That flame had almost singed his hair. So what if it was sprayed? Did that make him untouchable? Once Su Ming finished awakening, he would hang Zhao Kuo up and beat him senseless, let him taste what it meant to provoke the wrath of a top student. He was a transmigrant, his soul hailing from Blue Star, a pitiful corporate wage slave worked to death under the so-called blessing of 996 overtime. Fortunately, the body he had inherited was well-shaped and the mind within it was sharp. For 3 years he had painstakingly cultivated the persona of a prodigy youth and a cold, aloof top student, living in the shabbiest housing while putting on the most flawless act. As long as he took first place this time, the school scholarship and the worshipful gazes of his female classmates would give this poor loser an immense sense of spiritual satisfaction. Though his days were impoverished, he had little complaint. After all, have you ever seen a top student who acts like a clown? These 3 years maintaining his act had been exhausting. Zhao Kuo's hostility was merely karmic backlash. Still, once you hold a pose long enough, you grow used to it. Su Ming. Beside him, Lu Rian clutched tightly at the hem of his jacket. Su Ming turned to look at her. Lu Rian was indeed beautiful, the type of woman whose allure lay in cold, distant grace. What's wrong? It's almost my turn, she whispered, her voice trembling. Her voice quavered, her eyes rimmed with red. If the talent I awaken turns out to be poor, will you leave me, eh? Su Ming reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Don't talk nonsense. Of course I won't. Lu Rian bit her lower lip. Her family background was scarcely better than Su Ming's, and her grades perpetually hovered at the bottom of the class. Aside from her beautiful face, she had nothing to boast of. Su Ming was the only light in her otherwise murky life, explaining problems to her, helping her fetch meals, carrying her on his back to the infirmary when she had a fever. Every time she held Su Ming's hand, she felt a profound sense of peace, as though her mind had grown clearer and her days finally held something to look forward to.
No need. A country bumpkin, if he dies, he dies. He is someone by Zhao Haitong's side, and my elder brother wanted to deal with him already. I'm just helping.
In 3 years of dating, the most intimate thing they had done was hold hands. More than once Su Ming had wanted to push Lu Rian down and cross that final line. Yet she insisted they wait until university before going any further. Su Ming's comingafage ceremony was only days away, but it would have to wait. Lu Ruyan. The instructor called her name. She released Su Ming's hand and walked toward the awakening platform on trembling legs. The instant her quivering palm pressed against the stone steely, she shut her eyes. A low hum resonated. Without warning, a soft pink glow erupted from within the stone steel. The color was so rare that even Zhao Kuo's dark red pillar of fire paled in comparison. The instructor's eyes widened as he stared at the light screen, his voice brimming with excitement. Lu Ruyan has awakened an grade mystic-type talent, fate-bound fortune. The venue fell utterly silent. Silence was shattered by screams even more frenzied than those for this great awakening. The mystic type was so rare that across the entire Federation, the number of people who awakened it each year could be counted on one hand. Moreover, the grade fate-bound fortune was praised by the upper echelons as the perfect partner among top-tier talents. By becoming Dao companions with a powerhouse, she could form a flawless loop of shared destiny with them. Not only could she share in her partner's cultivation gains and the high-purity source energy distilled by her talent, she could also greatly nourish the host in return, doubling her partner's cultivation speed, even forcibly breaking through bottlenecks between realms. It was practically a walking, human-shaped breakthrough elixir. Within the Federation's circle of prodigies, such a talent was the kind of existence that would have all major clans and noble families clawing over one another to marry her into their line. The crowd below had gone mad. No way, a grade mystic type. Lu Ruyan. That Lu Ruyan, who always ranked near the bottom. Fate-bound fortune brother. If she marries the right person, that talent is more terrifying than Scrade. A total transformation from barnyard chick to phoenix. On the platform, Lu Ruyan was so overwhelmed, she almost burst into tears. Her physique had always been unusual. Even before awakening, she could absorb the fortune of those around her. It was Su Ming's fortune that had dragged her from mediocrity and piled her up to the threshold of an great awakening. Standing high above, Lu Ruyan's gaze traveled over the crowd. She looked at the boy below in his worn school uniform who was smiling at her and giving a thumbs up. At that moment, she felt no guilt whatsoever, only a chilling sense of entitlement. Mystic type, and fate-bound fortune at that. Isn't this practically the legendary top-tier dual cultivation furnace? Su Ming stood below the platform, utterly dumbfounded. If not for the massive crowd, he might have launched into a full set of military boxing right then and there. His girlfriend had awakened a dual cultivation talent. People said transmigrators were always blessed with cheats. Was this not heaven itself handing him one? With such a start, not even an immortal could convince him to trade lives. He nearly burst out laughing, then hastily schooled his features, donning his mask of icy indifference once more. Another dozen students passed through the ceremony, and at last it was time for the name everyone had been waiting for. Su Ming. His turn had finally come. When the instructor spoke his name, there was an unmistakable note of expectation in his tone. First in theoretical studies, spiritual strength twice that of his peers, and a monstrous knack for battlefield simulation analysis. A student like that surely had to start at a grade at the very least. The gazes of the entire school converged upon him. Su Ming-senpai, you can do it. You're definitely Scrade. Several underclassmen girls stared at his slender, upright figure, cheeks flushing red. He looks far too handsome just standing there, even though he's only wearing that old school uniform. I don't care. I just want to see him shine. Everyone was waiting for him to unleash something spectacular. Su Ming straightened the collar of his uniform. He might be poor, but he was the protagonist of this story. He strode up onto the awakening platform and pressed his hand against the stone steel. Stone steely, do me a favor. Light up with everything you've got. A low hum sounded. The steel did indeed light up. Awakening successful. But the color of the glow was wrong. Yet why was the color gray? Yes, it was turbid, lifeless gray. Immediately afterward, the words on the testing light screen flared to life. The verdict struck like a resounding slap. Su Ming awakening and Frank strength type talent ever heavy. Before Su Ming could recover from the blow of that single term, Frank, the next small line of text shattered his composure completely. Side effect: osteoporosis. The entire venue fell utterly silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then waves of uproarious laughter burst forth. Ha ha ha. Frank. The theoretical number 1 awakened and Frank. Ever heavy. You call that a talent? That's pure slow motion suicide. I just checked the Federation database. This talent's effect is a daily weight increase of 0.1%, but the upper limit of the human body is pathetic. The key thing is it even comes with a side effect. By contrast, another strength type or rank talent, heavy as 1,000 junes, forces enemies to bear 1,000-fold weight. That is truly devastating. The instructor's expression looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He shook his head, his face full of helpless regret. Even for Frank talents, the probability of a side effect appearing was only 1%. And yet it had landed squarely on Su Ming. Worse still, this was an era where elemental talents reigned supreme and special talents dominated. The low-tier physical strength type path had long since been proven a dead end with no future. No matter how great your raw power, could you shatter the spatial barriers of a mystic type ability user? No matter how incredible your defense, could you withstand the earthen spikes instantly raised by a drank earth type ability user? The answer was absolutely impossible, unless your genetic potential broke through the rank watershed. But that would demand an extraordinarily rare mutation probability and an ocean of resources piled up. The classmates who had just been full of expectation were now laughing so hard they were nearly doubled over. The fallen genius was now deemed worth less than a dog. After all, even a dog could awaken a strengthened sense of smell. Standing upon the awakening platform, Su Ming stared at that blinding word Frank, his mind blank. Is this right? Damn you stone steely, did you run out of ink and give me gray just to mess with me? My guaranteed admission quota, my scholarship, and most importantly my fortune-fed lifestyle. With this kind of talent, how am I supposed to cultivate in dual harmony with Ru Yin? Use my body weight to crush her to death. And Frank's slow-motion terminal illness talent. It provided not the slightest combat enhancement. On the contrary, every month he would have to scrape money from his 800 credits of relief funds to buy high-calcium supplements for the elderly just to prolong his life. Su Ming looked down at the classmates who usually copied his homework, now laughing louder than anyone else. Even though he was usually the class clown at this moment, he no longer felt like joking. When he stepped down from the platform, his legs felt weak, not from fear but from that physiological weightlessness that follows a vicious slap from fate. Zhao Kuo was already waiting at the base of the platform. Behind him stood 4 or 5 cronies, all grinning as they watched Su Ming as though enjoying a monkey show. Su, the straight-A student. Zhao Kuo blocked his path, tilting his head as he sized him up from head to toe. Frank, ever heavy osteoporosis. Tisk tsk. When you get so fat you can't walk anymore, go work at the scrap station as a counterweight. The owner will praise how steadily you press the scale. So that's all a top student amounts to, not even as good as my humble drink talent. His cronies burst into uncontrollable laughter. Su Ming remained silent and tried to walk around him. Zhao Kuo thrust out an arm to block him, then turned to look at Ru Yin approaching from behind, his eyes burning. Ru Yin, you're a rank fortune companion talent matched with my strength molten earth fire will be a union ordained by heaven. He strode toward her with grand steps, his voice loud enough for half the plaza to hear, as if proclaiming his sovereignty. If you stay with a cripple suffering osteoporosis, your talent will be completely ruined. Ru Yin halted. She looked at Su Ming. Su Ming looked back at her. She was the peerless campus beauty he had guarded for 3 years, the treasure he was on the verge of unboxing. In his heart, he was still struggling, thinking that if only the crowd would disperse, he could pull Ru Yin aside and speak to her properly. Ru Yin, baby, what's wrong with an rank paired with an Frank? Give your brother a hand. I might be heavy, but I'm steady. My bones may be brittle, but my technique is superb. From Ru Yin's eyes, he saw a flash of hesitation, but it faded so quickly that a chill spread through his heart. She looked at Su Ming's pale, yet handsome face, his worn school uniform, and the scorch marks Zhao Kuo had left on his right arm. Without the slightest trace of reluctance, she stepped to Zhao Kuo's side and turned to face Su Ming. Her gaze was so cold it was as if she had become someone else. Su Ming, we're breaking up. Her voice was calm, devoid of guilt or gratitude. My talent has destined me to stand only with true powerhouses. We no longer belong to the same world. Su Ming felt as if a knife had been driven into his chest, barbed and twisting. Damn. Are you from Sichuan by ancestry or something? What about the promised college fun times? What about promising to listen to everything he said? A woman's mouth is a lying ghost. This isn't a fortune companion talent at all. It's a born-to-flattered powerful talent. The onlooking students munching on gossip fell silent. Zhao Kuo took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Ru Yin's slender waist. Her delicate body merely stiffened for an instant before obediently leaning into him. Lifting his chin high, he declared, Su the straight. A student, haven't you always wanted to get into one of the top 10 universities? Don't worry, I'll bring Ru Yin along when I'm admitted. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone nearby could hear clearly. By then you can stay home and nurse your osteoporosis. When I become a gold-tier powerhouse, I might even come back to looking on you. After all, you could still be considered my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. Laughter surged around them like the incoming tide. Getting your girl stolen right in front of you. That's beyond tragic. Tragic. And Frank up against and shrank. He can't even keep his own woman. What a useless boyfriend. From a distance, homeroom teacher Wang Zhengwo saw the big crowd gathering and squeezed his way over. You've all finished awakening and still haven't reported back to your class. What are you doing gathered here? As he forced his way through the students and took in the scene before him, he froze for a moment. As their homeroom teacher, he naturally knew exactly how Su Ming and Ru Yin had walked through the past 3 years together. After a brief moment of shock, his face broke into an ingratiating smile. Zhao Kuo, Ru Yin. Today you two have rendered enormous service to Jiangxing First High and to our class too. Wang Zhengwo rubbed his hands together, utterly lacking the dignity befitting a teacher loudly showering them with compliments before the whole class. Rank with a rank. This is what they call a match made in heaven, a perfect scholar beauty pair. Standing down there, I could already see that among the whole school, only the two of you are the most compatible couple. Listening to this naked flattery from their homeroom teacher, and seeing Lu Ruyan at his side, not merely unresistant, but meekly obedient, Zhao Kuo felt as though he had stepped straight onto the clouds. Su Ming stood where he was watching this grotesque and sickening scene. Since old Wang has already said so, I'll just wish you two 100 years of harmony and many healthy children. Now step aside. Don't block me on my way home to take my calcium pills. With that, he did not spare them another glance. He turned sideways, ready to leave. Having lived two lives, he could not afford to lose control now. Yet this uncanny calmness was like an invisible slap striking hard across Zhao Kuo's face. What Zhao Kuo had expected to see was the eternally high and mighty top student of the grade, in tears, raving in impotent rage, or perhaps humiliating himself in a pathetic plea. He had been holding himself back for 3 years, waiting for this moment. Yet Su Ming's demeanor, that sense of, I may have lost, but you haven't truly won, still felt unbearably obnoxious to him. Stop. Did this young master say you could leave? Zhao Kuo strode forward, blocking Su Ming's path, again his eyes vicious. A cripple whose legs can barely hold him up, and you still dare to put on that ridiculous top student act in front of me. Looking down at him from above, Zhao Kuo pointed to the bluestone slab beneath his feet, his gaze full of malice. Now kneel and knock your head on the ground, loudly wishing Ru Yin and me 100 years of harmony. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll even toss you a few thousand credits someday, so you can buy calcium pills. The crowd began whispering. Everyone could see that Zhao Kuo meant to grind Su Ming's dignity into dust. Su Ming halted and slowly lifted his head, inwardly cursing every female relative of Zhao Kuo 100 times over. Facing the terrifying heat waves radiating from the Shrank Awakened, there was no retreat in Su Ming's gaze. Only his own brand of stubborn defiance. And Shrank talent does indeed allow you to swagger sideways through Jiangcheng. Su Ming's words were clear, neither servile nor overbearing. But Federation law has yet to grant you the privilege of forcing citizens to kneel. Step aside. This fearless, indifferent rejection ignited Zhao Kuo's arrogance. You dare throw Federation law at me? Do you know who I am? Zhao Kuo's expression contorted. A low-hum sounded. From his right hand erupted a lump of darker viscous flame. The violent heat of his Shrank molten earth fire distorted the air around them. Die, cripple. Without the slightest mercy, Zhao Kuo hurled a fist wreathed in lava-like heat straight at Su Ming's chest. For the first time, Su Ming's face showed true shock. He had not thought Zhao Kuo would actually dare to strike. In that instant, only one sentence echoed through his mind, sorry Lang. System. Cheat. Old grandpa mentor. I'll take even a brick. If you don't show up now, I'm really going to become a charcoal counterweight. Su Ming's pupils contracted. There was no escaping. The side effect of increasing heaviness had already begun to manifest. A sense of weightiness enveloped his body, accompanied by the early signs of osteoporosis. It rendered his nerves unable to keep up with the explosive power of an class awakener. He gritted his teeth, crossing his arms protectively in front of him. Bang! The fiery fist slammed hard against Su Ming's arm. The burning sensation tore through the skin of his forearm, and a painful crack echoed from deep within his bones. Ugh! Su Ming let out a muffled groan. The tremendous impact pushed him back 5 or 6 steps. The sleeves of his old school uniform were instantly reduced to ashes, with the skin on his forearms turning red and blistered. The excruciating pain from his fractured ulna made sweat bead on his forehead. Yet he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to let out a single cry of agony. Zhao Kuo flicked the flames on his hand and smiled cruelly. Did your bones crack? With the next punch, let's see how you block it. As he spoke, a basketball-sized fireball began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, clearly filled with intent to kill. Stop! At this moment, the homeroom teacher Wang Zhangwo, who had been watching the scene, finally pretended to step in. He wasn't there to protect Su Ming, but rather to ingratiate himself as he pressed Zhao Kuo's hand down. Zhao, please calm down. Using lethal abilities on school grounds violates school regulations. With the college entrance examination coming up, it isn't worth getting a disciplinary action for someone like him. Having said that, he suddenly turned and pointed at Su Ming's nose, berating him loudly. Su Ming, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. The school allowed you to study for free for 3 years because you are an orphan, and this is how you repay them. Insulting your classmates and provoking a martial arts genius. At this moment, Su Ming was also filled with anger. Clenching his fractured arm, he coldly stared at Wang Zhangwo. Who did I insult? He attacked me first. Are your eyes blind? Nonsense. You clearly spoke first. Wang Zhangwo misrepresented the facts. I hereby officially announce that Su Ming's conduct is atrocious and his talent is extremely poor. Effective immediately, he is expelled from Class 2 of the 3rd year. You are not even worthy of participating in the college entrance examination. Wang Zhangwo's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he added another sentence. Furthermore, I will apply to the Federation to cancel your monthly orphan welfare subsidy of 800 yuan. This statement was even more ruthless than Zhao Kuo's fiery fist. For Su Ming, those 800 yuan were not just for meals, they were also for buying high-calcium supplements to prolong his life. Killing without a knife all depends on one's mouth. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Wang Zhangwo, enunciating each word. Article 17 of the federal law states that no one has the right to deprive an eligible awakener of their college entrance examination qualification. As long as I pass the written and practical tests, I can obtain an admission ticket to the martial arts university. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhangwo was momentarily stunned, then he sneered inwardly. Good for you, bookworm, you seem quite familiar with the law. But you must have forgotten that even first-tier exotic beasts have their strengths and weaknesses. When the time comes, if you face a rampaging iron-armored pig during the practical assessment, you might not even leave behind a complete corpse. While he awaited Su Ming's reaction, Zhao Kuo snickered and stepped forward. Since you understand the law so well, you must also know that the practical assessment allows for arena challenges between students, right? He lowered his voice, toying with Su Ming like a cat with a mouse. I officially challenge you for the practical assessment arena 7 days from now. Once on the stage, life and death will be determined by fate. I will crush every remaining bone of yours in front of the entire school. Su Ming understood that in the face of absolute strength and status disparity, making threats served no purpose other than to give the other party a momentary thrill of mockery. Those with capability act arrogantly while those without are foolish. He cast a deep glance at Zhao Kuo Lu Ruoyan and the condescending Wang Zhangwo. He engraved the three ugly faces firmly in his mind. All right, see you at the college entrance examination in 7 days. After speaking, Su Ming turned and with heavy steps due to his increased weight walked out of the awakening hall. Once he was done with the charade, he hurriedly left. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, Su Ming felt as if his flesh was filled with lead. The side effect of increasing heaviness had arrived so swiftly. Su Ming looked up at the gray sky, exhaling deeply. From this day forward, Su Ming would no longer pretend. What high and mighty, what scholar, what calm demeanor. It's all a load of nonsense. He was just a poor nobody, a source of amusement, a hapless soul who had crossed over only to be crushed by fate. But so what? A faint smile crept onto his face, a smile filled with self-deprecation, relief, and a hint of madness. If he truly was just a worthless life, then so be it. He could just step into the arena and let Zhao Kuo kill him, then delete his account and restart. However, what if he had a chance to turn things around? What if he had the means to grow stronger? Then all the words he had buried deep within his heart today would be spoken out loud one by one to them. He staggered back to his cramped rented room. The moment he pushed open the door, Su Ming's body could no longer hold up. A dull sound echoed from his kneecaps as he collapsed onto the concrete floor, his forehead hitting the ground and turning purple. He attempted to push himself up from the ground. The intense pain in his arms made him grimace. He could feel his body becoming heavier by the second. This was his innate talent. It wasn't about becoming stronger, it was about being crushed by his own weight. 3 years after crossing over, he had diligently played the part of a good student, content with the mundane script. Yet on the day of awakening, he was directly pressed to the ground by fate. His girlfriend left, the entire school mocked him, and he even gained a talent for chronic self-destruction. If web novels were written like this, readers would surely complain. Those who complained must help me write a bad review for the Crossers Association. At this moment, he had no mind to fantasize about the 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West stories. He lay quietly on the rough ground, staring intently at the cracks in the ceiling. A low rumbling laugh escaped. Ha ha ha. Heavy, huh? Get even heavier. Osteoporosis. Better loosen up even more. As long as I don't die today, this world must tremble from my weight. This kind of madness on the brink of collapse seemed to touch upon some forbidden edge. Just then a cold mechanical prompt echoed deep in his mind. Detected severe deficiency in host bone density. The body faces a crisis of quality collapse meeting activation conditions. Beginning analysis of host talent grade, increasing heaviness. Analysis complete. Matching with the multiverse's source sequence library. Match successful. Sequence compatibility 100. Beginning evolution enhancement. 10, 20, 100. Congratulations, host, your talent has received an ultimate enhancement. Grade increasing heaviness is promoted to SS grade infinite quality evolution unique. What? A system? The nearly unconscious Su Ming felt a thunderous explosion in his mind. He jolted back from the brink of darkness. Sure enough, the heavens do not starve the blind sparrow. He knew that the system would not neglect any transmigrator from the Blue Star Dragon Nation. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming used the last bit of strength in his arms to turn himself over, resting his back against the edge of the bed. System, come out. Let me see what you look like. There was no response in his mind. Hey, system, don't play hard to get. We are family from now on. At least give me a sign. The host, please check the status panel directly. This system does not have casual chat functionality. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Check the panel. In the next moment, a blue translucent panel visible only to him slowly unfolded in the center of his host Su Ming realm. First level black iron life form. First life form carbon-based mortal real quality 76 kilograms quality points 0 promotion progress 7. 6 still need to devour 924 kilograms of pure quality to advance to the next level. Below the talent, there were 3 boxes emitting a dark golden light. Sequence 1 quality amplification, the evolved form of the original grade talent. Increasing heaviness. Your real quality increases daily by 1 of the current value with no upper limit. Sequence 2 quality reconstruction, the repair form with the side effect of osteoporosis. The body's capacity to bear pressure increases in sync with quality, and when the life form transitions, the body will automatically reconstruct. You can also actively consume quality points for emergency repairs on the damaged body. Sequence 3 quality, devouring. Your body transforms into a microscopic black hole capable of devouring all solid materials containing quality and energy through direct contact, converting them into quality points for storage. Active devouring will allow you to break through faster. Su Ming stared at these words for a full 10 seconds, confirming that he was not dreaming due to the pain. Then he squinted his eyes, beginning to understand and digest these 3 god-level cheats. Sequence 1 quality amplification. It increases by 1 of the current value daily. Previously, the grade talent only increased by 0.1 daily, now it directly multiplied by 10. As a top scholar perpetually at the head of his theoretical classes, he was extremely sensitive to numbers. The power of compound interest is a terrifying existence that 99% of this world underestimates. His current weight is 76 kilograms. Increasing by 0.1 daily after a year of 365 days, he would only reach about 110 kilograms. Coupled with the side effects, his eventual outcome would be a bloated waist weighing over 200 kg, who would even fracture bones just by walking. What about the daily increase of 1? He closed his eyes and quickly performed the calculations in his mind. Today 76 kilograms, tomorrow 76. 76 kilograms, the day after 77. 53 kilograms. 101 to the power of 365. Su Ming calculated silently for a few seconds, arriving at a chilling number. A year later his weight would soar to 2,872 kilograms. Close to 3 tons. Su Ming gasped. One was 110 kilograms, the other was 2,872 kilograms. Both increased just a little each day, yet the result differed by 26 times. A fully grown first-level iron-armored pig would only weigh 2 tons at most. As for Su Ming, even if he did nothing but lie around, binge-watch shows and play games, he would turn into a titanic humanoid monster in a year. This number would continue to snowball. In the second year, it would reach 108 tons. A third-level mutant beast would weigh about that right. As for fourth level, he had yet to see one. Moreover, the panel also stated 3 words, no upper limit. Einstein said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. It truly does not deceive me. He no longer dared to calculate how heavy he would be in the 5th year or the 10th year. That number would be huge to the point of lacking any physical significance. Or rather, at that level, he himself would embody physical significance. However, he also knew that relying solely on passive growth was too slow. Reaching just over 2 tons in a year was not enough to compete with Zhao Kuo's grade. He needed to be faster. Su Ming swallowed and shifted his gaze to the second sequence. Sequence 2 Quality Reconstruction. The moment he finished reading the explanation, Su Ming instinctively moved his limbs. Then he froze. His body truly felt lighter. On the way back from the awakening hall, his bones felt as if they were filled with mercury, and every step his knees protested. But now that sense of oppression had completely vanished. He tried bending his legs, standing up, and squatting down. His kneecaps made no strange noises. He even felt his bones were sturdier than before awakening. The body's capacity to bear pressure increases in sync with quality. Su Ming whispered the words on the panel, his eyes growing brighter. This meant that no matter how high sequence 1 pushed his quality, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 100,000 kilograms, his body would automatically adapt and would never be crushed by its weight. It turned out that the despairing side effect of osteoporosis was not eliminated, but directly transformed into supporting infrastructure. It was like creating an engine that would never explode. Wait, something's off. Su Ming's brain raced, suddenly realizing a more terrifying physical blind spot. What about the volume? He looked down at his body. There was no change in size. He was still that 185-meter tall, slightly thin youth. So here comes the question. Quality is increasing, but volume remains the same. What is changing? Density. Su Ming suddenly sat up straight, his eyes bursting with brilliance. With his 185-meter tall, slender frame, he had a volume of about 0.075 cubic meters with a density similar to water, approximately 1,050 kilograms per cubic meter. But what if his weight skyrocketed to 2,872 kilograms after a year? Volume unchanged, mass dramatically increased to nearly 3 tons. 2872 divided by 0.075. The density would reach 38,000 kilograms per cubic meter. The density of steel is only 7,800 and tungsten is merely 19,300. This means that a year from now the average density of his body would be 5 times that of steel, twice that of tungsten. His bones, muscle fibers, blood, and skin, every single cell, would be reconstructed into a form of ultra-high density. This means that ordinary bullets hitting his body wouldn't even break the surface. Alloy swords and blades would simply shatter upon contact. Those defensive awakeners in the academy. Some covered their bodies with rock armor using earth escape techniques. Some hardened their skin into iron shells using metallization talents. And he wouldn't need to add anything. Just relying on the density of his flesh, he was already standing at the pinnacle of carbon-based life forms. Moreover, this density was still growing at a compound interest rate. What if I reach 108 tons? Su Ming clenched his fists tightly, even his breathing became. My muscles, blood, internal organs, even the molecular structure of a single hair will be infinitely compressed and densified. Ultimate quality translates to absolute defense. He glanced at his right arm. There were still scorch marks and faint bone cracks left by Zhao Kuo's fireball. This little injury still caused him pain. But the corners of Su Ming's mouth slightly rose, his eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. Once his density increased several times, Zhao Kuo's prideful scrayed fireball would probably be akin to using a lighter to roast an iron door. At that moment, a line of small text appeared on the panel. Detected fracture in the right arm's ulna, moderate burns in muscle tissue with 18 damage. Repair requires consumption of quality points 20 points. Damn Zhao Kuo. He cursed under his breath, glancing at the quality points 0. Broke. Su Ming sighed. A skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. No matter how strong the repair function is, it's useless with a 0 balance. But it's okay, because he still had the third sequence. The most important sequence. Sequence 3, quality devouring. Microscopic black hole. Through direct contact, devour all solid materials containing quality and energy, converting them into quality points for storage. Su Ming read this passage repeatedly 3 times. Everything. Solid. Material. Su Ming slowly surveyed his modest rental apartment. Theoretically, could everything in this room be consumed? Su Ming suppressed his eagerness to try and began to rethink. The true horror of this sequence 3 does not lie within itself. The description of devouring all solid materials is already perverse enough. But what would happen when it combines with sequence 1's passive growth? Su Ming got excited again. The most critical part of the compound interest formula is not the interest rate, but the principle. This is not addition. This is like giving a cheat to the base of the exponential function. This is explosive. Unable to contain the joy in his heart, he eagerly pressed his left palm against a thick theoretical textbook on the bedside. He silently chanted in his mind. Devour. Devour. A sudden surge of heat flared in Su Ming's palm. An infinitesimal black vortex materialized at the center of his palm lines. The book's pages began to yellow and age. 1 second. 2 seconds. A full minute elapsed. The half-pound tome disintegrated into a fine ashen gray powder, slipping silently through his fingers. A system notification chimed. Ding. Paper book devoured. Our refinement completed. Quality points 0.01 base yield. 0.01. Su Ming's eyelids twitched violently. System, are you running a Pinduoduo/prize campaign? Can't you at least grant a base yield of 1 point? Though he grumbled, this had only ever been an experiment. Paper, composed of plant fibers, was naturally low in density. That much was understandable. He turned his gaze toward a broken wooden chair beside him, its leg missing and crudely bound with iron wire. Let's try wood next. It should outperform paper surely. He pressed his left hand upon it. Devour. Then came another long, silent minute of waiting. Under his palm, the chair withered inch by inch, splintered, and finally crumbled into drifting sawdust. Ding. Wooden chair devoured. Our refinement completed. Quality points 0.01 base yield. Another base yield. Su Ming's mouth twitched. He swept his eyes across the room. No need to test the water in the basin. The density matched that of the human body. His gaze settled instead on a red brick propping up the table in the corner, roughly 5 gene in weight, fired clay containing trace iron and silicates. He pressed his palm flat against it. Devour. 1 minute later, the rigid brick dissolved entirely into a desiccated mound of yellow earth. The table leg resting atop it collapsed with a hollow clatter. A porcelain cup rolled off the tabletop and shattered on the floor with a sharp, grating crash. Ding. Construction brick devoured. Refinement completed. Quality points 1. 5 gene of brick. Pure earth. And I squeeze out just 1 point. Su Ming brushed yellow dust from his fingertips, his brow furrowing into deep knots. At this rate, would he ever rule the world? Even in 1,000 years? He glanced down at the concrete floor beneath his feet. System, I have a question. Can I devour an entire mountain? Or perhaps an entire lake? The system remained silent for a full 3 seconds, as if calculating the sheer absurdity of the query. Host is daydreaming. Su Ming's face darkened. Is that any way to speak politely? I'm earnestly consulting you, and you insult me. Current life form tier permits only the basic devour sequence. A modest mountain mass amounts to hundreds of millions of tons, far exceeding your devour threshold. What about river water then? Su Ming refused to relent, still probing for loopholes. Liquid substances cannot maintain sustained contact. The devour process cannot initiate. Prioritize high-density, high-purity metallic or mineral substances. Su Ming's expression stiffened. If he could truly swallow mountains and seas from the outset, this wouldn't be a modern martial arts urban saga. It would be full-blown xianxia cultivation fiction. Clearly accumulating quality points efficiently demanded something genuinely substantial. He crouched and retrieved an object from beneath the bed, a 20-kilogram cast-iron dumbbell, its surface veiled in rust-colored patina. Its texture was coarse. The rubber grip had long since cracked and peeled. He'd bought it secondhand, intending to build physical strength. It was without question the hardest asset in the entire room. Su Ming placed his left palm squarely upon it. Devour. This time the sensation differed entirely. The microscopic black hole in his palm surged like a shark scenting blood, its pull intensifying sharply. Before his eyes, the 20-kilogram iron mass dimmed, graying at its edges. Its surface rust sloughed away first, followed by oxidized layers, then crystalline metal structures themselves. 1 minute later, the heavy dumbbell vanished utterly. Only a small pile of foul-smelling rust residue and scattered rubber fragments remained. Ding. Low-grade dumbbell devoured, our refinement completed. Quality points 14. Su Ming stared blankly at the heap, scratching his head. 14 points. Had he just paid a 6-kilogram tax? Are you robbing me? 20 kilos for only 14 points. Furious, Su Ming stormed through his mind, demanding answers from the system. Can't you refine only the useful components and leave behind the impure structural matter? Reducing everything to ash. How am I supposed to live like this? This sequence employs micro-black hole collapse, and stripping ingested mass is irreversibly consumed by the singularity. Conventional matter reconstitution is impossible. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Indeed, physical law remained cold and unyielding. He checked his quality point balance 15.02, still nearly 5 points short. His gaze slowly shifted backward. There in the corner stood a rust-pocked iron-framed single bed, welded from steel tubing weighing at least 10 kilograms. Even heavily corroded, it ought to yield 7 or 8 points. Su Ming raised his hand, then froze mid. If he devoured the bed, where would he sleep tonight? And rent was due this month. Last year, the landlady had threatened to deduct 50 Federation credits over peeling wall plaster. If she discovered the entire bed gone, she'd confiscate his 300 credit deposit on the spot. His total assets barely amounted to 1,000 credits. His hand hovered suspended. System, is there any way to absorb only a fraction? Just the metallic elements from the surface. I'll keep the frame intact, so I can still sleep on it. Silence. A full 5 seconds of silence. Perhaps for the first time, the system found itself bound to a host whose poverty defied precedent. Current life form tier permits only the basic devour sequence, a full collapse mode incapable of localized extraction. Upon ascending to Tier 2 life form, the system marketplace will unlock, granting access to advanced functions such as the rapid devour sequence. Su Ming's eyes lit up. What would Tier 2 life form entail? First, he needed to accumulate 20 quality points. Time to get to work. Sleep on the floor tonight. Rule the world tomorrow. He bent down, rolled up the thin mattress, and tossed it into the corner. Then he carefully removed each wooden plank laid across the iron frame and stacked them neatly against the wall. At least they'd cushion the floor for one night's rest. Once done, he pressed his left palm firmly against a rusty devour. Heat bloomed in his palm. The black hole activated once more. 1 second, 2 seconds. The bed leg visibly thinned before his eyes. The welded joints fractured first. When the final crossbar crumbled soundlessly into dust beneath his palm. Exactly 1 minute had passed. The iron frame bed, occupying nearly half the room, had vanished entirely. The room instantly felt brighter and more spacious. Ding. Low-grade iron bed devoured, a refinement completed. Quality points 22. Success. He summoned the interface. His quality point balance flickered, then stabilized at 37.02. A system chime followed. Quality points sufficient for repair. Full skeletal and tissue restoration requires 20 quality points. Proceed with repair. Repair. In the next instant, a gentle warmth spread across his palm. A series of crisp, clicking sounds emanated from his fractured limbs. Burn-scarred skin on both forearms sloughed off and regenerated anew. The repair concluded within mere seconds. Both arms were restored flawlessly, no scars remained. Moreover, he sensed his reconstructed ulna felt denser, harder than before. Su Ming rose, flexed his arms twice, and turned toward the window. He moistened his lips. The arena match 7 days from now should prove most intriguing. Yet after the initial elation, a stark reality settled upon him. He was destitute. So impoverished he couldn't even take the first step toward transcending fate. Quality points remaining 17.02. Federation credit balance under 1,000. To make a splash at the Gaokao arena, he'd need to devour several tons of metal. Even scrap iron, the cheapest available, sold for 2 cents per kilogram. Several tons would cost thousands. He'd fetch less if sold outright. That left only one option: zero-cost acquisition. Leaning against the wall, Su Ming mentally mapped every location in Jiang City where cheap metal might be found. Scrap yards. They collected scrap, they didn't sell it. Construction sites. Stealing materials meant broken legs. How about free municipal manhole covers? He swallowed hard, picturing himself in black ninja garb and mask prying open a cover with a crowbar. Then immediately the next image, himself being escorted to the precinct by Federal Urban Defense Forces for a complimentary mugshot. Theft of municipal infrastructure carries 1 to 3 years imprisonment plus a 5,000 credit fine. If arrested, even for a week, he'd miss the Gaokao entirely. What arena match would remain to fight? Illegal acquisitions were off limits, but free high-quality material. Was there truly nowhere to find it? Then abruptly Su Ming recalled the taunt hurled at him during his awakening today. Go away, garbage at the dump. Yes, the landfill, the High Marshal scrapyard. It teemed with shattered weapons, discarded alloy armor, and mangled mech parts, all forged from pure metal. Metallic waste piled mountain high, and rumor held it regularly hired temporary laborers, grueling sorters who sifted through the wreckage. Wages were pitifully low, but who said I'm going there for the salary? Ever since childhood, I've always had a taste for hearty fare. What of it? At 6 in the morning, Su Ming stepped out the door. The floor he had slept on last night was icy cold, but fortunately the heating was strong, and he woke up feeling surprisingly good. The foundation of his body after quality reconstruction was stronger than it had ever been. Although the changes brought about by the increased density weren't evident, yet the solid feeling emanating from his bones was undeniably real. He took out his phone to check the route. Starfire Waste Recycling Plant. The largest armed waste recycling point in Jiang City, specifically handling the discarded equipment eliminated by the Southern Military District. The online job posting was very clear, seeking temporary laborers long-term. Requirements: awakened individuals of D rank or above in the enhancement system with a daily wage of 150. What does money matter? What he valued was the discarded military equipment. Tank, armor, mecha wreckage, alloy weapon fragments. Those were all high-purity metals. Just swallowing a small piece would be worth more than 100 textbooks. In the suburbs of Jiang City, the bus swayed and finally reached its destination. Su Ming got off and walked for 10 minutes, spotting a huge factory area surrounded by barbed wire from a distance. Behind the barbed wire were mountains of metal waste piled higher than 3 stories. Broken alloy swords were embedded in the piles of scrap iron, and shattered mecha parts lay scattered haphazardly. Rusty tank tracks coiled in circles, glinting with a dark red metallic sheen in the morning light. Su Ming swallowed hard. A mouse falling into a rice vat probably felt like this. No, this wasn't a rice vat. This was a granary. A piece of iron sheet nailed to the barbed wire bore a notice. Southern Military District Designated Recycling Unit. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. Su Ming retracted his gaze and walked towards the main entrance. A long queue was forming at the factory gate with at least 30 to 40 people. All were burly men, broad-shouldered and stout, with arms thicker than Su Ming's thighs. They were clearly awakened individuals applying for temporary labor, mostly E and D rank in enhancement. Su Ming silently stood at the end of the line. A bald, muscular man in front turned to glance at him several times. The look was clear: what was a little kid like him doing here? The queue slowly moved forward. At the entrance there was an iron table with a middle-aged man with a scar on his left cheek sitting behind it, surrounded by several large sandbags. This man was known as Scardly, the hiring foreman of the factory, a D rank awakened in the enhancement system. The rules were simple: go up, lift the sandbag, and walk 2 laps. An E rank muscular man stepped up, grabbed a 200-pound sandbag, and shouted as he hoisted it onto his shoulder. He walked 2 laps steadily, and the crowd erupted in applause. Scardly waved his hand, tossing a temporary pass over. Next, D rank. Lift a 500-pound sandbag without turning red or gasping for breath. Scardly nodded in satisfaction and issued another pass. The person who received the pass walked into the factory with his head held high, basking in the envious gazes of those still waiting in line. Su Ming watched from the back, his mind racing. His true weight had risen from 76 kilograms to 76 overnight. 76 kilograms. The 1% daily increase had begun to take effect, but this slight gain felt no different from having made none at all. Essentially, he still possessed the strength of an ordinary person. It shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? He felt uncertain. One by one the line moved forward, and soon it was Su Ming's turn. Scardly glanced at him, his gaze pausing briefly on the youthful, slender face. A student? Yes, Jiang City, no. One high school senior year. Awakened. Su Ming took out his student ID and handed it over. Scarred Lee picked up the scanner on the table and scanned it casually. The moment the screen lit up, his expression changed. F-rank enhancement system increasingly waited. He read aloud, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. Side effects. Osteoporosis. The people in line immediately began whispering. Scarred Lee slammed the student ID onto the table and snorted with laughter. F-rank. Side effects. Where did this sickly person come from? Get lost, don't die in my factory, and cause me trouble. Su Ming didn't move. Uncle Lee. Don't call me Uncle Lee, I'm not familiar with you. Scarred Lee crossed his arms. The factory moves scrap iron weighing several hundred to over 1,000 pounds. With your small frame, if something falls on you, you'll be crushed. When that happens, will it be counted as an industrial injury or suicide? Someone behind laughed out loud. A top student from No. 1 high school is here to steal our jobs. With those skinny arms and legs, you probably can't even lift a scrap of iron. F-rank talent truly useless. What's the point of studying? Su Ming stood still, his expression calm. He had already heard this kind of talk all day yesterday at school. Zhao Kuo had said it, Lu Ruyan had said it, Wang Zhengwo had said it, and classmates had said it. Now even the laborers at the recycling plant were saying it. But what struck him as absurd was that these people like him were all at the bottom of society. E and D rank awakened individuals were no different from F rank in the eyes of true powerhouses. They were all mere beasts of burden, just some could carry an extra 200 pounds. Those at the bottom oppressing others at the bottom, trampling down harder. Su Ming's peripheral vision remained fixated on the mountains of metal waste behind the barbed wire. That was not scrap iron. That was his bargaining chip to stand tall in this cannibalistic world. As long as he could mix in, he wouldn't mind receiving some disdain or even calling someone sir. Su Ming pressed his lips together and changed his expression to one of sincerity. He took out a pack of cheap cigarettes he had bought for 8 yuan at a convenience store before arriving. He pulled out one and handed it over. Uncle Lee, please be lenient. I know I'm not strong, but my spiritual power is decent. I can handle meticulous waste sorting. Just treat it as a great act of kindness and provide me with 3 meals a day, no salary needed. Scarred Lee glanced at the pack of cigarettes. 8 yuan. He shoved Su Ming's hand away, his bulk shaking. Even for free, I won't support a useless person. If you break yourself working here for 2 days, I'll have to pay your medical bills. Hurry. Virum. He hadn't finished speaking. A low rumble of engines descended from above, causing everyone to instinctively look up. A silver-gray hovering aircraft swooped in from the direction of the city. Its lines were cold and sleek, clearly military-grade. The aircraft landed steadily on the designated helipad at the factory entrance. The laborers in line fell silent in an instant. The cabin door opened. A long straight leg stepped out first. The black combat boots struck the concrete, producing a crisp sound. The newcomer wore a sharp black nano-combat suit. It tightly wrapped around her breathtakingly beautiful figure. That extreme curve stripped away all lowly sexual implications. Instead, it radiated a wild, explosive power. Silver insignias of a battle sword were embroidered on her epaulets, and her long hair was tied back. Her smooth forehead and sharply defined jawline were visible. Estimated at about 178 centimeters, she had a perfect 9-head proportion. Her facial features were also extraordinarily exquisite. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like cold stars, her nose straight, and her lips slightly pressed. There was a heroic air about her that suggested she had survived real combat. Lu Ruyan's beauty was a deliberately charming softness, a beauty meant to please. When she smiled, you knew what she was smiling about. She was smiling because you had fallen for her charm. The woman before him was different. She stood there like a freshly tempered tang, sword poised against your throat. You only wanted to stand at attention. The laborers who had just been laughing heartily instantly fell silent. Su Ming was also momentarily taken aback. It wasn't that he had never seen beautiful women. He had often viewed those internet celebrities in the dead of night, but he would forget them as soon as he looked away. This woman was different. Young lady. Scarred Lee's rugged face morphed, instantly blooming into a smile as he jogged over. Su Ming watched Scarred Lee's transformation and awarded him the best face change award of the day in his mind. The woman scanned the scene at the factory entrance, her lips twitching slightly. Where's my father? The 2 words were spoken in a cold voice. Pleasant to hear, delightful to listen to. The boss is waiting for you in the gravity training room on the 3rd underground level. Scarred Lee nodded and bowed. Young lady, you've returned from the capital. You must be exhausted. Enough. The woman interrupted him and prepared to step inside. Her gaze swept over the crowd and suddenly paused. To be precise, it halted on Su Ming's slightly faded school uniform. She hesitated. Jiang City, no. 1 high. Su Ming nodded. Senior year. Uncle Lee. She turned to Scarred Lee, speaking casually, since we are both Jiang City students, please look after him. Hey. Of course, of course. Scarred Lee nodded repeatedly and turned to Su Ming, changing his expression. Hey, why aren't you thanking the young lady? Thank you. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Su Ming mentally slapped himself. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, you can barely afford to eat. and still have the time to admire beautiful women. Do you deserve the tissue on your makeshift bed? Yet he couldn't help but glance again. TSK tissed this quality. Exquisite. Then he silently rated her in his mind. Aesthetics 9. 5. Demeanor 9. 8. The woman didn't linger, striding straight into the depths of the factory. Scarredly watched the young lattice figure disappear around the corner of the factory, still lingering on. He then turned to scrutinize Su Ming, snorting dismissively. Consider yourself lucky, come to work tomorrow. Just stay in the sorting area, don't wander into the heavy object zone. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. Next. Su Ming stepped aside, his gaze crossing Scarredly, then the barbed wire landing on the vast mountains of metal waste. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. Young lady, you've just released Sun Wukong into the peaches of Immortality Garden. In the Starfire Waste Treatment Facility on the 3rd underground level in the Gravity Training Room, Shen Hanyuan sat on an iron chair, spinning 2 super gold walnuts in his hands. The walnuts were not large, their surfaces glimmering with a faint golden sheen, each weighing 50 kilograms. In an ordinary person's hands, they could hardly be lifted in his palms. They felt like toys spinning between his 2 fingers with a whirring sound. Standing at 1.90 meters with shoulders as broad as a wall, the aura of a soldier who had retired for many years still lingered about him. Yet today, this military big shot, whom the capital circles referred to as Lord Shen, couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. His daughter was coming back. She had entered the Federal Central Military University last year and hadn't been seen for an entire year. Although they had made plenty of video calls, that girl always spoke of training and exotic beasts. Their conversations eventually turned into tactical seminars. Even though he was accustomed to great storms, the thought of his little girl not returning home for a year stirred deep emotions within him. Pat, pat, pat. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Neither fast nor slow, the steady rhythm of each step was solid. It was a standard military march. The door opened. Shen Qingxi stood at the entrance, still in that black combat uniform. But the moment she saw Shen Hongyuan, all the coldness on her face vanished. Dad! With that shout, she lunged forward. The 1.78 meters tall girl directly hung onto Shen Hongyuan, caught her in one swift motion, patting her back while feigning disdain. You're already grown up. Shen Qingxi nuzzled in his embrace. I missed you. Shen Hongyuan felt a pinch in his nose and quickly tilted his head to look at the ceiling. Fortunately, the training room had no cameras. If those roughnecks from the facility saw him, his face would be lost for a lifetime. All right, sit down and talk. He pressed her into a chair, examining her from head to toe. Her facial contours were more defined than last year, her chin sharper. But her spirit was excellent, her eyes shining brightly. You look noticeably thinner. Is the food at school bad? Not at all, it's just that the training is intense. Our instructor is a madman with at least 2 outdoor combat drills every week, the farthest reaching into the gray zones at the outskirts of a great city. Shen Hanyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, choosing not to respond. There was a significant difference in training intensity between military martial arts universities and regular martial arts universities. Those who could enter were the best of the best, and only those who graduated alive could be considered to have truly passed the test. After a moment of silence, Shen Hanyuan suddenly changed the subject, making his tone as casual as possible. At school, do you have a boyfriend? After saying this, he unconsciously straightened up a bit. This was the contradiction every father faced. If his daughter said no, he would feel at ease. His daughter was ambitious, not swayed by those rotten boys. But he also worried. Would this girl really plan to be alone for the rest of her life? But if his daughter said yes, then it would be a disaster. Shen Hongyuan's hand spinning the walnut unconsciously sped up. Shen Qingxi looked at her father's feigned calmness, which was actually antennae up, and felt a bit helpless. She truly couldn't understand what her old man meant. Every time they video called, he asked if anyone was pursuing her. Did all those boys have their eyes closed? But the last time she casually mentioned a male classmate helping her block an attack from an exotic beast, Shen Hongyuan's face darkened immediately. He relentlessly questioned her for a full 20 minutes about that boy's name, student number, hometown, and family relations within 3 generations. Did he hope she would have a boyfriend or not? Shen Qingxi decided to speak frankly. No. Shen Hongyuan's walnut paused for a moment. I'm back this time to team up with my classmates for a mission, and I stopped by home along the way. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze calm, yet determined. I don't have the heart for those things right now, and my goal is the pinnacle of martial arts. Shen Hongyuan felt a sense of relief in his heart. Good. She truly is my Shen Hongyuan's daughter. Then he caught another keyword. Teammates. Yes, it's a duo mission. Shen Hongyuan casually spun the walnut. Is it a male or female? Did he come to Jiangxing with you? Shen Hongyuan set down the walnut, leaning forward sharply. His gaze shifted from paternal to interrogative. What exactly is your relationship? Shen Qingxi rolled her eyes. We're just classmates. My instructor assigned me to the Southern Abyss entrance for a training mission, and he has an exotic beast task, so we just accompanied each other. Accompanied each other. Shen Hanyuan snorted coldly. The capital is in the north and Jiangxing is in the south. How is that accompanying each other? Dad, don't worry, Shin Qingzi reassured him again. It's just going to the abyss entrance for a training task. I don't have time for romantic pursuits right now. Shen Hongyuan stared at his daughter for several seconds. He knew his daughter's temperament well. Since childhood, she had been obsessed with martial arts. While other girls played with dolls, she was in the yard practicing her sword. Her mind was filled with training and combat. But her beautiful face and devilish figure were also quite enticing. Not only was he afraid of thieves, but he was also worried about those who would have their eyes on her. He would need to investigate that boy's background another day. He frowned, leaning back in his chair, gazing at this spirited daughter before him. 19 years had passed in a flash. Shen Qingzi had an exceptional talent for martial arts from a young age, and her character resembled her mother's. Strong-willed and decisive, her resolve was harder than steel. It was precisely this temperament that awakened her S-level metal affinity talent, metal blade bone. But the more this was the case, the more he felt heartache. Who would take this flower of his away, pot and all? Whoever dared to become his son-in-law would first get a beating. Enough of this talk. He stood up, changing his expression. I have prepared a gift for you. What is it? Shen Qingzi's eyes brightened. Shen Hongyuan walked to the corner of the training room and lifted a heavy blackout cloth. Beneath it was a humanoid robot standing at 185 centimeters with a standard adult male physique. Its entire body was covered in dark silver high-density alloy armor with precision hydraulic structures at the joints. The face had no features, only a smooth sensory panel. This is the heavy combat robot developed by the Federal Research Center, codenamed Pancher. Shen Hongyuan patted its shoulder, the metal clashing with a dull sound. The entire body is made of high-density alloy with a real weight of 2.4 tons. Its reaction speed is on par with a great awakened, and its defensive strength can withstand the full charge of a Tier 3 beast. Shen Qingzi's eyes curved with delight. Wow. Thanks, Dad. Was this through internal channels again? Your father has sold his life to the military for 20 years, isn't it just a phone call? Shen Hongyuan downplayed it. Inside, however, he was bleeding. 800,000 federal coins. Half a year's profit of the factory went into this. However, after comparing the parameters and trying a few moves, he felt it was still worth it overall. His daughter was going to train at the Abyss entrance, a place where even Tier 3 awakened had fallen. With Pancher as her sparring partner and bodyguard, he could feel more at ease. You can make it onto the new star list of the entire imperial capital. I'm happy for you, Dad. Shen Hongyuan rarely showed warmth, his tone carrying an undeniable pride. Shen Qingzi looked at Pancher, then at her father, and suddenly tilted her head. Is that really the only reason you're happy for me? Shen Hongyuan was taken aback. Isn't it because you have face? Shen Qingzi crossed her arms, staring at him suspiciously. Last time on video your mouth was practically grinning to your ears. You must have shown off to your old comrades again, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Hongyuan straightened his face and said seriously, is your father such a shallow person? Your achievements are earned by your own efforts. Oh, what do they have to do with me? He absolutely couldn't let his daughter know about the bet with old Wang. He quickly changed the topic and patted Panzer's armor. Come, let me introduce you to this. Even your uncle Wang has to queue to get one. Before he finished speaking, Shen Qingzi kicked Panzer's calf. Buzz. The sensory panel lit up with a red glow, and the entire robot immediately entered combat mode. Shen Hongyuan, at least let me finish explaining how to use it. Shen Qingzi had already taken a stance, her right hand poised. A layer of silvery metallic sheen emanated from her finger bones. S-grade talent metal bone blade began to operate. Her bones themselves were the sharpest of weapons. How can the instructions be faster than a fight? With a smirk, she suddenly charged at Pancher. Shen Hongyuan helplessly sat back down in his chair, picking up a walnut again. This daughter was great in every way. She just lacked femininity. Whether she could get married in the future was really uncertain. Soon the training room was filled with the sounds of metal clashing. The ground trembled slightly. At the same time, Su Ming was in quite a good mood. Scardley had said he would start work tomorrow, so today, he was heading home to rest. He didn't plan to return to school in the next few days. After all, he had already been expelled from Class 2 of senior year by Wang Jingwo. The federal law guaranteed college entrance examination qualifications, but not attendance rates. He was quite pleased to have some peace. Su Ming walked along the small road along the factory's periphery toward the suburban market, having left home without breakfast just in time for brunch. Jiangcheng was a great satellite city right next to the wild border. The advantage was the low cost of living, but the downside was the occasional beast breaking through the defenses. After 3 years of living here, Su Ming had gotten used to it. It was precisely because of the cheap prices that he could barely survive on $800 in relief money. As he walked, he caught a whiff of a burnt aroma. Following the scent, he saw a roadside stall ahead that had formed a long queue. As a descendant of the dragon, he had no resistance to standing in line. No matter what they were selling, he just joined the line. After more than 10 minutes, he finally squeezed to the front and saw a bare-chested man flipping a large iron pot. Fima Tui fried rice. The rice in the pot was tossed by the flames with eggs and diced meat arcing through the air before landing back in. That aroma could draw the souls of everyone on the street. A handwritten sign stood at the stall crookedly stating customer notice. If the city management comes, I will run, and if I run, you run with me. If you can't keep up, just stand still, and I'll deliver it to you in 5 minutes. Running with me will be more exciting. Su Ming chuckled. This guy was quite humorous. It felt like he was chasing after excitement. But he wondered if I held on to him and wouldn't let him run, would that be even more exciting? Big brother, 1 portion of egg fried rice, please. $5 a portion. Add ham for $2. Su Ming hesitated for half a second. Add. Just consider it a reward for myself. After all, starting tomorrow, he would be able to eat free meals at the scrap factory. After paying $7 via scan code, the big man raised his hand to start cooking. The spatula flipped with vigor, and the pot was filled with aroma. The eggs wrapped around the rice, soaring in the flames, making Su Ming swallow hard. At that moment, woo woo, a piercing siren sound came from afar, quickly approaching. Su Ming turned his head to see a city management enforcement vehicle turning around the street corner, its blue and red lights flashing alternately. The loudspeaker repeatedly played a recording saying, "Immediate evacuation from street trading." The crowd in the back quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Su Ming was left stunned. Why did the city management really come? He instinctively looked at the big man, thinking it was over. He hadn't even gotten his $7 fried rice yet. But the big man was completely unfazed. He even flipped the last scoop of rice with a beautiful toss of the pan. Only then did he leisurely raise his head, take a look at the approaching enforcement vehicle, and then turn back to Su Ming with a grin. Without even untying his apron, he jumped on the nearby tricycle and pedaled away. Su Ming focused closely. Good heavens, it was actually a pedal bike. Not into the vehicle's cargo. Without even untying his apron, he jumped on the nearby tricycle and pedaled away. Su Ming focused closely. Good heavens, it was actually a pedal bike. Not an energy vehicle. Purely human-powered. He hadn't even had time to be surprised when he saw the big man's thick legs pedaling like they were equipped with motors. The tricycle rattled wildly on the small road, speeding away 50 meters in the blink of an eye. The city management's energy enforcement vehicle had just accelerated to chase when the big man made a sharp turn and slipped into a narrow alley. The alley was just wide enough for the tricycle, and the enforcement vehicle couldn't fit through it all. In the blink of an eye, the figure had disappeared. Su Ming stood in place, mouth slightly agape, watching the empty street and the hot traces left on the stove. Only at this moment did he finally understand why the stall was called Fima Tui Mighty Fire Fried Rice. That guy's talent was indeed Fima Tui. Su Ming looked at the alley entrance with a sense of regret. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time just happened to hit the 5th minute. Accompanied by the sound of chains rubbing together, the bare-chested big man pedaled the tricycle back from the narrow alley. The tricycle made a beautiful tailspin and came to a sudden stop at the rear while scraping a gray-white brake mark on the ground. The big man steadily got off, lifting the lid of an iron thermos box in the cargo. He pulled out a steaming portion of egg fried rice along with a pair of disposable chopsticks and handed them over. "Brother, I said 5 minutes, so it's 5 minutes. Exciting, right?" The big man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, wiping the sweat from his face with his apron. Su Ming received the lunchbox, looking down to see the golden rice, evenly scrambled eggs, and neatly cut ham cubes, the steam wrapping around, the aroma wafting toward him. He couldn't help but smile. Quite exciting. Leaning against the electric pole by the roadside, Su Ming tore open the chopsticks and took big mouthfuls of rice. Delicious. The $7 spent were worth it. While he ate, he watched the big man skillfully set up the stove and light the fire again. Soon a few scattered customers emerged from all directions, as if they were already accustomed to this process. Su Ming looked at the bustling roadside stall in front of him. Interesting. Everyone was living their lives in their... Su Ming finished the last mouthful of rice, tossed the lunchbox into the nearby trash can, and gave the big man a thumbs up. The big man nodded at him while flipping the pot, smiling heartily. Su Ming turned and continued walking toward the low-rent housing. There was something important he wanted to try. Su Ming pushed open the door to the low-rent apartment, the mattress still spread out on the floor. The iron bed was gone, leaving only a faint imprint on the cement floor. He sat cross-legged and deftly summoned the interface. A blue light curtain unfolded before his eye. Host Su Ming realm, first stage, black iron life, form first life, form carbon-based, mundane body, real quality 76. 76 kilograms, quality points 17. 02 promotion progress 7. 676. His gaze fell on the real quality section, particularly the small sign. Su Ming stared at it for 2 seconds, and with a mindset of giving it a try, he pointed upward with his thoughts. Do you want to consume 1 quality point to increase real quality by 1 kilogram? Indeed. A hint of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he immediately confirmed. A subtle warmth spread from his abdomen. It didn't feel intense, but his body indeed felt a bit more solid. The interface refreshed. Real quality 77. 76 kilograms. Quality point 16. 02. A 1-to-1 conversion ratio. If he added all the remaining 16.02 points, his total quality would reach 93. 78 kilograms. With a base of 93. 78 kilograms. A passive growth rate of 1% per day would be 0.94 kilograms. However, yesterday's passive growth was only 0.76 kilograms. The compounding effect of the snowball, once it starts rolling, becomes increasingly terrifying. Su Ming had no hesitation. Time to go all in. He focused his thoughts and invested all the remaining 16.02 points. A warm feeling spread throughout his body again, and this time the duration was noticeably longer. A subtle creaking sound came from deep within his bones. It wasn't painful, it felt more like his bones were stretching after a satisfying meal. The interface refreshed once more. Quality points 0. Real quality 93. 78 kilograms. Su Ming stood up and moved his limbs. There was no change in his physique. He still appeared as a slender figure standing at 1.85 meters. However, the feeling of his feet on the floor was completely different. Every step felt heavier and steadier. He clenched his fists. The feedback from his finger joints was incredibly clear, and they felt harder than before. This wasn't the calluses from long-term training, it was the density of his bones changing. 93. 78 kilograms. For a boy of his height, the normal weight is barely over 70 kilograms. He now weighed nearly 40 pounds more than others. Moreover, this extra 40 pounds was entirely effective mass. It wasn't fat, it wasn't puffiness, it was tougher skin, tighter muscles, and harder bones. Although these changes weren't yet visible on the surface, the direction was already correct. Su Ming contently turned off the interface and lay back on the mattress on the floor. It didn't matter that the quality points had reset to 0. Tomorrow, entering the scrapyard would be where his true feast began. With that thought, he fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was due to his thoughts during the day, but he had a bizarre dream that night. In the dream, he was carrying flying cheetah fried rice, chasing after a young lady in the scrapyard, insisting on treating her to a meal to repay her kindness. He chased her around the factory 3 times, finally cornering her against the wall. He wanted to replicate a cool wall slam from a domineering CEO drama he had seen in his past life. As he leaned forward, tons of real quality pressed down firmly. The spirited young lady was rendered speechless, foam gathering at her lips. Su Ming was startled awake by this scene. It was dawn. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat up, deeply reflecting for 3 seconds on his younger brother, who was still curled up. What a loser! Is this how you repay someone? Just wanting to press down on her. After his self-reflection, he quickly got up, washed his face, and headed out. At 7 in the morning at the Xinghe waste processing plant, Scarface Lee was already waiting at the entrance. Of course, he wasn't waiting specifically for him. This foreman stood at the entrance every day like a human railing. "You're here." Scarface Lee saw him and tossed over a thin temporary pass. "Follow me, we need to go through security first." Su Ming followed behind, passing through the main entrance of the scrapyard for the first time. The security check was much stricter than he had imagined. A metal archway over 2 meters tall blocked the path with dense sensors embedded on both sides and a small screen above the door displaying real-time data streams. This setup was strikingly similar to the high-tech electronic factory security checks from his past life, even more stringent. "Step and stand still." Su Ming complied and stepped into the archway. Buzz, a low-frequency vibration traveled up from his feet, and a faint blue scanning beam swept back and forth over him. The screen displayed a line of green text: "No prohibited items, space equipment detected." Scarface Lee signaled him to move forward while casually warning him. "The rules in the factory are that you must pass through this door when entering or exiting. Whether you have anything on you, whether you're hiding parts in your pockets, or if you possess space rings or space bags, it can all be scanned out." He raised a thick finger. "Military items, not even a screw, can be taken out." Last month, some fool stuffed a piece of crate alloy into his pants and was immediately detained and sent to military court. Su Ming nodded repeatedly, wearing a naive expression. However, a thought crossed his mind. "It doesn't matter if I can't take anything out. I'm not taking anything outside. I'm eating directly inside." After passing through 2 heavy iron doors and turning a corner, his view suddenly opened up. He had arrived at the sorting area. In the center of the open space, several small mountains of parts were piled up. Broken alloy blades, shattered armor fragments, bent mech joints, scattered bolts, and nuts. All made of metal. Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. "This is your workstation." Scarface Lee pointed to a row of iron tables at the edge of the area. Behind the tables stood 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all focused on their work. A short, stout, bald man was manually straightening a bent iron pipe, seeming to use a great deal of strength. Next to him, a tall, thin person wearing thick gloves was swiftly tossing parts into different bins, displaying a skillful technique that indicated they were an experienced worker. The third man was a middle-aged individual in his 40s, silently working without uttering a word. Among the 2 women, one in her 30s had short hair and a loud voice that could be heard throughout the sorting area, complaining that the materials allocated to her were too fragmented. The other was a young girl in her 20s with a ponytail, quietly sorting through parts with her head bowed. Scarface Lee patted Su Ming on the shoulder. "The work isn't hard. Sort by material. Iron goes with iron, copper goes with copper, and alloy with alloy. Once sorted, push them to the display area over there. Military transport vehicles come every 2 days to collect them for remelting and manufacturing. He pointed to the relatively fragmented parts pile in front of Su Ming and added, don't try to lift heavy items, your build can't handle it. Just work on these fragmented pieces, you do your job honestly, and you'll get paid. Su Ming nodded vigorously, his attitude exceedingly agreeable. Seeing how obedient Su Ming was, Scarfacely snorted and turned to leave. Su Ming watched the foreman walk away, and then slowly turned to face the mountain of parts that belonged to him. He took a deep breath. This immense fortune finally belonged to him, Su Ming. Time to feast. He casually picked up the most inconspicuous ordinary steel screw from the pile, about the size of his thumb, weighing just a few grams. Pretending to examine the quality of the screw, he discreetly pressed his left palm against it. Devour. His palm warmed slightly, and the familiar force of attraction activated once more. The countdown began. He maintained a calm expression while using his right hand to continue sorting other parts, his left hand naturally hanging at his side, gripping the screw. 1 minute passed. The screw in his palms silently transformed into a fine powder of iron, quietly slipping through his fingers. Ding. Devoured a small amount of low-carbon steel product. Skin becomes tougher, quality 0.001 minimum. The minimum wasn't surprising, anything weighing a few grams could yield some points. The key point was, he could devour it. And without anyone noticing. Su Ming felt determined and began to speed up his sorting. His eyes scanned the pile of parts like a scanner while his hands weighed each fragment he handled. A copper terminal about the thickness of his thumb weighed around half a tael. He pressed his left palm against it. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured copper-based conductor material, quality 0.0. A broken piece of alloy frame, palm-sized and heavy, probably weighing a pound. He flipped it over, pretending to identify the material markings on it, while his left palm was already pressed. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured medium carbon alloy steel component, quality 0.05. Su Ming didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to sort. Next piece. A solid bearing seat about the size of a fist, made of pure steel with only slight oxidation on the surface. It weighed about 1.5 pounds. His left hand held it steadily. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured high carbon bearing steel. Quality point gain 0.7. The corners of his mouth could no longer be contained. He quickly lowered his head, using the task of sorting parts to disguise his imminent smile. He was bubbling with joy inside. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 5, 0, 7. This was just the beginning. He glanced at the pile of parts in front of him, which resembled a small mountain. Just the pile at his workstation weighed well over several hundred pounds. And this was merely a small fraction of the daily processing volume in the sorting area. The daily throughput of the entire scrapyard was measured in tons. Su Ming forcefully suppressed his inner excitement and continued to bury himself in work. His left hand had been continuously busy, sorting one batch, casually eating a piece, sorting another batch, then eating again. His movements were natural and smooth, as if he were already a seasoned employee. There was a hint of sneakiness, but it didn't matter. He was winning big. The short-haired lady next to him glanced at him and shouted, "Hey young man, you work pretty fast." Su Ming looked up and smiled, showing an innocent expression. "I'm used to it. I often move things around in school." The lady responded with an oath, thinking that this student, though thin, seemed quite capable, and didn't inquire further. Su Ming continued to immerse himself in hard work. No, he was immersed in hard eating. Half an hour passed. Taking advantage of the moment, he bent down. He secretly summoned the interface to take a glance. Quality points 382. Half an hour, nearly 4 points. And these were all small fragments the size of a palm or a fist. He didn't even dare touch the real large pieces. At this rate, if calculated over a full workday of 8 hours, conservatively, he could earn 50 to 60 points. If he were lucky enough to encounter a few high-purity large pieces, breaking 100 in a day was possible. Su Ming raised his head, fixating his gaze on the distant heavy material area where the discarded armor plates and mech wreckage piled up like real mountains. He swallowed hard. Over there was the true main course. But not now. Scarfacely said not to go to the heavy materials area. On his first day, he couldn't draw attention. He had to keep his cool and develop stealthily. Su Ming lowered his head and grasped a steel pipe remnant about the length of a forearm. His palm warmed up and the countdown began. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the perimeter of the sorting area. Su Ming's peripheral vision caught a glimpse. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform walked over. He wore a silver inspection badge on his chest, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle. Behind the man were two assistants carrying precision scanning equipment. The short-haired lady paused her movements and quietly mumbled, "Damn, they've come for a random inspection." The inspection team consisted of 3 individuals. The leader, a middle-aged man named Lu Feng, was in his 40s and a veteran of the factory, known for his stern and impartial demeanor. Behind him, 2 assistants carried portable scanning devices, their black metal bodies marked with the Southern Military District's identification number. The atmosphere in the sorting area shifted instantly. The short-haired woman who had been swearing fell silent and focused on her work. The bald, muscular man lightened his grip on the iron pipe. The quiet, ponytailed girl didn't even dare to lift her head. He calmly released his grip, tossing the steel pipe into the sorting bin. Most of the parts in the scrap yard were standard equipment discarded by the military. All were made of high-grade military steel, inherently pure. The system prompts were nothing like when it consumed that scrap metal, which required purification and impurity separation. High purity meant almost no waste residue remained. Occasionally he encountered parts with oxidized rust on the surface. After consumption, his palm would be dusted with a hint of fine rust-colored powder. He casually swept it into the pile of debris at the bottom of the scrap heap. The inspector scanned the workstations, his gaze lingering on each individual for 2 seconds. He then nodded to his assistant. Power on routine scan. The assistant activated the device and a handheld scanning stick extended. It was similar to airport security checks in his past life, but larger in size, with the scanning head emitting a faint blue light. The scan began with the bald, muscular man. The stick circled around his body and the device emitted a steady beep. Green light. Passed. Short-haired woman. Green light. Tall and thin man. Green light. The middle-aged man and the ponytailed girl also received green lights. It was now Su Ming's turn. He stood up straight, letting his hands fall naturally at his sides, wearing the classic expression of an honest student. The scanning stick began moving down from the top of his head. After passing his shoulders, green light. At the chest level. Beep, beep, beeped. The red light flashed furiously. Before the scanning stick could move further down, the device's buzzer erupted, the shrill alarm echoing throughout the sorting area. All eyes shot toward him. The assistant jumped, thinking the device had malfunctioned, and scanned down again. Waist. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beeped. Thigh. Beep, 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 beeped. The alarm grew increasingly frantic, the red light flashing as if it were New Year's. Lu Feng's expression darkened instantly. Stop. He raised his hand, and the two assistants immediately stepped back, half a step, their hands resting on their waists. The sorting area fell silent, with only the sound of the wind audible. The short-haired woman gaped, her eyes darting between Su Ming and the inspector. The bald, muscular man instinctively stepped aside, creating distance from Su Ming. Scarly had somehow already run over. He stared at Su Ming, his face pale. Kid, what have you got on you? Su Ming looked bewildered. I didn't bring anything. Didn't bring anything. You are the only one in the entire sorting area triggering the alarm. Lu Feng fixed his gaze on the scanning device's screen, waiting for the data to finish processing. Beep. The screen clearly displayed a line of small text: detected unusually high-density material, suspected core material of a miniature explosive armor-piercing projectile. Don't move. You brought a miniature armor-piercing projectile in a... The two assistants behind Lu Feng reacted swiftly, drawing electric shock guns aimed directly at Su Ming. Damn it. Did I let a spy in? Scarred Li's face turned pale, feeling as if his own face had been... He shouted angrily, pulling out a short-handled defensive electric gun from his waist, the barrel flashing with blue arcs of electricity, firmly aimed at Su Ming's head. Kid, do you want to die, eh? It was the thought running through everyone's mind. Being caught with contraband in a military-affiliated scrap yard meant certain death, or at the very least severe consequences. However, at this tense moment, Su Ming's reaction surprised everyone. He remained calm, without panic or argument, slowly raising his hands with a confused expression. His demeanor was innocent, like a countryside boy entering the city for the first time. The acting skills honed from 3 years as a top student reached their peak at this moment. Su Ming also felt speechless. Armor-piercing projectile. Do I look like someone capable of such things? I'm just consuming those scrap screws from your workstation, brother. He mimicked the standard pose he had seen in police films, raising his hands above his head, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, before finally resting on the furious Scarred Li's tone, filled with grievance. Brothers, what's going on here? Uncle Liam just a waste who has awakened to increasing heaviness. Didn't you check my files yesterday? This single statement froze Scarred Li's finger, which was about to pull the trigger. It dawned on him. Grade increasing heaviness, side effect osteoporosis. A guy who was constantly getting heavier and whose bones were becoming more fragile could do what? Be a spy. What kind of spy has such a suicidal talent? Thinking about how he almost shot a frayed waist, Scarred Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. He was not an unreasonable person, but the instrument could not lie. The instrument detected high-density material in your body, Lu Feng said coldly. High density. Su Ming appeared to have heard a colossal joke, then sighed bitterly, his entire demeanor drooping. He pointed at his leg, his face full of sorrow, his acting seamless. Brother, my talent is just to constantly increase my mass. In simpler terms, I just get heavier. I was over 70 kilograms originally, and just a few days after awakening I'm close to 100 kilograms. In a few years I'll crush myself to death. 200 pounds. The short-haired woman blurted out, You. Sister, that's just the advantage of my talent. Su Ming forced a bitter smile. Weight increases, but my physique doesn't change. My bones are getting heavier, and sooner or later, His heartfelt confession drew sympathetic gazes from the surrounding workers. Sigh, this young man looks decent. How can his fate be so hard? Awakening is like gambling. Luckily, I did. Seeing that the atmosphere had shifted in his favor, Su Ming seized the opportunity and spoke to Lu Feng. Brother, if you don't believe me, you can take me for a test. I can strip down for the test if needed. My body is just a burden. How could it hide any treasures? He actively requested a more precise scan. This candidness diminished the suspicion in Lu Feng's eyes. Follow me. Lu Feng waved his hand, leading Su Ming into a small room with a sign that read Precision Testing Room. In the center of the room stood a larger military medical scanner. Lie down. Without hesitation, Su Ming complied and lay down obediently. As the device powered on a virtual projection unfolded before Lu Feng, displaying a real-time imaging of Su Ming's body. The military medical device activated, scanning from Su Ming's chest down to his ankles. The skeletal images on the screen refreshed frame by frame. A few minutes later, Lu Feng's gaze darted between the screen and Su Ming's somewhat thin physique. Today's imaging left him dumbfounded. Su Ming's heart also sank. He hurried over to take a look. It was indeed outrageous. A normal person's skeleton appeared gray and semi-transparent under the medical device. One could see the dark shadow of the bone marrow cavity, resembling a hollow brick. Su Ming's bones were not like that. The skeleton displayed on the screen presented an extraordinarily uniform pure white. There were no gaps, no phantom of the bone marrow cavity. Oh, everything fit seamlessly. What did it resemble? It looked somewhat like the most standard solid load-bearing components in a factory. Having added so much mass, the change in density was imperceptible to the naked eye, but under the military scanner nothing could hide. Brother, don't mention it. Su Ming quickly adjusted his expression to that of a proud but unfortunate loser looking pained. In just a few days since awakening, my weight has already increased by nearly 20 pounds. The physique shows no change, or it turns out it all went into my bones. He patted his calf, producing a dull sound. Lu Feng ignored him and directly called up Su Ming's personal academic file. The system in this testing room was connected to the Federal Military Trust Network. Su Ming's grade increasing heaviness. Lu Feng stared at the records on the file, his brow furrowed. Side effect: osteoporosis. He suddenly turned sharply and walked 2 steps to the scanner, magnifying the skeletal imaging threefold. The solid iron-cast skeleton on the screen, juxtaposed with the words osteoporosis, appeared absurd, like a cruel joke. Kid, your file doesn't match the test results. Lu Feng's voice dropped slightly, yet it carried even more pressure than before. Osteoporotic people have bones like this. Give me an explanation. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized he had overlooked this detail. He maintained a bewildered expression on his face. Huh, no way. How about testing again? Lu Feng performed another test. The result was the same. Abnormal bone density, and the reference level given by the device was cast iron level. Su Ming scratched his head, looking completely innocent. I'm not lying. I was indeed great on the day I awakened. Many teachers and students can attest to that. Moreover, I felt my bones were a bit soft that day. But these past few days I feel like my bones have been getting harder. This left Lu Feng dumbfounded. He had been conducting inspections for over 10 years and had never encountered such a situation. The file stated he had grade waste talent with a side effect of osteoporosis. Yet the instrument displayed a bone density higher than that of a grade enhancer. Suddenly a term flashed through his mind: secondary mutation. What? No way. Lu Feng abruptly looked up, re-examining the somewhat dazed youth before him. This time his gaze no longer carried an interrogative intent. Instead, it was filled with deep self-doubt and an absurd sense of disbelief. Second mutation. Lu Feng had only seen this term in rare case compilations within the military. Indeed, the federal database recorded instances of unknown evolution of innate abilities post-awakening. But without exception, these cases all occurred in rank geniuses. Ken and Frank. Also mutate. From osteoporosis to osteophyte formation. What the hell kind of mutation is this? Jumping from one pit into another. Lu Feng rubbed his temples. He glanced at Su Ming's sincere yet pitiful face. Then he looked at the absurd data on the screen indicating bone density, cast iron level. A bizarre yet logically coherent thought emerged. This kid's frank talent might really have undergone an unknown secondary evolution. Su Ming felt a chill in his heart under Lu Feng's scrutinizing gaze. Luga, what? What's wrong? Did you discover something? Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of hesitation, as if he himself couldn't believe it. Your situation could possibly be a secondary mutation. Su Ming looked confused and cautiously asked, What is a secondary mutation? I don't know much about it either. Lu Feng looked at him as if he were a rare animal, but if I'm not mistaken, you've hit the jackpot. No, you've encountered a lifetime of bad luck. You've encountered an extremely rare secondary mutation. What is that? Mutation. Su Ming's eyes widened, his innocent demeanor seamless. Lu Feng pointed at the file and then at the screen. You definitely have the side effects of osteoporosis. However, your weight has increased too rapidly, and your body instinctively triggered a compensatory mechanism to prevent skeletal collapse. Lu Feng regarded him with the gaze of one examining a medical specimen. To put it simply, your bones are crazily absorbing calcium, undergoing high-density proliferation. This guy really managed to rationalize it. Su Ming's heart stirred, but on the surface he scratched his head more nervously. I didn't quite understand, but it feels like a good thing. Lu Feng's eyes held a mix of pity and mockery. Sounds impressive, right? If you keep gaining weight at this rate, when your weight reaches a ton, how will your heart pump blood? Can your blood vessels withstand it? By then you might even struggle to lift a finger. Su Ming opened his mouth, gasping in shock then. Does that mean yeah, just a different way to die? Lu Feng concluded. Previously you were crushed by yourself, now you will suffocate in these bones, ultimately becoming a motionless human statue. What the hell? Isn't this just a chronic suicide talent? Su Ming's face turned pale, instantly feeling drained of strength, about to collapse. Forget it. Lu Feng, seeing his soul had left his body, felt it inappropriate to further shock him. Since the source of the alarm was his own skeleton, logically it made sense. He didn't want to further distress a dying person. He quickly searched Su Ming's body, confirming he carried nothing, then typed a note in the remarks section of the inspection report. This employee's physique is questionable, talent suspected to have undergone secondary petrification mutation, continuous observation is advised. Then he patted Su Ming on the shoulder, his eyes full of sympathy. Alright, go back. While you can still move, eat whatever you want, just don't cause trouble. Okay. Su Ming nodded, dazed, and as he passed by he specifically glanced at Lu Feng's work badge, squeezing out a gratitude-laden smile that looked worse than crying. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned around, looking at Lu Feng with eyes full of hope. Lu Gu, you're well informed. Is there any way to save my talent? Or is there a way to force my body to adapt to this weight gain? Lu Feng was taken aback. You're asking me if there's a— No. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hands, somewhat incoherent. Let me rephrase. Is there a way to make this seem a bit more normal? Even if my body is turning upside down, can others not see it? Or is there some explanation that can make it not seem so monstrous when I explain it to others? I really don't want to be looked at with those kinds of eyes again. By the end, Su Ming's voice had taken on a sobbing. Lu Feng understood. This wasn't a plea for help, this was a request for a way to live like a human. Are you afraid that once people know, they'll treat you like a lab rat for dissection? Su Ming neither nodded nor shook his head, only managing a bitter smile. I just want to live a bit more normally. Lu Feng fell silent. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and took a deep breath. It's not impossible unless your life is resilient enough to defy the heavens. What? Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, his desperate wish reaching its peak. Re-evolution can also be called continuous evolution. Lu Feng said slowly, the secondary mutation has already occurred. No one knows if there will be a third or fourth. If you're incredibly lucky and the next evolution can completely fix the side effects, then you can survive. By that time you won't need to explain anything to anyone. Just standing there will be the best explanation. As long as the speed of your physical evolution can keep pace with the rate of your weight gain, you won't die, and you might even gain terrifying power. But this is merely the theoretical conjecture of mad scholars. In reality, whose genes can endure such boundless mutations? Su Ming's face dimmed again, turning into a bitter smile. Re-evolution? Lu Gu, isn't that equivalent to saying nothing? I'm in frank waste. Having one mutation is already a stroke of luck, and you expect a second one. Lu Feng patted Su Ming on the shoulder, his tone resembling a final farewell. Alright, stop comforting yourself with those ethereal theories. If you truly want to find a life-saving method, unless you can join the Federal Supreme Gene Research Institute, those crazy professors might be able to provide you with some special medication to delay petrification. Thank you, Lu Gu. Once I get my paycheck, if I'm not paralyzed, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Alright, hurry and leave now. While you can still move, go back and eat and drink what you need. Su Ming turned and exited the inspection room. His face was devoid of the flattery and gratitude from before. The corners of his mouth began to rise higher. Secondary mutation. Continuous mutation. There really is a theory that makes sense. Lu Gu, you are my benefactor. Not only did you help me find a way out, but you also helped me wear the right disguise. In the future, if anyone asks why I'm so stiff, I'll just say it's another mutation. If you ask me why I can mutate, I'm in frank waste. How would I know why? I'm just as desperate to survive. He looked back at the door of the inspection room. This meal must be paid for. When Su Ming returned to the sorting area, everyone's gaze towards him had changed. No longer disdain or ridicule, but rather pity and sympathy. A young man who knows he won't live long, yet is still striving to earn money for calcium tablets. How inspirational. The short-haired woman had red eyes. What a poor child, looking so human-like. The bald, strong man fell silent, eventually blurting out a line. Awakening is essentially gambling with one's life. Luckily, I didn't succeed in awakening back then, otherwise if I ended up with this talent. The ponytailed girl secretly wiped her eye corner. Su Ming stood there bearing the sympathetic gazes from all directions. He suddenly understood the joy of contestants in talent shows from his previous life who sold their tragic stories. So refreshing. As Scardly watched Su Ming surrounded by a group of workers being comforted, his expression was, he was a branked enhancement type super strength, purely strength-oriented, and understood the importance of the body better than anyone. Had he not met the boss, he would still be collecting protection fees in the eastern city, muddling through life. He understood better than anyone what life was like for the underclass. Seeing Su Ming's optimistic spirit of living towards death stirred something deep within him. Little Su, he rarely held back from cursing. From now on, you'll sort over in that corner. It's all short distances, no need to move back and forth, saving some strength. Lunch is provided, eat as much as you want, don't hold back. Scardly pointed to a corner in the west of the sorting area. It was not only quiet, undisturbed, but most important, next to it leaned a 3-meter-high mountain of waste, all scrap armor vehicle shells and chassis parts. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. It wasn't a facade, he was truly stunned. This scarred face actually had some warmth. Su Ming felt a twinge of emotion. In 3 years of crossing, the school was filled with mockery and exploitation. His only girlfriend immediately followed Zhao Qua. Yet this scarred, foul-mouthed foreman offered him a pure kindness. Thank you, Uncle Li. Scardly sighed heavily and turned to leave. Su Ming watched his figure disappear at the end of the sorting area, then slowly turned around facing the 3-meter-high mountain of waste. Armor vehicle shells, chassis stamp parts, military-grade alloy fragments, packed tightly resembling a small vein of minerals. Su Ming's grateful gaze began to transform. Single-person self-service meal VIP box. Haji Li, you're such a good person. He didn't hesitate, nodding as he walked over. Thus Su Ming, under the sympathetic gazes of everyone, gained his own exclusive canteen. In the time that followed, he completely unleashed himself. Broken alloy frames, rusty armor bolts, bent mecha connectors. All were hearty dishes. Devour. His palm warmed. 1 minute. Ding. Devouring high-strength bearing steel remnants. Quality points 0. 8. He calmly shook off the fine iron powder left in his palm into the scrap heap at his feet, casually picking up the next piece. Ding. Devouring tungsten steel alloy cutting waste. Quality points 2. 1. The warmth in his palm felt even more pronounced. His left hand had already touched a twisted drive shaft. Ding. Devouring high-toughness alloy drive component. Quality points 8. 8. Next piece. A piece of armor fragment, palm thick, heavy in hand, with grooves left by beast claws on the edges. Ding. Devouring special steel armor fragment. Gained quality points 12. 5. Just like that, his right hand slowly sorted screws in front. His left hand was ravenously feasting behind him. The efficiency was absurdly high. The corners of Su Ming's mouth lifted higher and higher. Eventually, he simply stopped pressing it down. After all, no one was watching in this corner. Even if someone did see, they would only think that this nearly dead young man was smiling in the face of fate. By the end of the afternoon, Scardly came to settle the accounts. Seeing that he had only sorted a measly 2 small baskets of parts, he shook his head, yet still paid him 150 for the full day's work. Take it, we continue tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Li. Su Ming took the money and gratefully left the scrapyard. Upon returning to his lower-end apartment, he immediately locked the door and eagerly summoned the panel. Host Su Ming, Realm First Stage, Black Iron Life, Form First Life, Form Carbon-Based, Mortal True, Quality 94. 72 kilograms, Quality Points 198. 65 Promotion Progress 9. 472. Looking at the nearly 200 quality points balance, Su Ming's breath became heated. One day, just one day, if these quality points were converted into pure iron, it would be nearly 200 kilograms. Su Ming decisively made a thought. At all points. Allocate all points. Su Ming concentrated his thoughts. 198. 65 quality points were immediately poured in. Boom. A surge of heat far more powerful than the last time erupted from the depths of his body, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. Bones, muscles, fascia. Every cell in his body trembled, compressed, and reorganized madly under this torrent of heat. No longer were there faint creaking sounds from deep within his bones. Instead, there was a muffled thud, as if steel bars were being forcibly twisted, becoming heavy and dense inch by inch. The numbers on the panel were wildly fluctuating. Actual quality 94. 72 kilograms. 150 kilograms. 220 kilograms. 293. 37 kilograms. Promotion progress 29. 337. Eventually, as everything calmed down, Su Ming's actual quality stably settled at 293. 37 kilograms. Almost 300 kilograms. Su Ming slowly stood up. The concrete floor beneath him let out a faint groan under the heavy burden. He moved his neck, producing a dull cracking sound between his joints. His physique was still that of a slender youth standing at 185 centimeters. But upon closer inspection, his previously thin shoulders were now supported by a layer of muscle. There were some firm lines allowing him to shed the past image of being frail. He attempted to clench his fist, his knuckles hard, as if grasping 2 iron lumps. He casually swung a fist forward, and the force tore through the air, producing a deep, booming sound. Ooh! Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. With the physical limits of an ordinary level enhancer, a punch could unleash at least mid-tiered level power. And this was merely a pure quality crush without any combat techniques. His quality was still increasing at a rate of 1% daily. What does 293 kilograms signify? The weight of an adult brown bear. Under the same volume, the density of an average person is about just over 1,000. His current density was already nearing 4,000, is situated between aluminum and titanium alloy. It felt as if this was no longer a value that carbon-based life forms should possess. A level enhancer's punch probably couldn't even break his skin. Su Ming rolled up his pant leg and scraped at his calf with his fingernail. The surface of his skin didn't even leave a red mark. He then pinched the inner thigh where the skin is one of the soft, a slight sting. But the force he applied was sufficient to snap steel bars with bare hands. If this were his past life, he would be the real-life Superman. Zhao Kui, you better wait for me. Su Ming glanced at the rolled-up mattress in the corner and simply sat cross-legged on the cold concrete floor. With a weight of 300 kilograms, that broken bed would surely collapse. All right. Su Ming clapped his hands and closed his eyes to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, Su Ming was awakened by a series of violent knocking on the door. Su Ming, you little brat. Get out here. A woman's shrill scream came from outside the door belonging to the landlord of this building, a hefty woman weighing 200 pounds. Su Ming blinked as he lay on the ground. The landlord's urgency for rent was always more punctual than an ambulance. He climbed up and walked to the door to open it. Outside stood a short, stout, middle-aged woman with permed hair, clutching a set of keys, her face full of malice. Behind her were two scruffy young men. One was a skinny guy with dyed yellow hair smoking a cigarette with a frivolous gaze. The other was a robust guy with a square face, his arms clearly belonging to someone not ordinary. Su Ming took a glance. The yellow-haired one was an ordinary person. The square-faced one seemed interesting. His aura was heavy, likely a low-tier enhancer. What does awakening mean? Serving as a dog for these people is no different from before awakening. It's all about selling the cheapest labor. Fortunately, he had a system. This commotion attracted many curious neighbors peeking from the corridor. They hid behind door cracks, whispering, their eyes filled with sympathy for Su Ming. The hefty woman shouted sharply as she barged into the room. I heard your orphan subsidy has been completely stopped. No $800 left. What will you use to pay rent? Huh. Her voice echoed through the entire corridor. If you can't pay rent today, then pack your things and get out. Before she finished speaking, she froze. The room was empty. One mattress, a few pieces of clothing, and a basin. The iron bed was gone. Where's my bed? The hefty woman's voice rose an octave, turning sharply to glare at Su Ming. Did you sell my bed? Su Ming's mouth twitched, unsure how to explain. Should he say he consumed it? The deposit of 300 is non-refundable. And you owe me 500 more. That bed was over 10 kilograms. It was passed down from my ancestors. The hefty woman crossed her arms, blocking the doorway, spitting out words. Living in my house, selling my bed, and your subsidy is stopped. Are you planning to default on my rent? Su Ming wiped the spittle from his face. And I will by the end of the month. Don't talk to me about the end of the month. The hefty woman waved her hand, nodding towards the two outside. If the money isn't in my hands today, you can get the hell out. Several heads peeked out in the corridor. Hey, I heard that kid awakened a useless talent. He offended a rich second generation, and now even the subsidy is stopped. Isn't this a death sentence? The whispers were filled with sympathy, but no one dared to step forward. Kid, did you hear? Wang Jia wants you gone, so hurry up and pack your things. The yellow-haired thug sneered as he stepped into the room, reaching for Su Ming's collar. The neighbors sighed collectively, as if foreseeing the tragic fate of the youth being kicked out. However, Su Ming did not dodge or evade his gaze, cold, allowing that greasy hand to grab his collar. The yellow-haired thug suddenly exerted force, attempting to pull down the slender youth. The next moment, the sneer on his face froze. He couldn't budge. The yellow-haired thug was taken aback, exerting force again. Su Ming stood there, his feet seemingly rooted to the floorboards. He couldn't be moved, not even swayed. Could an ordinary person really pull nearly 600 pounds? Those who doubt can go try pulling a refrigerator. The smile on the yellow-haired thug's face completely froze. Su Ming lightly shook his shoulder. A heavy recoil force surged. The yellow-haired thug's right hand trembled violently, his wrist feeling as if it had been slammed against an iron door, producing a sharp crack. Off. The yellow-haired thug screamed, retreating several steps, clutching his wrist, his face turning pale from the pain. The neighbors outside widened their eyes. What happened? This yellow-haired thug looked arrogant, but turned out to be a softie. You useless trash, do you dare to fight back? The square-faced thug walked in through the door. Although he didn't understand how the yellow-haired thug was hurt. But he and the yellow-haired thug were not on the same level. He was a genuine black iron-level warrior. Having awakened the arm strength amplification talent, he could hold his own here. He pulled out a pair of steel knuckles from his pocket, skillfully slipping them onto his right fist, his gaze ferocious. Kid, you're asking for it, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, he sank his weight, his right arm's muscles suddenly bulging. The steel knuckles brought a dull whooshing sound directly crashing towards Su Ming's chest. This punch was enough to smash through a brick wall. He intended to incapacitate this ungrateful kid in one blow. Facing this black iron-level warrior's punch, Su Ming still did not dodge. He didn't even change his stance. Bang! The punch struck solidly at Su Ming's sternum. The sound was muffled. The anticipated scene of shattered bones and blood spitting did not occur. The square-faced thug's expression went through 3 stages in an instant. Fierce, astonished, then terrified. The feedback from his wrist felt wrong. It was too hard. This was not the sensation flesh and blood should have. Was he really hitting a person? His entire right arm went numb. Su Ming remained completely still. He merely glanced down at his school uniform, thankfully undamaged. Then his gaze fell on the square-faced thug's face, which was already beginning to pale. Is that all? Su Ming raised his right hand. Casually, as if swatting a fly, he slapped down with a light motion. It didn't use much strength. But with nearly 300 kilograms of actual quality, even a casual swing, the acceleration multiplied by the mass. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The 180-pound bald man was like being hit by a speeding truck flying sideways across the room. He crashed heavily against the wall opposite the corridor, producing a loud bang, and the wall plaster fell off in chunks. Then he slid down the wall to the ground, his left cheek, swelling visibly, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. The entire place fell silent. The neighbors outside gaped, their eyes almost popping out. The yellow-haired thug's legs went weak, collapsing against the doorframe. Su Ming shook his hand and turned to look at the already frightened hefty landlord. The hefty landlord's entire body trembled, watching Su Ming approach. Step by step, her legs went soft, and she plopped down onto the ground. What? What do you want? Murder? Help! Su Ming stopped before her, looking down at her from above. According to the contract, I should stay until the end of the month. If you dare to kick my door again within 7 days. He paused, revealing a smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Then you can only go to the underworld to be a landlord, and see if the king of hell will give you your deposit back. A warmth spread between the hefty woman's legs, seeping down her pants, creating a small dark stain on the concrete floor. A foul odor wafted through the corridor. Su Ming expressionlessly closed the door with a bang. Outside, there was a 3-second silence, followed by the sound of the hefty woman rolling and crawling down the stairs, and the yellow-haired thug dragging the nearly incapacitated square-faced thug in a desperate escape. In the corridor, the onlooking neighbors collectively stepped back, looking at the tightly closed door, their eyes no longer filled with sympathy, only reverence. Su Ming leaned against the door panel, shaking his right hand. That slap just now really didn't use much force, so otherwise that thug's cervical vertebra would have snapped on the spot. In this world, he finally had the ability to protect himself. Su Ming felt very pleased. He called out the panel again and took a look at today's passive growth. Actual quality 296. 3 kilograms. After allocating points last night and sleeping, the 1% daily increase had taken effect, gaining nearly 3 kilograms overnight. Tomorrow he would break 300. Su Ming closed the panel, shook the dust off the mattress, and made it up again. He stepped out to work. As he went downstairs, the entire building was oddly quiet. Normally, the elderly chatting in the corridor were nowhere to be seen today. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, not mine. He stepped towards the Xingho waste disposal plant. Today it was time for a second hearty meal. Jiang City No. 1 courtyard. The most expensive villa area under the Zhao Group, with a starting price of 10 million federal dollars for a single unit. Zhao Kuo was sitting on the leather sofa in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, tightly gripping a communicator with a grim expression. What did you say? Flown away. On the other end of the communicator, a voice with a sobbing tone came through. Bro, it's really not that we can't. That guy must have taken some kind of drug. When Lao Hu punched him, it was like hitting an iron plate, and then he just slapped him away. A slap. Lao Hu flew straight out, lost 3 teeth, and is still lying in the hospital. Zhao Kuo hung up the communicator and slammed it onto the coffee table. And grade waste, a person with osteoporosis, and yet he could slap a black iron-level warrior of his down. After awakening, Su Ming hadn't returned to school for 2 days. He initially thought of cutting off this waste's place of residence, forcing him to kneel in the streets and plead. Unexpectedly, the people he sent were instead incapacitated. Something's off. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brows and paced back and forth. Su Ming's talent, let alone hitting someone, made walking difficult. But the blonde said he was heavy. Very heavy. Could it be that this waste's rate of gaining weight is faster than what's on the records? Hey. Zhao Kuo muttered to himself and then sneered. So what? Just being heavy is fine. A meatball that only gets heavier. My scrayed lava fire can turn it into a pile of ash in no time. Just as he was thinking, the bedroom door behind him opened. Lu Ruyan emerged wrapped in a silk bathrobe, her long hair slightly damp, having just finished taking a shower. The bathrobe hung loosely on her shoulders with curves below her collarbone faintly visible. She had moved into No. 1 courtyard these past 2 days under the pretext of dual cultivation residence. Zhao Kuo's gaze immediately fixated on her, and his earlier irritation towards Su Ming dissipated by 3 points. He reached out unceremoniously, pulling Lu Ruyin in at her waist. His palm landed on the smooth curve that the bathrobe couldn't cover, squeezing it heavily. The feel was astonishing, slippery, yet full of elasticity like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. Lu Ruyin stiffened, shooting him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling. "What are you doing?" "I just finished showering." Her voice was sweet and soft. Zhao Kuo's heart fluttered. "You little enchantress, you nearly took my life last night." Lu Ruyin lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, displaying a shy demeanor. Her grade talent fortune accompaniment was even more powerful than she had anticipated. In just 2 days of moving into No. 1 courtyard, she could already feel her perception of energy rapidly enhancing. With good food, comfortable living, ample training resources, and the passive absorption of fortune, she could nearly see the bronze realm beckoning her. Half a year. At most half a year. As for feeding Zhao Kuo back, she had figured out a little, but how could she truly give? That fool was merely a stepping stone for her to ascend higher. There were plenty of ways to toy with him. Zhao Kuo had yet to feel any substantial acceleration in his cultivation. He knew very well that in the initial stages talent merely opened a door. The subsequent stages required a large amount of comprehension potions and exotic beast crystals to nourish. He wasn't in a hurry, because Lu Ruyin told him that fortune accompaniment needed time to blend. Initially focusing on accumulation, it would only explode later. Zhao Kuo believed it. What reason did he have not to believe? This woman was indeed exceptional, and he felt he had struck gold. Although he hadn't tried the so-called charm system, Lu Ruyin had already made him unable to resist. And Scrade genius matched with an grade partner talent. A match made in heaven. The entire Jiang city was saying so. Lu Ruyin nestled in Zhao Kuo's arms, casually asking, "Whose call was that just now? Your face looks terrible." "That wastes Su Ming." Zhao Kuo recounted the matter, finishing with a cold snort. "I don't know what he's taken, but his weight has skyrocketed absurdly. He actually had the strength to slap Lao Hu away." Lu Ruyin's eyes flashed with surprise. That waist still had this kind of strength. She could be said to know Su Ming better than anyone else in the world. 3 years of sitting at the same table, she knew everything about that man clearly. He could hold his temper, endure, and never did anything without confidence. Doesn't he have the side effect of osteoporosis? Leaning against Zhao Kuo, Lu Ruyin subtly guided the topic deeper. Who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon? Zhao Kuo snorted coldly. But it doesn't matter in the arena. What use is immense power? My lava fire can turn him to ash without him even touching it. But what if? There is no what if. Zhao Kuo interrupted her, his eyes turning fierce. However, he picked up the communicator and dialed another number. "Dad, can you help me get a couple of things? A set of Crade fire armor, and a few fire-type exotic beast crystals." On the other end there was a 2-second silence before Zhao's father's voice came through. "You spend money like it's burning. What do you need them for?" "For the college entrance examination arena." "And Dad, listen to me, I have a girlfriend now." "Alright, as expected, he'll send someone to the black market in the south right away. By the way, he'll transfer you another 100,000 for some supplements. Our Zhao family has plenty in that regard, you know what I mean." After hanging up, Zhao Kuo turned to Lu Ruyin, his eyes filled with determination. "In 5 days I want Su Ming to kneel in front of the entire school. No matter how tough his bones were, they couldn't compare to lava." Lu Ruyin leaned against his shoulder, obediently replying with an She suddenly recalled the 3 years spent with Su Ming. That man never spoke harshly, never lost his temper. He was too gentle for a martial arts world person. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. She had already chosen Zhao Kuo. Winners take all, losers are out. The rules of this world have always been that simple. Meanwhile, in the early morning, Su Ming arrived again at the Xinghe waste disposal plant. As soon as he stepped into the sorting area, he keenly felt that something was off with today's atmosphere. All the workers looked at him with eyes filled with the compassion of hospice care. "Little Su is here." The short-haired woman saw him, her eyes turning red, and quickly walked over. Without saying a word, she shoved 2 still warm boiled eggs into his hands. "Take them while they're hot. They are from home for calcium." "You child Sai?" Su Ming held the 2 eggs, feeling a bit dazed. The bald, strong man nodded at him from afar, his eyes filled with a tragic camaraderie of brother travel well. "Great." Su Ming's lips twitched. The rumor that he was twice mutated and has a short life spread faster than he had imagined. He seemed to have quite a talent for crafting personas. The foreman scarredly walked over and patted his shoulder. "Alright, don't just stand here. You can continue to stay in your area today. I'll just take a break." The tone was as if allowing a terminally ill patient to take paid leave. The little bit of touch he felt in his heart hadn't had time to ferment before it was overwhelmed by an absurd sense of irony. What else could he say? "Thank you, Uncle Lee, thank you, big sister." Su Ming felt touched, but wasn't polite. Under the sympathetic gazes of everyone, he held the 2 eggs and dove into his exclusive VIP box. The 3-meter-high mountain of waste in the corner quietly awaited his attention. Su Ming peeled an egg, and his gaze swept over the piles of armored vehicle chassis wreckage, twisted cannon barrels, and fractured track plates in front of him. All were hard dishes. He swallowed the egg white and his left hand discreetly pressed against a broken track connector. Let's feast. His palm warmed and the countdown began. 1 minute later. Ding. Devouring high manganese steel track component. Quality points 6. 7. Su Ming remained expressionless, his right hand slowly peeling the second egg from his pocket, while his left hand had already switched to the next piece of waste. Ding. Devouring high-strength alloy wheel hub. Quality points gain 9. 5. Ding. Devouring military-grade transmission shaft wreckage. Quality points gained 21. 8. Ding. Devouring. The system's crisp prompt echoed in his mind, playing the most beautiful melody. Su Ming no longer looked at the specific numbers, his mind focused solely on one thought. Eat to the max. His right hand moved symbolically, sifting through the sorting basket, while his left hand frantically outputted one piece after another without pause. A sudden thought popped into his mind. 300 kilograms of weight, why didn't he feel hungry at all? Humans are iron, food is steel. Could it be that he had truly become a literal Iron Man, living off swallowing metals? He shook his head, too lazy to think deeply. As long as there were no discomforts in his body, he wouldn't go against his stomach. His hands kept moving, and another palm-thick armor fragment was in hand with grooves left by exotic beast claws on the edges. Ding. Devouring special steel armor fragment. Quality points gained 12. 5. Su Ming finished peeling the second egg and glanced toward the heavy materials area in the distance. That was the real feast. An intact tank turret, a mech thigh taller than a person, dozens of tons of scrap ship steel. He swallowed again and withdrew his gaze. There were dedicated personnel monitoring that area plus surveillance. It wasn't the right time, better to develop in secret. In the meantime, he took a moment to bring up the panel and glanced at it. Host Su Ming, realm first tier, black iron, real weight 296. 3 kilograms, quality points 437. 25. In half a day, 400 points. At this rate, he would break 500 quality points before the end of the workday. All poured into real weight, his weight would shoot directly to 800 kilograms. Only 200 more to reach the 200 kilograms needed for the second tier bronze promotion line. If he worked hard again this afternoon, at the latest tomorrow, he would be able to touch the threshold of the second life form. Su Ming suppressed the corners of his mouth, continuing to focus on his work. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Ming had just finished devouring a transmission shaft the size of a fist when the system popped up the largest gain of the day. Ding. Devouring tungsten-based heavy alloy counterweight. Quality points 22. 4. Refreshing. Just then a low engine thrum came from the periphery of the sorting area. Su Ming looked up. A silver-gray military hover vehicle slowly descended onto the factory's helipad. The hatch opened, and a tall, dashing figure stepped out first. In a black nano-combat suit with a height of about 1.78 meters, the silver warblade emblem on the shoulder insignia. Xinqingzi. However, Su Ming's gaze only lingered on her for a second before being drawn to another person. Descending from the other side of the vehicle was a man he had never seen before. In his 20s, standing about 1.83 meters tall, dressed in a custom high-end combat suit with a handsome face. On the second floor of the main building of the Xinghe waste treatment plant, there is a reception room. Although it is called a reception room, it is actually where Shen Hanyuan usually enjoys tea and reads the news. An iron table, a few folding chairs, and 2 50-kilogram ultra-gold walnuts thrown in the corner. The decor style emphasizes a rough aesthetic. Liu Beichen walked in, raising his eyebrows slightly, but quickly restored his warm and gentle smile. He proactively pulled out the sturdiest-looking folding chair and gracefully gestured for Xinqingzi to take a seat first. Xinqingzi ignored him, found a chair for herself, stretched her long legs, and leaned back to sit down. At the main seat, Shen Hanyuan had already brewed the tea and was leisurely skimming off the foam with the cup lid. He noticed the spirited young man following behind his daughter, and his expression instantly changed. Please sit down. Shen Hanyuan held his teacup and glanced at Liu Beichen with a neutral demeanor. You are Qing's teammate. Hello, Uncle Shen. Liu Beichen slightly inclined his body, his posture appropriate. I am Liu Beichen from the Liu family in the imperial capital, a second-year student at the military university. This time I am undertaking a training mission at the entrance of the southern abyss together with Qingzi. Qingzi. Shen Hanyuan tightened his grip on the teacup. Oh, you are quite familiar. Qingzi frowned slightly. The Liu family from the imperial capital. Shen Hanyuan put down the teacup, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Which Liu family? My father is Liu Jinbong, a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. My older brother Liu Beiyuan is also working at the Research Institute. When Liu Beichen said this, his pace was neither fast nor slow, but every word carried the weight of careful polish. This is the standard introduction style of a scion from a prestigious family in the imperial capital. I don't say outright how impressive my family is, but every word I say implies that my family is indeed impressive. Shen Hanyuan sneered inwardly. From the Research Institute. Technical field, no wonder I haven't heard of it. What about your talent? Shen Hanyuan asked directly. Liu Beichen seemed to have been waiting for this question, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Strength special system, heart of magnetic origin. These 6 words were not loud, but the restrained pride in his tone was impossible to hide. Strength, which is already the starting point at the pinnacle of the entire Federation. Currently at the silver level, I have developed 2 talent sequences. Liu Beichen looked at Sun Qingzi and smiled. Like Qingzi, the understanding of the talent sequence is indeed important, but the progress in cultivation is the real hard work. I am 1 year older than Qingzi, and my rank is only 1 tier higher. Although this sounded polite, the underlying meaning was anything but. What does it matter if you are S rank? I as in strength can still overshadow you. Sun Qingzi leaned back against the chair, too lazy to engage in this conversation. This person. Her understanding of Liu Beichen was limited to teammate arranged by the mentor and someone from the imperial capital. He had always been quite low-key in school, so why did he suddenly become so talkative at her home? Shen Hanyuan nodded, his tone neutral. Strength not bad. Liu Beichen waited for 2 seconds, but when he did not receive more astonishment or inquiries as he expected, he was somewhat surprised. This retired veteran running a waste recycling station has quite a level of composure. The danger level of this trip to the abyss entrance is not low. Liu Beichen shifted the topic, looking gently at Sun Qingzi. Although the mentor arranged for a duo task, to be honest, I voluntarily applied to team up with Qingzi, because I am also concerned about her safety. Hearing this, Sun Qingzi finally spoke. Voluntarily applied. The teacher didn't say it like that. Her tone was flat. Didn't you have a beast hunting task yourself, and you just happened to come along? Liu Beichen's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. There is a task, but it's just a 4th-tier beast. He smiled. Besides, what is a task compared to your safety? Shen Hanyuan put down the teacup, producing a light sound. Good lad, quite scheming. Just a 4th-tier beast. For someone at the silver level, facing a 4th-tier beast requires all-out effort. Saying it like it's just a trip to the market. Is he just trying to show off in front of my daughter? No need. Shen Hanyuan directly interrupted. I have already prepared for Qingzi. The latest heavy-duty combat robot from the Federal Research Center can completely handle threats below the 3rd tier. Liu Beichen was taken aback. A robot? What can a waste station owner like you get that is of good quality? It's probably a low-end model meant for guarding properties that can be used to fool your daughter. Uncle Shun has considered everything. Liu Beichen flattered on the surface, but there was a hint of disbelief in his. However, although AI development has made significant progress in adaptability and battlefield judgment over the years, it still cannot be compared to humans. The battlefield is ever-changing. What if an unexpected situation arises? I am well aware of the robot's capabilities. Shen Hanyuan raised his hand to interrupt him, then shifted the topic. By the way, you came all the way from the imperial capital. You wouldn't have come empty-handed, would you? This question was quite practical. Liu Beichen felt amused. Indeed, people from small places love to take advantage. He had already inquired. Shen Qingzi entered military university from Jiang City. Her family background was average, and her father was a retired soldier who obtained a waste recycling qualification through military connections. In the circles of the 2nd generation in the imperial capital, he knew all the prominent figures, and after inquiring around, no one had heard of Shen Hanyuan. As for coming here this time, he was naturally prepared with something to break the ice. Liu Beichen took out a delicate alloy box from his nano-storage ring, handed it to the table, and opened it. The interior of the box was lined with shock-absorbent velvet. The moment the box was opened, a strong and heavy wave of energy surged out, causing the teacups in the reception room to vibrate. In the center lay a crystal the size of a thumb. It was dark purple, and energy seemed to flow slowly within it. A 1st-tier source beast crystal. Liu Beichen spoke calmly. He deliberately emphasized the word source beast. Source beasts and exotic beasts are worlds apart. Exotic beasts are products of local animals on Blue Star, being transformed by chaotic energy from the source realm with thin and mixed energy within them. Source beasts, on the other hand, come from the source realm on the other side of the void crack, wrapped in dark purple energy currents, bloodthirsty and violent, with a concentration of energy far beyond that of exotic beasts. Even a 1st-tier source beast crystal is priced above 1 million Federation coins on the market. This crystal has a metal attribute, which is extremely helpful for Qingsis, Gung metal bone blade cultivation. Liu Beichen looked at Sun Qingzi, smiling gently. Just a small token of appreciation. Sun Qingzi glanced at the crystal, her face betraying no emotion. However, Shen Hongyuan's reaction was more pronounced. Oh, the old man leaned over to take a look as if he had discovered a treasure. Source beast crystal. This thing is not cheap, young Liu. It must be worth at least 1 million, right? Although Liu Beichen felt a slight sting in his heart, seeing the just right shock on Shen Hongyuan's face made him feel it was worth it. He humbly waved his hand. Uncle Shun is too polite. Compared to Qingsis' future, this little thing is nothing. Shen Hanyuan found it amusing. 1 million. Enough for an average family in Jiang City to live on for 10 years. In a typical household, this could indeed stun someone. But he had bought that panshir for his daughter, which cost 8 million. This kid bringing $1 million worth of goods as a gift suddenly seemed less impressive. However, what was interesting was the look in this kid's eyes. After noticing that his daughter did not react, the first thing he looked at was not her, but his own country bumpkin old dad. What does this indicate? It indicates that this kid's goal was never to please his daughter, but to open the situation through his country bumpkin old. Shen Hongyuan, who also came from a rich background in his youth, found that this kid's methods of spending money to chase women were too childish in front of him. However, one should never miss a good deal. Oh dear, this is too precious. Shen Hongyuan stood up with a shocked face, quickly closing the box, and in a flash stuffing it into his pocket. The movement was done in one go. Liu Beichen. Shen Hongyuan patted Liu Beichen's shoulder with a face full of gratitude. Young Liu, you are very considerate. I will accept this on behalf of Qingci. Xiaoli, you are thoughtful. I will accept this on behalf of Qingci. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist rang. Shen Hongyuan glanced at the caller ID, his expression slightly tightening. You all carry on and I'll take this call first. As he passed by Liu Beichen, he did not forget to wink at his daughter. That gaze clearly conveyed, I have accepted the item. Now let's see your performance. Shen Qingci rubbed her forehead, realizing that her father's fondness for playing tricks hadn't changed in decades. Once Shen Hongyuan left, the heavy stone in Liu Beichen's heart fell completely. It seemed that this father had already been won over by the gift offensive. He turned to Shen Qingci, his smile becoming even gentler. Qingci, look, uncle has agreed. This time we'll go together. I've decided to go alone. Shen Qingci directly interrupted him. As for that source beast crystal, it was accepted by my dad, not me. Liu Beichen's smile froze. Qingci, do you know how much a first-tier source beast crystal enhances metal system? It can at least shorten a month of arduous training. Don't call me Qingci. Shen Qingci crossed her arms and looked at him as if he were a fool. Although she didn't know that source beast crystals were so expensive, she had been cultivating since she was 6. The total number of source beast crystals she had used was at least several dozen. Liu Beichen was left speechless. What is going on with this family? Each one of them is more unpredictable than the last. His mind raced as he decided to take a step back to advance. How about this? Liu Beichen suppressed his displeasure and changed his strategy. I'll go check out the robot that uncle prepared for you. If it really has the ability to protect you, I'll turn around and go back to school without a second thought. He wanted to see what kind of respectable item a scrapyard owner could produce. Shen Qingci thought for a moment and nodded. Yesterday she had practiced against Pancher and had an idea of its strength. Her dad also mentioned that the robot had a berserk mode. It would automatically activate in the face of fatal danger and couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. It would be just right to intimidate this arrogant guy. Follow me. The two walked one behind the other into the gravity training room on the 3rd underground level. Virum, the heavy alloy door slowly opened. When Liu Beichen saw the dark silver, humanoid robot in the center of the training room, his steps paused for the smooth lines of its armor, the precise hydraulic joints, and the sleek sensory panels all exuded a cold and refined quality that was not characteristic of civilian products. A project from the federal military industry. He was somewhat surprised. His brother worked at the Federal Research Center and had mentioned it to him. The development of military combat robots had made tremendous breakthroughs, and he hadn't believed it at the time. A scrap collector actually managed to get their hands on such cutting-edge items. Apparently, this old man isn't just an ordinary connection. Of course, it could also be second-hand goods from the military. He approached Pancher, reached out, and knocked on its chest armor, producing a dull metallic sound. Let's see it. Shen Qingci had already taken her stance. Let me see how strong your talent really is. Liu Beichen's eyes flashed with arrogance. Dealing with a hunk of metal doesn't require talent. Just as his words fell, he shot out like a leopard, delivering a punch directly to the chest of the Pancher robot. Bang! A metallic thud. The Pancher robot remained unmoved while Liu Beichen felt his arm go numb from the shock. What the hell? Why is it so hard? Before he could react, his mechanical arm transformed into an afterimage sweeping towards him. Liu Beichen hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding it. In the training room, only the dull sound of metal collisions and the rush of wind could be heard. 10 minutes later, Liu Beichen retreated to the corner, his chest slightly heaving, his expression somewhat grim. He finally understood why Shen Hongyuan was so at ease. The reaction speed, strength, and defense of this robot had nearly reached the level of a 3rd-tier silver warrior. In a purely physical fight, he could gain no advantage. How is it? Shen Qingci crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely. It's indeed strong. Liu Beichen panted, shaking his head with a smile. Uncle Shen is thoughtful. Although the smile still lingered on his face, the depths of his eyes had darkened. Strong it may be, but that is only limited to not using talent skills. His Yuan magnetic heart. The first sequence skill is a small area gravitational pressure. The second sequence skill is to create a Yuan magnetic field. Although he wasn't proficient with the second skill, yet using it to interfere with a robot's internal circuits would still be more than enough. A malicious thought silently took shape in his mind. If he could make Pan's recognition system crash and enter indiscriminate attack mode, Such a precise instrument, once the core program goes haywire, would take at least 5 days to return to the factory for repairs. By then, Shen Qing's assessment task would have long passed. He glanced outside, recalling the lower-level workers sorting through waste like ants in the factory area. If he could let this out-of-control killing machine charge into the crowd and create chaos, once several lives were lost, he could then intervene as a savior and suppress it with all his might. Not only would it make Shen Qingzi owe him a huge favor, but it would also allow him to perfectly showcase his strength and responsibility in front of her. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Who says rich second-generation kids are brainless? Liu Beichen wiped the sweat from his forehead and put on a gentle smile again. I acknowledge that this robot is indeed qualified. He walked towards Poncher, extended his right hand, and patted its shoulder armor in a gesture of friendly acknowledgement. However, beneath his palm, an extremely faint yuan magnetic fluctuation silently seeped into the seams of the dark silver armor. Liu Beichen naturally retracted his right hand. A faint wave of elemental magnetism, thinner than a strand of hair and lighter than a breath, seeped silently through the seams of the armor of the boulder and spread out quietly. Liu Beichen turned around, still wearing that gentle smile. It's a bit stuffy here. I'm going up for some fresh air. Please tell Uncle for me in a bit. Shen Qingzi didn't even look at him, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the boulder. Liu Beichen slightly inclined his body and turned to leave. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, and his breathing remained steady as ever. The moment he stepped out of the alloy door, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 3 to 5 minutes. The more sophisticated the military AI brain, the more fragile its underlying logical chain. He needed a vantage point high up. The second-floor outer corridor would suffice. Liu Beichen walked up the corridor with a composed pace. In matters of heroically rescuing the fair, maiden timing is more important than strength. 3 floors underground. In the empty training room, only Shen Qingzi and the boulder stood silently. She took out a dedicated remote control from her space wristband, aimed it at the boulder, and prepared to put it into sleep mode. At the moment her thumb pressed down. Buzz! The boulder's smooth sensor panel suddenly twitched. The originally stable deep blue light band flickered unexpectedly. Then it was replaced by blinding crimson. Warning! Warning! Core program logic disrupted. Unknown command conflict triggered. The mechanical synthesized voice was sharp and piercing, bouncing back and forth in the enclosed training room. What's happening? Shen Qing's expression changed. She pressed the emergency stop button repeatedly. There was no response. The boulder's crimson electronic eyes fixed intently on the front, and the sound of grinding gears echoed from within. Suddenly its head turned sharply, and a beam of crimson light swept from above Shen Qing's head down to her feet. Shen Qingzi tensed, her body silver light flickering between her finger bones, the gung metal bone knife poised to strike. Identity recognition. Permissions confirmed. Primary owner. Logic conflict attack on owner prohibited. Backup protocol initiated. Eliminating potential threats around the owner. The boulder's electronic eye lingered on her for less than a second before suddenly turning toward the heavy alloy door. It completely ignored her. Roar. A deep mechanical roar erupted, causing the walls of the training room to vibrate. The boulder's right arm swung out violently. With a weight of 2.5 tons combined with full power hydraulic output, it struck the special alloy door with a punch. Bang! The entire door bulged outward, and the rivets on the door frame flew off, embedding into the opposite wall. It slightly bent its legs, and its heavy hydraulic foot crushed the floor tiles. It charged at full speed down the slanted corridor leading to the ground. The floor cracked beneath its feet, spiderweb-like fissures spreading as the entire corridor trembled. There are people above. Shen Qing's expression changed drastically, and she immediately gave chase. On the ground in the sorting area on the west side. In Su Ming's exclusive VIP box, the atmosphere was exceptionally tranquil. With his left hand pressed against a twisted piece of high manganese steel track debris, a familiar warmth flowed from his palm throughout his body, so comfortable that he almost hummed. Ding. Absorbed high manganese steel track components. Quality points 6. 7. Su Ming exhaled contentedly, calling up the panel for a glance. Real quality 296. 3 kilograms. Quality points 548. 15. Still over 100 short. At this speed this afternoon, he would definitely be able to gather enough before finishing up. Then boom. A thunderous explosion resounded from the direction of the main building. Su Ming's hand trembled. He looked up and saw a large hole blasted in the outer wall of the main building. Chunks of bricks and twisted rebar shot out in all directions, dust rising to the sky. A massive dark silver figure shot out from the cloud of dust. Thud. That thing crashed heavily onto the empty ground of the outdoor sorting area, causing the ground to shake violently, and several pieces of debris beneath Su Ming's feet slid away. Everyone in the area was stunned. The short-haired woman stretched her neck in confusion, peering in that direction. What's going on? Are they conducting a fire drill? The bald, burly man also stopped his work, peering curiously. The boulder's pair of crimson electronic eyes flickered wildly, and its hydraulic legs pushed off the ground with force, launching its enormous body into the air. Its right arm swept across. A sorting workbench made of heavy steel plates weighing several hundred pounds was like paper in front of it, directly swatted away. The bald man and several workers closest to him were knocked over by the shockwave created by the rolling steel table tumbling far away. Run, run fast. Monster. It's killing people. The sorting area erupted in chaos. The short-haired woman stumbled into a pile of scrap metal, losing one shoe scrambling to get out. Lee, with the scar on his face, turned pale, shouting, "Scatter! All of you get the hell out of here!" The cries and the sounds of metal clashing blended into a cacophony. On the second-floor outer corridor, Liu Beichen stood by the railing. He looked down at the fleeing workers below, calculating the time. Just a little longer. Wait for the despairing emotions to ferment a bit more. His gaze swept across those screaming figures, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Merely ants. A few deaths won't matter. Within the sorting area, the boulder's crimson electronic eyes scanned frantically, quickly locking onto the region with the highest concentration of thermal energy and life signs. The corner where Lee with the scar and the short-haired woman were retreating. Warning. Multiple hostile targets detected. Elimination sequence initiated. The engine rumbled with a deafening roar. The 2.5 tons of steel body leaned forward, legs propelling it. It charged toward the group of workers huddled together for a lethal assault. Lee with the scar pushed the short-haired woman behind him, standing in front. His legs trembled, but he did not retreat a step. The crimson electronic eyes were already closing in 2.5 tons of steel body, stirring up a whirlwind, casting the shadow of death over them. However, at this critical moment, a slender figure seemed to tear apart space. In the blink of an eye, she appeared, firmly blocking in front of them. Shen Qingxi. She did not turn around, her legs slightly bent, her center of gravity sinking. Her long arms, wrapped in black nanocombat gear, suddenly trembled. Silver light surged between her joints. A long knife, entirely matte silver gray, emerged from her palm bones. The lines of the blade were straight and elegant, devoid of any superfluous decorations. Yet the blade edge was as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a cold glimmer. Tang hung Dao cold edge. At the moment the blade was drawn, it felt as if the air itself had been sliced open. Shen Qingxi held the knife with both hands, the tip aimed at the rushing steel behemoth. The wind whipped her hair wildly, but her figure remained as firm as a boulder, not moving an inch. The next moment would be a collision that would shake the heavens. Just as the boulder was about to come crashing down with a punch, it recognized Shen Qingxi. Ding! Highest authority confirmed. The harsh alarm blared furiously within the robot's body. Although the indiscriminate attack logic at the lower level was disrupted the moment the optical radar scanned Shen Qingxi, the AI still forcibly triggered the highest level of evasive command. The furious boulder robot forcibly retracted its right fist, capable of shattering tanks. The hydraulic joints of its legs emitted a piercing screech as it attempted to break abruptly. However, the terrifying inertia generated by its 2.4-ton steel body during high-speed sprinting could not be stopped instantly, as it defied the laws of physics. The unbalanced mechanical giant, propelled by overwhelming kinetic energy, charged straight toward Shen Qingxi with its broad and hard alloy chest. Shen Qingxi had anticipated this. Faced with the massive inertia akin to a mountain pressing down, she could not take it heed and could only rely on extreme force dissipation. She gripped the cold blade of the Tang knife, tightly positioning the blade horizontally in front of her. The elegant matte surface of the knife transformed into the most resilient barrier against death at that moment. Bang! The muffled sound of the collision made one's heart leap. Even though the boulder had retracted its attack, the sheer impact of pure mass crashing against the cold blade still unleashed a terrifying force. The immense force surged through the blade and into Shen Qingxi's arms. She let out a muffled groan, a rush of metallic sweetness surging in her throat. A strange flush appeared on her pale face. The fierce wind whipped her combat suit, making it flutter in the storm. To prevent herself from breaking away from the interception formation, her internal gunmetal knife bone trembled wildly. It emitted visible high-frequency resonance, forcefully maintaining the structure of the Tang knife. Rather than being knocked away, she was pushed backward, sliding frantically with the steel giant. Stop for me. Shen Qingxi's feet firmly dug into the ground as she violently flipped the cold blade of the Tang knife downward. The tip of the knife dug forcefully into the hard, anti-explosion cement ground. Sparks flew. Amidst the grating sound of metal grinding, the Tang knife carved a terrifying trench half a foot deep into the hardened earth. She slid for a full 20 meters. Her entire body ached with pain, and with her 60-kilogram frame, she finally managed to use the force dissipation of the blade, the support of the knife bones, and the immense friction of the ground. She forcefully exhausted the last bit of inertia from the boulder robot, intercepting it firmly in the sorting area, completely diverting it from the crowd. Screech, screech. The boulder robot forcibly halted, had its electronic red eyes flashing wildly, emitting an extremely piercing sound of electrical garble. Warning. Target identity confirmed, highest authority. Action execution annihilate. Error. Lower level logic paradox. Mainboard overload. Detected unknown lethal threat, initiating final contingency plan. Codename Jadeburn. Limiters disengage. Boom. With the mechanical voice falling, the boulder robot's hydraulic pipes suddenly burst open, the heat dissipation valve, and a plume of high-pressure, white steam shot skyward. The originally gray-black armor gaps glowed with an extremely dangerous crimson light. Its size even increased by 10 centimeters due to the expansion of the armor. Berserk mode. Shin Qingxi's pupils constricted, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged. Seeing this scene, Liu Beichen, hiding on the second floor, not only remained calm, but also revealed a triumphant grin. It seems the magnetic field is effective. This junk has completely gone out of control. Shin Qingxi has been injured. Now is my time to shine, to turn the tide. Liu Beichen immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Qingxi, be careful. It's out of control, let me." Before he could finish, the boulder robot in berserk mode was attracted by his shout. It abruptly turned its head, unleashing a terrifying thrust, its punch accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, smashing violently toward Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen originally intended to appear composed, but could only raise his arm to block in a hurry. The result was a muffled bang as the 2.4-ton pure high-density mass combined with extreme kinetic energy. It sent the Sklass genius soaring feet, leaving the ground and crashing heavily against the alloy wall behind him. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Beichen's heart sank. Damn. How could there be such a terrifying model in this rundown factory? He clumsily got up, pouring 2 tubes of precious healing potions into his mouth, raising his hands high as his Sklass talent erupted with full force. A mere pile of scrap metal dares to act wild in front of its Sklass. Kneel before me. Gravity lock. An invisible massive gravitational field instantly enveloped the boulder robot. He began to imagine that this machine would be compressed into scrap iron in the next second, and he would receive Shin Qingxi's admiring gaze, directly unleashing his killing move 5 times the gravity. It was enough to make an ordinary third-tier warrior's internal organs rupture and cause them to kneel on the spot. However, the boulder weighed 2.4 tons, and 5 times the gravity was equivalent to bearing 12 tons. It sounded heavy, but let's not forget this was a military-grade high-strength alloy-armored robot. The chassis was extremely stable and was currently in berserk mode. Its power engine had reached a 105% overclocked state. Creak, bang. The boulder robot only paused for less than half a second. That gravitational field, which could crush ordinary third-tier warriors, was actually torn apart by its overclocked mechanical strength. Its crimson electronic eyes coldly locked onto Liu Beichen, who was posing dramatically. There was no build-up. The mechanical giant's arm swung violently, accompanied by a terrifying explosion that broke the sound barrier. A mighty slap was delivered. What a... Liu Beichen's pupils shrank, and the composure he had carefully maintained instantly turned into terror. He didn't even have time to assume a defensive stance. Bang, puff. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed loudly. The proud heir of the Liu family in the capital, a genius with Sklass talent, was sent flying like a ragged sack by this berserk steel giant's slap. He sprayed a mouthful of blood in midair, his precious custom combat suit instantly torn apart. His body broke through 2 rusty iron columns and finally crashed into a heap of scrap metal like a dead dog. He collapsed on the spot, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Instant kill. The entire area fell silent. The workers who had just cheered for the savior gaped in shock, and even Shin Qingxi was frozen in place. The exalted Sklass genius was actually killed with a single slap. The short-haired woman's legs went weak. The bald, strong man supporting himself against the pile of scrap trembled. No one dared to speak. The boulder robot resumed scanning, its mechanical red eyes once again locking onto the direction where scar-faced Li and his companions were located. Taking a step forward, it charged over with a thunderous roar. Not good. The previous interception had caused Shin Qingxi to slide too far, but she could not make it in time. Scar-faced Li watched as the boulder rolled over, his eyes reddening. He yelled to his companions behind him, "Run." Then he activated his meager class talent, titanic strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood and similarly fell unconscious. The boulder's steps did not pause at all, its crimson gaze locking onto the short-haired woman who was already so frightened that her legs went weak. He spat out a mouthful of blood and similarly fell unconscious. The boulder's steps did not pause at all, its crimson gaze locking onto the short-haired woman who was already so frightened that her legs went weak. She could only crawl on the ground sneakily. Feeling that deadly gaze, the woman turned to look. Terrified by the cold red light, she collapsed to the ground, despairingly closing her eyes. In the distance, Shin Qingxi's eyes widened and the S-Class gung metal knife bone erupted once again. She dashed toward the corner attempting a rescue, but the 30-meter distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. It's over. There's no time left. Everyone present was in despair. Who could stop this completely berserk steel monster now? The shadow of death loomed overhead. A 2.4-ton steel beast, its crimson electronic eye devoid of emotion. Its mechanical fist capable of crushing tanks thundered down towards the short-haired woman sitting on the ground, her face ashen. It's over. In the distance, Shin Qingxi's eyes widened in desperation as she sprinted with all her might. But 30 meters at this moment felt like an insurmountable chasm. Rescue was simply not possible. In that fleeting moment of despair, a figure rose behind a 3-meter-high pile of scrap on the west side of the sorting area. Tisk, what a hassle. Su Ming spat out the grass root in his mouth, squinting against the gusting wind. After finally finding a place to scavenge metal without cost, he had hoped to bide his time indefinitely. But this damned hunk of iron insisted on causing trouble. Just this morning the woman had handed him 2 eggs. If he didn't save her now, how would he ever survive in the factory again? He definitely had to save her. He pressed down on the system panel with his mind. Real weight 296. 3 kilograms, weight points 548. 2. All in. Boom. The weight points instantly reset to 0. A surge of overwhelming heat exploded from within him, fiercer than any time before. Su Ming's real weight skyrocketed from under 300 kilograms. Real weight 400 kilograms. 600 kilograms. 844. 5 kilograms. Nearly 850 kilograms. Su Ming felt his entire body heat up, his bone density and muscle strength undergoing another terrifying compression and reorganization. Compared to his previous 300 kilograms, his feet felt heavier now. This robot, at the very least, weighed 2 tons. Su Ming was aware enough not to increase his weight further. 300 kilograms against 2 tons would surely mean he would be the one sent flying. Su Ming flexed his ankles, slightly bent his legs, and firmly settled into a horse stance at the edge of the scrap pile. In the next moment, both legs exploded with power. The cement ground beneath him cracked with Akacha's spiderweb-like fissures instantly spreading out. Nearly 850 kilograms of real weight combined with the density of solid tungsten steel in his bones. He was like a solid iron bullet flying close to the ground, charging forward with a dull sound of air being split. His speed was not particularly fast, but the terrifying momentum was relentless. He forcefully shoved aside the air in his path. At a critical moment, just before the boulder-like fist was about to crash down, Su Ming's lean figure stood boldly in the way, firmly blocking in front of the short-haired woman. He didn't even have time to strike a combat pose against that world-ending punch. He could only take a deep breath, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, gritting his teeth. Take it, Heaton. Boom. The metallic thud was absurdly loud, causing the entire scrap processing plant's iron roof to vibrate. A visible wave of white energy erupted from the two of them, expanding in a circular motion, wildly lifting all the scrap metal and screws within a 10-meter radius. The colleagues who were crouched on the ground, still too close, were stunned by the deafening sound, their eardrums pained, instinctively shutting their eyes in agony. They dared not look. No one dared to witness the tragic scene of the reckless youth being crushed into a puddle of flesh. However, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the expected blood and guts did not appear. Instead, there was a sharp sound of fabric tearing. As the smoke slightly dispersed, all eyes froze in shock. They saw the lean youth, his cheap school uniform's sleeve completely shredded, revealing 2 arms that weren't particularly sturdy but had remarkably tight lines. His feet had crushed the thick blast-proof cement beneath him, digging deep furrows over half a meter long behind him. Yet he was still standing. He firmly planted his seemingly fragile body in place, unmoving. His arms firmly braced against the mechanical fist which was bigger than his head. Holy shit. In the distance, an uncle crouched behind a pile of scrap metal rubbed his eyes, forgetting to breathe. Is this sickly kid with osteoporosis? Silence. Everyone was stunned. Even the intelligence system of the boulder robot seemed to be momentarily confused, detecting extremely high-density physical obstruction. Threat level assessment in progress. Its overclocked hydraulic engine roared madly as its massive body lunged forward, pushing Su Ming backward. The furrow beneath his feet deepened further. At the same time, its left arm swung harshly, 5 alloy fingers merging into a sharp blade. With a piercing sonic boom, it aimed directly at Su Ming's unguarded head. The crisis re-emerged. Damn it, if you're going to act, do it all the way. Su Ming felt the bad wind above his head, and a plan formed in his mind. He suddenly lifted his head, showing no signs of a master. Instead, he twisted his face into a contorted and pained expression, unleashing a hauntingly desperate scream. I can't control my weight. It's so heavy. My body feels like it's going to split apart. This scream, filled with despair and madness, resonated in everyone's ears. It perfectly validated the rumor of the gifted second mutation going out of control. Before the shout even faded, Su Ming not only did not retreat, but instead pushed off with his left leg, charging forward. He relied on his terrifying weight of nearly a ton, abandoning all defense. Purely driven by animalistic instinct, he executed a headbutt devoid of any technique. Fiercely, brutally, he smashed against the boulder robot's broad chest armor. Kacha, boom. His iron-grade skull collided with the high-strength alloy armor capable of withstanding the full force of a Tier 3 beast. A primal and savage physical collision occurred. Sparks flew. In the horrified gazes of all, the indomitable armor on the boulder robot's chest was suddenly dented by Su Ming's head, creating a shocking crater. Warning. Chest armor damaged by 17. Core energy module impacted. The mechanical beast's center of balance instantly faltered, causing its slicing hand aimed at Su Ming's head to deviate. It staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground. Just as the robot was stunned, a silver flash finally arrived. Shen Qingzi suddenly appeared beside the boulder robot, her eyes filled with horror. At that moment, one thought remained in her mind. Is this boy still human? Who among you is the real monster? Forget it for now. Her movements showed no hesitation. Golden blade of metal, the silver light exploded, and the cold tang dao in her hand emitted a clear sound of blade ringing. Following the edge of the crater formed by the headbutt, she prepared to stab fiercely. Target, core engine. However, just as the blade tip was about to touch the armor, a hum. An invisible ripple spread through the air. Immediately following, a plain yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears like a decree from the heavens. Seal? Seal. A single word. The voice was not loud, yet the world seemed to have pressed the pause button centered around the rampaging rock robot. Within a 3-meter radius, a layer of deep blue ripples suddenly spread out. In the next second, the ripples instantly solidified. A perfect translucent cube appeared out of thin air, enclosing the Twonda-Hafton steel behemoth. Along with the dust and violent airflow it stirred up, everything was sealed inside. A prehistoric giant insect frozen in amber might look something like this. The entire waste processing plant fell into dead silence. The workers gaped, forgetting to breathe. Shen Qingzi held her knife, also frozen in place. In midair, a figure stood there, as if floating. It was Shun Hanyuan. He stood at the edge of the gaping hole in the main building, dressed in old gray military pants and a faded vest. In his hand, he clutched half a super walnut that he hadn't finished cracking. Without even glancing at the chaos beneath him, he raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers at the massive deep blue amber. Snap! The sound was crisp and pleasant. Within the spatial cube, the core energy chamber of the rock robot underwent a bizarre misalignment and cutting. It was as if an invisible hand reached into the layers of space, precisely severing the energy lines. The piercing alarm ceased abruptly. The crimson electronic eyes dimmed. The deep blue cube slowly dissipated, and the 2.4-ton steel behemoth lost all power support. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. The crisis was averted. Just as everyone was still in shock, immersed in the miraculous might, from a corner of the scrap pile, an extremely discordant groan emerged. Cough. Cough, cough. Liu Beichen struggled to crawl out from a pile of rusty parts. His precious combat suit was torn and covered in oil and blood, with his left arm clearly dislocated, making him look utterly disheveled. The first thing he did upon standing was not to check his injuries. Instead, he quickly adjusted his expression. On his blood-stained face, he forced a look of tragic honor, as if to say, though defeated, still honorable. Shun. Uncle Shun, he clutched his chest, his voice weak, yet sincere. I just tried to stop that robot, but its power far exceeded my expectations. Thankfully, the workers are all fine, and my injury is nothing serious. He instinctively looked at Shen Qingzi, waiting for her concern. Shen Qingzi didn't even look at him. Her gaze never left Su Ming. To be precise, it was fixed on Su Ming's forehead and the perfectly shaped dent on the rock's armor. The curve of that dent was exactly the same as Su Ming's forehead. Shen Qingzi sheathed her tang knife, the silver gleam between her fingers slowly fading. She stared at the dent, her beautiful eyes swirling with disbelief and something indescribable. Curiosity. Pure martial curiosity towards power. Meanwhile, Liu Beichen was still performing alone. The surrounding workers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Because they had all seen it. How did this glass genius end up like this? He had approached the robot, patted its shoulder, and then was instantly swatted away. Protect the workers. Dude, when you were knocked away, the direction was all wrong. But no one dared to say anything. Shun Hanyuan floated down from midair, barely making a sound as his feet touched the ground. 1 second, he was the unparalleled powerhouse commanding the scene. But when he strode towards the rock robot's fading image, the inscrutable expression on his face crumbled instantly. Oh, my ancestor. Shun Hanyuan crouched over the rock, looking left and right, anxiously slapping his thigh. This is a top-tier piece. 800,000. Do you know what 800,000 means? Just a little scratch on this anti-magnetic armor would cost 10,000 to repaint. Who's the son of a gun who did this? The entire crowd of workers turned to stone. Weren't you just a deity moments ago? How come the moment money is involved you turn like this? Shin Qingzi facebombed Dad. Stop with the dad. Shun Hanyuan squatted beside the rock, gasping in pain as he pointed at the dent on the armor. Look at this dent. Who did this? Who did this to me? He followed the curve of the dent, his gaze passing over his daughter to land on the figure not far away. Su Ming, still maintaining a forward-leaning posture after the head but his legs deeply embedded in the cracked concrete like a nail driven into the ground. The focus of the entire crowd shifted instantly. Shun Hanyuan stood up, the pain on his face quickly replaced by vigilance. He had come out a little late today, but since the resounding metallic clash began, he had already watched from the hole in the main building for a while. First-class black iron. Class talent. To withstand a full-force charge from a 2.4 third-tier mech. And to use his head to create a dent in the armor. After living for so many years, he absolutely could not believe it. Whether this kid was F-class or S-class, this was not something a first-tier could accomplish. Unless he was sent by an enemy. Shun Hongyuan's expression darkened as he strode towards Su Ming, coldly stating, "You broke my robot, didn't you?" At the same time, a mental pressure was silently released. It was not heavy, merely enough to control the situation, to make the true black iron level kneel and cause the silver level to tremble in fear. But for a first-tier individual, this was already sufficient. It was enough to expose his true energy fluctuations under pressure. The moment Su Ming sensed that oppressive force, his head buzzed. Not that he couldn't withstand it. Rather, he keenly sensed a murderous intent from this pressure. This old man was testing him. If he stood up without changing his expression, displaying an ease inconsistent with a first-tier, then what awaited him was not praise. He had to act, and he needed to act more convincingly than before. Su Ming did not engage in any unnecessary thoughts. He rolled his eyes, his 850-kilogram body crashing backward. Boom. The cracked concrete floor was once again smashed into a dull pit, dust exploding. Su Ming rolled on the ground, clutching his head and letting out a shrill wail. It hurts, it hurts. So heavy. My head is going to split open. It's so heavy. I can't stop. His throat was already hoarse from shouting. His performance was fully on display. Shin Qingzi's expression changed as she quickly stepped in front of Su Ming. Dad, it has nothing to do with him. He saved the eldest sister, saved everyone. Her voice was a few degrees more urgent than usual. Shin Qingzi didn't even notice this herself. The short-haired elder sister was the first to react, rolling and crawling over to shield Su Ming with her body. Boss, it wasn't him. This kid took the hit for me. If it weren't for him, I would have been turned into a meat pie. Scarredly dragged his half-damaged body over, standing beside Su Ming protectively. Shen Hanyuan hesitated for a moment. He released his pressure and stepped closer, crouching down. Su Ming was still on the ground, holding his head and crying, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Lu Feng rushed over, panting, first calling out boss, then quickly whispering a few words in Shen Hongyuan's ear. Second mutation. Bone density at iron level. The documented side effect is osteoporosis, but the actual measured data is completely opposite. The talent is consuming its own vitality for petrification growth. Shen Hongyuan's brows furrowed tightly. He reached out, directly pressing his hand on Su Ming's shoulder. The instant he touched him, Shen Hongyuan's expression changed. The surface still felt like human skin. Soft, warm, and elastic. But the toughness and density. Something was off. Completely off. What he was pressing down on was not the flesh of an 18-year-old boy. It was solid tungsten steel. Shen Hanyuan slowly stood up, looking at Su Ming, who was still groaning on the ground. His expression shifted from shock to an extremely complex regret. He had seen this kind of case before. Military files indeed recorded it. Some low-tier enhancement talents could undergo irreversible petrification mutations under extreme conditions. The density of the flesh skyrocketed, gaining terrifying power far beyond its tier in a short period. The cost was that the flesh gradually lost its elasticity and vitality, eventually turning into a true statue. Not living past 30. Most wouldn't even make it to 25. Everyone disperse. Shun Hanyuan paused for a moment, waving his hand to the surrounding workers, lowering his voice. The whole factory is on holiday today, and salaries will still be paid. He turned around to look at Su Ming on the ground, wanting to say something, but ultimately just sighed. What a pity. Such hard bones were growing on a person who was destined to die. The news of the human bomb Su Ming spread throughout the factory in half an hour. Su Ming lay on the ground, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Shun Hanyuan approached the wreckage of the rock robot, crouching down, his fingertips lightly brushing over the armor seams. He paused for a second or two. His fingertips sensed something. An extremely faint energy residue not belonging to this robot. Yuan magnetic waves. Shun Hanyuan slowly stood up, dusting off his hands. He sighed softly like a relative seeing a mischievous child causing chaos. Young Master Lu. The figure trying to quietly sneak away from the pile of scrap iron froze. Shun Hanyuan did not release any pressure, nor did he close in step by step. He simply stood there, casually snapping his fingers. Buzz. Liu Beichen's eyes went wide with terror as he realized that the space around his limbs had suddenly solidified. He felt as if he were a specimen firmly pinned in place. Shen Hongyuan pulled over a broken folding chair and sat down nonchalantly. He lit a low-quality cigarette. Why are you so eager to leave? We need to settle this bill properly, don't we? The scrapyard was enveloped in silence. The wind rustled against the corrugated metal roof. Shen Hongyuan sat on a dilapidated folding chair, his left leg resting over his right. Not far away, Liu Beichen, trapped in an invisible space, was soaked in cold sweat, his luxurious combat suit in tatters. The excruciating pain from his dislocated left arm turned his face as pale as paper, yet his body remained completely immobile. At the other end of the debris pile, Su Ming was no longer content to lie still. He quietly crawled up, half of his body peeking over the mound of scrap. He maintained a pained expression reminiscent of the petrification aftereffects. To enjoy a big melon, one must sit in the front row. However, while eating melons, one cannot neglect eating. He subtly adjusted to a more comfortable angle, his left hand discreetly resting on a tungsten-based counterweight beside him. Ding. Consumed high-purity tungsten-based counterweight, quality points 4. 2. Delightful. Shun. Uncle Shun. Liu Beichen forced out a smile that was more grotesque than crying, trying to break the suffocating silence. This is all a misunderstanding. I swear I never tampered with your robot. It must be that its AI's underlying logic is too faulty, suddenly going haywire. I only intended to intervene for your safety, but unexpectedly. I was injured by this piece of junk. He lifted his dislocated left arm, wincing in pain, deliberately, making the action very obvious. You see, I am also a victim. His words were sincere, yet his gaze kept darting towards Shen Qingzi, hoping for a hint of sympathy. Su Ming silently gave Liu Beichen a thumbs up in his heart. What a guy. This fellow crawled out from the pile of scrap, and the first thing he did was to turn the tables. To say the thickness of his skin is a shame compared to one's own skin thickness. Ding. Consumed alloy drive shaft remnants, quality points 3. 6. Silence spread through the air. Shen Hongyuan remained silent, merely flicking the ash off his cigarette. Seeing Shen Hongyuan not responding, Liu Beichen felt a surge of confidence. What are you so proud of? At the end of the day, you're just a scrap collector. Liu Beichen straightened his back, his tone suddenly firm. Uncle Shun, to put it bluntly. His tone shifted from that of a victim to one of condescension. The safety facilities in your factory are utterly outdated. If a military robot goes berserk, what if it wasn't me who got hurt today, but someone more important? My father is a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute, Liu Zhenbang. Our Liu family in the capital has connections in the military as well. I can let today's incident slide, but you must give me an explanation. Medical expenses and mental damages, that's the very least. He tilted his neck, the joints cracking. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll make a call back to the capital. The Liu family has ways to have the military re-evaluate your scrapyard's operating qualifications. I wonder if your shabby factory can still operate. His twisted threat sent the recently recovered scarred Li and the short-haired woman in the distance into a fit of rage. Because this reckless brat nearly caused a death just moments ago. Now he wants compensation. They clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with fury, yet they dared not speak out due to his identity. The Liu family in the capital. The Federal Research Institute. These two terms struck down heavier than a boulder. Shen Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened, the veins on the back of her hand bulging as she gripped the cold blade of her tang knife. The blade emitted a faint hum. What she detested most in life were unscrupulous individuals who inverted right and wrong and treated lives as mere fodder. Shen Hanyuan flicked the ash off his cigarette, remaining calm and unhurried. Are you done? His two words were not loud, yet Liu Beichen instinctively shut his mouth. Shen Hanyuan raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, gently twisting. Above his fingertips, a faintly shimmering dark purple energy wave appeared out of thin air, flickering like ghostly fire. Seeing that familiar dark purple ripple, Liu Beichen's face turned ashen. This Shen Hongyuan's tone was casual. His energy I extracted from the gaps in the armor of the stone shield. Yuan magnetic wave, very pure. The energy signature of Skla's special talent, heart of Yuan magnet. Look, little Liu, want to guess how many people within a radius of 500 kilometers of Jiangcheng have ever used it? Shen Hongyuan's voice was calm, but hit Liu Beichen's heart like a heavy hammer. Yet he stubbornly retorted, his neck stiffening. That was just the residual energy wave from the defense when I fought it earlier. It doesn't mean anything. Shut up. I was right beside you when you attacked the stone shield. Do you think I didn't notice? Shen Qingzi could no longer hold back. She pointed the tip of her knife directly at Liu Beichen's brow. You know how long you stood on the second floor? When the stone shield charged out, you stood by the railing watching, waiting for it to go berserk and injure people, then you would jump out and play the hero. Your script of heroes saving the damsel is utterly disgusting. As soon as this was said, the entire room erupted. All the workers' gazes shifted from anger to sheer disdain and hatred, fixated on Liu Beichen. His disguise was torn to shreds in public, and Liu Beichen's handsome face could no longer maintain the mask of hypocrisy, twisting into a complete distortion. The pride of his class genius led him to choose the most foolish path. So what if I did it? He screamed in madness, his voice sharp and piercing. A few lives of lowly mud-legged people along with your pile of scrap metal. It's an honor for you worthless commoners to exchange for my chance to be a hero. Shen Hongyuan. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Liu family will absolutely make sure you can't survive in Jiangxing. My brother is in the Research Institute, and my father holds the core technology approval rights for 3 military projects. You a scrap collector. Shen Hongyuan's gaze suddenly turned icy. He was now in a retired state. In the past, he would have dealt with such reckless rich kids who treated lives as trifles one by one. A terrifying killing intent descended upon the entire scrapyard, as palpable as solid matter. He didn't even stand up, merely pressing down into the air. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the spatial confinement abruptly contracted. Liu Beichen's words were cut off mid-sentence, his entire body pressed down as if by an invisible giant hand. His knees slammed onto the concrete ground with a loud thud, the sound of his kneecaps cracking ringing out. Ah! A scream echoed through the factory. Shen Hongyuan stood up, tossing the cigarette, but to the ground and extinguishing it. He took out his phone and dialed a number. It took only a second to connect. Old Joe, it's me. His tone was as casual as chatting about daily life. Help me look into the Liu family in the capital Lujianbang. No rush, just let me know when you're done. He hung up directly after. After finishing all this, he glanced disdainfully at Liu Beichen, who was kneeling on the ground, convulsing from pain and fear. Killing such a junior would dirty his hands. The procurement price of the stone shield is 8 million federal coins. Let's round it up for you. He flicked away the cigarette, but rising, returning for repairs, 2 million lost work time. My daughter was disgusted by your performance, 100,000 for youth loss. The families in this factory were also severely scared by you, another 100,000 for mental damages. A total of 2 million, not a penny less. Shen Hongyuan waved at Liu Feng. Take him to the isolation room on the 5th underground floor. When the money arrives, he gets released. If you can't come up with the money, then he can rot here for eternity. Liu Feng had long been displeased with this brat, grinning menacingly. Like picking up a chick, he grasped Liu Beichen's hair with one hand, yanking him off the ground, and dragging him like a dog towards the main building. As for the Liu family in the capital, Shen Hongyuan didn't care at all. No matter how fierce a tiger or dragon you are once in Jiangxing, you must obey. As Liu Beichen was dragged past the mound of scrap, where Su Ming was crouched, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. The look Liu Beichen shot Su Ming was filled with resentment. A look that seemed to say, I'll remember you. Su Ming felt a surge of frustration. Why are you glaring at me? What does it have to do with me? After handling all this, Shen Hongyuan's gaze swept over the mess of the factory, his brows furrowing once more. As his eyes passed over the mound of scrap, he happened to catch sight of Su Ming squatting atop the iron pile. The boy who had just been on the verge of death, groaning in pain, was now propping his chin up with one hand, looking with great interest in the direction Liu Beichen was dragged away. That expression bore none of the desolation of one petrified to death. It was clearly that of a bystander who felt unsatisfied after watching an exhilarating finale. And then, their gazes locked. The air suddenly fell silent. Su Ming clearly realized he had the corner of his mouth began to twitch, his brow furrowing as he pondered for half a second. Oh dear, Shen Hongyuan, am I encountering an old actor here? Ouch, my head is pounding. My body feels like it's tearing apart. Stop. Shen Hongyuan interrupted, his face dark with displeasure. Can't you at least pretend convincingly? Su Ming's expression of agony froze mid-face, trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Awkward. Utterly unbearably awkward. He'd been caught red-handed. In a flash, he slid down from the scrap pile and brushed dust off his trousers. Shen Hongyuan shot him an exasperated glare, then turned to the dazed workers still standing around. No one is to speak of today's incident, ever. Everyone gets early leave, and double this month's salary as compensation for the shock. Now gather your things and go home. For a breathless moment, the entire sorting yard fell silent. Then, explosive cheers erupted. Boss is legendary. Shen Boss is unstoppable. Scarredly clutching 2 broken ribs, forced himself upright on the stretcher and raised a trembling thumb. Short-haired sister wiped tears from her reddened eyes as she joined the chant. A swarm of grimy laborers roared toward the exit, desperate not to miss their chance, fearing Shen Hongyuan might rescind his offer. Within 60 seconds, the vast sorting yard stood utterly deserted. Only 3 remained: Shen Hongyuan, Shen Qingzi, and Su Ming. Shen Qingzi sheathed her cold-edged Tang's sword. The last silver shimmer faded from her knuckles. No aloof arrogance, no pretense of an S-rank prodigy's superiority. This elite cadet from the Military Marshal University stood rammered straight, heels together, and bowed deeply, profoundly reverently, to Su Ming. Thank you just now. Had you not taken that blow yourself, many would have died today. She lifted her gaze, her eyes blazed with clarity. My name is Shen Qingzi. Then she extended her right hand. At the Military Marshal University, Shen Qingzi was famed for her icy reserve. Not the performative coldness Su Ming affected, but genuine, unyielding detachment. Beyond her blade and cultivation, her attitude toward everyone and everything could be summed up in 3 words: not required. Those she'd ever voluntarily reached out to could be counted on one hand. Su Ming studied her face up close, the delicate features softened by a fine down glowing faintly in sunlight, overlaid with the sharp, disciplined aura of years spent mastering martial arts. Yet astonishingly, there now flickered something else. Youthful vitality, tender femininity, wholly unexpected in one so rigorously trained. A quiet unease stirred within Su Ming. Beautiful, undeniably so, but he couldn't help wondering if she landed a single punch would he sob for hours. He cleared his throat vigorously, rubbing his palms against the faded fabric of his school uniform trousers, then extended his right hand, brushing her fingertips with elegant, almost ceremonial lightness before withdrawing. His composure was flawless, measured, restrained, impeccably calibrated. The aloof, solitary scholar persona activated without delay. No need to thank me. He tilted his chin just slightly upward, his gaze distant, yet composed. Calm, unruffled, effortlessly assured. Any man of true capability would have done the same. How could I stand by and watch my fellow workers die before my eyes? That would shatter my Dao heart. Shen Qingxi's hand hovered midair, her fingertips still tingling faintly from that fleeting contact. It was strange. Earlier, while her father spoke with Lu Feng, she'd overheard fragments about this youth's background. Frank talent. Afflicted with petrification mutation, a terminal condition granting him only a few years to live. Yet faced with certain death, and confronted by a mechanical titan capable of crushing tanks, he'd thrown himself into the breach without hesitation. And when he declared any man of true capability, his voice held not a trace of despair, the tone of a man already resigned to oblivion. Shen Qingxi lowered her lashes, curling her fingers tightly around the hand that had just touched his. Shen Hanyuan strode forward suddenly, his expression storm-dark. Brat, stop posturing. He jabbed a finger at Su Ming's forehead. That military-grade hydraulic anti-explosion chassis. You headbutted hard enough to inflict 17% combat damage. Your carbon-based flesh and blood. Where did you get that kind of kinetic force? Explain. This old man wasn't easy to fool. Su Ming scratched his head, stammering. Well, maybe I've evolved again. Evolved. And possibly. Yes, exactly, Su Ming replied, deadpan and utterly unconvincing. I feel heavier, several times denser, and my bones are hardening rapidly. Though I'm constantly ravenous. Now high-density metals, they feel oddly familiar, almost comforting. A hint. An unmistakable, relentless hint. I want to eat iron. Shen Hanyuan arched a skeptical brow, clearly dismissing the absurdity outright. Without warning, Shen Hanyuan raised his right hand and delivered a palm strike that shrieked as it tore through the air, slamming with devastating force into Su Ming's left clavicle. The blow moved faster than the eye could track, its power sufficient to cleave crayed alloy armor barehanded. Clang! A resonant bell-like boom detonated across the empty factory floor. Su Ming felt a colossal impact crash into his shoulder and neck. He staggered backward 2 steps, stung more by shock than pain, his nerves humming with residual numbness. Shen Hanyuan remained rooted, eyes locked on Su Ming's clavicle. Not a single mark, no bruise, no indentation, whereas his own palm's edge throbbed faintly with dull, unfamiliar ache. Monstrous. This boy was nothing short of monstrous. Now he truly believed. No disguise, no external enhancement. This youth's physical density had transcended all known limits. Having confirmed he wasn't an assassin sent by enemies, Shen Hanyuan dropped the interrogation. In this world of high martial cultivation, every soul guarded secrets of their own. The talent system had existed less than 2 centuries. Yet countless anomalies defied explanation. Still gazing upon this youth, whose body rivaled hyperalloys in density, and remembering he might soon collapse under his own weight, Shen Hanyuan felt an unexpected pang. Bittersweet, sorrowful. Such extraordinary hardness, yet bound to a countdown. He sighed deeply. Then with a gesture as casual as drawing breath, he plucked a vial glowing with emerald luminescence from the air itself, and tossed it to Su Ming. Su Ming caught it cleanly, then glanced down. The tube bore the crimson serial number of the Southern Military District. High-tier military-grade life nutrient serum, Shen Hanyuan said flatly. To enhance physical constitution. Whether it'll benefit you remains uncertain. Try it. Su Ming tucked it smoothly into his pocket. Thank you, boss. Also, you saved them all. You deserve reward. Shen Hanyuan folded his arms behind his back. Name your request. Reward. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Why refuse what's freely offered? Especially when refusing would be foolish. Since the boss had spoken, it was time to aim high. Very high? His gaze drifted instinctively sideways. Shen Qingxi stood 3 meters away, and happened to be watching him too. Their eyes met. Shen Qingxi blinked once, slowly. Sunlight pierced the corrugated roof's gaps, falling precisely upon her shoulder. The silver warblade insignia on her combat suit gleamed sharply. Su Ming noticed, Her lashes were longer than he'd imagined. Shin Qingzi grew flustered under his steady gaze, her large eyes blinking rapidly back at him. She hadn't studied him closely before, but now she saw it though lean his facial structure was strikingly chiseled, possessing a fragile haunting handsomeness unlike anything she'd seen. Miss Shin's swordsmanship just now eclipsed even the Federation's official Valkyrie propaganda reels. Su Ming spoke sincerely, his gaze clear and unwavering. To fight alongside you has been my profound honor. A sudden direct compliment, unscripted, unguarded, flushed Shin Qingzi's cheeks crimson. She cast him a shy, scolding glance, her ears burning scarlet. But Su Ming shifted tones smoothly. When an elder bestows a gift, to refuse is grave disrespect. Hey. Shen Hongyuan's face darkened further. This brat wasn't just flirting with his daughter in front of him. He was seizing the opportunity like a seasoned opportunist. The old man stepped half a pace forward, blocking Su Ming's line of sight completely. Speak plainly. What exactly are your eyes wandering toward? I treat you as an employee. You dare imagine becoming my son-in-law? Dream on. Unfazed, Su Ming met Shen Hongyuan's glare with calm, unyielding poise. Boss, I've decided. What I'd like is, Miss Shen. Shin Qingzi's mind went blank, white noise roaring in her skull. Heat surged from her earlobes, flooding her neck and cheeks. How? How could he utter such bold, reckless words? Right in front of her father. They'd only just met. Instinctively, she retreated half a step, then flustered stole a quick glance at her father. His face had gone pitch black, the veins pulsed violently at his temples. His fists clenched, knuckles cracking audibly, just as father and daughter teetered on the brink of explosive confrontation. Su Ming finished his sentence, utterly unhurried. This robot. That one. He pointed casually at the deactivated steel titan, lying motionless on the ground. May I have it? A breeze lifted a plastic bag, drifting awkwardly between the three of them. Shin Qingzi's breath hitched, caught mid-throat, threatening to choke her. Her expression transformed in 0.3 seconds, from flushed embarrassment to simmering fury to outright murderous intent. She rolled her eyes at Su Ming and strode away without another word. Shen Hongyuan's fist tightened, jaw grinding. You enjoy dramatic pauses, don't you? Su Ming blinked innocently. Huh, what's wrong? I just feel a deep kinship with this machine. It was my first real battle. I'd love to keep it as a memento. Shen Hongyuan nearly punched him. 8 million credits. This kid had just demanded 8 million credits, offhand. As he opened his mouth to refuse, his phone vibrated sharply in his pocket. He pulled it out, and his face paled instantly. On the phone screen, a bold red alert message appeared, completely erasing the remnants of mockery on Shen Hongyuan's face. It was the pinned message from the Southern Military District's Readiness Group. Class A alert: anomalies detected at the Southern Abyss entrance. The expansion rate of the source fissure has increased by 3.7 compared to last month. The border defense troops have entered a level 2 readiness state. Although he was retired, his military status was still active, and he hadn't left this group. With each percentage point the abyss fissure expanded, it meant that the number and strength of the source beasts leaking out were on the rise. Especially the source beasts, which were more terrifying and bizarre than the aberrant beasts. He instinctively glanced in the direction where Shin Qingzi had left. His daughter's training mission was at the Southern Abyss entrance. Pancher was originally assigned to be her bodyguard, but was rendered useless by that bastard with the surname Liu. Shen Hongyuan felt a twinge of anger, wishing he could immediately go down 5 floors and kick Liu Beichin a few times. He put away his phone and turned his gaze to Su Ming. This kid stood there with an innocent face. Shen Hongyuan's mind turned over 3 times, and a bold idea emerged. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine under Shen Hongyuan's scrutinizing gaze. There was something off about the old man's stare. Oh, was he planning to dissect him for research? You heard it just now. Shen Hongyuan said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone suddenly becoming official. Puncher, 8 million federal coins. Limited edition from the Federal Research Center, no more than 20 units nationwide. Do you think what you did today is worth 8 million? Su Ming was clear in his mind, let alone 8 million, even 800,000 wasn't worth it. He never intended to actually take the robot. What he wanted was to firmly establish this outrageous price point, and then negotiate down slowly. Even if it only meant getting a job in the heavy object area, it would be a huge profit for him. He was pondering how to gracefully lower the price when Shen Hongyuan spoke first. I can give it to you, but there's a condition. Su Ming was taken aback, his rehearsed words stuck in his throat. However, there's a condition. The day after tomorrow, my daughter is going to the Southern Abyss entrance for a training mission. Pancher was supposed to be her bodyguard, but now he's out of commission. You will accompany her to ensure her safety. The Southern Abyss entrance. He had only seen that place in textbooks. Ordinary people only knew it as the Abyss, but the older generation of awakened ones insisted on calling it the Source Abyss. The name didn't matter. What mattered was that every entrance to the Abyss was a gray slaughterhouse where aberrant beasts and source beasts danced together. As a black iron rank go into such a place? But then he thought about it. The college entrance examination practical assessment was all about real combat experience, right? No matter how much he gnawed on scrap metal in the junkyard, it wouldn't make up for his lack of practical experience. A trip to the abyss might just fill that gap. Moreover, he was very curious. If he killed an aberrant beast, could the system devour it? Would the efficiency of devouring be higher than gnawing on scrap metal? As for Shin Qing's long and straight S-grade legs, that was definitely not the point. Su Ming, a man of 7 feet, could not be swayed by mere beauty. He mainly wanted to conduct a close-range, all-round, preferably low-angle academic observation of the extreme power techniques of a high-level Valkyrie in real combat within the abyss. Purely for martial arts. Su Ming wiped away the drool that had uncontrollably dribbled to the corner of his mouth. Boss Shin, it's not that I don't want to go, but you also see my body. Although it's tough to be honest, I don't even know how long I can hold out. He glanced around and lowered his voice as if revealing some embarrassing secret. And I'm not lying, I really have a kind of affinity for heavy metals. Shin Hanyuan raised an eyebrow. Su Ming clenched his teeth as if making a significant decision. Give me one day. Let me stay at the factory for one more day. I'm confident I can advance to bronze rank. After that I'll have a better chance in the abyss. Shin Hanyuan almost laughed out loud. Advancing to bronze in a day. Transitioning from black iron to bronze was considered genius if it took a year. But he recalled the sensation he had felt when he placed his hand on the kid's shoulder earlier. The density of solid tungsten steel. And Lu Feng's report mentioned that bone density has already reached the level of cast iron and is still rising rapidly. Such a speed of talent mutation could indeed defy common sense. One day, Su Ming raised a finger, and I have a small request. Speak. I want to work in the heavy object area at the edge of the sorting area tomorrow. Shin Hanyuan scoffed internally. After going around in circles, what this kid truly wanted was this. The heavy object area was piled with scrap armor plates, mecha remnants, and military-grade alloy components. Just one piece could weigh dozens or hundreds of kilograms of high-purity metal. If this kid's secondary mutation really required absorbing high-density metals to survive, then the heavy object area would be a pharmacy for him to prolong his life. The two of them exchanged glances for 3 seconds. An old fox and a young fox, both aware of what the other was plotting. Shin Hanyuan blinked first. Qing's talent emphasized offense. He indeed needed a sufficiently strong and abnormal shield to protect his daughter. Time to take a gamble. All right. Shin Hanyuan nodded. I promise you. For one day tomorrow you may freely access the outside of the junkyard, including the heavy object area. He watched as Su Ming's eyes instantly lit up. This robot also belongs to you. Furthermore, Shin Hanyuan added, if you complete this mission well, when you return I will allow you to go to the dark warehouse and choose one item at random. Dark warehouse? What is that? Su Ming instinctively asked. You'll know when you come back alive. Shin Hanyuan smiled mysteriously and didn't elaborate. The day after tomorrow they would set off with a mission cycle of 3 days, returning just in time for the college entrance examination. Su Ming decisively extended his right hand. Deal. Shin Hanyuan shook it and again felt that sensation. Normal skin contact, but beneath it was a chillingly high density. He released his hand and gestured to the wreckage of Panshir lying on the ground. The 2-point steel behemoth slowly floated into the air. How do I carry it? Su Ming walked over and wrapped his arms around Pan's waist. With a sudden burst of strength, in Shin Hongyuan's rapidly narrowing pupils, that robot weighing 2.5 tons was forcibly lifted by Su Ming. Though his steps were a bit unsteady, he truly managed to lift it. It's not that heavy. Su Ming's face turned red, but he still insisted. Shin Hongyuan, truly a freak. Sending out 8 million today, it wouldn't hurt to send out another million. He irritably pulled out a dark silver space ring from thin air and tossed it to Su Ming. A 10 cubic meter space ring, military supplies, just record a biological iris on it. As a top-tier space type, awakened one, creating an independent storage space was just a matter of moving his hands. Su Ming was grinning from ear to ear. Fortunately, military supplies were advanced and didn't require that blood oath recognition nonsense. Otherwise, with his current physical state, it would be really challenging to draw blood. He hurriedly leaned in to complete the genetic registration. As he stored the robot in the ring, he instantly felt he had reached the peak of life. Shin Hanyuan watched him stuff Panshir into the space ring and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. 9 million. In one day, 9 million gone. Su Ming put on the ring and flashed a sincere smile at Shin Hanyuan. Thank you, boss. I'll come to work tomorrow morning. He turned and slipped away, fearing that the old man would regret his decision. Su Ming left the junkyard humming a tune out of tune. He walked briskly toward the suburban market. Today he had to treat himself. There was a long queue in front of the Fimatui fried rice stall as usual. The burly chef was tossing a frying pan, beads of sweat flying off with the heat of the pan. After waiting for a few minutes, it was his turn. Little brother back again. The chef recognized him at a glance. Same as you. Add an egg, add ham, and a portion of meat. I'm in a good mood today. The chef's hands didn't stop as he chatted. Isn't the college entrance examination coming up soon? Yeah. Sigh, after you finish your college entrance examinations, I'll probably have to shut down this stall. Are you also going? As soon as the question left his lips, he felt something was off. With that sturdy build and frying skills, he didn't look like it. The chef grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm not. I repeated a year 3 times and stopped studying long ago. He served the fried rice into a container, drizzling on a spoonful of homemade spicy sauce. It's my sister, as she's also taking the college entrance examination this year. After she finishes, I'll take her to the Imperial. I've saved up 2 years of tuition from this stall. Su Ming took the container and silently ate a few bites. Today's fried rice was exceptionally fragrant. Big brother, what level of talent does your sister have? The chef wiped his sweat and smiled mysteriously, his face full of pride. S-class auxiliary system. Cough, cough. Su Ming nearly spat out the mouthful of fried rice he had just swallowed. He pounded his chest and widened his eyes. Big brother, with an S-class talent in your family, the subsidies from the municipal hall are enough to buy a villa, and yet you're here stirring a big pot. S-class talent is a rare gem throughout the entire Federation. Which one isn't a treasured gem cradled in the hands of the major powers? If this big brother's sister were S-class, him setting up a stall here would be akin to my Baba's own brother sticking phone screens under a bridge. Ridiculous. Hey, I'm just used to it. Big brother Fei mowed away, slammed the iron pot onto the stove. I've loved finding work ever since I was a kid. Doing nothing makes me uncomfortable. While my sister is in class at school, I come out to set up a stall fulfilling. Su Ming quietly picked at his rice. This big brother's mindset is truly a bit ahead of its time. Curiously, he asked, what talent do you have? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Asking about someone else's specific talent is akin to asking for their bank card password, a social landmine. Big brother didn't mind. With a chuckle, he leaned in, lowering his voice as if sharing a great secret. It's related to luck. Su Ming paused in his chewing. Related to luck. An image of someone flashed in his mind. Lu Rian. Her talent is indeed tied to luck. But Lu Rian's talent level is only A-class. Yet this big brother's sister, S-class. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. Luck-related talents are among the most mysterious and difficult to deal with. Any ability associated with the term fate in the known sequences of the Federation is a cause for shivers. He stuffed the last mouthful of rice into his mouth and mumbled, Big brother, what's your sister's name? Lin Weiner. When Big brother said this name, the pride on his face was unmistakable, even brighter than when he spoke of his own. Su Ming silently memorized this name. After scanning to pay, he stood up and patted his pants. I'm off, big brother. All right. I'll treat you to fried rice in the capital later. Big brother waved at him with the iron pot, the scent of the pot wafting far away. Su Ming turned and walked toward the affordable housing. There's still important business to attend to tonight. Returning to the affordable housing, he locked the door behind him. Su Ming eagerly sat cross-legged on the mat and summoned the system panel. Host Su Ming. Realm first stage black iron. Life form first life form carbon-based mortal. Actual mass 844. 5 kilograms. Mass points 32. 7. Promotion progress 84. 45. Still 155. 5 kilograms away from advancing to the second stage bronze. Su Ming glanced down at the spatial storage ring on his hand. Inside quietly lay a combat robot worth 8 million Federation coins, weighing 2.4 tons, crafted from high-density military-grade alloy. If converted to mass points, Su Ming swallowed hard. To be honest, he had already made up his mind the moment he stuffed the robot into the spatial ring. Forget about keeping it as a memento, returning for repairs, or selling it secondhand. He wasn't a collector. This thing was meant for upgrading. With a thought, the remains of the robot materialized from the boom. The 2.5-ton steel behemoth crashed onto the cement floor, shaking the entire affordable housing 3 times. The people downstairs are going to complain again. Su Ming stood up and walked to the robot, pressing his left palm firmly against the cold chest plate. It was precisely the spot where he had created a dent. Devour. A black hole-like suction erupted from his palm. This time the sensation was completely different from before. The scrap metal screws and alloy fragments were devoured like biting into a biscuit crisp and without much chew. But the robot felt like he had bitten into a whole steak. Thick, dense, and full of satisfaction. The dark silver armor began to disintegrate outward from the point of contact at his palm at a visible speed. It wasn't crumbling into dust, nor was there any harsh friction sound. It felt more like a silent collapse. The high-density alloy skeleton was the first to be consumed, its structure losing support. The hydraulic system followed suit, collapsing, disintegrating, and vanishing. Core energy modules, precision chips, every rivet and weld, were peeled away, compressed, and surged into his palm. All structures had no resistance against the micro-black hole. 1 minute later, the floor in front of Su Ming was completely empty. No debris, no residue left. Not even a speck of dust remained. Ding. Devoured high-density alloy robot remains. Mass points 2400. Su Ming stared at the numbers flashing on the panel. His heart thudded in his chest. 2,400 points. This was like hitting the jackpot. Bosh, I'm sorry. I won't waste a single one of your 8 million. Mass points balance 2432. To promote to bronze, I only need 155. 5 points. Without a second thought, Su Ming declared. Add points. Advance to the second stage. 155. 5 mass points poured in. Actual mass broke through the 1,000 kilograms barrier. The balance remained at 2,277. 2 points. He'll keep some aside, no need to go all in at once. Ding. Promotion progress 100. 00. Detected that host meets the conditions for promotion to second stage bronze. Would you like to promote immediately? Yes. The change came more violently than he expected. A searing heat surged from deep within his marrow. What felt like a block of high-density wrought iron before now felt like being thrown into a furnace. His bones roared. The density leaped up a whole level in the blink of an eye. Muscle fibers tore, rearranged, and rewove, every cell beneath his skin violently rewritten. After advancing to the second stage, his senses became sharper. The dust particles in the air were distinctly countable, and the old lattice incessant chatter from the next room drilled into his ears. Crack. The cement floor beneath him groaned under the unbearable weight. Cracks spread out from beneath his feet. Ding. Promotion complete. Host realm, second stage bronze. Life form, first life form, carbon-based mortal. Actual mass 1,000 kilograms. Mass points 2277. 2. The words bronze on the panel glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. Su Ming clenched his fist. He was now a human weighing a ton. An SSS-class talent, second stage bronze awakener. His physique remained that of a slender youth standing at 185 meters, but his density had already surpassed 13,000 kilograms per cubic meter. Nearly twice that of steel. But when he looked at the life form section on the panel, still the first life form, carbon-based mortal. System. Hurry up. Is there a bug? I'm clearly a second stage bronze now, why am I still in the first? System, is there a bug? I clearly reached the second tier bronze, why am I still in the first form? System prompt. The classification of life forms is based on the laws of the universe's origin and has no relation to the awakened level system of this world. The activation condition for the second life form real mass reaches 100 tons. 100 tons. He currently weighs 1 ton. 99 tons still to go. Based on a daily compounded growth rate of 1% without consuming anything. Forget it. Let's not calculate. Calculating too much affects my mood. 3 days ago, Su Ming weighed just over 70 kilograms. It only took 3 days to go from 70 kilograms to 1 ton. If 100 tons seemed astronomical to him the day before yesterday, now standing at 1 ton, and looking back, it doesn't seem so unattainable. Though the road is long, by walking one will arrive. Though the mass is heavy, by consuming one can reach it. He poured himself a bowl of motivational soup, feeling a little better. The system shop has been opened. Accompanied by a mechanical voice in his mind, 3 skill icons radiating a cold metallic sheen were displayed in a row before Su Ming. Su Ming clicked in. The shop interface was extremely simple. 3 skill icons lined up without flashy effects or pop-up ads for limited time discounts, not even a new user first order discount. Cold, unfeeling, refusing to negotiate. Beneath each icon, a large line of text boldly stated. Redemption price, 2,000 quality points. Su Ming glanced at the first icon. Quality domination, completely control your own mass and density laws, generating terrifying kinetic energy equal to 1.5 times your own mass with each exertion, with a 30 chance to trigger full true damage. He clicked on the second one. Quality convergence, perfectly suppress your real weight to normal levels. This state only alters the external terrain feedback and weight perception without affecting any kinetic transformation or explosion. Finally, there was the third icon, which carried an explosive feeling. Quality engine, muscular fibers instantaneously compress and release, transforming massive weight into extreme directional thrust, peaking from the start, reaching full speed instantly. System, are your prices a bit out of touch with reality? The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched violently as he glanced at his pitiful balance of quality points, his heart instantly sinking. 2,000 for 1, that's 6,000 for 3. Am I supposed to save for the next lunar year? I'm already an adult, I don't want to make a choice. Quality points 2,277. 2 points. Choose one of 3, only 277 left after purchase. This damn system is definitely doing this on purpose. Just made him rich overnight, and then turns around to present 3 overpriced items, precisely harvesting his points. This is no coincidence. This is a blatant scheme. He looked down at the cracked concrete floor beneath his feet. Quality convergence is a must-buy. Right now he's just a walking demolition crew. If he doesn't buy it, he'll break everything he steps on. If I were to stroll around a mall, every step could cost thousands. Before even preparing for the college entrance exam, I'd be selling my life to the property management as a security guard. Most importantly, this issue concerns his future happiness as a man. The image of Shin Ching-sis legs, which could be regarded as a work of art, flashed in his mind. If they spark something, it won't be a sweet romance, but rather a bloody murder. No way, absolutely not. Shin Ching-sis legs are for admiration, and Other things, they definitely shouldn't be used to test my physical hardness. Su Ming shook his head, violently shaking off those horrifying images. At this moment, there was a slight bitterness. Thinking about the side effects of this skill, there were just too many. Su Ming stared at the description of quality domination, his eyes growing brighter. Although he is currently strong, his attack methods are too singular. 1. 5 times kinetic energy increase. What kind of concept is that? A normal attack is like a big move. Every punch is a full-speed collision of a heavy, fully loaded SUV. And with a 30 chance of triggering true damage, it's simply exhilarating. Seeing the third icon made Su Ming's eyes gradually take on a wild look. The third one. Quality engine. Muscular fibers instantaneously compress and release, transforming massive weight into extreme directional thrust, peaking from the start, reaching full speed instantly. A high explosive divine skill. A man may not be handsome, but he must be fast. And what's more terrifying than speed is a several-ton heavy iron lump with a booster. This thing sounds like it's going against the physics textbook. A heavy tank driving like a sports car. The heavier I am, the faster I go. Doesn't matter if it contradicts the law. Newton's coffin lid can't hold him down anymore. The more Su Ming thought about it, the better it seemed, and he even began to compose his post-battle bragging lines in his mind. Smoke inhaled into the lungs, and then exhaled. Why is the newly repaired road so flat? 9 lotus flowers left out of 10. Looking at these 3 divine skills, Su Ming's mood was like riding a roller coaster. It's really exhilarating, but being poor is also a reality. He squatted in place, hands on his knees, his gaze jumping back and forth between the 3 icons. Left eye on domination, right eye on engine, while his peripheral vision lingered on convergence. He looked like a housewife standing in front of a shelf in a supermarket struggling to decide which laundry detergent to buy. Su Ming took out paper and pen. He tore 3 strips of paper and wrote stronger, better, faster. He squeezed the 3 paper balls in his palm, weighing their weight. 3 directions, each representing a distinctly different fighting style. Quality domination. Overpowering with sheer strength. Quality convergence. Playing the fool to eat the tiger. Quality engine. Catching the enemy off guard and winning with speed. Which one does he need for the source entrance? Su Ming closed his eyes through the paper balls above his head and reached out to grab them. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Boom. The floor collapsed halfway. His body fell into the gap in the ground, waist down, suspended in midair, almost crashing through the ceiling below. 2 of the 3 paper balls were blown away by the shockwave. Only one remained, slowly spinning as it landed on his face. Su Ming, stuck in the gap, looked up with effort to see that one character. Su Ming was half stuck in a hole in the floor, his lower body hanging in the air, while the debris from the ceiling below fell with a soft thud. The crumpled piece of paper lay quietly on his face. He raised his hand to uncover it, staring at that one word for a full 5 seconds. Quick. Quality engine. His brain crashed for a whole 3 seconds. He had imagined countless outcomes. Drawing the quality domination would be wonderful. 1.5 times the kinetic energy, 30% true damage, and he would head to the source abyss entrance tomorrow. Aimed at the source beast's forehead with a great punch, regardless of its defenses, one punch would shatter it. And shrank Zhao Kuo meant nothing. He would demonstrate a technique for making health bars disappear on the arena. Drawing quality convergence would also be acceptable. 1 ton of weight disguised as about 100 pounds, trailing behind Shinqingzi as an innocuous little follower, and at a critical moment, he would stomp the ground to heroically save the beauty. The script was all planned out. But he ended up with quality engine. A purely explosive sprinting skill. He wasn't going to participate in an Olympic 100-meter race. Su Ming forcefully pressed that piece of paper into the gap in the floor. I shouldn't have believed in metaphysics. Frustrated as he was, he clung to the edges of the gap, intending to pull himself out. With a sudden burst of strength. Crack. The gap split open another 2 inches. His body sank down a bit. Good. Very good. Su Ming stood frozen. The old lady downstairs had already begun her first round of cursing. He spent a full 3 minutes pulling himself out of the floor gap like he was uprooting a radish. In the process, he crushed 2 more floorboards, and the old lady downstairs cursed 3 times, which he ignored. Pop. Finally, he managed to pull himself and his pants out. He looked down at the remnants of the crumpled paper with the word "quick" written on it, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Forget it. Balance 2,277. 2 points enough to buy one. The poor have no second chance to draw lots. Disdainful in words, his mind was already turning. Quality engine starting at peak instantly, at full speed. Reversing the understanding. F equals ma. 1 ton of mass, maximum acceleration, the impact force when stepping out for the first time. Su Ming was stunned. Today 1 ton, when he burst out, it would be like a cannonball. 10 tons. 100 tons. The greater the mass, the more ferocious the engine. This isn't a tractor with a rocket booster, it's equipping a continuously expanding meteor with a launcher. The launcher itself hadn't changed, but the meteor was growing larger and the energy was becoming more terrifying. Su Ming clenched his fist, slowly curling the corners of his mouth. All right, Though not the optimal solution, it wasn't a loss either. What was it called? I'm just a bullet temporarily with a smaller caliber. He opened the system, his gaze fixed firmly on the icon of quality engine. It felt less like exchanging for a divine skill and more like signing a contract of servitude. Desperate measures. He pressed the exchange. Ding. Do you want to consume 2,000 quality points to exchange for sequence quality engine? Yes. The panel's numbers plummeted instantaneously. 2,277. 2,277. 2,000 points gone. Su Ming felt a sudden pang in his heart. 2,000 quality points, 1 point equals 1 kilogram of full 2 tons. The hard-earned money scraped together over 2 days at the scrapyard plus that 8 million stone all evaporated in one go. This feeling was even more thrilling than the old lady downstairs directly stabbing through the ceiling with her broomstick. But the next second, a cold stream of information flooded into his brain like an avalanche. It wasn't text nor an image. It was a complete set of power application routes directly etched into muscle memory. Every muscle fiber completed extreme compression in a fraction of a second. Every joint locked at precise angles. Force transmitted from the soles of his feet to his waist through the spine to his shoulders, and finally converged at the point of contact, all in less than a breath. It wasn't acceleration. It was detonation. The internal combustion engine ignited, compressed, detonated, and did work in one go. The body was the cylinder, and mass was the fuel. The heavier it was, the more explosive the outburst. The frustration in Su Ming's gaze faded completely. He clenched his fist and relaxed it, his entire body instinctively tightening and releasing. It felt as if someone had forcibly stuffed him into an engine ready for immediate action, with just a thought the engine would ignite. It was worth it. The words squeezed out between his teeth. Though poor, the ceiling of this skill was far higher than he had imagined. He fished out a glowing green tubular container from his pocket. The tube was stamped with a red number from the Southern Military District. Military-grade high-level life nutrient solution. The one given by Shunhan Yuan. Initially meant for emergencies, but having just advanced to bronze, his foundation was unstable, and his cells hadn't fully adapted to the new density level. With the source abyss coming up the day after tomorrow, he had no time to waste. He pulled off the cap and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The moment it entered his throat, he realized he had underestimated this stuff. It wasn't a nutrient solution, it was magma. Scalding hot currents exploded from his esophagus, spreading through his bloodstream to his limbs. His bones creaked, his joints popped, and even his teeth trembled. Su Ming's entire body curled into a shrimp-shaped, veins on his forehead bulging like little snakes writhing under his skin. His bone marrow was boiling. Thick impurities darker than ink were forcibly squeezed out from deep within his bones, instantly burned to ashes by the violent medicinal power. Cells shattered, then were wrapped and restructured by purer energy. A viscous gray-black liquid seeped from the surface of his skin. The metabolic waste accumulated over 18 years of carbon-based mortals was forcibly stripped away by the medicinal power. The entire process lasted nearly 10 minutes. Su Ming lay on the ground, his body covered in gray-black filth, as if he had just crawled out of a sewer. He clenched his teeth tightly, managing not to make a sound. The pain gradually receded. He slowly stood up. Still 1 ton. But whereas before he carried 1 ton, while walking now, he was propelling 1 ton forward. The difference was like moving from carrying an anvil over mountains to sitting in a cockpit. Su Ming walked toward the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and the cool water washed away the disgusting gray-black filth. He lifted his head to look into the mirror. Above the washstand was a cracked mirror. He felt strange for a second. His skin had changed. His face, once pale and tragic due to long-term malnutrition, now bore a uniformly healthy tint, neither deep nor shallow, resilient and glossy. The jawline was sharper. His features hadn't changed, but his aura had completely transformed. He was no longer a beautifully crafted ornament on a shelf waiting for appreciation, but a blade that had been sharpened. His eyes had also changed. The previous coldness had to be performed and maintained. Now the coldness was deep, bright, with an indescribable sharpness, as if he could see through everything, but was too lazy to expose it. Su Ming stared at the mirror in silence for 3 seconds. Damn. Turning left 30 degrees. Handsome. Turning right 30 degrees. Still handsome. Tilting his head 45 degrees. No, this angle is against the rules. For the first time, he felt a sense of crisis regarding his appearance. It wasn't that he wasn't handsome, it was that he was too handsome. So handsome that he would be secretly photographed while walking down the street. Previously, the cold academic persona was a beautiful but pale face. Now, the first reaction would likely be to change to "this person is so handsome, I want to commit a crime." Su Ming turned off the faucet and clenched his fist. There was no movement beneath his feet. The floor was intact. He could clearly sense the exact position of every muscle and every bone in his body. It was like regaining control of a precision instrument. This instrument weighed 1 ton, but he could handle it. He would still leave imprints on the floor when he walked, but at least he wouldn't stomp a hole in it anymore. Probably. Su Ming exited the bathroom, glancing at the battered rental apartment. The floor was cracked, the bed was gone, and a piece of crumbling plaster hung precariously from the corner of the ceiling. The entire room looked as if it had been visited by a demolition crew. He laid down a mattress at the bathroom door and sat cross-legged. 277. 2 points of saving. With tomorrow's heavy object zone for a whole day of devouring plus a daily 1% compound interest continuously in effect by the day after tomorrow, when he set off for the source abyss, how much actual quality could he reach? Su Ming calculated roughly in his mind, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Enough. Enough to be a qualified shield for Shinxingzi. He lay down on the floor, and the floor beneath the mattress let out a horrifying creak. His entire body instantly froze, minimizing his movements, maintaining an awkward posture, not daring to move. Afraid that even a slight shift would cause the old lady downstairs to climb up through the hole in the ceiling in her pajamas to settle the score with him. Staying in that position, he gradually fell asleep. At 5:17 in the morning, just as dawn began to break. The alarm didn't ring, but Su Ming had already opened his eyes. Second tier bronze, 3 hours to full revival. He got up, changed into the only jacket that hadn't been torn, and pushed open the door. The cold morning breeze rushed in, carrying the unique scent of grass and dew from the outskirts of Jiangqing. Su Ming stepped toward the wasteland outside the city. A footprint was left where the cement steps crumbled. The troubles of the strong often seem so plain and unadorned. He used to be afraid of being stepped on by others. Now he feared accidentally stepping on the path beneath someone else. From the affordable housing on the outskirts of the city to the true wilderness, just a mere 3 kilometers. Su Ming felt as if he had walked the length of the long march of 25,000 li. Each step required him to first test the ground with his toes before slowly pressing down his one weight. Fearing that he might leave some supernatural footprints on the municipal road, which would make headlines in Jiang City the next day, he continued until the last building in his line of sight vanished beyond the horizon. Only when the ground beneath him changed from cement to a bumpy dirt road did Su Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. The place he chose was an abandoned quarry long left to ruin outside Jiang City. In this area within a few kilometers, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow in sight. The ground was covered with large rock formations left over from the mining operations of years past, remarkably hard. This perfectly met the requirements for the test he was about to conduct. Su Ming found a relatively flat piece of ground to stand on, summoned the system panel, and felt an unprecedented power coursing through his body. The real weight of 1 ton put his muscles and bones in a state of high-pressure tension akin to being stuffed full of potent fuel. The mass engine he exchanged for yesterday was the igniter. Right now he was like a human cannonball ready to go off at any moment. Su Ming twisted his neck and looked past the pile of rubble a few dozen meters away, finally locking onto a giant solitary granite rock about a kilometer ahead. It towered like a 5-story building. Gray and imposing, it stood there as if it had erected a half wall against the sky. You are the one. Just as he was preparing to find his focus, several shadows at the edge of the quarry caught his attention. A few pairs of glowing green eyes lit up. Stinking drool dripped from sharp fangs. They were a group of first-tier mutated wild dogs that had made this place their lair. They had caught the scent of a living human and stealthily surrounded him from 3 directions, regarding this seemingly thin and appetizing young man as their breakfast delivered right to their door. At this moment, all of Su Ming's focus was concentrated on the muscles of his thighs. It was a peculiar sensation. He could distinctly see how each muscle fiber arranged and contracted. No need for a running start, no need to build up power. Just one thought. Ignite. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a whispered incantation. Boom. The hard rock beneath Su Ming's feet offered no cushioning, collapsing directly down a perfect circular pit suddenly appeared with shattered rocks of various sizes shooting outward in a ring, their speed comparable to bullets. The mutated wild dogs that had just revealed their fangs and were about to pounce couldn't even let out a cry before being shredded by the sudden barrage of flying rocks. Whimpering and lying on the ground, trembling all over, they were completely stunned. But it didn't end there. Starting was equivalent to reaching the peak. Su Ming's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, creating a visible shockwave of pale, white sound around him. A terrifying shockwave swept outward from him, sending the unfortunate wild dogs lying on the ground flying like broken sacks to dozens of meters away. In the 0.01 seconds that Su Ming's vision shot out, everything before him became a stretched, rapidly flowing strip of color. He could not distinguish between sky and ground. Holy crap, this speed. My eyes are turning into a kaleidoscope. His mind went blank with only one thought racing through. Too fast. So fast that his nerve reflexes were completely left behind. He couldn't process the torrent of information brought by this terrifying acceleration in time. The piercing sound of the sonic boom finally arrived late, echoing back and forth above the quarry, with stones rolling down in a shower. The air was scorched by his 1-ton body moving at high speed, giving off a sharp, burnt smell. He couldn't even feel his limbs, his entire being felt as if it had been stuffed into a cannon and launched. A human-shaped, dark-colored solid cannonball. The target was directly ahead 1 kilometer away, that giant 5'3" granite. Stop! Stop! How do I stop? Su Ming screamed frantically in his mind, but his body simply wouldn't obey. Holy crap! This damn mass engine. It didn't come with brakes at all. In less than a second of his brain crashing, the colossal object was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. It was over. He was about to crash. The next second, boom! A thunderous explosion resounded above the quarry, with echoes layering upon echoes rolling out. That giant granite, which could withstand a pressure of up to 100 tons, was fragile beyond belief in front of Su Ming. There was no sign of any slowing down. He pierced straight through it. Su Ming crashed into the lower middle part of the giant rock and shot out from the other side, leaving behind a circular hole approximately 2 meters in diameter, the edges smooth as a mirror. The terrifying kinetic energy was still not exhausted. He was like a bullet that continued flying after piercing through a target. He dove headfirst into the pile of rubble behind, carving out a terrifying trench nearly 100 meters long and several meters deep. Finally, amidst the swirling dust and stones, he exhausted all his inertia and barely came to a stop. The entire quarry was eerily silent. Only at the edge of the granite hole he had penetrated, due to the instantaneous high temperature and pressure. It presented a vitrified, glowing red state, wisps of smoke rising from it. A few seconds later, a trembling hand emerged from the debris. Su Ming crawled out covered in dirt and dust and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. His cheap jacket had turned to ash from the high-speed friction, with only a few scraps of fabric still hanging on. He looked up at the distant tunnel he had created, then down at his body, which was completely unscathed. A chill ran. This is absurd. The destructive power was certainly enough. It was ridiculously strong, but the problems were equally deadly. Once he ignited, he became a cannonball that could only go in a straight line. There was no way to change direction mid-flight, no way to dodge, not even time to see clearly. If he were to engage in combat with someone, the enemy only needed to move half a meter off his path as he charged forward. He would become a live target, crashing right into a wall. This skill has some major flaws. Su Ming furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, at the other end of the quarry, the few mutated wild dogs that had narrowly escaped. Dragging their half-destroyed bodies, tails tucked, they were fleeing with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. When Su Ming crawled out of the pit, only one thought remained in his mind: do it again. He rose, brushed pebbles and dust from his body, and turned to look at the slab of granite 100 meters away that he had punched through. Morning light streamed through the circular hole. Its rim still bore a dark garnet sheen, while thin blue smoke curled from the breach. That was granite rated for a compressive strength on the order of 100 tons. He had smashed straight through it. Su Ming clenched his fist and felt something burning in his veins. Not pain, but exhilaration. The destructive power was unquestionable. The problem lay in control. That last burst had been a pure straight line from launch to punching the granite to gouging a 100-meter trench. It had behaved like a fired bullet. Fixed direction, no deviation, impossible to stop mid-course. But what if? He could nudge his path slightly during the sprint. Not a drastic turn. 5 or 10 degrees would be enough in battle to avoid a pillar or slip past an obstacle. A one-ton body at high speed carries terrifying inertia. Yet he was now Tier 2 bronze. His muscle fibers had undergone mass reconstruction, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary men. In theory, if he engaged his waist and hips at the instant of the sprint, tilting his center of gravity like a sprinter rounding a bend, he should be able to make micro-adjustments. Su Ming swept his gaze over the quarry. Beyond the scattered rubble, he fixed on a perfect test line. 200 meters ahead, a discarded stone pillar 3 meters in diameter stood alone, a remnant of the quarry's old support structure. About 500 meters beyond the pillar rose the quarry's northern natural cliff, a gray-white face cut steep as a blade. The plan was simple. Ignite, dash toward the pillar, and at the moment of approach use a maximal hip torque to slip around it, then continue toward the cliff. If it worked, the skill might yet be salvageable. Su Ming cracked his neck, his joints clicked. He planted his feet, sank into a half-crouch, lowering his center of gravity. The entire one-ton mass settled onto the contact surface of his soles and the rock. In his mind, the mass engine's force vector mapped itself automatically. Muscle fibers compressed to their limit, joints lock, and force transmits from the soles through the hips up the spine to the shoulders in one seamless motion. This time he added an extra command: on nearing the pillar, splay the right foot outward 15 degrees and twist the hips leftward to forcibly create a lateral component. Theoretically feasible. Su Ming ground his molars. Ignite. The bedrock beneath his feet shattered. Not hyperbole, but literal rupture. A half-meter deep circular crater reopened, debris blasted outward, and the sonic boom behind him blossomed into a white cloud. Su Ming vanished from where he had stood. The quarry's air was torn into a visible vacuum trail. His vision dissolved into streaks of color racing past. This time he was psychologically prepared, forcing down the vertigo and narrowing every ounce of attention on the pillar swelling rapidly before him. 200 meters. 150. 100. The pillar grew larger and larger until the 3-meter gray column filled most of his view. Now, his brain issued the command to turn. Right foot outwards. Hips twist left. Shift the center of gravity. The instructions steamed into every muscle fiber with surgical precision. Then, nothing happened. No, not nothing. Something did occur. His right foot did attempt to splay outward. His hips did try to twist left. But 1,000 kilograms of mass multiplied by a velocity approaching supersonic produced inertia measured in astronomical figures. His muscles fought desperately to alter course while inertia governed by the laws of the universe told him it could not be done. Sorry, Newton would not permit it. Su Ming's body took on an utterly grotesque posture. The upper torso did register a faint leftward bias, perhaps 3 degrees. But the lower body was locked completely on the original straight trajectory, his soles seeming welded to rails. He twisted into something like a slightly deformed pretzel. In that absurdly contorted pose, he struck the pillar dead on. Boom. The 3-meter column did not last half a second. It sheared and pulverized mid-span of fragments blasted to either side in a cascade that raised a pall of gray-white dust. Su Ming emerged through that cloud of debris. His speed had not diminished one iota. The cliff, 500 meters away, surged toward him with a despairing swiftness. There was no time. None at all. He did not even have time to form a full curse in his head. The quarry reverberated with a thunderous impact. This was not metaphor. The ground truly trembled. Su Ming barreled into the cliff face in a nearly tie-shaped posture, chest first. 1,000 kilograms of mass combined with near-supersonic kinetic energy carved a human-shaped pit over 2 meters deep into the hard granite. Cracks spidered outward from the pit's center, a dense web of fissures covering tens of meters of the cliff. Massive chunks of stone cascaded down and rattled across the ground for a long while. When the dust settled, the cliff held a perfect human-shaped depression shaped like the character Tai. Su Ming lay embedded within it, chest against the rock, limbs splayed, his head turned, the left side of his face pressed against the cold stone. Motionless. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10. He cleared his throat and tried to move his left hand. Nothing stirred. He was wedged too deep. The stone had clamped his shoulders and elbows like poured cement. Fuck. Su Ming grit his teeth and pushed with all his might. With a cracking sound, the left arm came free, bringing a slab of rock with it. Then the right arm followed, then the right leg came out next, and finally he popped out of the cliff with a wet-sounding pop, landing on his, but amid a spray of rubble as dust billowed around him. He sat there and glanced down at himself. Clothes. Gone. Torn to shreds. Only his waistband still clung. His body. Intact. A genuine 1-ton mass combined with Tier 2 bronze bone density left not even a red mark. He looked up at the tie-shaped imprint on the cliff and fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he swore aloud. System. This mass engine you sold me. Can't turn. A calm voice answered. Host description is inaccurate. The mass engine provides extreme directional thrust. The direction is determined by the force vector at the instant of launch, and once issued cannot be changed. So it literally cannot turn. The system. Yes. You knew this already. Su Ming almost slammed a fist into the ground, then thought better of it. He did not want to punch a quarry-sized hole and make the news. 2,000 mass points. 2,000. 2 tons of pure mass. I scrimped and saved, spent 8 million on the Pancher mech and poured it all in, and what do I get? A straight-line suicide skill. Tell me this in a fight, if the opponent sidesteps half a pace, do I just run into the wall and kill myself? The system suggested action. Suggestion my ass. I want a refund. Consumer protection law, anyone. 7-day Norwegian returns. The system replied that the marketplace does not support returns. A pressure built in Su Ming's chest. Fine. Great. He stood, brushed dust from his butt, and forced a twitch of a smile. 2,000 points gone just like that. Is that it? Is that all? The system detected excessive emotional volatility and added, the mass engine is a base model designed for extreme linear bursts. At the host's current Tier 2 bronze stage, muscle fiber strength is insufficient to overcome inertial lock at extreme speeds. Su Ming blinked, taken aback. What does that mean? The system answered, when the host ascends to Tier 3 silver, the marketplace will automatically unlock the mass engine's complementary skill sequence. A dark gold icon shimmered onto the panel, its edge rippling with silver light. Name inertial drift. The description was a single line. During high-speed motion, use mass as an anchor to reconstruct the inertia vector, enabling directed deviation and rapid trajectory shifts. Su Ming stared at the words, his pupils contracting. Inertial drift. Not braking, not slowing to turn, but changing the inertia direction while at full sprint. If the mass engine turned him into a cannonball, inertial drift was the guidance system affixed to that cannonball. A straight projectile turned into a guided missile. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Inertial drift, huh? Next they'll give me an AE-86 paint job. and play some cheesy driving song. The system did not reply. He rubbed his face and bottled up the rising irritation, cursing aside his mind could not stop working. He sat cross-legged again and began to deconstruct what had happened. Mass engine base model linear directional burst. Peak at launch instant full speed, a 1-ton body that could punch through granite. The destructive power was ridiculous, even obscene. The flaw was obvious: no turning, no braking, no change. Once ignited, it was an uncontrollable projectile. But that did not render it useless tactically. In confined terrain, corridors, tunnels, canyons, city alleys, where the opponent had nowhere to run, they would have to take the hit heat-in. A 1-ton solid body smashing in at near-sound speed would flatten even scrayed full-body armor. And there was the value of surprise and initiative. If the enemy failed to react in time, a face-closed lightning-fast straight charge would arrive before their nerves could send signals. A small smile crept at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. It was a kill-and-impact skill, not for attrition but for erasing an opponent from the board at the opening, coupled with future inertial drift. Su Ming did not dare to wander too far into fantasy. He stood and surveyed the havoc around the quarry: 2 circular blast craters, a giant granite slab punctured clean through a shattered stone pillar, and a cliff bearing a human-shaped imprint. Add 200-meter trenches, and the scene read like the aftermath of a tactical nuclear strike. Su Ming thought for a moment and glanced again at the tie-shaped hollow in the cliff. Always check the terrain before a fight, he muttered. If I'd done this in the city. He trailed off. He couldn't afford to lose his behind in compensation. Enough of that. The urgent matter was inertial drift. To unlock Tier 3 silver from bronze, he needed a real mass of 10,000 kilograms. He currently weighed just over 1,000 kilos with a mass point balance of 277. Far short. But Shun Hanyuan had promised today the heavy materials zone would be open to him. The heavy materials zone, scrapped armor plates, wrecked mechs, military-grade alloy components. Not the little screws in the sorting area, but tons upon tons of high-purity military metal. One handful swallowed at random would be the equivalent of a whole day's glean in the sorting area. Su Ming turned and headed for the quarry exit as the rising sun crested the horizon and cast his long shadow. In the distance, the chimneys of the Xingho waste treatment plant and piles of steel scrap caught the morning light and gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Su Ming licked his lips. Today he intended to scour the heavy materials zone clean. As Su Ming stepped through the factory gates once more in his new school uniform, the entire sorting area fell silent for a moment. The foreman Scarly, who was distributing tasks, paused. The words "hurry up for me" caught in his throat, his eyes wide like copper bells. Where was that boy from yesterday who, though handsome, was plagued by illness, his face as pale as a ghost? Who is this in front of me? Standing at a height of 185 meters, his figure still slim in clothing, but his entire demeanor is worlds apart. His skin radiated a healthy glow akin to fine jade, and his facial features seemed to have been meticulously. Every detail was just right, especially those eyes, deep and bright, carrying a sense of calmness and sharpness that seemed to see through everything. Once a mere display piece in a showcase, he now resembled a blade that had been sharpened. Holy crap. Little Su. A burly man who had chatted with Su Ming yesterday dropped his wrench with a clang. Is that really Little Su? Did he take a beauty pill or something? Wasn't it said that those with second mutations wouldn't last long? Why does he look more energetic than us? The short-haired woman scrutinized Su Ming up and down, exclaiming, "Little Su, with your looks, if you strolled through the red light district, those wealthy women would go crazy." Su Ming maintained his cool, aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the astonishment around him. Yet inside, he was grinning from ear to ear. Arrogant, quite arrogant. Worth it. That nutritional fluid was definitely worth it. This upgrade was a dual leap in both appearance and strength. The cold face of Lu Rian flashed through his mind. If she saw him now, he wondered what her expression would be. Regret. Most likely. But so what? Even if one day she crawled back on her knees, he wouldn't bother to look at her again. His good days had just begun. Ahem. Scarly came back to his senses, his old face slightly flushed as he cleared his throat to mask his earlier gaffe. What are you staring at? Is there no work left? Little Su, follow me. He led Su Ming towards the entrance of the heavy machinery area. It was a much sturdier metal security door guarded by armed personnel, their expressions solemn. The boss said you can go in the heavy machinery area today. Scarly pointed at the security door, but one thing, all spatial equipment must be removed and placed in the storage lockers over there. This is a strict military regulation to prevent anyone from stealing. Su Ming nodded and promptly removed the dark silver spatial ring from his wrist, placing it into a designated lead storage locker. After all, he didn't need to take anything out. His stomach was the best storage space. Passing through security, the scene before him opened up magnificently. The heavy machinery area was more than 10 times larger than the sorting area, resembling a vast steel canyon. Mountains of metal formed from scrap armor plates, tank treads, and mecha wreckage glistened coldly in the morning light. Giant cranes dozens of meters high were slowly moving, lifting a several-ton alloy armor piece from one mountain to another, creating a deafening sound of metal grinding. Numerous workers in similar uniforms were busy, cutting, dismantling, transporting. The entire area was filled with the noise and power of heavy industry. Why are there so many more people today? Su Ming casually asked. Scarly lit a cigarette, lowering his voice with a hint of frustration. It's because of the situation at the front lines. He pointed southward. I heard through the grapevine that things are not peaceful at the southern source abyss. The conflicts with those damned source beasts have become increasingly frequent. It's no longer just minor skirmishes. Just yesterday, I heard several high-ranking military officials were severely injured and several trucks of scrap equipment were sent down. Scarly took a deep drag on his cigarette, crushing the butt under his foot. Damn it, those beasts. If I had that strength, I'd rush to the front lines and take down one to make it worth my while. Su Ming looked at Scarly's flushed face, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this foreman who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong to have such a passionate side. In his past life, he had been born in a time of peace where war and sacrifice only existed in history books and news. He thought of Shin Xingxi, that S-class genius obsessed with reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. If she attended the military university, she would likely also tread this path. He recalled the rock-solid robot he had devoured. In its rampaging state, even the S-class genius Liu Beichen had been as fragile as paper. But in the face of real combat losses, the military's technological creations seemed vulnerable. Su Ming pulled back his thoughts and asked Scarly for some precautions. All right, find a place to stay out of the way of the cranes. Scarly waved his hand. The boss said that even if you just lie down and sleep today, your salary will still be paid. After yesterday's confrontation with the robot, the people in the factory had implicitly accepted him as a suntity but respectable madman, showing him much more tolerance. Su Ming nodded, said no more, and turned to slip behind a relatively secluded pile of scrap metal. He began his surreptitious feast like a mouse sneaking into a grain store. He pressed his palm against a half-height tank side skirt armor and silently murmured, "Devour." Ding. Devouring class high manganese steel armor, purification and refinement completed, quality points 32. A surge of pure energy flowed into his body. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Awesome. This was far more exhilarating than the scraps in the sorting area. He reached for a broken mech legs transmission shaft covered in complex gears. Ding. Devouring class titanium tungsten alloy transmission, shaft purification and refinement completed, quality points 45. He pressed on. He found a piece of wreckage that looked like a wingtip of some kind of aircraft, still bearing traces of being scorched by Ding. Devouring B-class memory alloy component purification and refinement completed, quality points 110. Woohoo. Su Ming was ecstatic. This was what I call a feast. In just a few minutes his quality points had increased by over 200. At this rate, by the end of the day, he would not only fill the silver tier progress bar, but at least push it forward significantly. He maintained the appearance of sorting the scrap while crazily feeding with his left hand behind his back. The quality points balance soared. 453. 2. 688. 2. 974. 2. Just as he was devouring a rusty robot chest plate, his finger suddenly touched something unusual. In the center of that chest plate, there was a massive claw mark indentation, the edges of the armor torn like paper. In the deepest part of the indentation, something the size of a thumb was stuck. Su Ming pried it out. It was a gray, unremarkable crystal, rough on the surface, dull and luster, looking not much different from an ordinary stone. But the moment Su Ming held it in his palm, he felt a difference. A faint yet extremely pure energy fluctuation emanated from the crystal, resonating with the quality core within him. This is... A term flashed through his mind. Beast crystal. The one Liu Beichen had presented to Shun Hanyuan yesterday, although dark purple, had a somewhat similar energy quality. However, this piece in his hand had energy that was countless times weaker and was mixed with impurities. Whatever it is, I'll just devour it first. Devour. Ding. Devouring low-quality first-tier beast crystal, quality points 100. The gray crystal in his palm vaporized instantly, leaving not even a speck of powder. A surge of energy purer than all the scrap iron he had just devoured combined rushed into his body through the arm's meridians. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, 100 points. He glanced at his hand, and then looked down at the mountain of scrap iron beneath his feet, which would take him half a day of hard work to exchange for just a few dozen points. Those delicacies, radiating an alluring metallic sheen, instantly lost their appeal. I've been gnawing on rusty pipes for half a day, and it doesn't even add up to this one candy bean. Su Ming felt as if he had discovered a new world. No wonder the Federation spends such a high price to send awakeners to hunt beasts. These things are essentially moving energy blocks. This piece was clearly a low-grade, nearly depleted inferior product, yet it still yielded 100 points. What about fresh high-grade ones? Su Ming's eyes began to shimmer with a gleam of greed and desire. Whether this life could be better than the last one hinged on this. He forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart and continued to rummage through the scrap heap. But his eyes were no longer on the scrap iron, focusing instead on those discarded robots bearing claw and scorch marks. Unfortunately, after half an hour of searching, he found no second piece. That makes sense. Such items are usually accidental omissions. Having one was already a lucky find. Just as he pondered whether to switch areas for better luck, footsteps approached from behind. Not the heavy footsteps of workers, but a light rhythmic gait. Su Ming. In the backlight, a tall figure was walking towards him. She wasn't wearing that black nano-combat suit or training outfit. A simple white t-shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans revealing a slender waistline. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, accentuating her collarbone and necklines. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes stepping on the rusty iron plates. Shin Qingzi. Her usually calm eyes fell on Su Ming's face, slightly taken aback. You are now even faces can evolve. Shin Qingzi stared at him for a full 3 seconds. Are you Su Ming? Can the face evolve now? Su Ming remained calm. Inside she was so delighted that she felt like dancing on the spot, her lips curling slightly. High-level life nutrient solution. The one Uncle Shun gave me yesterday. She paused. It burns vitality to purify the physique, while also incinerating the waste in the skin. The side effect of returning light is nothing to be alarmed about. Very good. This nutrient solution is incredibly effective. The shock of upgrading looks can sometimes be more direct than upgrading power. However, Shin Qingzi's gaze suddenly sharpened. What others heard as a tragedy, she interpreted with another meaning. Overdrawing life for power. As a pure martial arts enthusiast, nothing concerned her more than this. The place she was heading to was the southern Source Abyss. A slaughterhouse where even high-ranking military warriors frequently fell. The Source beasts were far more bizarre and terrifying than the exotic beasts in textbooks. She needed a shield. A strong enough shield to withstand a lethal blow. The Su Ming before her was the person her father had selected after gambling 8 million federal coins and a spatial ring. But she only trusted her own judgment. The Source Abyss training tomorrow is far more dangerous than you can imagine. With a change in tone, her voice returned to its usual coldness. Her right hand slightly raised, fingers together, silver light flowed between her knuckles. The energy of metal condensed, transforming into a thin blade as delicate as a cicada's wing. It was the Tang, Hung Dao cold edge. The tip of the blade pointed directly at Su Ming's throat. Prove it to me. Prove that you are qualified to be my shield. Buzz. The sharp blade aura spread out. The sheets of iron stacked several meters away emitted a faint resonance. Workers in the distance held their breath, while Scardley clenched his fists tightly. S-level talent, even with just a casual gesture. That sharpness made it so people didn't even dare to look directly at it. This is it. This kid is going to embarrass himself. Facing a thrust that could make any black iron-level awakened person tremble. Su Ming didn't even blink. The trajectory of the cold edge was crystal clear in his eyes. It was not fast, but it was imposing, locking onto its target with no way to evade. But under the real weight of 1 ton and the perception of second-tier bronze level. This speed was slow, akin to a close-up scene in a movie. He didn't dodge. He didn't even take any defensive stance. Just as the silver blade tip was merely an inch away from his throat, Su Ming raised his right hand, pinching with his index and middle fingers. He gently clamped the incoming blade. Clanged. The piercing sound of metal exploded in the empty heavy-duty area. The cold edge Tang Dao, radiating a chilling air, was firmly clamped between 2 slender pale fingers. The blade tip hung just an inch in front of Su Ming's Adam's apple, unable to advance even a fraction. In the distance, Scardley's hand trembled, the cigarette in his mouth burning against his hand. Unaware, his eyes bulged out in astonishment. Several burly men rubbed their eyes vigorously, their jaws dropping. That was the young lady of the Shin family. S-level talent with a metal blade bone. Her blade was clamped by a useless flevel with just 2 fingers. Barehandedly catching the blade was already absurd. This was with just 2 fingers. True shock emerged in Shin Qingzi's beautiful eyes. Her competitive spirit ignited instantly. With a fierce twist of her wrist, she exerted force, attempting to withdraw her blade for another strike. However, Su Ming's 2 fingers remained unmoved, firmly locking the blade in place. She couldn't pull it back. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curled into a smirk, his tone casual and annoying. Miss Shin, can you put in a little more effort? Haven't you eaten? Shin Qingzi snorted coldly, her gaze sharp. In that case, her delicate wrist suddenly flipped. The metal energy infused into the blade underwent a qualitative change at that moment. The silver blade became nearly transparent. Its edge emitted an extremely fine silver thread. Even the light was distorted as it refracted. The temperature of the blade dropped suddenly. Scardley's face changed drastically in the distance. Having been in the Shun family's factory for most of his life, he had seen many martial artists in action. But the aura emitted by this silver thread before him was on a completely different level from what he had seen before. Extreme edge atomic line. Shin Qingzi exclaimed softly, her wrist unleashing torque capable of slicing through heavy-duty vehicles. This move had once allowed her to sever the alloy claws of 3rd-tier exotic beasts during a test. The metal energy was compressed to the extreme, with the bone blade edge reaching a single-atom arrangement state. Ignoring physical thickness, it possessed an extremely strong, penetrating, and cutting power against high-density defenses. This was her trump card for breaking armor. All things are illusory, only the edge is eternal. She did not seek to injure, but merely wanted to reclaim the dignity of her weapon from those two strange fingers. Break for me. Screech. The sharply piercing sound of metal friction exploded at their fingertips. The atomic edge cut through Su Ming's fingertip at high speed. Silver light and sparks erupted violently at the point of contact. The air was torn apart, producing a ripping sound. Su Ming's upper body remained steady as a mountain, not shaking even slightly. But the ground beneath his feet cried out under the unbearable burden. Crack, screech. The sound of twisting metal erupted. Centered around Su Ming's feet, the high-strength, explosion-proof steel plate capable of withstanding the pressure of heavy tanks was forced down into two deep footprints. Around the footprints, the resilient steel twisted and curled, forming a shocking depression. 1 ton of real mass withstood the impact force transmitted by Shin-Ching-Sis, full strength, perfectly poured onto the ground. Yet those two fingers remained unmoved. 1,000 kilograms of real mass concentrated at his fingertips. The arrangement between atoms reached a physical deadlock. Each atom was compressed to its limit spacing, tightly interlocked, impenetrable. The atomic line was sharp to the extreme at the material level, yet it found no gap to slide into. It wasn't that it wasn't sharp. It was that there was nowhere to cut. A strong backlash surged back along the blade. Shin-Ching-Sis' tiger mouth felt numb, and she involuntarily took a half step back to stabilize herself. Hiss! She withdrew the blade and leaped back, landing steadily 3 meters away with one knee slightly bent. Her gaze fixed on Su Ming's fingers. There was no blood on that slender index finger, not even a broken skin. Only a shallow white mark remained. A shallow white mark. Nothing more. This is impossible. Shin-Ching-Sis exclaimed in a flustered whisper, her hand gripping the blade, trembling slightly from the force of her strike. That was a strike capable of slicing through a tank's main armor. The ultimate armor-piercing technique from the two sequences she had comprehended. Infallible. An atomic line that could cut through the scales of third-tier exotic beasts, yet it couldn't even break the skin of an level awakened person. She looked down at the nearly invisible curled notch on the blade, her chest heaving violently. She was Shin-Ching-Sis, the holder of the S-level talent with a metal blade bone. Since her awakening, her blade had never been faced heated by any peer, let alone with just 2 fingers. And this man before her used 2 fingers to clamp her blade, withstood her atomic line with his skin, and remained unscathed. Su Ming glanced down at the white mark on his index finger, raised his head, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Miss Shin, for your mercy. Mercy. That was my full-force strike. Shin-Ching-Sis' breath caught warmth spreading from her neck to her ears, her cheeks flushing crimson. She bit her silver teeth, not daring to look at Su Ming's damn face. Lowering her gaze, she focused on the wreckage of the steel plate beneath her feet. 3 seconds. She raised her head, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Your body is indeed hard enough. Without asking any further questions, she turned to leave, only leaving behind a single sentence. We will meet at the factory entrance at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The white figure disappeared around the corner of the steel canyon. The surrounding silence was finally broken. It erupted into a wave of discussions, like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Su Ming paid no attention to the astonished gazes. He glanced down at the 2 perfect footprints. In his heart, only one thought remained. Damn it, I hope I don't have to pay for this. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the main building in the monitoring room, Shun Hongyuan held a cup of superb Dahongpo, sitting comfortably with his legs crossed as he watched the screen. He saw his daughter go to find Su Ming and draw her blade to test her strength. He felt a bit happy and proud inside. Let this little brat see the power of S-level talent. But when Su Ming clamped the blade with his fingers, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Then when the atomic line was unleashed, he sat up slightly. This girl was too vicious. What if she really cut off a finger? The 8 million he spent on him had yet to see battle. Would he need to spend several million to bring him back? When he saw that white mark clearly appear in the center of the screen, Shin Hanyuan froze. A mouthful of Dahongpo sprayed all over the screen. The tea trickled down the monitor, and he couldn't care to wipe at his old eyes glued to that white mark. The atomic line didn't even scratch that kid's skin. He suddenly stood up, the chair sliding far back. What kind of monster is this kid? Flevel. What a joke. Then the view shifted to the ground. The expensive special explosion-proof steel plate was dented into 2 large pits. Shun Hanyuan fully accepted the fact that Su Ming was a humanoid source beast. He then picked up the deformed cup and took a sip. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. In the image, that little brat had already turned around as if nothing had happened. He squatted back down in the scrap pile, engrossed in rummaging through parts. Shun Hanyuan stared at his sneaky silhouette, murmuring to himself, "Go ahead and steal if you want. But if you dare to steal my flowers, I will break your 3rd leg." Just then, the phone on the table vibrated, the screen lighting up with the internal line number from the Southern Military District. He stared at the caller ID. 3 seconds later, he answered with a calm voice. "Speak." In the surveillance room, Shun Hongyuan answered the phone. The voice on the other end was heavy, belonging to an old acquaintance from the Southern Military District's frontline command, codenamed Iron Wall. Old Shun, the alert level has been raised. What do you mean? The outer third defense line has detected cross-border fluctuations 7 times from last night to this morning. At least 4 second-tier source beasts, one of which's energy signature is suspected to be third tier. What? Third tier? His voice suddenly rose, causing the glass in the surveillance room to vibrate. What is your frontline reconnaissance department doing? A third-tier source beast pushing from the abyss core to the outskirts, a journey of hundreds of kilometers, and your alert network is just for show. What about the defenses? What about patrols? Are those staff either asleep or blind? The other end of the phone fell silent for 2 seconds without retort, because there was indeed no way to refute it. Iron Wall's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Old Shin, this matter is indeed our dereliction of duty. I won't make excuses. That third-tier source beast is a cracked mountain iron spine rhino. Shin Hongyuan's pupils Iron Wall continued at 2:17 a.m. last night. That iron spine rhino suddenly broke through the outer blockade of the 3rd defense line, rampaging straight through and overturning 2 of our reconnaissance teams. 5 of 7 armored reconnaissance vehicles were destroyed and 14 awakeners were injured and sent back. By the time reinforcements arrived, that beast had already turned back to the abyss. It came and went freely. Shin Hongyuan gritted his teeth. Yes, Iron Wall repeated, his voice heavy. The entire process took less than 12 minutes. It doesn't seem like it's hunting, it seems more like it's testing. Shin Hongyuan felt a chill down his spine. The power exchange between source beasts and humans has never been equal. Source beasts are born with formidable physiques, and their energy operation efficiency far exceeds that of awakened humans, with inner-tier crushing almost being the norm. The true combat power of a third-tier source beast is comparable to that of a human fourth-tier powerhouse. The cracked mountain iron spine rhino is even a top predator among third-tier beasts. Its body is covered in a metallic exoskeleton, and its horn can penetrate any known alloy armor. Such creatures have violent temperaments. When they run, they can even collapse mountains. They used to stay obediently in the abyss without crossing boundaries, but now they are frequently coming out. Iron Wall sighed. Old Shin, you also know that the abyss rifts are scattered throughout the southern war zone. With hundreds of entrances, no one can predict from which point the source beasts will emerge. With such limited personnel, it's impossible to cover everything. We've been patching up the east wall with the west wall for more than a day or 2 now. Shin Hongyuan remained silent. He understood. There are a total of 13 abyss entrances in the Southern Military District that need guarding. The defense line is stretched too thin, and the number of awakeners is forever insufficient. Everywhere is crying out for more personnel. Everywhere needs reinforcements. This isn't just one person's problem, it's the predicament of humanity in the face of the abyss. The Central Command has urgently dispatched 2 mecha companies to reinforce the defenses around Jiangxing. The situation in both the east and west is also escalating, and the expansion rate of all rifts is still increasing. It has risen by 5.2% compared to last month. Shin Hongyuan's pupils shrank slightly. It was no longer 3.7. It had increased again. The rift is expanding and source energy is being released. The activity range of high-tier source beasts is shifting outward. When these bad news are pieced together, it signals a precursor to disaster. About your daughter's training mission. The voice on the other end paused as she set to depart tomorrow. Yes, brother, let me be frank. Old Shun let her hold off. It's not about being afraid, it's just that this situation is abnormal. Those creatures seem to be driven out by something not like normal territorial expansion. Shin Hongyuan was silent for a few seconds. He could certainly delay his daughter's mission. A quick call to her mentor with any excuse would suffice. But he knew better than anyone Shin Qing's temperament. If she knew the front line was more dangerous and she was being protected more, she would likely skip the training application and volunteer for the front line. That stubbornness she inherited from her mother would be impossible to pull back. Understood. He'll think about it. He hung up the phone. Shin Hongyuan put down his phone and turned to look at the surveillance screen. On the screen, the tea had not yet dried. A thin young man was crouching behind a pile of discarded mecha parts, stealthily rummaging. The density of this kid's body could no longer be described as comparable to superalloy. It was something beyond his understanding. Having lived for half a lifetime, he had seen countless monsters with spatial talents, yet he had never seen an dire talent that could be this solid. Secondary petrification mutation. His confidence in this conclusion had dropped from 90% to 60%. But no matter what this kid was, one thing was certain. Shin Hongyuan's gaze was heavy as he stared at the screen. He had bet right. This freak, whose flesh was harder than steel and was unafraid of death, was the best shield he could find for his daughter. Even if it was just to extend her reaction time by a few seconds. That should be enough. Shin Hongyuan set down his cup and rubbed the edge of his phone case with his thumb. 3 days. He focused on the sneaky silhouette on the screen, his voice soft. It must go smoothly. In the heavy machinery area of the scrapyard, Su Ming's current state was somewhat inflated. ever since he had accidentally touched that low-grade mutant beast crystal. Swallowing it for 100 quality points had completely changed his selection criteria. Those ordinary scrap iron. Sorry, he had lost interest. For the past half hour he had been diligently gnawing on high manganese steel armor plates and titanium tungsten alloy drive shafts. A piece was worth 30 to 40 points, a shaft 40 to 50 points, and he had been savoring them. But now, it was like getting used to a 5 Wagyu beef, then being asked to go back to chewing on buns. It wasn't that he couldn't eat, it was that he had become picky. Those scraps with claw marks and energy burn marks were now his targets. Because mutant beast crystals often hide in the gaps of equipment wreckage that have battled with mutant or source, the shattered crystals that couldn't be retrieved on the battlefield, the residual crystal fragments embedded in armor, or even the height-year source beast blood that had dried on the surface of the machinery. To the military these were worthless impurities in scrapped goods, but to him they were pure organic nutrition. Su Ming crouched behind a pile of discarded infantry armored vehicles. After rummaging for a while his gaze locked onto something. A main armor plate of a tank weighing 700 to 800 pounds. The center of the plate had a huge penetrating dent. The edges of the high-strength alloy had been brutally torn open by something. The torn surface was uneven with charred burn marks remaining. The burn marks were uneven, not resembling the clean cuts made by energy weapons. It looked more like it was left by a high-temperature organism grabbing it directly. Beast claw marks. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He moved around to the side of the armor plate and crouched down to peel back the layer of rust. Through the gaps between the gears and rivets, he vaguely saw something deep within. Something was glimmering. The sheen was faint, but indeed present. The problem was that this armor plate was too thick. The entire plate was at least 6 to 7 centimeters thick of military-grade special steel, with gaps too narrow for even a finger to fit in. The normal approach would be to find cutting equipment or call a crane to flip the plate over. Su Ming looked around. The nearest workers were 50 meters away. That was enough. He gripped the edge of the torn armor plate with both hands, his fingers embedding into the steel. Lift. His muscles suddenly tensed. A ton of real weight sank into his feet, and he exerted strength in his waist and back. Creak. The 700 to 800 pound main armor plate was lifted from the ground by him. Still not enough. The thing he wanted to see was in the deepest gap. Lifting it alone wouldn't help. Su Ming clenched his molars, his arms stretching out to the sides. Tearing. Creak. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of metal tearing was sharp and piercing, like a giant breaking a steel bar. The 6 to 7 centimeter thick military-grade special steel plate was like a cardboard box being violently torn apart in Su Ming's hands. The crack extended from the center to the sides, revealing shiny silver metal cross-sections inside. 50 meters away, the scarred Lee suddenly turned his head. The half-burnt cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Damn. The burly men behind him were also stunned. A young man in his 20s with a background as a mover. The iron pliers in his hand fell with a clatter, stinging his foot. But his eyes never left Su Ming. Is that a tank main armor plate? Damn, that thing would take 4 of us plus hydraulic pliers to cut open it. He used his hands. Fire talent. Are you sure that's fire? Scarredly picked up the cigarette, but that had fallen to the ground, found it extinguished, then took out a lighter to relight it, his hands trembling. A return to light. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. The military inspector said that secondary petrification mutations become more explosive as they approach the end of their lifespan. After a pause, this kid probably really doesn't have much time left. The surroundings fell quiet for a few seconds. The young mover murmured lowly, damn. If someone about to die has such strength, how fierce must they have been when alive? No one answered. Su Ming ignored the discussions behind him. After the armor plate was torn open, the things within the gap were exposed to the sunlight. For pieces. 4 gray crystal fragments the size of a thumb. The surface was stained with dried dark brown blood, emitting a faint, but indeed present energy fluctuation. Next to the crystal fragments, there was also a piece of black hardshell material the size of a fingernail. It was neither metal nor ore. Su Ming leaned closer to sniff it. Fishy. Very fishy, carrying a wild scent that made one's scalp tingle. Source beast blood scab. Su Ming's pupils shrank. No matter what it was, he would eat it first. He closed the torn armor plate to block his line of sight and placed his left hand on it. Devour. Ding. Devoured first-tier low-grade mutant beast crystal fragments. 4 quality points: 75, 82, 91, 68. Ding. Devoured second-tier source beast dried blood scab, residual purification and refinement, completed quality points: 340, 340. A fingernail's eyes dried blood scab, 340 points. What if it was a fresh, intact second-tier source beast corpse? He didn't dare to think further. If he did, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He casually swallowed the torn armor plate as well. Ding. Devoured grade military special steel plate, purification and refinement, completed quality points: 87. The system's prompt sound rang incessantly in his mind. Su Ming felt like a gambler feeding coins into a slot machine, each pull leading to a payout. Current quality point balance: 1488. Su Ming rubbed his fingers together, adding the remaining time today to continue devouring together with the daily 1% compound growth by the day after tomorrow. Perhaps he could exchange for another talent sequence. As for the 10,000 kilograms of real quality required for the third-tier silver, he was still far from it. But the direction was right. And now he was very, very sure of one thing. The Source Rift training the day after tomorrow was not just a task of being a meat shield for Shenhong Yuan. Mutant beast corpses sourced beast wreckage scattered crystal fragments. That meat grinder that gave the military headaches was to him an unexploited gold mine. Su Ming licked his lips and continued searching for the next piece of wreckage with claw marks. A humanoid excavator back to work. At the same time, in the Zhao family's exclusive training room located in the basement of No. 1 Jiang City, 2 black iron-level bodyguards skillfully secured the last piece of dark red scale armor onto Zhao Kuo's shoulder armor fastener and stepped back 3 paces. Zhao Kuo stood in the center of the training room, slowly spreading his arms. The Clevel Fire armor, known as Crimson Flame armor, fit snugly against his body. The surface of the dark red scales shimmered with faint fire patterns, while within the armor it felt as if magma flowed slowly. The belly skin of a third-tier fire lizard specially tanned absorbed 30% of physical impacts and enhanced fire affinity by 20%. His father spent 4 million to acquire this fine piece. Zhao Kuo moved his shoulders slightly, and the armor plates emitted a subtle rubbing sound, a smile creeping onto his lips. How does it feel? The 2 bodyguards behind him exchanged glances and chorused in support. Young Master Zhao is mighty. Stop flattering me, Zhao Kuo replied, but his chin had already lifted. He turned towards the corner of the training room where a password box was located, inputting a 6-digit code, and the lock popped open. Inside, the box was lined with velvet, and at its center lay a crystal the size of a pigeon egg. The entire crystal was dark red with a faint glow of liquid light flowing within, resembling a miniature magma ball. It was a second-tier fire-type beast crystal. Zhao Kuo held it in his palm, turning to look at the corner of the training room. In the gathering spirit array, Lu Rian sat cross-legged, her long hair cascading down, her eyes slightly closed. Her slender fingers formed intricate seals, channeling the A-level special skill fortune generation. She appeared calm and focused. Yet internally she was sneering. The fortune binding had already latched onto Zhao Kuo's essence, while private domain interception was all set. When Zhao Kuo absorbed the crystal, the released fire energy would be transferred through the dual cultivation chain. She would intercept 90%, leaving only 10% residue for Zhao Kuo. She had practiced this operation countless times. It was all going smoothly. Refeeding. She never intended to give Zhao Kuo anything genuine. This man had S-level talent, family resources, and a top-tier cultivation environment. What she possessed was merely this body that naturally attracted fortune and a heart colder than anyone else's. In 5 days at the arena, Su Ming would surely die. She would step on the fortunes of these 2 men, reaching bronze within 6 months and silver within 2 years. At that height, whether the only son of the Zhao family in Jiang City was worthy of carrying her shoes would depend on her mood. Rian. Zhao Kuo's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lu Rian opened her eyes, revealing a perfectly "I'm ready." Zhao Kuo strode over proudly, lifting the crystal before her. Do you see this? A second-tier fire crystal, which my father secured through 3 layers of connections. Once I absorb this, and with your refeeding. He leaned closer to Lu Rian's ear, his voice low and fervent. Tonight, I will touch the threshold of bronze. He paused. In 5 days I will turn that waste Su Ming's bones to ash, inch by inch, in front of the entire school. Lu Rian's cold glint vanished from her eyes, yet the gentle curve of her lips remained unchanged. I believe in you. Zhao Kuo stepped back, satisfied. His right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Shatter. The second-tier crystal exploded in his palm. The crimson raging energy erupted like a miniature volcanic eruption, and the S-level talent lava ground fire instantly surged forth. Dark red liquid fire seeped from every pore of his body, engulfing him in a scorching wave that swept in all directions. The temperature in the training room surged. The 2 black iron bodyguards and the 3 lackeys standing at the door were forced back several steps by the heat wave, one of them too slow and singeing his eyebrows. Holy crap. The 3rd lackey covered his face and retreated. Is young Master Zhao too fierce this time? S-level is indeed S-level. If a punch were thrown, the whole street would turn to ash. The bodyguards sternly commanded them to be quiet, but the reverence in their eyes could not be hidden. In the center of the training room, Zhao Kuo was enveloped in dark red flames, the patterns on his crimson flame armor shining to their utmost brilliance. He looked like a fire god rising from the earth. The power was overwhelming. He could feel the energy within him expanding wildly, getting closer to the threshold of bronze. Just 1 step away. Just 1 final step. Rian. Refeed. Lu Rian formed seals with her hands, activating her talent sequence. Fortune binding locked onto Zhao Kuo's essence successfully. Private domain interception began to draw in fire energy. An anomaly occurred. Without any warning, the base layer energy supporting her talent's operation within Lu Rian. The minor fortune she had absorbed from Su Ming for 3 years suddenly began to collapse. It was not a slow loss. It was a complete collapse. Lu Rian's face turned pale in an instant. What was happening? She had no time to analyze the cause. That fortune was the foundation of her talents, awakening the trump card she had accumulated from Su Ming for 3 years. Without this foundation, her level talent was a building built on sand. And now the sand was being pulled away. What she had absorbed for 3 years was being yanked back by its original owner. Lu Rian was unaware that Su Ming had broken through to second-tier bronze last night, but her talent knew. At the other end of the fortune binding, that waste she had drained for 3 years. At this moment, the essence's strength had reached a level sufficient to self-correct its ownership. The fortune flowed back. She could not stop it. The talent sequence was violently disrupted. Fortune binding lost its foundational suppression, and the connection instantly shattered. Energy interception not only failed to intercept Zhaoqua's energy, but also, due to the sequence jamming, created a terrifying energy vacuum. The vacuum needed to be filled. The base instinct of the talent reacted in the most primitive way to absorb. Not Zhaoqua's fire energy. It was to absorb Zhaoqua's essence. Zhaoqua's entire body stiffened. The lava ground fire flowing around him suddenly slowed, and the glow on the surface of the crimson flame armor dimmed by a third. What? He looked down at his hand. The flames were shrinking. It wasn't him retracting, it was being pulled away. That power surged back through the dual cultivation chain like a bottomless pit, consuming everything about him. Rian. Zhaoqua turned sharply. Lu Rian's face was already devoid of color, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her hands trembling violently, as if she were about to collapse. She was desperately trying to stop the backlash, unable to hold it back. Zhaoqua, something is interfering. She gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. Zhaoqua couldn't hear any of it. Energy was leaking. In front of the bodyguards and lackeys, at the critical moment of his impending bronze breakthrough, energy was flowing outwards. This was more painful than killing him. Come back to me. Zhaoqua roared, suddenly activating his level essence, forcibly pulling the leaking fire energy back. This pull caused a complete disaster. The backlash of the fortune within Lu Rian reached a critical point. The wildly collapsing base layer fortune, the out-of-control interception sequence, and Zhaoqua's violent pull intertwined together in the dual cultivation chain. The A-level talent fortune generation triggered the most primitive parasitic instinct, self-preservation. At all costs for self-preservation. All backlash damage, all energy turbulence was completely transferred along the binding chain. Target host Zhaoqua. Zhaoqua was completely unprepared. The liquid fire that had been cut off and then backflowed went completely out of control. Along with the impact wave of the fortune backlash, it slammed heavily into his own chest. Bang! A muffled sound. The crimson flame armor blocked the external impact, but could not withstand the internal explosion. Acrid black smoke seeped from the seams of the armor, and Zhaoqua's body bent forward sharply, a metallic taste flooding his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, splattering everywhere. Zhaoqua's knees went weak, and he dropped to one knee on the training room floor. The entire room fell silent. The bodyguard reacted the fastest, rushing forward to support him. The 3 lackeys stood dumbfounded, their expressions shifting from reverence to terror. Zhao, young master. Zhaoqua braced himself against the ground, trembling all over, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could not understand what had happened. Everything had been fine just moments ago. Energy was rising, bronze was within reach. How could it suddenly? He turned to look at Lu Rian. Lu Rian had already timely collapsed within the gathering spirit array, looking utterly weak. But her mind, fortune backlash. The base layer foundation collapsed. She figured out the reason in less than 2 seconds. Su Ming. That man from whom she had drained fortune for 3 years. He had grown stronger. Strong enough that the portion of fortune she had absorbed began to flow back automatically. But she could not say that. Absolutely could not say it. To acknowledge it would mean admitting her A-level talent was stolen. Lu Rian propped herself up, her eyes reddening, genuinely red. The fortune backlash had caused many of her capillaries to rupture as she rushed to Zhaoqua's side, her face full of panic. Zhaoqua, it's not a problem with the technique. Her voice trembled, but each word was carefully calculated. I sensed just now. There was a thread of causality carrying death energy, interfering with the refeeding. That energy signature seemed like a byproduct of a mutated talent. Zhaoqua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the streak stretching long. What do you mean? Lu Rian bit her lower lip, revealing just the right amount of hesitation and fear. Su Ming, his second petrification mutation, is not just simple body petrification. Do you remember? His talent is increasing weight, essentially devouring his own life force to gain mass. This kind of talent that overdrafts life will produce a causality pollution. He is cursing us with his life. The training room was quiet enough to hear heartbeats. The 3rd lackey shivered, stuttering, curse. Curse. That dying waste can still curse and level. Lu Rian said nothing, only lowering her gaze, allowing tears to silently slide down her cheeks. The act was seamless. Zhao Kuo's face was already twisted. Humiliation, pain, anger, and a sliver of fear locked deep within his heart. He suddenly shook off the bodyguard's hand and staggered to his feet. He seized an expensive crystal cup from the table and smashed it violently against the wall. Bang! Shards flew everywhere. Bring the people who have been watching Su Ming over the past 2 days. Zhao Kuo wiped the last trace of blood from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. I want to know what that waste has been up to these past 2 days. Unknowingly, dusk approached. In the heavy machinery area of the Xinghe waste material processing plant, the setting sun dyed the heaps of scrap armor a dark golden hue. Su Ming squatted behind the wreckage of a discarded self-propelled artillery. His left hand pressed against a half-high B-grade titanium tungsten alloy side skirt. He felt the black hole in his palm greedily tearing apart the metal molecules. The alloy plate silently collapsed from the point of contact, layer by layer, peeling off, compressing, and surging into his palm. A minute later, only a small pile of gray-white dust remained. Ding. Devoured B-grade titanium tungsten alloy side skirt, quality points 67. Quality point balance 1547. 8. Su Ming whistled, brushed the dust off his hands, and flipped over to climb another mountain of scrap metal. Having worked from 8 in the morning until now, he had thoroughly consumed all the high-purity alloys he could reach in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machinery area. B-grades, C-grades, and occasionally he would find a few special alloy components with military numbers. Every piece he ingested directly translated into quality points. It felt good, really good. This sensation was like others spending money at the gym while he was gaining muscle at work and still getting paid. A blood profit. However, he did not let the bountiful harvest cloud his mind. With 1,547. 8 points, he was still over 400 short of 2,000. Based on the remaining stock in the heavy machinery area, he could barely gather up to 1,800 before clocking out today. Should he come back for those 200 points tomorrow? No. He had to set off for Yuan with Shun Qingzi early tomorrow morning, leaving him no time. Su Ming rubbed his chin while squatting atop a scrap pile, his gaze sweeping across the entire heavy machinery area. He was now faced with a choice. In the system mall, there were 3 divine skills. Last time he bought the quality engine, leaving him with quality convergence and quality domination. 2,000 points were only enough to purchase one. Quality convergence compresses a ton of weight to normal human levels, allowing him to walk without breaking the floor, returning daily life to normal. He recalled Shun Qingzi using an atomic beam to cut her finger today. That girl had unleashed her ultimate skill, sparks flying everywhere, yet in the end, she hadn't even scratched him. Shun Qingzi's expression at that moment. How should he put it? It was like a lumberjack putting all his strength into cutting a tree, only to suddenly realize he was chopping a steel column. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Showing off was indeed addictive. But they would be heading to Yuan the day after tomorrow. That place had frequently seen high-level military practitioners suffer losses, with second-tier and third-tier source beasts roaming about. The sheer toughness wouldn't suffice. He needed to be able to fight. Quality domination, master the laws of one's own quality and density, generating 5 times kinetic energy with each exertion, with a 30 chance to trigger full true damage. With a 5 times kinetic energy boost. His current true mass was just over 1,000 kilograms, meaning a punch would deliver an impact equivalent to 1.5 tons. If the 30 true damage triggered, it would be 1.5 tons that ignored defenses. What kind of concept was that? It was comparable to a small shell. Domination. He had to buy domination. Convergence could wait. At worst, he would just have to walk carefully. After making his decision, he jumped down from the scrap mountain, leaving 2 deep pits in the anti-explosion cement beneath his feet. Su Ming looked down, his expression unchanged. He would deal with it later. All this was in service to the people and the country. What was wrong with the country serving him a bit in return? He bent down and squeezed into the innermost corner of the heavy machinery area, where several discarded medium-sized military command vehicles were piled up. This batch had just arrived today. Scarfacely said they were pulled from the front lines and had not yet been sorted. Su Ming opened the first command vehicle's chassis with his bare hands, like unboxing a delivery. The chassis armor was 3 times thicker than that of ordinary vehicles, consisting of pure military-grade, high manganese steel. Devoured. 38. The second vehicle devoured. 41. The third vehicle. Su Ming's hand stopped. There was a hidden groove on the inner side of the chassis, blocked by charred armor fragments, completely invisible unless uncovered. Inside the groove was a crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, dark red with liquid light slowly flowing within. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He reached out and pried out the crystal, turning it over in his palm. The energy purity was extremely high, far superior to the inferior fragments he had previously found in tank armor gaps. A second-tier fire-type beast crystal. It was in perfect condition, likely embedded when the command vehicle was destroyed by the beast, unnoticed by the sorting workers. Su Ming swallowed hard. This was, without hesitation, He opened the black hole in his left palm fully. The dark red light on the crystal's surface flickered violently for 2 seconds before it disintegrated like ice thrown into boiling water. Silently collapsing, it transformed into pure energy that surged into his palm. Ding. Devoured second-tier fire type, beast crystal, complete quality, extremely high energy, purity, 0 loss conversion. Gained quality points, 450. Su Ming froze for half a second. 450. A single transaction of 450. Aside from the 2400-point rock robot, this was the largest windfall he had ever devoured. He looked down at the system panel. Quality point balance, 2076. 8. He had broken through. The 2000 barrier he had broken through. Su Ming stood behind the dim scrap mountain, took a deep breath, and then another. He wanted to howl at the sky, but he couldn't. There were still patrolling workers nearby. He couldn't let his persona collapse. He pressed his expression back into a cold demeanor, brushed off the rust from his hands, and walked nonchalantly out of the heavy machinery area. As he passed Scarfacely, the latter offered him a cigarette. "Little Su, you did well today. Are you coming back tomorrow?" "No, I have something on tomorrow." "All right, take care of yourself. Don't push too hard with that petrification mutation." Su Ming nodded his expression. Singing in his heart, Su Ming walked out of the waste plant's main gate as dusk settled in. The space wristband and all valuable items were stored in the factory's custody according to regulations. He wore his school uniform jacket and had $30 in his pocket. He decided to have instant noodles tonight. Why? Just couldn't wait. He eagerly returned to his affordable rental apartment to exchange for quality domination. Then he would have a good night's sleep and set off early tomorrow morning. The plan was perfect. As Su Ming turned into a secluded narrow alley on the outskirts of the city, several beams of flashlight suddenly illuminated ahead. 5 burly men blocked the alley entrance, all wearing black t-shirts. The lead bald man held a short club that glimmered coldly in his hand, and a dagger was tucked at his waist. Su Ming paused. He recognized the leader. Leopard, one of the Zhao family's watchdogs of black iron level enhanced, awakened, a local tyrant collecting protection fees in the outskirts. Last time at the school gate, this guy had blocked Su Ming with his crew, called by Zhao Qua to gather information on Su Ming's daily activities. Several passing lower-class workers recognized Zhao's men, their faces turning pale as they stuck to the walls and slipped away. Leopard tapped the short club against his palm, twice producing a crisp metallic sound. Su Ming. He tilted his head and smiled, that grin glaringly bright under the flashlight. "Young Master Zhao wants me to tell you, after offending him, do you still expect to go to the college entrance examination intact?" The club pointed towards Su Ming's arms. "Today I will collect 2 arms as interest." "All right." The burly man behind him laughed sinisterly, and someone had already drawn out a dagger. Su Ming glanced at the short club. Crate alloy. The quality was decent, probably worth around 7,000 to 8,000 federal coins. He then looked at Leopard and the few little brothers behind him. All black iron level. Suddenly Su Ming felt a bit sorry for Zhao Qua. Hiring black iron level to deal with bronze level wasn't that like inviting someone to dinner, but instead sending them off. "Go ahead and make your move." Su Ming stood in place, even putting his hands in his pockets. Leopard was enraged by this attitude. "You're looking for death," he bellowed, infusing his arms with enhanced energy, the crate alloy short club whipping through the air, crashing down towards Su Ming's left shoulder. He put all his strength into this blow. It was enough to shatter an adult bull's spine. Su Ming did not dodge. He did not raise his hand. He didn't even blink. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding exploded in the narrow alley, echoing back and forth several times. Leopard's smile froze. The crate alloy short club struck Su Ming's shoulder without the expected result of broken bones and torn muscles. The club bent, forming a standard V shape in the middle. The terrifying recoil transmitted back through the club, instantly tearing Leopard's palm. Blood streamed down the club handle, and his entire right arm went numb. No. This wasn't human. What was this thing? Leopard's brain hadn't had the time to process this information when Su Ming moved. He didn't use any skills. He simply pulled out his right hand from his pocket, swatting at Leopard like shooing away a fly. The motion was very casual. The speed wasn't particularly fast, but with over 1,000 kilograms of true mass concentrated in that slap, the kinetic energy. Leopard only felt as if a fully loaded dump truck had collided with his face. Boom. He was sent flying backward, covering over 10 meters in half a second, his back crashing into the red brick wall at the end of the alley. The wall collapsed. Bricks, dust, and broken steel bars exploded together. Leopard was embedded in the ruins, rolling his eyes back as he lost consciousness on the spot. The alley fell silent. An eerie silence where even breathing sounds seemed to vanish. The 4 burly men, still holding their daggers, had trembling hands. Their brains were desperately denying the scene they had just witnessed. A single slap. Just one slap. The black iron level Leopard had been slapped through a wall by a tall, skinny boy in a school uniform. Su Ming shook his wrist. Just as he was about to walk over to check if there was anything valuable on Leopard, a peculiar sensation suddenly transmitted through his feet. Cold. The ground was freezing. A thin layer of white frost spread from the depths of the alley, moving slowly, but covering a wide area. Moisture on the alley walls crystallized into fine ice, and the air temperature dropped by several degrees. Su Ming frowned. It wasn't even autumn yet, and it was already freezing. Footsteps approached slowly from the shadows, the soles of shoes crunching on the frost, producing delicate cracking sounds. A figure emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley. In the deepest shadows of the alley, Li Changhe casually adjusted his collar, his fingertips brushing over the dark grade composite waterproof windbreaker he wore. He flicked away a few drops of splattered dirty water. As a well-known Brontier water system assassin in Jiangxing, he always believed that killing was an art that must be executed with elegance. He had just returned from the southern source 2 days ago, having witnessed 2 awakeners of the same rank being torn to shreds by rampaging source beasts, cursing under his breath about his misfortune. Upon returning to Jiangxing, he had just accepted a contract for 100,000 from the young master of the Zhao family, targeting Su Ming, a high school student with great talent who was terminally ill. When he first received the information, Li Changhe felt it was a profound insult to his career as an assassin. 100,000 to kill a high school student. This was no different from picking up money on the street. But just moments ago, he watched as the Zhao family's black iron-level thug, the leopard, was slapped into the red brick wall by this so-called terminally ill-grade waste. With a single slap, the wall crumbled. Li Chang's hand, adjusting his windbreaker, paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. There must be something wrong with the information. Is this really the power that grade black iron can unleash? A single slap sent a black iron-level thug flying over 10 meters. The energy and explosion were astounding. This power was at least that of a bronze-tier early-stage strength-type awakener. That fool Zhao thought he could buy a bronze-tier life for 100,000. Li Changhe cursed in his heart, yet he felt no panic. There are distinctions even among bronze tiers. As a water system assassin, he specialized in lethal armor-piercing strikes. No matter how strong the physical power, cutting the carotid artery would only yield a bleeding carcass. That 100,000 was as good as earned. His shoes crunched on the thin layer of frost, making a crisp sound. Li Changhe stepped out of the shadows into the dim glow of the streetlight, the surrounding temperature dropping a few degrees further with his arrival. Hearing this sound, the 4 thugs who had just been paralyzed by fear seized the opportunity like a lifeline. Li Changhe, Zhao Xiao even invited him here. The thugs erupted in wild joy, the leader trembling as he took 2 steps back, shouting, "Brother Changhe, this kid is up to something. He definitely has hidden power, take him down." Li Changhe ignored the cannon fodder, his gaze looking down at a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Su Ming stood still, not moving an inch. Li Changhe felt slighted. He snorted coldly, raising his right arm slightly, fingers suddenly gripping the air. Grade water system talent. Ice Path was his atmospheric technique, while high-pressure water blade was his killing move. A nearly transparent arc of light instantly formed in the palm of Li Chang's hand. The high-speed rotating water flow emitted a piercing shriek comparable to that of an aircraft engine, causing the surrounding air to ripple as it was sliced. With a flick of his wrist, Li Changhe swept the water blade past a rusty iron street lamp. There was no resistance. The upper half of the lamp post silently slid off the cut, smooth like a mirror. The thugs were stunned, then erupted into a frenzy of cheers. This was solid. This round was thoroughly secured. The high-pressure water blade could slice through steel plates like tofu. Killing a flesh-and-blood target was no different from cutting vegetables. Li Changhe reveled in the awe-filled gazes directed at him. His body swayed slightly, resembling a ghost as he left a watery afterimage. His toes tapped on the frost, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters, closing in on Su Ming. Too slow. Li Changhe watched as Su Ming didn't even adopt a defensive stance, dismissively judging him in his heart. Just a target with brute strength. Accompanied by the ear-piercing shriek of the cutting blade, the high-pressure water blade drew a lethal crescent arc towards Su Ming's carotid artery. It was over. In Li Chang's mind, the image of that great head soaring into the sky had already formed. At that moment, he heard Su Ming in front of him let out a soft sigh. "Damn it, the cement splashed by you has dirted my last clean school uniform." Before the words finished, the water blade viciously struck Su Ming's neck. Clang! A sound erupted in the narrow alley, nearly piercing through the eardrums. The scene he envisioned, filled with blood, never materialized. The moment the high-pressure water blade made contact with Su Ming's skin, it erupted with a screeching sound akin to a large angle grinder grinding against high-carbon steel. Visible ripples of transparent water splashed wildly from Su Ming's neck. The water flow shattered into a flurry of white foam, unable to withstand the extreme physical backlash. Li Changhe felt a sharp pain in his wrist holding the water blade. The flesh at his palm split open. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps before barely regaining his balance. The alley fell into a deathly silence. The cheers of the 4 thugs caught in their throats, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Li Changhe stared intently at Su Ming's neck. There was no blood, no wounds, not even the faintest white mark. The The grade water blade that could cut through light armor had somehow not even scratched the surface of this young man's skin. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Li Chang's proud rationality collapsed in an instant. He looked at Su Ming in terror, wondering if he was hallucinating after spending too long in the abyss. Is this really a carbon-based life form? Was this flesh filled with solid tungsten steel? Su Ming raised his hand to touch his neck, feeling the residual moisture, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this it? This is even weaker than the hand chop from Shun Hanyuan last night. A water system assassin. Are you playing with a water gun? Su Ming revealed a slightly naive smile. A ton of true mass converged unreservedly on his right foot, the sole suddenly exerting force. Bang! The anti-explosion blue bricks laid on the ground instantly cracked and collapsed, forming a deep pit. Using this terrifying directional thrust, Su Ming shot forward like a dark solid cannonball, appearing face-to-face with Li Changhe in an instant. Too fast. So fast that all that remained on Li Chang's retina was an afterimage. An overwhelming instinct for survival triggered a scream from Li Changhe. The source of bronze surged wildly. A deep blue high-pressure water shield several centimeters thick instantly formed before him. This was his trump card, a skill that had saved his life before, having helped him withstand a frontal assault from a second-tier source beast. Su Ming didn't even blink, swinging his right hand. He didn't even employ any complicated techniques. It was simply a straightforward slap. Smack! In the crisp explosion. That so-called absolute defense-grade water shield was as fragile as paper. It was obliterated by Su Ming's palm, without even a pause, exploding into a mist of water. The terrifying kinetic energy struck Li Chang's face without any hindrance. In that instant, Li Changhe heard the sound of his facial bones shattering. His entire body felt like it had been hit by a high-speed maglev train, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying backward at a speed 3 times faster than his approach. Boom! The half-buried wall at the end of the alley that had just entombed the leopard welcomed its second occupant. Li Changhe was embedded like a sticker pressed forcibly onto it. He was deeply embedded in the load-bearing wall. The surrounding bricks shattered and peeled off in large areas. His eyes rolled back, consciousness lost, and his body convulsed. The entire scene fell into silence. If just now the leopard was sent flying, the thugs could still deceive themselves into thinking the leopard was underestimating them. But now Jiang Cheng, a well-known bronze-tier assassin, was fully unleashing his skills. He was actually struck by the same move again. Like swatting a bothersome fly, he was knocked into the wall. A few thugs were so frightened they nearly lost control. His brain was completely shut down. Su Ming stood in place, disdainfully shaking his hands. Too weak. He had swallowed so much high-density armor at the junkyard yesterday. After his real mass surpassed 1,000 kilograms, the density and hardness of his body had reached an astonishing level. Li Chang's proud water blade seemed like a plastic knife slicing through tank armor in front of him. It was purely a dimensional reduction strike in terms of physical laws. Su Ming did not look at the trembling thugs. Instead, he looked down at his coat. The splash from the shattered water blade had mixed with the mud in the alley. It left several conspicuous stains on the hem of his school uniform. "'Tis such a hassle. This was the only decent outfit he could wear outside." He stepped over to the wall at the end of the alley. Li Changhe was still unconsciously spitting blood. Su Ming reached out and grabbed Li Chang's hair, pulling him up like a radish. Effortlessly, he yanked him out from between the bricks and threw him on the ground. Su Ming squatted down, his gaze sweeping over the dark gray composite trench coat. With a grade waterproof coating and a lining made of cut-resistant carbon fiber, this item was quite valuable in the outskirts of the abyss. It was windproof, moisture-proof, and could prevent surprise attacks worth at least 20 to 30,000 federal coins in the market. Moreover, the impact from that slap had left the coat completely unscathed. Its quality was indeed remarkable. "It's a waste for you to wear this." Su Ming moved swiftly, stripping Li Changhe of his trench coat in no time, shaking off the dust and directly putting it on himself. The size was just right, a bit long, but not affecting it. After putting on the trench coat, Su Ming casually reached into Li Chang's inner pocket to rummage. A wallet, a few unnamed federal bank cards, and over 2,000 cash. The bank card's password was useless, but the cash was a good find. Su Ming skillfully stuffed the cash into his pocket. He patted Li Chang's swollen face, which was barely recognizable. "You got my school uniform dirty, this coat, and the money should be enough for damages." Li Changhe, on the ground, emitted a weak whimper, probably trying to protest. But with his jaw broken, no sound could come out. Silence means consent. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Zhao really was a big spender, sending people to deliver ahead without hesitation. He even threw in prime gear and travel expenses from the abyss. He almost felt reluctant to kill Zhao Kuo in 5 days. Having secured the loot, Su Ming stood up, just preparing to leave. At the alley entrance, 4 thugs were waking from their petrified state. They exchanged glances and turned to run as if they had seen a ghost. Su Ming did not look back. With a casual flick of his right foot, he kicked a piece of rubble. A piece of broken blue brick about half the size of a fist flew like a sniper bullet. It whistled through the air, covering dozens of meters in an instant. It accurately smashed into the right knee of the leading muscular thug. Crack! A chilling sound of bone fracturing echoed. The thug screamed as his entire right leg bent in half. He crashed to the ground, sliding 3 to 4 meters away, blood smeared across his face. The remaining 3 instantly slammed to a halt, frozen in place, as if the pause button was pressed. They didn't even dare to breathe. Su Ming turned around, hands in the pockets of his new trench coat, calmly staring at, "Did I let you go?" The temperature in the alley seemed to drop even lower than when Li Changhe had used frost earlier. The broken brick hitting the knee produced a dull thud. The leading muscular thug fell to the ground with a scream. The crayed manganese chromium alloy baseball bat in his hand clattered to the side. He wanted to crawl, but his right leg twisted at a strange angle. Any slight movement sent sharp pain shooting through him. Su Ming leisurely turned around. The gray-black trench coat he had just taken from the water-type assassin made his figure appear even taller in the dim light of the street lamp. He looked like a reaper returning from a vacation in hell, ready for an evening stroll. He walked over step by step, while the remaining 3 unwounded thugs trembled like leaves. They didn't dare to make a sound, frozen in place. The fallen muscular thug, seeing no hope of escape, gathered his last bit of strength in desperation. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the alloy bat from the ground, and forced himself to kneel up. With all his might, he swung down at Su Ming. "I'm going to fight you," Su Ming said, nothing, not even glancing at the bat coming for his forehead, merely extending his hand casually. Smack! A light sound. He easily caught the end of the bat. The thug's face turned red, veins bulging on his arms. He exerted all his strength, but the bat seemed to be welded to the thug's hand, unmoving. "Give it here." Su Ming seized it from him. Under the terrified gazes of the thugs, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Su Ming gripped the crayed alloy bat with both hands. Like kneading dough during the new year at home, he began to twist it casually. Creak, crunch, creak. The horrifying sound of metal twisting echoed in the silent alley. Every sound felt like a blunt knife scraping their nerves. The bat, purchased for a hefty price, was strong enough to crush a second-tier beast's skull. But in Su Ming's hands it was like a ball of cotton. Bent, folded, squeezed. In just 3 seconds. Clang. A solid iron ball, fist-sized and marked with twisted patterns, was formed. He casually tossed it at the feet of the muscular thug. The thugs felt their scalps tingle, their brains completely shut down. He turned an alloy bat into a ball with his bare hands. This. Newton's coffin lid couldn't even contain this. Su Ming clapped his hands, pointed at the iron ball on the ground, and then pointed at the stains on the hem of his school uniform. "Now it's time to pay taxes." His expression was stoic. "You wasted my time returning home and got my clothes dirty, so let's settle up." The thugs, waking from their daze, no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance. "Well, pay," they cried out with faces full of despair, frantically fumbling to take out their money. Paper bills, coins, all things that represented money were tremblingly brought forth. They were afraid that they would also be turned into a ball if they were slow by even a second. In the crowd, a fatty who had just arrived from Sichuan to join the Zhao clan just a couple of days ago was scared out of his mind, having hardly any money. He even started to unbuckle his belt, seemingly wanting to strip to pay off his debts. Su Ming looked at his fleshy figure and twitched his eye. "Stop. Leave the money, keep your clothes on." The fatty froze mid-action, daring for the first time to look Su Ming in the eye under the light of the alley. An extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. Good heavens, he had to admit this devil looked remarkably handsome up close. Late at night, in a low-end apartment, Su Ming took a shower, washing off the dust and faint scent of blood. He changed into a clean t-shirt, sat cross-legged on the bed, and summoned the system panel. Quality points balance 2267. 8 the cash and the recovery value of the alloy bat, seized from the alley battle. Together they barely added up to 100 points, but it was sufficient. Without hesitation, he clicked on the long-desired icon on the skill tree. Quality domination exchange. In an instant, 2,000 quality points were instantly cleared. A deep black hole-like power of rules silently surged into his limbs. It was not a violent energy wash, but rather a completely new physical law forcibly written into his body. Su Ming slowly clenched his fist. An unprecedented sense of control surged within him. He could clearly perceive the real mass of over 1,000 kilograms within his body. No longer a heavy burden, it was now fuel that he could manipulate at will. Every stretch of muscle, every turn, could perfectly mobilize the mass of his entire body, unleashing terrifying kinetic energy. 5 times kinetic energy boost. A punch thrown would carry the impact comparable to a high-speed collision of an off-road motorcycle. What made him even more exhilarated was the 30 probability of triggering the full true damage. Ignoring defenses, Su Ming's mind stirred as he extracted a piece of scrap steel the size of a palm from his spatial bracelet. This was something he had picked up outside the scrapyard during the day. He extended his right index finger and gently poked at the dark steel plate. Puff! A muffled sound, almost inaudible. His finger passed through the steel plate without any hindrance. It penetrated directly. It was as if he had poked through a thick block of tofu with his finger. Su Ming flipped over the steel plate and saw a hole the size of his finger glaring back. The hole was not smooth, its edges curled backward. It was covered with jagged metal shards from being forcibly torn, with fine cracks spreading outward from the opening. This was not a technique at all, but pure unadulterated power. It destroyed the internal structure of the steel the moment they made contact. Su Ming looked at his fingertips. Not only was there no injury, but there wasn't even a trace of redness. In his past life, he had drilled into concrete walls with a power drill. That experience had been much more taxing. This is good, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. But then he stroked his chin and started to ponder. This scene still looks too horrifying. He was acutely aware that despite being a cheat who relied on devouring mass to grow stronger, he still had to present himself as a more normal power-type awakener in front of others. In this era, a strong physique could be interpreted as a kind of enhancement talent. However, the enhancements of others were mostly localized mutations like hardened arms or explosive leg muscles. But his mode of full-body simultaneous enhancement was far too contrary to the logic of carbon-based life forms. It was simply a crazy test of the limits of researchers. I need to package this up? Su Ming pondered deeply. I can't call it high-density physical penetration, that would expose my trump card. Oh, I also can't call it invincible finger poke, that's too uncultured. Got it. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes brightened. He remembered some foolish things from his past life. In his previous life as a male from the Dragon Kingdom born in the 90s, he had also been a martial arts enthusiast during his childhood. Naturally, he had suffered greatly from it, wearing a pot lid on his head draped in a burlap sack. Every day, he dreamed of picking up a manual to act heroically. He practiced the great strength diamond finger by poking walls daily, only to end up with his fingernails flipped over. Following the Shaolin TV, he kicked steel pipes to practice the great strength diamond leg, nearly breaking his own leg bones. Those absurd martial arts dreams, unexpectedly in this world, were realized in a super high-spec version. He gestured again in the air, satisfied as he blew on his fingertips. This force, this hardness, this depth. This move will henceforth be called Great Strength Diamond Finger. From now on, if anyone dares to say my move is not authentic, I'll use this finger to give them a free cranial puncture. After a burst of excited youthful exuberance, Su Ming set an alarm and lay down on the wooden floor, closing his eyes. Tomorrow at 5:30, Xinxingxi would come to pick him up at the scrapyard entrance. The destination was the Southern Source Abyss entrance number 7. Su Ming closed his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dining outdoors would surely be delightful. At the same time, in the underground training room of Jiangxingno, one courtyard, Puff, Zhao Qua had just been awakened by a physician using healing potions when he heard his subordinate's report. He could not catch his breath and spat another mouthful of blood onto the carpet. The bandage on his chest was instantly— "What did you say?" His eyes were bloodshot as he fiercely grabbed the collar of the messenger thug. The leopard is done for. Li Changhe is also done for. The thug was so frightened that he couldn't bend his legs, his pants damp and warm. He stammered for a long time before managing to squeeze out a complete sentence. Yes, Zhao Xiao. We saw it with our own eyes. It was like kneading dough. Zhao Qua pushed him away, staggering back 2 steps, colliding with the equipment rack behind him. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. An grade talent. A dying waste. How could he possibly crush a crate alloy with his bare hands? He suddenly turned his head and looked at the pitiful Lu Ruyan in the corner. Right? It must be the curse. It has to be that causal curse. She had said that Su Ming's petrification mutation talent would have some causal interference while draining vitality. That waste was burning the last few years of his dog life, in exchange for this kind of power that does not belong to humans. In Zhao Qua's eyes, fear and malice intertwined, ultimately transforming into hysterical madness. Su Ming. He grabbed his phone. His finger hovered over the contact list, hesitating for several seconds. In the end, he still dialed the number. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, just as dawn broke, Su Ming appeared at the entrance of the Xingho scrap processing plant wearing a grade black waterproof coat. The coat was of a cut far superior to his shabby school uniform. The dark gray fabric complemented his now razor-like aura. Standing in the mist, he was as upright as if he had stepped down from the cover of a military magazine. Several workers who arrived early passed by, frequently glancing over. Creak. A black off-road vehicle with military plates roared in, coming to a steady stop in front of him. The door swung open. Xinxingxi jumped down from the driver's seat. Today she had changed into a tight black combat suit, the high-waisted belt accentuating her trim waist. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing a small section of her fair neck. She exuded an aura of sharpness and professionalism reminiscent of a cold weapon. Upon seeing Su Ming's black coat, a glimmer of imperceptible light flashed in her usually icy eyes, but it quickly vanished. Get in the car. Her voice remained as concise as ever, carrying a hint of metallic coldness. The front line just sent back the latest battle report. The area we are heading to has seen the rift double in size overnight. Su Ming opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, tearing away into the distance. The off-road vehicle drove out of Jiangxing City District heading south. Shen Qingxi tossed over a military tablet. On it was a newly updated top-secret briefing. The Southern Military District had raised the alert level to Class A last night. The rift at entrance number 7 of the source abyss had a stable expansion rate that had surged to 5.2. Radar had detected at least one third-tier source beast, the Crack Mountain Ironback Rhinoceros, lurking at the edge of the blockade. The briefing included a simulation image. The Crack Mountain Ironback Rhinoceros was covered in dark gray armor. Its horn resembled a rust-red steel cone. It was larger than 2 military trucks combined. The image was annotated below. Its true combat power is comparable to that of a human fourth-tier powerhouse. Its horn can penetrate any known alloy. Survival rate for awakeners below gold rank is 5. Su Ming stared at the image for 3 seconds. His thoughts were not about how to fight. Instead, how much mass could he gain by devouring such a large creature? He silently returned the tablet to Shen Qingxi, saying nothing. Leaning back against the seat, he closed his eyes and started to sleep. Shen Qingxi, please could you show some respect for a third-tier source beast? Your head is full of nonsense, isn't it? An hour later, the off-road vehicle was stopped in front of a heavily guarded iron defense line, 30 kilometers from the source abyss entrance at the outer checkpoint. The moment the window rolled down, a strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with gunpowder rushed into the vehicle. Su Ming opened his eyes. Not far away, stretchers covered with white cloth were being transported from the front line to the rear. The white cloth was not tightly secured, revealing charred, severed limbs. Dark red bloodstains on the ground stretched from the checkpoint gate all the way to the rear battlefield tents, like a small stream that never seemed to end. The officer responsible for verification was a middle-aged man with one arm. The empty sleeve of his left arm was pinned to his shoulder with a safety pin. He took Shen Qingxi's pass and flipped through it, twice, frowning deeply. He glanced at the identity information of Shen Qingxi on the pass, then bent down to look at Su Ming in the passenger seat. His gaze lingered on Su Ming's face for a second. Too young. Miss Shen, hasn't the command center notified you? The one-armed officer's voice was hoarse, as if he had been shouting orders all night. The front line just experienced a small-scale beast-tide attack an hour ago, and our defenses are retracting. If you go in now, we cannot guarantee your safety. When he returned the pass, he glanced at Su Ming once more. Too young. Shen Qingxi glanced at the stretchers. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened, but her gaze showed no sign of wavering. Just as she was about to speak, roar! A beast's roar erupted suddenly from the dim horizon. The sound penetrated a distance of several dozen kilometers. It carried a pressure that could penetrate into the bones. It was not the physical vibration of sound waves, but rather a more primitive and violent life instinct declaring its territory. The faces of all soldiers at the checkpoint changed simultaneously. The military off-road vehicle that Su Ming was in had its blast-proof windshield suddenly crack with a crisp sound in response to that distant roar. Crack. A spiderweb-like crack opened from the center. The explosion-proof glass shattered. A spiderweb of cracks erupted from the center, spreading its intricate lines outward. Immediately, a piercing alarm shattered the silence above the entire steel defense line. Level 1 alert. Sonic wave targeting activated. All turrets enter automatic defense mode. The one-armed officer's hoarse shout echoed. He stared intently at the distant gray horizon. At that moment, several blood-soaked medics rushed out, with a stretcher frantically bursting forth from the trenches behind the checkpoint. The stretcher was covered with a white cloth long since soaked to a dark red. It could hardly conceal the twisted shape beneath. A charred arm reduced to nothing but bones slipped from the edge of the cloth. It dragged a glaring trail of blood across the ground. The sounds of wailing, the urgent beeping of equipment, and the stench of gunpowder mixed with the scent of blood filled the air. He forcefully shoved his head into the car window. The one-armed officer's face turned pale, his eyes instantly bloodshot. He abruptly turned around and slapped the hood of the SUV with tremendous force. Bang! The loud thud caused the entire vehicle to shake. Did you see that? He pointed at the stretchers being hurriedly taken toward the rear field hospital. He roared at the two people inside the vehicle, spitting, almost hitting Shen Qingxi's face. An hour ago, the exact same scream. My squad, 12 brothers. Now less than half can be brought back intact. Now, immediately, get back to Jiang City. This is not a place for pampered young masters and ladies like you. His voice carried the weight of long-suppressed rage and sorrow. The veteran soldiers around them, just coming out of their alert state, cast cold, disdainful glances at him. That kind of look was all too familiar to Su Ming. The disdain from the lower ranks toward the privileged class needed no reason, it was etched in their bones. We are not here to play around. Shen Qingxi tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her voice cold, yet suppressing her anger. Play. The one-armed officer seemed to have heard the greatest joke. He pointed at the words, Federal Central Military University, Practical Training Mission, on Shen Qingxi's pass, laughing in a manner more pitiful than joyful. Do you know what practical training means? It means risking lives. It's not about letting my elite soldiers who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood babysit you. Becoming cannon fodder. I don't care who your father is nor how powerful your family is in the Federation. It won't work here. My bottom line as a soldier is to not let my brothers be sacrificed for the resumes of the privileged. His words were heavy and resonant. The soldiers around silently gathered closer, no one spoke. Yet those icy gazes had formed an invisible wall. Pointing fingers from the masses, Su Ming leaned back in the passenger seat, still wearing that aloof, indifferent demeanor of a cold scholar, uttering not a word. Yet in his heart, there was not the slightest feeling of being offended. In this damned era, there were indeed too many heirs of wealthy families treating the abyss as a gold-plated amusement park. In the eyes of those people, the lives of the lower-ranking soldiers were not lives at all, but low-value expendables. A set of class armor scratch could cause them to mourn for a long time. The lives of dozens of veterans were worth less than a fraction of the compensation money that would later be given to their families. Thus, this rough officer who dared to risk his position by shouting at the privileged was viewed more favorably by Su Ming. Shen Qingzi faced the fury and hostility without arguing. Calmly, she raised her left wrist, revealing a simple military communicator. "You'll contact my instructor." She pressed a shortcut key on the communicator. The veteran soldiers around smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Instructor? How much clout could that have? At best, a school officer who could still reach the frontline command. The next moment, a deep blue holographic projection suddenly appeared above the SUV. In the interplay of light and shadow, the upper body of a woman emerged. Dressed in scarlet battle armor, her striking red hair was casually tied back. The tight design outlined breathtaking explosive curves. There were a few dried bloodstains on her face. Instead of detracting from her beauty, they added a wildness and sharpness. What caught the most attention was the shining colonel insignia on her shoulder. She glanced at the camera, casually wiping away the beast's blood rolling down her forehead. Clearly she had just come through a fierce battle. Shen Qingzi looked at the woman in the projection, her voice tinged with respect and admiration. "Teacher, I am stuck at checkpoint number 3. The red-haired woman wiped the blood from her temple, her magnetic hoarse voice rang out. "Hand the communicator to the sentry." The one-armed officer frowned and took the communicator from Shen Qingzi. "Reinforcements are coming. Let's see who you can bring. It's the rules. Anyone who comes is useless." Just as he was about to question, the woman in the projection spoke first. "I am Huang Fujing." 3 words. No title, no preamble, no nonsense. "Shen Qingzi is on a special mission I assigned. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." The one-armed officer's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His gaze locked onto the face in the screen, fixated on the iconic red hair. He felt as if he had been struck on the crown of his head, freezing in place. Huang Fujing. This name was a living legend in the Southern Military District, especially among the frontline troops that had long dealt with Yuan. She was a taboo born from survival. The veteran soldiers around who had previously harbored hostility now resembled ducks with their necks grasped. All expressions froze. At the moment her words fell, everyone heard a deafening sound from the projection. Boom. The image from the communicator shook violently. Behind Huang Fujing, a beast resembling a small mountain, with 3 pairs of compound eyes, collapsed to the ground. On its heavy shell, thick enough to withstand the fire of main battle tanks, a terrifying gash that could be seen to the bone ran from its head to its tail. It was almost split in half. Blood, bones, and mud splattered everywhere, dyeing the screen a shocking dark red. That was a 4-star 6-eyed ghost spider. A sharp-eyed soldier recognized the identity of the source beast and gasped in cold shock. To confirm he was not dreaming, he shifted his gaze to the upper right corner of the holographic projection. As he took the communicator, the system automatically verified the officer's credentials. A line of small text appeared. Name Huang Fujing. Rank Colonel. Affiliation Southern Military District Zhuke Corps. Position Commander of the 7th Independent Regiment of Zhuqiwa, Special Combat Instructor at the Southern Combat Academy. Upon seeing the 2 words Zhuke in gilded song font, the one-armed officer's face drained of color in an instant. His throat dried up, countless thoughts surged in his mind. Oh heavens, oh earth. No need to play the pig to eat the tiger like this. Just now I spoke too loudly. Is it too late to kneel down and apologize now? Zhouke's gaze was firmly fixed on the upper right corner of the projection. That line of military files was brief, yet every word struck his heart like a hammer. Huang Fujing. Who among those who have spent years on the front lines of the Yuan has not heard this name? At 30, she was the youngest colonel in the Southern Military District. A peak 5th year awakened. She had single-handedly defended the Abyss line for 100 days. The high-tier source beasts she had slain could not be fully recorded in the military merit system. And the Zhuke Brigade. This was no ordinary field unit. It was the sharpest blade in the entire Southern Military District, the ace guarding 13 entrances to the Abyss. To enter this unit, one must at least be a 3rd-tier silver and have killed peers amongst the source beasts. Zhouke's throat tightened. What had he just done? He had shouted in the face of this killing God student, calling her a flower in a greenhouse, telling her to roll back to Jiang City. That was stepping on a landmine. This was like holding a thunderbolt and jumping into a fire. Zhou Ke's back was instantly soaked. The communicator nearly slipped from his hand. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, silently observing the scene. He had originally thought that Shun Qingzi was merely an ordinary instructor. To his surprise, her background was astonishingly formidable. No wonder Miss Shun had been so composed, as if strolling in her own backyard. It wasn't that she was oblivious to danger. It was that her teacher was even more dangerous than these threats. In the projection, Huang Fujing seemed unaware of the tension on this side. Someone behind her was shouting, "Commander, the left flank is pressing again." Huang Fujing turned her head and casually took a long knife from the hands of a nearby person. The blade was still stained with the fresh blood of source beasts. She did not turn off the projection, nor did she explain. She simply waved her hand, and a dull sound echoed from afar. The communication screen shook twice. A few old soldiers' eyelids twitched. This colonel was genuinely receiving communications on the battlefield. Zhou Ku abruptly retracted his outstretched neck. With a forceful push from his heels, his military boots slammed against the ground. He straightened his entire body in the most standard posture of his life. His remaining right arm moved like lightning towards his temple. He performed a flawless military salute. 32nd Outpost of the Southern Military District. Captain Zhou Ku of the 3rd Inspection Station at Entrance No. 3. All soldiers. His roar split the air, filled with a tremor and fervor he was unaware of. Salute to the commander. This shout was like an invisible current striking the spine of everyone present. All the veterans who had gathered around. Almost simultaneously, they lowered their rifles, stood at attention, and brought their legs together. Facing the front of the all-terrain vehicle, they rendered the most solemn military salute. Their gazes transformed from cold disdain to heated bone-deep awe. Even Su Ming in the passenger seat turned to look in surprise. He had witnessed Zhao Kui using money and power to suppress others, and Shun Hongyuan exerting his strength to dominate. But with just a name, it compelled a group of battle-hardened veterans who had just crawled back from the gates of hell to perform such a grand gesture. Such a thing cannot be bought with money. Zhou Ke's eyes gleamed with fervor as he continued to shout into the communicator, requesting special task sequence approval for the independent regiment. Heavy gate No. 1 leading to the core area, open all lines. After saying that, he respectfully handed the communicator back to Shin Qingzi. His movement was as reverent as presenting a sacred object. There was no longer a trace of doubt in his eyes, only a sense of natural relief. No wonder. No wonder she possessed such temperament and strength at such a young age. It turned out she was that woman's student. Everything made sense. In the holographic projection, Huang Fujing's gaze lightly shifted away from Zhou Ku and fell back onto Shin Qingzi's face. Her tone was as unyielding as that of a soldier. Rarely a hint of warmth, only comprehensible to insiders, flickered in her voice. The achievements of the dead are worth nothing. To be alive is the only perfect score. After saying that, her gaze inadvertently swept over to the passenger seat. When she saw Su Ming's face, her eyes paused for a moment. The corners of her brows lifted slightly. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was he appealing to both the old and the young? Had his charm transcended class? Even this iron-blooded battle goddess couldn't resist it. Su Ming maintained a calm facade, but internally, he began to embellish his own narrative. Thunderous sounds. Before he could reflect, a deafening metallic, grinding noise came from ahead. A thick, several meter tall alloy blast door slowly rose amid the piercing hydraulic roar. It revealed an even more profound, desolate expanse behind. Shin Qingzi pressed the gas pedal. The military all-terrain vehicle roared to life and unhesitatingly drove into the gray, forbidden zone known as the meat grinder by Federal soldiers. As the vehicle passed through the gate, Su Ming instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror. Within the swirling ashes, that group of soldiers who had just wished to devour them alive remained. They held their military salute unmoving. Figures stood in the smoke and dust like steel rods embedded in the earth, solemnly watching them until the all-terrain vehicle disappeared into the abyss mist. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he turned his head, a mischievous, gossiping smile breaking the silence in the vehicle. "Miss Shin, your teacher is so strong. What's her background?" Shin Qingzi gripped the steering wheel, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the increasingly rugged road ahead. Yet a rare flicker of near-fanatical reverence appeared in her eyes. In the Southern United Army, instructors are of two kinds. Her voice remained cold, but carried a different tone. One teaches you how to score high in simulated battles and how to receive medals at graduation ceremonies. The vehicle rolled over the remains of an unknown exotic beast. It emitted a crisp crunch. The other teaches you how to survive every mission. Shin Qingzi's gaze was fixed straight ahead at the bleak horizon. My teacher is the latter. A few simple words devoid of elaborate diction painted a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood before Su Ming's eyes. A woman stood bathed in blood, treading upon countless source beast carcasses, pulling her students back from the brink of death one by one. Su Ming did not respond. He recalled Huang Fujing's stunning yet fierce face and the massive beast's body cleaved in two behind her. This world truly was a hell of a ride. He licked his dry lips, his gaze drawn to the outside. As the all-terrain vehicle delved deeper, more visible signs of battle began to appear along the roadside. Huge claw marks, scorched craters blasted by energy cannons, and the scattered remains of exotic beasts. Su Ming's expression changed in an instant. All the legendary instructors and iron-blooded military souls were pushed to the back of his mind. In his eyes there were only those twisted remnants exuding waves of energy. Those were not corpses. They were walking quality points. They were the ladder to third-tier silver. Su Ming began to fantasize wildly about his glorious feast time. Deep within Yuan on a battlefield designated as a Crimson Forbidden Zone, a high-intensity hunting operation had just concluded. Huang Fujing stood beside the corpse of a six-eyed demon spider, extracting a tumtor-long broadsword from the beast's eye socket, trailing a line of ghostly purple flames. She stood up, her red hair tousled by the heat waves, the combat uniform spattered with the thick, dark fluids of source beasts, emitting a pungent, sweet odor. Casually, she thrust the giant sword into the ground and turned to look at the three team members behind her. All three were still standing. Their armor was damaged, and someone was holding their ribs, gasping for breath, yet no one had fallen. Huang Fujing's lips relaxed slightly, acknowledging their safety. That was enough. Collect the bodies, or we can report to headquarters now. Her tone remained as concise and efficient as ever. But her team members who had followed her for many years knew that the commander did not check their injuries immediately after the battle. For the red-haired female Shura, accustomed to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not losing limbs was already the best battle report of the day. The three team members responded in unison, swiftly beginning to handle the battlefield. Huang Fujing squinted slightly, her gaze directed toward the deeper abyss ahead. Under the bleak sky, a vague colossal silhouette moved slowly through the dense fog. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. 5 towering 10-meter heavy source energy mechas spewed blinding flames from their exhausts. They fell heavily from above the canyon, surrounding Huang Fujing in a semicircle. The silver command mecha in the center emitted a hissing sound as it released pressure and slowly opened it. A young man dressed in high-level anti-radiation military attire stood at the control panel, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a warm smile on his face, adorned with a silver badge representing the Federal Research Institute on his chest. He leisurely adjusted his gloves and looked down at Huang Fujing from a superior position. Colonel Huang Fu, long time no see. The Liu family from the imperial capital sends their regards to you. Liu Beiyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze swept over the fourth-tier six-eyed ghost spider, nearly cleaved in two. A hint of unmasked anguish flickered deep in his eyes. This source beast had been tracked by the elite team of the Federal Research Institute for half a month solely for its nearly perfect source energy skeletal structure. It was the core material for manufacturing the next generation of heavy mechs. Now it was cut down by this woman with a single stroke. Commander Huang Fu, long time no see. Liu Beiyuan's voice was warm and polite, like an old friend catching up. Yet the detachment and questioning in his tone were unmistakable. But isn't the way you snatched the beast a bit unsightly? He paused, a hypocritical smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The source energy skeletal structure of this six-eyed ghost spider has been a target of our Federal Research Institute for quite some time. Since we are all serving the Federation, how about you let me take the skeletal structure while you take the core source crystal? The three members of the Zhuke team behind Huang Fujing darkened their expressions upon hearing this. What do you mean by snatching the beast? In the realm of Source Abyss, the unclaimed belongs to the capable. This six-eyed ghost spider was slain by our commander through skill. Naturally, the spoils should belong to the Zhuke Legion. This Liu fellow wanted a share right from the start, and he immediately asked for the most valuable skeletal structure. His audacity was extraordinary. Liu Beiyuan seemed oblivious to the three people's expressions and continued to leisurely raise the stakes. Besides, my brother is currently teaming up with your prize student for a training mission, isn't he? Given that two juniors are collaborating harmoniously, Commander Huang Fu, wouldn't you be willing to spare us a few scraps of bones for our logistical research? The insinuation was obvious. My brother is protecting your student. As their teacher, you ought to show some gratitude. However, his soft and hard approach did not make Huang Fujing relent in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to ignite a powder keg. In her deep, red, heavy pupils, a chilling, killing intent instantly reached its peak. Clang! A piercing metallic explosion suddenly rang out. Huang Fujing moved. She was too lazy to waste words, her right hand flicking upward. The red lotus broadsword that lay at her feet was instantly in her grasp. The sword's width was nearly half a meter and over 2 meters long. The entire blade was crimson like molten lava, weighing 1,000 pounds, yet feeling weightless in her hand. The frenzied sword energy accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom shattered the air, transforming into a visible crescent arc of light soaring into the sky with an utterly unreasonable posture. Crack! A tremendous sound. Liu Baiyuan's pupils constricted. He didn't even have time to react. He watched as the blood-red sword light severed the complete left arm of his prized billion-credit silver commander mech. The cut was smooth as a mirror with high temperatures melting the intricate circuits and alloy structure into a glass-like state. Alarm! Alarm! Portside main armor damaged 100%. Balanced system malfunction. The interior of the mech lit up with red lights, and the piercing alarm echoed throughout the valley. Liu Baiyuan's face turned pale in fear, stumbling slightly. He staggered back a step, almost falling from the cockpit. "You Huangfujing, have you lost your mind?" He roared in a fit of rage, unable to maintain his usual refined demeanor. He could never have imagined this woman would dare to attack him publicly over a disagreement, and to start by severing the arm of his mech. This was the Sklass experimental mech Silver Wing, which he personally oversaw the design of pouring 3 years of effort into. Yet a mech powerful enough to withstand the direct strike of a fifth-tier powerhouse was actually cleaved by her with a single sword. Cooperating harmoniously, Huangfujing held the giant sword with one hand, dragging the tip along the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. Beneath her crimson hair she smiled like a Shura crawling out of hell. "Liu Baiyuan, you deceived me into signing that team application for the training task under the guise of high-level technical exchanges. Did you really think I wouldn't know your filthy intentions from the Liu family?" Her gaze contemptuously swept over the battered severed arm mech. "But now you come to cozy up to me. It seems you still don't know what your fool of a brother has done in Jiangqing, do you?" Liu Baiyuan's heart sank suddenly. A strong, ominous premonition surged within him. "What do you mean? What happened to Beichen?" Huangfujing let out a cold laugh, hoisting her giant sword, and turned to walk deeper into the valley, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette and a light remark. "Rich second-generation kids are truly brainless fools. Go ask the Jiangqing Defense Command. Also, you better pray that Mr. Shin is in a good mood these days. Otherwise, even if your Liu family's old man comes personally, he might only be able to collect your precious brother's corpse." The words fell. Her figure, along with those of her 3 team members, had already vanished into the dense mist of the abyss, leaving behind a pale-faced Liu Baiyuan and 4 heavy mechs caught in a dilemma. "Mr. Shun? Which Mr. Shun? In a class satellite city like Jiangqing, what big shot could Huangfujing mention in such a tone? And what exactly did Beichen do to provoke that crazy woman Huangfujing to attack him directly?" Countless questions and anger swirled in Liu Baiyuan's mind. The pilots of the 4 mechs behind him dared not even breathe. In one mech's communication channel, a young team member spoke in a low voice, trembling as if he had just survived a disaster. Captain Han was that, the red-haired Shura. So incredibly fierce. "Shut up," the man called Captain Han reprimanded in a low voice. "Do you want to die?" The Blue Eagle from the Research Institute and the Zhuke independent team have always been at odds. Today's enmity is thoroughly established. Liu Baiyuan ignored the whispers of his subordinates. He suppressed his rising anger and suspicion. With a sullen face, he opened the encrypted communication channel. He did not have the contact information for the Jiangqing Defense Command, and moreover, since Huangfujing told him to ask, he would not ask. He had his own information channels. The communication connected. A respectful voice came through. "Chief Liu, what orders do you have?" "Investigate all of my brother Liu Beichen's movements in Jiangqing over the past few days, especially everything related to him and the Starfire waste disposal plant. Immediately. Right now. I want all the information within 10 minutes. "Yes." After hanging up the communication, Liu Baiyuan gazed in the direction Huangfujing had disappeared. His eyes were so cold they could almost drip water. "Huangfujing. And that what?" "Mr. Shun, I want to see who in such a remote place as Jiangqing gave you such audacity." The alloy gates slowly closed behind them, cutting off the last glimmer of light from the civilized world. The military off-road vehicle came to an abrupt stop in front of a massive crater. The tires plowed 2 deep grooves in the dark red scorched earth. After driving for about 10 minutes, Shun Qingxi parked the vehicle next to the severed wreckage of a mech. "Get out, we will walk from here." She unbuckled her seatbelt with swift and decisive movements. The high-sensitivity radar in the vehicle will continue to scan for energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. But the fog interferes with detection, so don't stray too far. Su Ming pushed the door open and got out. The air was thick with a nauseating sweet metallic taste and scorching radiation. This was the edge of the source abyss referred to as the Ashen Zone by frontline soldiers. All that met the eye were the scars of war. Shin Qingxi did not rush forward, she leaned against the car door. Opening the tactical terminal on her wrist, a ring of blue light illuminated the mini probe on her left shoulder. "Before we officially begin our training in the source abyss, let's set some ground rules." Su Ming stood up straight, his hands tucked into his trench coat pockets. He assumed a posture of obedient listening. First, this is my training mission. All source beasts must be led to be killed by me. The tactical recorder's kill judgment is very strict. I must ensure my effective output exceeds 30% and complete the final kill to count for valid points. Do not interfere unless it's an emergency. No problem, Su Ming nodded vigorously. Those who steal kills will face divine retribution. This is the most basic team ethics. Seeing him so agreeable, Shun Qingzi continued. In this training, besides completing the semester tasks of the military university, my personal goal is to break into the national talent list. You must have heard of this list, right? The talent list. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He indeed knew of it. It was the ultimate target for high school students to boast about. It is a list that gathers all young powerhouses under the age of 25 from across the Federation, encompassing the 4 military districts, top universities, research institutes, and the Rogue Hunter Association. Those who make the list are all monstrous talents among monsters. A rare hint of pride in being a top genius surfaced in Xin Qing's tone. I'm a first-year student, 19 years old currently, with 820 points. She paused. I'm ranked 16th at the Southern United Military Academy and 188th nationwide. Su Ming felt a slight shock in his heart. So impressive. A freshman has already entered the top 200 nationwide. If only he had awakened a powerful talent last week. He would have surely been arranged in the top 3 by the sycophants of the school. Or was it that he was just useless? My goal in this source abyss journey is to accumulate 2,000 points and push for the top 100 on the list. She raised her eyes, locking her gaze on Su Ming. So this is the second rule, and the most important one. When encountering a third-tier source beast, you must unconditionally obey my commands. If we are confident we can attempt to kill it, if not, we must retreat decisively and not recklessly seek death. Understood? I'm most afraid of dying. Thirdly, I will keep your current body density and defense power absolutely confidential. Your mutated power acquired at the cost of your lifespan could cause a lot of trouble if it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives. An innocent person can suffer for possessing a treasure. A mutant with a useless talent possesses a physique far beyond normal. If exposed, it would attract countless forces, covetous eyes, and research. And Xin Qingzi, with such a monster by her side, would also fall into endless trouble. The young lad's imagination was considerable, much like his own understanding of human clothing. Su Ming shrugged. I completely agree. However, Miss Xin, since this is a team, I have a small condition to propose too. Xin Qingzi turned to look at him. Aside from the points and those valuable source energy cores belonging to you, the remaining smelly corpses of the exotic beasts, rotten meat, broken bones, and waste materials. Su Ming grinned. Can I keep them all? Xin Qingzi was taken aback. She looked at Su Ming as if he were an alien, sizing him up twice. Why would he be interested in such waste that occupies space, is energized, and has no value? Even if taken back to the scrap station to sell by weight, it wouldn't even cover the shipping cost. Was this guy really running out of options? But to avoid wasting time, she couldn't be bothered. She decisively uttered 2 words. Deal. After saying that, she turned and walked into the dense fog of the abyss. The two had barely ventured less than 1,000 meters forward. Suddenly the surrounding fog surged violently. A wave of rancid wind rushed towards them. From the right side of an abandoned trench, a creature comparable in size to an adult buffalo, covered in dark green barbs, pounced out. Like a runaway bulldozer, it charged violently. A first-tier exotic beast, the venom blade demon lizard. Corrosive slime dripped from its gaping maw. It sizzled as it hit the ground. Su Ming stood still, preparing to observe how capable this creature was. However, Xin Qingzi charged forward instead. The S-grade gung metal blade bone activated instantly. Clang. Accompanied by a clear sound of the blade, the matte silver-gray Tang Hung knife cold edge erupted from her right palm bone. Her figure left an extremely graceful afterimage in midair. Fast. Su Ming only saw 2 blinding flashes of cold light, one horizontal and one vertical, pass through the air. Pooh. The first strike accurately severed the venom blade demon lizard's tough neck nerve. The second strike followed through, decapitating the massive head that weighed several hundred pounds. With a resounding crash, the headless corpse fell to the ground about 10 meters in front of them due to inertia. It twitched twice before lying still. The entire process from the lizard's charge to decapitation took less than 3 seconds. Xin Qingzi landed gracefully, flicking her wrist. The horizontal knife silently melded back into her bones. Not a drop of the beast's foul blood stained her black combat suit. She displayed the unparalleled grace of a female killing god on the talent list. Su Ming stood aside, swallowing hard. What a cool combo. She was practically a high-spec female Wolverine. Then, looking at himself, he could only rely on his body to collide with others or slap them with his palm. In the face of such a fierce knife technique, he felt like a country bumpkin who could only brawl. His heart ached. Su Ming unconsciously began to resent these flashy talents. At the same time, he couldn't help but fantasize. When he returned to the college entrance examination stage, he would slap that bastard Zhao Kuo to death. Which college should he apply to? Should he go to the imperial capital or the demon capital? Or simply respond to the national call and enlist? Given Xin Qingxi's demeanor, her teacher Huang Fujing was even more formidable. Attending the Federal Central Military University seemed like a good choice. In his past life, he had heard about how deep the waters were in the military. Could someone like him with no background and barely hanging on truly succeed? Wouldn't he be crushed by those rich second-generation heirs and officials? Su Ming silently suppressed the persona of the great demon king. His gaze shifted to the massive corpse on the ground, still emitting steam. Xin Qingxi had already walked over to the demon lizard's corpse. A steel dagger appeared in her hand, and with extreme skill, she pried open the lizard's skull. She extracted a thumb-sized source energy core that shimmered with a faint glow, wiped it clean, and tossed it into her pocket. Are you done? Su Ming rubbed his hands and approached. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an entire exotic beast. It must be worth several hundred quality points. Finally, he was going to eat well. Xin Qingxi frowned at his gleaming eyes. What do you want with this corpse? To sell. Su Ming replied confidently, looking like a penniless man with a righteous cause. Even a fly's leg is meat. The skin and flesh of a first-tier exotic beast can still fetch a few $1,000 if dismantled. You have to be frugal to get by. Xin Qingxi's lips twitched. Fine, you can sell it. But how do you plan to take it with you? She pointed to the nearly 1-ton mound of meat on the ground. Carry it. We have to stay in the abyss for 3 days. Do you plan to lug this pile of rotten meat while fighting third-tier source beasts? Su Ming was momentarily stunned. The idea of a ton of beast carcass disappearing into thin air was simply outrageous. Swallowing it in front of her was a significant test of his acting skills. His past life experience told him that failing to perform well could lead to being exploited. He raised his eyes to Xin Qingxi, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Who said we have to carry it? Don't we have a spatial hand ring? Who said we have to carry it? We have a spatial ring, don't we? Su Ming confidently raised his left hand, shaking the dark silver ring on his wrist. That was given to him by Shun Hongyuan. Xin Qingxi glanced at the ring, her eyes filled with the look of someone viewing a fool. My dad gave you that. It's just a standard militia-grade item. It only has about 10 cubic meters of space. A few weapons, some armor, and rations would fill it up. Can this magic lizard fit in there along with anything else? Su Ming's heart shattered with a thud. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, what about the one on your wrist? How big is it? It's not that big, Xin Qingxi replied calmly, casually rotating the intricately patterned spatial bracelet on her wrist. It has a little over 1,000 cubic meters, a customized version. 1,000 cubic meters isn't considered big. A regular family car is about 3 cubic meters. It can hold 333 small cars. You call that not big? Rich girl, I'm starving. Su Ming shed tears of poverty. The world of the wealthy is truly hard to understand. He wished he had such a rich dad. Not even a dad, just a wife would do. But on the surface, Su Ming could only pretend to sigh nonchalantly. If it can't fit, then it can't fit. He'll think of a way first. He turned around with his back to Xin Qingxi, pulling on the little dog's face and walking away. When faced with uncertainty, seek help from the system. Su Ming frantically called for the system in his mind. System, can you store the corpse in this 10 cubic meter ring first? Then can I use my consciousness to internally devour it within the ring? This would be the perfect bug exploit. That way I can divide the storage, placing and absorbing simultaneously. I won't have to expose the devouring process while stocking up. However, the cold mechanical voice of the system shattered his fantasy once more. Ding. Request denied for the host. External spatial equipment is an independently open subspace fold, and there is no link with the host's original consciousness, making it impossible to devour matter from a distance. Su Ming cursed under his breath. What should I do? Just watch the gold mountain of coins without picking them up. I am a reincarnation of a miser. And the system fell silent again. Both sides faced off for a few seconds. Ding. Detecting the host's strong need for storage and concealed devouring. The system can open an exclusive storage space for the host beginner level. Note the exclusive dimensional space opened by the system has an initial volume of 100 cubic meters and can only store inanimate matter at the beginner level. Quality points can be consumed to expand the space. Function, the host can secretly devour substances in the space through consciousness. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This could work. Good buddy. Hurry up and activate it for me. Opening system exclusive storage space beginner requires consumption of quality points 500. The smile on Su Ming's face instantly froze. 500 points. He quickly opened the panel to check his balance. After redeeming the divine skill quality domination last night, his current balance was 267. 8. He was more than half short. Su Ming had been quite happy before. Now he was no longer smiling. Dog system, why are you choking me? It was like a starving person standing in front of a lavish feast only to be told he needed to pay for chopsticks to eat. And he couldn't even afford the chopsticks. He looked at the military SUV parked in the distance. Devouring the car. No way if he did that Shen Qingzi would definitely kill him. What about devouring the windbreaker he was wearing? No way he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt inside. Did he want to run through the radiation zone like that? While Su Ming was scratching his head, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the dark silver spatial ring on his left wrist. After all, it only contained some compressed rations, completely empty. This thing was likely made of high-density alloy and rare spatial minerals, right? That should also count as a chunk of pure mass, right? Let's give it a shot, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Su Ming focused his consciousness on his left wrist without hesitation. System assess the quality points of this broken ring for me. Ding. Analyzing standard military spatial ring. Analysis complete. It contains rare voidstone powder and high-purity tungsten gold. Due to the inclusion of microspatial law fragments, devouring this item can yield quality points 232. 2 points. Hearing this precise number down to the decimal, Su Ming thought the system was quite rigorous. 232. 2 points. Adding that to his existing 267. 8 points. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 500. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then a surge of unnamed anger shot up to the crown of his head. System, you bastard. You're scheming against me again. Did you already calculate how much I had in my pocket? You must be doing this on purpose. This is outright extortion. Su Ming furiously flipped the bird in his mind. But the system completely ignored his protests. It simply coldly popped up a prompt box. Does the host wish to devour the spatial ring and activate the system storage space? Countdown 10 and 9. This is a bloody loss. But compared to the hundreds, or even thousands of tons of exotic beast corpses and high-grade were to come, this investment must be made. Su Ming gritted his teeth and silently roared in his heart. All right, stop the countdown. I can devour it. In his palm, a microscopic black hole instantly activated. In 1 minute, the dark silver spatial ring on his wrist disintegrated into dust. It transformed into a wisp of dark gray powder and vanished into his palm. Ding. Successfully devoured spatial ring, quality points 232. Current balance 500. Ding. Balance criteria met, system exclusive storage space beginner has been activated. Initial volume 100 cubic meters. As the prompt sound faded, Su Ming felt an empty and profound space emerge in his mind. A void space that belonged entirely to him. The sense of control akin to a bloodline connection was far beyond that broken ring. Su Ming let out a long breath and turned to look at Shen Qingzi, who was waiting with a hint of impatience. Incoming, Miss Shen. I've thought of a way. Su Ming strode over to the corpse of the poisonous blade lizard amidst Shen Qingzi's slightly puzzled gaze. He extended his right hand, gently resting it on the lizard's rough scales. Give it to me, Su Ming commanded inwardly. Swish. The massive mound of flesh vanished into thin air. Not even a puddle of stinking blood was left behind. It was directly absorbed into the system space. Shen Qingzi's eyes widened in shock. She stared intently at Su Ming's left wrist. Completely empty. The dark silver spatial ring was gone. Did you blow that 10 cubic meter ring apart? How did you fit that thing in? Just a little magic from my mutated talent. Su Ming casually dusted off his hands, leaving her with an enigmatic profile. Space is like water in a sponge, you just squeeze it, he said, casually glancing at the elegant curve in front of her. He paused for a moment, then nonchalantly looked away. Squeeze it, and it gets bigger. Shen Qingzi followed his gaze and glanced down at herself. She was first taken aback. Then the usually cold expression on her face visibly flushed with a hint of crimson. Su Ming. Where are you looking? Clang. A dark golden flash erupted from her fingertip. Su Ming shrank his neck and turned to run. The voice drifted away in the mist. Don't draw your sword. I was purely conducting an academic study on spatial elasticity. Really, Shen, you must believe in my academic integrity. On my butt. Damn it, I should have known better than to make a careless remark. This woman doesn't take jokes lightly. Shen Qingzi, holding the cold blade, hurriedly followed behind, sliced open by the sharp blade of air. Damn it, I should have known better than to make a careless remark. This woman doesn't take jokes lightly. Shen Qingzi, holding the cold blade, hurriedly followed behind. The flush on her delicate face had not completely faded. She didn't even know what was wrong with her. Ever since she encountered this guy, her once calm mind had been disturbed. It was as if a brick had been thrown into a pond, creating ripples. The two of them ran several hundred meters, surrounded by an increasingly thick scent of blood and the stench of scorched earth. The previous flirtatious yet awkward atmosphere was quickly dispelled. They were now in the middle of the ash belt, and the danger level had risen a notch. Stop! Shen Qingzi suddenly raised her right hand, signaling for silence. She looked ahead at a broken wall over 100 meters away. Su Ming halted in his tracks, following her gaze. Through the peculiar thin fog of the ash belt, he spotted a gigantic creature the size of an adult bull. The creature resembled a Tibetan mastiff that had undergone countless mutations. Its body was covered in dark golden fur, and next to its sturdy hind legs lay two mangled corpses of exotic beasts. These were two second-tier iron-bone hyenas known for their defensive abilities. At this moment their necks had been brutally snapped and hot blood was still gushing out. Clearly they had just been viciously killed by this mutated mastiff. However, this terrifying beast that had just finished its battle showed no interest in the flesh and blood of the hyenas. At this moment it was crouched in an abandoned trench, its front paws forcefully pinning down a shattered mesh chest cavity as it bit into it, producing a nauseating crunch. Its massive mouth filled with interlocking fangs was actually gnawing on that high-strength alloy armor plate. The mech crafted from alloy appeared as fragile as a crispy cookie. It crunched the armor into tiny pieces and swallowed them whole. Su Ming stood there dumbfounded. What? This thing is eating metal. He instinctively touched his belly, a wildly absurd sense of dislocation rushing to his mind. He had always thought of himself as the only iron-eating beast in the universe, a unique oddity in the evolutionary chain. Yet it turned out that nature was crazier than he had imagined. He had actually encountered a kindred spirit here, although the other party was a dog. For a moment Su Ming's gaze towards the fierce creature changed. It was no longer disgust or vigilance towards the exotic beast. Instead, it blossomed into a sense of cross-species camaraderie. A fellow soul. It looks so delicious. Su Ming instinctively licked his lips, letting out a heartfelt exclamation. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzi, fully focused and prepared for battle, was beside him. Upon hearing this, she almost stumbled. She turned her head to look at Su Ming with a gaze that suggested he was insane. What kind of brain circuit did this guy have? Shouldn't a normal person feel tense and scared when facing such a second-tier mutated beast? What does looks so delicious even mean? Su Ming usually eats iron, but that was through the system's space, a form of efficient energy extraction. Now watching the primal brutish instinct-driven way the mastiff devoured its meal was a visual shock akin to watching an eating show from his previous life. Wow, it's wild enough. But its eating manners were too crude. I would do it more sophisticatedly, elegantly. Su Ming felt as if there was a stark difference between the Southeast Asian wild eating show and a Michelin restaurant review. An inexplicable sense of superiority bubbled up within him. At this moment, even his emotions were extremely complex. 3 parts shock, 4 parts familiarity, and the remaining 3 parts a sense of crisis. The source abyss was littered with metal scraps, exotic beast bones, and hide-ear mineral veins. Could it be that this dog-like creature has eaten them all, taking away my livelihood? I can tolerate a lot, but not this. Su Ming's expression shifted from friendly to hostile, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute, it's a dog. What is a dog most powerful at? Its nose. This source abyss is like a garbage dump stretched as far as the eye can see. Even if there are resources, how long would it take for him to find them alone? It would take forever. But if he could get a dog like this one with a special sense for metals and high-energy minerals, wouldn't that be like carrying around a rare material detector? Not only that, it would look incredibly dignified to ride out on it. When he was young, his family had a big yellow dog. He dreamed of riding it to school. But the big yellow dog passed away before he grew up, leaving an unfulfilled regret in his childhood. The rugged mastiff before him was larger than a cow, its dark golden mane billowing like a flag. If he could ride it, wouldn't it be even more impressive than riding a horse? At this thought, Su Ming's gaze towards the mastiff transformed from that of a kindred spirit to one filled with fervent desire for a dream mount. He lowered his voice and quietly leaned towards Shen Qingzi's ear, his warm breath making her earlobe tingle. Long legs, do you think I could catch this dog and raise it? Shen Qingzi stiffened, turning her face to glare at him. What did you just call me? Her stare was colder than the knife in her hand. Ahem, Miss Shen, my golden benefactor. Su Ming quickly corrected himself, wearing a harmless expression. Look, it looks so impressive, riding it would bring so much face. Shen Qingzi forced down the urge to draw her knife. Sure, go ahead. She rolled her eyes beautifully, the irritation from earlier still not fully dissipated. You'd better feed yourself first. The iron content in your body is higher than that of the mech. Su Ming. Tisk, this woman. Her heart isn't that big and her mind is so narrow. Why is she still holding a grudge? This is a second-tier mutated beast, the Crimson Gold Wild Hound. Shen Qingzi ignored his ramblings. Judging by its size and the metallic sheen of its exoskeleton, it should be on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Its biting force can easily tear through tank armor with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. She paused, her tone growing somber. But I advise you not to set your sights on it. The primal energy within low-tier mutated beasts is too violent, leaving only pure killing instincts in their minds with no possibility of domestication. 10 years ago, the military experimented with a combat pet unit. They implanted chips into mutated military dogs and thunder eagles, forcibly suppressing their ferocity. And what was the result? Su Ming asked, curiosity piqued. A permanent shutdown. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Qingzi's eyes. The instability of electronic control technology in the abyssal magnetic field is one aspect. The more fatal issue is the controlled beasts still absorb primal energy, and continued to evolve. The moment the energy intensity surpassed the chip's limits, thousands of mutated beasts in the base went berserk and attacked their masters. In the end, an extremely painful price was paid, leading to the slaughter and incineration of the entire project along with thousands of combat pets. Su Ming felt his scalp tingle. He hadn't anticipated such a bloody lesson behind it. He scratched his head and asked, "But that doesn't make sense, right? I watched the Awakening promotional video before, and there were clearly strong individuals fighting alongside mutated wolves. One person and one wolf charging into a tide of beasts slaughtering with style. Was that whole scene generated by an AI model? Next time I'll have to pause and count whether that wolf has 6 claws." In 2 lifetimes he had been deceived by AI. Su Ming found it quite absurd. Even the official propaganda department has learned to use video scams to deceive passionate youth like them. Shen Qingzi shot him a speechless glance, as if looking at a fish that slipped through the net under federal knowledge. That is a 7th-tier advanced life form. 7th tier. Once mutated beasts or source beasts reach the 7th tier, they transcend the shackles of species. They possess intelligence comparable to humans, and can even reshape their bodies. At that level, they can voluntarily choose to sign a soul contract with awakeners. As for those below the 7th tier, they possess only instincts and no rationality. If you treat it as a pet, it will see you as a snack. Saying this, she tightened her grip on the Genjin bone knife. The dark golden light on the blade began to shimmer subtly. She was already prepared for battle. "I'll take the lead and you find an opportunity to distract it from the side." "No way," Su Ming shook his head. A hint of eager anticipation curved his lips. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Shen Qingzi. The class trench coat rustled in the radiating heat. "Sister Financier, let's play it differently this time." Shen Qingzi blinked in surprise. "What do you want to do?" "Let me be the bait." Su Ming cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. "Let's see how strong my body is." He wanted to test if his copper skin and iron bones could withstand the full force bite of a peak 2nd-tier mutated beast that lives to shred metal. If possible, he also wanted to try the practical effects of quality domination. Just hold back a bit. This idea could hardly be called sane, especially in Shen Qingzi's eyes. His university roommates all said he was a battle maniac. Could he really be that wild? This guy was truly pursuing excitement with his life. Or rather, he had an almost pathological confidence in his continuously mutated weight-increasing talent. Shen Qingzi was momentarily at a loss for words. "Do as you wish." After 2 seconds of silence, she finally uttered 2 words. She also wanted to see just where the limits of this guy whom her father had deemed a monster truly lay. The last time the two had dueled was merely a minor test. They were far from fighting for their lives. Knowing a teammate's true strength would allow for better cooperation in the upcoming hunting operation. "All right." Su Ming grinned, rubbing his hands together. He then swaggered out from behind cover. He even deliberately stepped on a loose metal plate. It produced a sharp clanging sound. The crimson gold wild hound, which was feasting, suddenly froze in its movements. It slowly raised its massive head, its eyes the size of basketballs gleaming with a brutal red light. It instantly locked onto the tiny human 100 meters away. In the next second, it seemed to have spotted a peerless delicacy that made its bloodline surge. Roar! A low growl rolled from deep within its throat, carrying a strong scent of blood. It moved like a mobile iron tower, striding closer to Su Ming. Its gaze was greedy, and its aggression was at its peak. Su Ming simply waited in silence. With each step the wild hound took, its frenzied, killing intent escalated. Just when it was less than 30 meters away from Su Ming, it suddenly flared its nostrils. The massive beast came to a sudden halt, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. A fleeting, profound aura had just entered its nostrils. It was a terrifying quality signal that transcended this realm. The fury in its eyes was crushed. Its bloodthirsty ferocity receded like a tide. That enormous head, capable of breaking through city walls, naturally hung down. Its neck, covered in dark golden fur, swayed rhythmically like a lion dance during the new year. It swayed left and right with a strong sense of rhythm. Its heavy forepaws, comparable to millstones, alternately patted the ground, making cheerful little steps. Its tail, thick as a steel whip, spun wildly like an out-of-control propeller, sending iron debris flying everywhere. Though it was a massive body weighing several tons, resembling a moving iron tower at this moment, it exuded an extremely incongruous sense of shyness. It seemed desperate to flip over its belly to show Su Ming. It emitted a few extremely fawning whines from its throat while rubbing its massive head against the ground. After rubbing, it even lifted its eyelids to sneak a glance at Su Ming. 1 second, it was the ferocious steel behemoth, and the next it had collapsed into a spoiled pup. Su Ming's mouth twitched violently. He instinctively took a half-step back, looking at the disheveled Shen Qingzi in the wind. "Are you sure this is a 2nd-tier ferocious beast? Isn't it someone's pet husky?" The Tibetan Mastiff stopped 3 meters away. Its massive head tilted slightly, and its enormous nose sniffed vigorously in the air. It emitted a sound akin to a wheezing bellows. The fierce look completely vanished from its dark red eyes, which were once filled with ferocity and bloodlust. In its place was an extreme servility. Su Ming couldn't articulate this feeling. It was akin to when, after work in his past life, he bought a grilled sausage. When a stray golden retriever saw the sausage in his hand, the pure desperate longing in its clear eyes, yet too timid to snatch it away. What was this wild mastiff yearning for? Certainly not Su Ming's flesh. Su Ming had a guess in his heart. In the perception of this exotic beast that fed on metallic energy, Su Ming was not merely a human. He was a walking pure high-grade alloy vein. This overwhelming wealth directly fried the brain of this second-tier, peak-level beast. Faster than me in acknowledging paternity, Su Ming clicked his tongue in his heart, after confirming with a glance. I am its lifelong coveted iron father. Shen Qingzi held the matte silver-gray blade cold edge. She slowly emerged from behind cover. Her gaze remained locked on the wild mastiff. Her steps were incredibly light, ready to respond to any potential ambush. But this massive creature ignored her entirely. All its attention was focused on Su Ming, even going so far as to please him. It actively tucked its massive tail between its legs, gently sweeping the ash and debris on the ground. Su Ming, what exactly did you do? Thanks. Chen Ku accepted without suspicion and smiled with a nod. The thrill brought by a real firearm was something no game. Su Ming scratched his chin, shamelessly talking nonsense. Shen Qingzi shot him a glare, clearly disbelieving this excuse. Her gaze scanned the wild mastiff up and down. She quickly noticed something amiss. It has an injury on its hind leg. Shen Qingzi focused on the thick hind limb on the right side of the mastiff. A large patch of dark golden mane had fallen out, revealing a half-meter-long deep wound visible to the bone. The edges of the wound exhibited an eerie grayish-white color without any bleeding. Instead, thin strands of black mist seeped out. It's an old wound. The edges have undergone keratinization and necrosis, judging by the marks it probably got injured 2 or 3 days ago. Shen Qingzi quickly made her judgment based on her extensive combat experience. She then turned her gaze to the pile of severely gnawed mech debris in the trench. Her brows furrowed tighter. Additionally, it's quite unusual that while the crimson gold wild mastiff occasionally gnaws on minerals to maintain its daily consumption, what it just chewed on was high-density manganese-chromium alloy specifically used by the Federation's third-generation heavy mechs. To precisely pick this out from a heap of scrap iron indicates it is healing. There's energy residue from a high-tier beast hindering its self-healing. It can only rely on swallowing military-grade alloys to extract high-purity metallic energy to combat the corrosion. Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked at the wild mastiff with even more fervor. This is no mere dog. This is clearly a living, knowledgeable master of metal appraisal. To be able to accurately identify high-energy manganese-chromium alloy from a pile of scrap in the abyss. A natural premium prospecting instrument. What was he worried about now? What he was worried about was that blindly searching for high-density metals would be a waste of time. If he had this pup leading the way to find good stuff, wouldn't his accumulation speed skyrocket? This precious pup, I must claim it today. Just as Su Ming was contemplating how to bring this moving mountain of meat back to Jiang City, the temperature around them dropped suddenly. A sharp, eerie wind swept in from the depths of the gray mist. The wind carried a strong, putrid stench. Shen Qingzi's expression changed slightly, and she immediately stepped back a step, standing back-to-back with Su Ming. Almost simultaneously, the gray mist ahead began to swirl. 5 or 6 low brownish shadows, silently creeping in from 3 different directions. As they emerged from the mist exposed to the dim light, Su Ming finally saw the true identities of these uninvited guests. 6 hunting dogs, each the size of a calf. They had very little fur, only a rough, grayish-brown bony armor. Their elongated snouts opened, revealing interlocking yellow fangs. A large amount of viscous saliva dripped down between their teeth. Landing on the iron scraps on the ground, it made a hissing, corrosive sound. Second-tier beasts, iron bone hyenas. This species was extremely notorious in the outskirts of the Source Abyss. While their individual combat ability may not match the poison blade lizard or the crimson gold wild mastiff, they never fought alone, even against early-stage third-tier source beasts. A pack of iron bone hyenas could exhaust their prey to death with their shameless tactics and terrifying bite force. So that's how it is. Shen Qingzi tightened her grip on the hilt, coldly observing the pack of beasts. They tracked the bloody scent all the way here, targeting this severely injured wild mastiff. Hunting injured high-tier peers is a common scene in the abyss. However, when the pack of iron bone hyenas completely closed in on their encirclement, their focus shifted. The hyenas were originally coming for the barely surviving wild mastiff, but now their crimson eyes darted, all fixed intently on Su Ming and Shen Qingzi at the center of the field. Compared to the hard-shelled mastiff, which could potentially break their teeth with a single bite, these 2 smooth-skinned, slippery humans were clearly a more perfect appetizer. Thin-skinned, juicy, and crisp. The leading hyena let out a short, sharp yelp. The 6 iron-bone hyenas slowly lowered their bodies. Eerie green glows flickered between the gaps of their bony armor. They brought all 3 humans and 1 dog into their kill zone. They see us as snacks. Shen Qingzi showed no fear, her eyes blazing with battle intent. Su Ming, prepare. Before she finished speaking, a shocking scene unfolded. The wild mastiff standing in front of the 2 suddenly moved. But it did not flee. It didn't even make the first move to attack the pack of hyenas. It abruptly turned its massive body, taking a step sideways, using its mountain-like physique to firmly block in front of Su Ming. Its barbed tail hung low, protecting its rear flank, and its enormous head was held high. It stared at the approaching pack of hyenas. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within its throat. The violent gust of wind blew the ash off the ground. Its dark golden mane stood on end. The terrifying pressure of a second-tier peak-level beast was unleashed without reservation. Its injured hind leg trembled, and the wound split open again. Black blood flowed down its thigh, pooling on the ground into a shocking puddle of blood. Yet even so, it did not take a single step back. It steadfastly absorbed the pressure from the pack of hyenas, shielding Su Ming behind it. In the law of the abyss, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, this behavior was tantamount to seeking death. Su Ming looked at the broad, slightly trembling back of the dog in front of him, gazing at that hind leg which continued to split and bleed. He recalled the big yellow dog from his past life. The last winter before it fell ill, a mad dog barged into the yard. Big Yellow was already so thin, just skin and bones. Yet it dragged its sick body to stand in front of him. He was only 7 years old that year. Big Yellow bared its teeth, biting the mad dog's throat, refusing to let go. It seemed to be in the same pose. Sigh. Su Ming rubbed his chin. He suppressed that untimely bitterness. Bro, you are quite loyal. You haven't even paid the protection fee, and yet you took the initiative to stand guard. He brushed off the ashes from his coat and took a step forward. This dog was becoming more to his liking. If it does, this little brother is definitely mine. The pack of hyenas was clearly stunned by the determination displayed by the wild mastiff. The lead hyena hesitated for 2 seconds, immediately changing its tactics. It growled twice, signaling its companions to spread out and intersperse. Since they couldn't chew down this tough-boned heathen, they planned to divide into 2 groups. 2 would distract the Mastiff King. The remaining 4 would directly bypass the defense line, prioritize tearing apart those 2 weak humans. 6 brownish-gray figures simultaneously lowered their centers of gravity, drawing 6 eerie arcs in the dense mist. The encirclement was shrinking. The wild mastiff was bleeding. Shen Qingzi was drawing her blade, while Su Ming was smiling. The great battle was about to erupt. In the gray mist, the sharp howl of the hyena leader transformed into a charged signal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 gray-brown shadows instantly dispersed, their collaborative ability surpassing imagination. The 2 strongest hyenas charged directly at the bleeding wild mastiff, their purpose clear: to restrain. The remaining 4 moved like 4 streaks of gray lightning. From an extremely tricky angle, they directly crossed over the fragile defense line built by the wild mastiff. A stench-filled gale rushed towards them. Their target was Su Ming and Shen Qingzi. The battle erupted instantly. Shen Qingzi's pupils constricted. With a flick of her wrist, the matte silver-gray blade reflected a beautiful cold light. She instinctively wanted to sidestep, half a step to block in front of Su Ming. In her perception, Su Ming was a defensive tank with incredible durability, but lacking in combat experience. The abyss is not a stage. The exotic beast would not stand still for you to strike. She did not look at the 2 hyenas attacking the wild mastiff. The Mastiff King could not hold out for long. A swift resolution was necessary. However, Su Ming was faster than her. He took a sudden step forward. Boom. The scorched earth collapsed beneath his feet, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading out. The hem of his grayed coat fluttered elegantly in the strong wind. He was barehanded, actively welcoming the 2 charging iron-boned hyenas. Just pretending again. Shen Qingzi cursed inwardly and had no choice but to give up on providing assistance. There was no time to worry about him. The 2 hyenas on the right were already close enough to attack. Clang! The cold blade unsheathed its silvery light, cutting through the dense fog. It accurately struck the neck of the foremost hyena. The ear-splitting sound of metal scraping against metal erupted. Sparks flew. A tremendous recoil force surged from the hilt. The impact caused Shen Qingzi's hands to tingle. The sharpness of the Gungjin blade was beyond doubt. However, this strike only broke through the surface layer of the hyena's bone armor. Dark green blood splattered from the cut, failing to injure vital areas. The hyena howled in pain, pushed back 2 steps by the force of the blade, yet it bared its teeth and growled, showing no intention of retreat. Shen Qingzi's heart sank. How tough! The defensive capability of this iron-boned hyena was disgustingly beyond imagination. She twisted her wrist, transforming the slash into a thrust. Shen Qingzi's heart sank. How tough! The defensive capability of this iron-boned hyena was disgustingly beyond imagination. She twisted her wrist, transforming the slash into a thrust. Her heart tightened sharply. Over by Su Ming, the two iron-boned hyenas had completed their encirclement. One above and one below, they thoroughly locked in on the motionless Su Ming. They displayed the primal and terrifying hunting instinct of beasts. The hyena on the left feigned a claw strike, sealing off all of Su Ming's escape routes. The hyena on the right seized this fleeting opportunity, its muscles tensed, leaping up suddenly. A pincer attack from above and below. Its maw, capable of biting through light armor, opened wide. Stinking saliva formed a string. It lunged towards Su Ming's throat and lower body. The upper one arrived first. The hyena accurately bit down on Su Ming's raised right arm. Its sharp fangs, gleaming with faint green energy, closed with tremendous force. Su Ming. Shen Qingxi's breath momentarily caught. Shock and a hint of tension she hadn't even realized surged into her heart. The biting force of a second-tier iron-boned hyena reached several tons. Even her S-grade Gengjin blade could not heavily injure with a single strike. Su Ming's flesh and blood, no matter how high the bone density, it was still flesh. That arm was likely. Crack. A crisp sound of fracture echoed. But it wasn't the bone that broke. The iron-boned hyena that bit Su Ming's arm suddenly froze in place. Its fangs, proud and capable of crushing gold and iron, met the muscle of Su Ming's arm. It was as if it had bitten into a piece of extraordinary alloy with unimaginable density. The 2 rows of fangs shattered, 7 or 8 of them on the spot. Fragments of teeth mixed with blood splattered out as the hyena emitted a twisted howl. The intense pain and shock overwhelmed its mind, filled with slaughter. Is this human flesh? This is a trap disguised as flesh. Su Ming glanced down at his right arm. 2 neat rows of bite marks on his sleeve. So fierce I almost got my skin broken. His voice was low, but his tone was sincere. Shen Qingxi nearly dropped the knife from her hand. Almost got his skin broken. That was a second-tier exotic beast capable of tearing through light armor. What a suffocating display of arrogance. Her scientific worldview had suffered a devastating blow for the second time today. Su Ming didn't give her time to continue being shocked. The attack from the hyena below had arrived, aiming straight for his groin. A typical groin attack tactic. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This one he couldn't tolerate. His right foot suddenly lifted, and a whip-like kick shot out without warning. Bang! This kick accurately struck the waist of the hyena. Over a ton of actual mass. With the 1.5 times kinetic energy increase from mass dominion. The explosive power was terrifying. The hyena didn't even have time to scream. Its entire body was struck as if hit heated by a battering ram. It flew back at 3 times the speed it had come. It drew a straight gray line in the air, accurately colliding with another companion that was entangled with Shen Qingxi. Crack! Crack! The sounds of bone cracking echoed almost simultaneously in the fog. The hyena that was hit collapsed on the spot, its spine broken into several segments. The hyena, treated as a cannonball, was even more grievously injured, blood spraying from its mouth and nose, its internal organs turned to mush. 1 kick, 2 incapacitated. Shen Qingxi stared in shock. Her hand gripping the knife went stiff for a moment. She was still scraping the surface while Su Ming had already started bowling. This is unscientific. I haven't even started yet. How can you finish so quickly? She looked at Su Ming with some resentment. Unfortunately, Su Ming was too busy to meet her gaze. His left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the hind leg of the hyena still hanging on his arm. He swung his arm fiercely. Whooshed! The hefty body was swung like a sack. It traced a huge arc and slammed down onto the ground. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from the earth, and a pit over half a meter deep suddenly appeared. The hyena in the pit was dazed. Its spine was breaking inch by inch under the immense force and impact. It convulsed weakly, but it wasn't dead yet. The bone armor absorbed a large amount of shock, and it still weakly whimpered. Su Ming's right hand pointed like a sword. No energy fluctuations, no flashy moves. Just a simple thrust downwards. Great power. Vajra finger. 2 fingers pierced through the iron-boned hyena's skull, which was as tough as alloy without any obstruction. It pierced all the way to the base of his fingers. The hyena's convulsions abruptly stopped. Instant kill. Su Ming withdrew his fingers and casually wiped them on his coat. From the onset of battle to the instant kill, it took no more than 15 seconds. This bizarre and bloody scene plunged the entire battlefield into a momentary silence. Even the rolling mist slowed down. Shen Qingxi tightened her grip on the cold blade. Her S-grade Gengjin blade struggled to break through defenses. Yet Su Ming pierced through the opponent's skull with just 2 fingers. What kind of monster is this guy? Mutated talent. Burning life. For the first time she began to waver on this. This kind of crushing didn't seem like burning life at all. In the distance, the surviving hyenas were thrown into disarray. Whether it was the 2 attacking the wild mastiff, or the one being suppressed by Shen Qingxi, all movements showed a hint of hesitation. Breaking fangs with bare hands. Kicking a companion away. A finger pierced through the skull. How could that seemingly most delicious and weakest human be more terrifying than a third-tier source beast? This completely exceeded their barren realm of understanding. Panic began to spread among the hyena pack. The two hyenas hunting the wild mastiff also stopped their howling, turning to look towards the center of the battlefield. Just when Su Ming thought these beasts were going to run away with their tails between their legs, owl! A roar filled with rage and sharp, killing intent erupted from the shadows behind. That sound drowned out all other noises on the battlefield. The hyena leader, who had been secretly commanding from the rear, was completely enraged. The bizarre instant kill of a companion was a trampling on the honor of its pack. It was the ultimate provocation to its queen's authority. From the shadows, a massive figure emerged, nearly 30% larger than the other hyenas. Its size was almost comparable to that of the crimson gold wild mastiff. Its entire body was clad in a deeper shade of gray-black bone armor, shimmering with a metallic cold light. In the hyena pack, the females reigned supreme, and it was the natural queen of this hyena tribe in the area. All the hyenas lowered their bodies simultaneously, not out of fear, but submission. The hyena queen's crimson pupils were fixed on Su Ming. With the most direct roar, she redistributed the tactics. The hyena that had been kicked away struggled to get up and roared along with the remaining one, charging toward Xinqingzi. The pressure on Xinqingzi increased, sharply falling back into encirclement. And the hyena queen personally entered the fray. Without any hesitation, it pushed off the ground with all four limbs. Its massive body transformed into a blurred gray-black shadow. Like an arrow, it charged towards Su Ming. Its speed was more than a notch faster than all the previous hyenas. Facing this ultimate assault, Su Ming remained standing in place. A hint of interest flickered in his eyes. Good timing. At the moment the hyena queen's claws were about to touch his face, Su Ming did not dodge. A simple heavy punch met it head in. The fist collided with the queen's forehead, booming in the air. Bang! The queen's head was smashed hard into the ground. Its claws dug deep grooves into the scorched earth. A clear dent appeared on the bone armor on its forehead, with cracks spreading from the center. The tremendous impact sent it rolling over 10 meters away before it managed to stabilize its form awkwardly. Huh. Su Ming shook his fist in surprise. If this punch had been delivered to any of the previous hyenas, its skull would have been shattered into pieces. The queen's defensive power was impressive. The hyena queen shook its dazed head and got back up. The intense pain fully made it realize the terror of this human before it. But instead of fear, the pain ignited the ferocity buried deep within its bloodline. Roar! It let out an extremely sorrowful roar to the sky. Between the gaps of its gray-black bone armor, a rich source energy glow suddenly ignited. A violent, chaotic aura far exceeding the peak of the second tier erupted from within it. It was forcibly going berserk. Its body expanded at a visible rate. Its bone spines became more menacing. Its momentum soared wildly, breaking through the shackles of the second tier. Third tier silver. Not good. Xinqingzi's expression changed drastically. She forced back the hyena in front of her with a blade and urgently shouted, "It has broken through to the third tier. Retreat quickly." Tier 3, silver. Those 4 words struck Xinqingzi's heart like a sledgehammer, shattering her composure for the first time. Her usually serene, frost-bright face contorted with unrestrained shock. Within the Source Abyss's hierarchy, Tier 2 Apex and Tier 3 Initiate represent fundamentally distinct tiers of existence. A qualitative leap, an insurmountable chasm of dominance. Even she, with her S-rank innate talent, could contend with ordinary Tier 2 Apex beasts. Yet facing a true Tier 3 entity demanded every ounce of vigilance just to survive. A single misstep would mean instant annihilation. And this hyena queen before them had forcibly surged into Tier 3 mid-combat, through berserk transcendence. In such a state, a Tier 3 beast grows only more feral, more reckless, and infinitely more lethal. Instinctively, the Gungjin Shi within her body surged violently. She prepared to break free from the 2 hyenas entangling her, and rushed to Su Ming's aid without delay. In her eyes, no matter how extraordinary his defense, he remained flesh and blood, against the full-force charge of a Tier 3 beast sovereign, imbued with primordial source energy. He could not possibly emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, the crimson gold steppe mastiff, moments ago still proudly guarding its master, stiffened instantly upon sensing the hyena queen's rampaging aura. Its massive frame locked rigid, its wounded hind leg trembled even more violently. It could barely support its mountainous weight. Its dark gold pupils widened in raw primal terror. Its tail clamped tight beneath its belly throat, emitting low guttural whimpers. It even recoiled instinctively. Across the entire battlefield, Su Ming alone stood apart, watching the hyena queen's form swell and her aura surge with detached fascination. His expression held no fear, only keen anticipation. That great Vajra finger technique sounded impressive enough, yet puncturing holes lacked visceral impact. It suited only silent, invisible grandstanding. In this high martial world, brute force reigned supreme. where every move demanded overwhelming spectacle. A Berserk Tier 3 aberration was the perfect test subject for his new technique. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fist, leg, palm, body. Great Vajra palm. Excellent. Its name alone exuded gravitas. Just as he finalized the naming, the Berserk transcended roar. The hyena queen unleashed a deafening roar. No longer shrill but thick with crushing seismic power. Cords of muscle coiled across her limbs into grotesque knotted bulks. Her entire body lowered, tensed like a colossal bow drawn to its breaking point. Then, the string snapped. Boom. Charred earth erupted beneath her feet, carving a crater. Her massive frame launched forward, a living artillery shell, charged with unwavering lethality and unstoppable momentum. It slammed towards Su Ming's chest. She would drive her unbreakable skull, backed by Tier 3 kinetic fury, straight through his human body, reducing him to pulp. Su Ming. Shin Qingxi's cry tore apart in the wind. Gale force wind stung Su Ming's cheeks, but he remained rooted, not even raising his arms to block. Only at the final instant, when the hyena queen's maw was inches from his sternum, did he subtly lower his center of gravity and drive his feet downward with explosive force. Boom! The bedrock beneath him collapsed half a meter deep. His feet sank deep into the earth like ancient roots, unshakable as a mountain. No restraint remained. Talent sequence, mass sovereignty, full engagement. Hum! An invisible wave radiated outward from his core. Over 1 ton of true mass, now perfectly harnessed, surged through his being. Every fiber of muscle, every bone, became conduits of raw power. A 1.5-fold kinetic amplification transformed that terrifying mass into a torrent of pure, devastating energy. The hyena queen was already airborne. Her crimson pupils reflected Su Ming's face. He raised his right hand, meeting her spiked obsidian black skull heaton. Swinging his arm in a full unadorned arc, he delivered a single brutally simple slap. His palm sliced the air, shrieking like a banshee. Reality itself warped beneath the strike. Time slowed. Shin Qingxi watched crystal clear. Su Ming's seemingly ordinary hand collided midair with the hyena queen's indestructible black gold cranium. A thunderclap, like heaven splitting open, exploded in every ear, human and beast alike. Tum. Mass sovereignty's 30 chance to trigger true damage, activated flawlessly. At the millisecond his palm contacted her cheek. No metallic clang rang out, only the sickening crunch of absolute collapse. That immutable physical law, ignoring all defense, reduced the hyena queen's vaunted Tier 3 bone armor to 0 structural integrity the moment contact occurred, more brittle than rotted timber. Crunch. A muffled heart-stopping detonation shook the air. Her skull, harder than alloy, warped and caved inward under the catastrophic kinetic infusion of Su Ming's palm. In the next heartbeat it exploded, shattered utterly, like a watermelon crushed by a god's hammer. Splinters of bone fused with dark red flesh, sprayed backward in a ghastly crimson fan. A brutal rain of gore. Her headless, half-dismembered carcass, still propelled by berserk inertia, skidded past Su Ming, carving a gory furrow across the ground for over 10 meters, before collapsing in a thunderous cloud of dust. One slap. A Tier 3 beast sovereign, mid-transcendence, decapitated on the spot. Silence swallowed the battlefield whole. Even the wind ceased. The steppe mastiff standing behind Su Ming froze, stunned into immobility. It watched wide-eyed as the hyena queen, who moments ago radiated sovereign dread, was reduced to a crimson mist by a single backhand. The sheer visual trauma short-circuited its primitive beast mind. Wine. Its already trembling legs turned to jelly. Its colossal frame collapsed with a thud, head buried deep between its forepaws, tail tucked tightly again. Its entire body shuddered uncontrollably. Its throat emitted pitiful puppy-like whimpers. It's over. Utterly over. What tier is this human? No, he can't be human. This is a demon god descending, and I dared bare my fangs at a demon god. Far away Shin Qingxi remained frozen mid-draw. Her sword still gripped her body, utterly rigid. A jolt of electricity shot up her spine. Far away Shin Qingxi remained frozen mid-draw. Her sword still gripped her body, utterly rigid. A jolt of electricity shot up her spine, making her scalp prickle. Her eyes, always glacial composed, now burned with awe and utter bewilderment. What had she just witnessed? A Tier 3 berserk ironbone hyena sovereign, shattered midair by a single slap. What kind of power was this? That was a Tier 3 beast sovereign. This irrational, absolute, world-shattering might she had seen only in her retired father and her mentor Huangfu Jing. But they were elite cultivators forged through countless life-or-death trials. And Su Ming, how old was he? Was he some ancient bestial entity, wearing human skin? Shin Qingxi clenched her sword hilt until her knuckles whitened, her chest heaving violently. He'd hidden himself so deeply, posing as a theoretical scholar. A grade F failure. All to deliver a dimension-shattering humiliation. Playing the ultimate villain. Where was the petrification mutation? The life-consuming burn? In a single day, Shin Qingzi felt her entire worldview, along with those two plausible explanations, shattered into dust by that one slap. Unprecedented. This S-rank genius, renowned for icy elegance and otherworldly detachment, broke character entirely, and cursed aloud, "Pervert, you've monopolized every damn bit of swagger." In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of stimulation surged from the depths of Shin Qingzi's heart. In her beautiful eyes, blazing battle intent burned fiercely. With Su Ming being so strong, how could she, the pride of an S-level genius, accept defeat? She too could not afford to lose. Shin Qingzi's gaze turned icy, no longer holding back. Buzz. The Tang hung down in her hand, cold edge trembled violently, emitting a high-pitched buzz. S-level talent second sequence activated. A layer of radiant golden viscous liquid surged forth from her palm, as if it had its own will. In an instant, it enveloped the entire blade. An extreme sharpness that could sever all rose into the heavens. On the blade, the liquid gung metal vibrated at a high frequency. It elevated the sharp attribute to an entirely new dimension. The golden light flowed through the dense fog, illuminating her cool profile in a half-light. There was a solemnity akin to a divine idol being consecrated. She no longer paid attention to Su Ming. As she saw an iron-boned hyena open its bloody maw, it lunged at her fiercely. Shin Qingzi's eyes were frosty, advancing rather than retreating. She lowered her body and executed a crisp tactical roll to evade the frontal assault. In the moment she rose, the Tang hung Dao sliced through the fog like a stream of autumn water. The long knife coated in golden liquid metal shot out like lightning. The blade emitted a piercing buzz from its high-frequency vibrations, slashing horizontally with extreme precision towards the hyena in midair. There were no sparks from metal clashing, no sense of bone snapping resistance. Sizzle. Only a nearly imperceptible sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. The golden blade glided through like a heated knife through warm butter, encountering no substantial resistance. It smoothly swept past the hyena's midsection. The iron-boned hyena in midair merely paused slightly in its movement, stunned by the extreme sharpness. It was so fast that even the nerve endings didn't have time to transmit the sensation of pain. In the next moment, the hyena landed steadily on its four limbs, its throat still rumbling with a ferocious growl. Its crimson eyes fixated intensely forward. Driven by powerful inertia and hunting instinct, it took one step, two steps. Just as its forepaw was about to take the third step, due to a shift in its center of gravity, a strange sound of flesh rubbing together suddenly emanated from its seemingly intact body. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the wild mongrel, the upper and lower halves of this second-tier hyena misaligned along a straight line. Thud. The two halves of the body lost support, collapsing violently to the ground. The cut at the midsection was as smooth as a mirror. Even the severed blood vessels were instantly sealed by the high-frequency, vibrating liquid metal at high temperatures. It wasn't until 2 seconds after the body completely split that the suppressed black blood gushed forth. Divided in two. One strike, a kill. Shin Qingzi sheathed her knife, her clothing remaining undisturbed. She calmly glanced at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, her gaze carrying a hint of cold detachment. The cut wasn't smooth enough. Next time she could apply more even force. This scene startled the wild mongrel that had just collapsed to the ground. Its massive body shivered violently. It looked at Shin Qingzi, then at Su Ming in the distance. It's over. These two are both monsters. If these two ancestors teamed up, this abyss is no place to stay. The creatures in the abyss were surely doomed today. The hyena queen was slapped into oblivion. A hyena companion was cut in half. The remaining 3 iron-boned hyenas, their minds already filled with slaughter. Finally overwhelmed by endless fear, their psychological defenses crumbled. Whoa! The 3 hyenas simultaneously let out a piercing wail. In that moment, they cursed their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs to turn and run. The gray-brown figures burst through the fog, tails tucked, fleeing in madness. The wild mongrel was clever enough. It wanted to seize this opportunity. Overcoming the excruciating pain in its hind legs, it leaped up from the ground. Taking advantage of one of the hyenas turning around, its bloody maw snapped down fiercely. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed sharply. The hyena's neck was bitten through on the spot, while the last 2 turned into gray streaks, madly charging towards the distant fog. Thinking of escaping, Su Ming sneered. With prey right at hand, how could they fly away? Quality engine. Boom. The ground beneath him collapsed, creating a pit over 3 meters in diameter. A violent reaction force erupted. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, instantly transforming into an uncontrollable supersonic train racing towards the 2 fleeing gray shadows, with a pale sonic boom cloud. Once again, this pure savage and unreasonable. Direct collision. Bang! A resounding explosion, mixed with impact and compression, echoed. Su Ming's figure, without a moment's pause, chased after the first hyena from behind. The biggest flaw of the quality engine was laid bare at this moment. The terrifying kinetic energy didn't even give the hyena a chance to be knocked away. Instead, it pushed it into the second hyena that was running ahead. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds overlapped. The two hyenas fleeing ahead didn't even have time to scream in the face of overwhelming kinetic energy. Su Ming propelled these two completely deformed hyenas without slowing down, forcibly plowing through the scrap metal and rubble on the ground. He crashed directly into the rock wall of an abandoned trench. Boom! The earth shook violently. Dust filled the air and debris and gravel sprayed out like rain. A dust column as high as 2 stories rose. After a long while, it slowly began to fall. The entire area fell silent for several seconds, with only the sound of the wind passing through the abandoned trench. Shen Qingxi rushed over with her knife. As the fog dissipated, she clearly saw the scene before her. Her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. On the over 4-meter-high hard rock wall of the abandoned trench, a human-shaped indentation appeared. Su Ming was embedded in the wall in a tie shape, while the two originally fierce iron-boned hyenas in front of him had been completely crushed beyond recognition. 2 dogs and 1 person, a heavy sandwich compressed by a 1,000-ton hydraulic press. Perfectly fitted without any sense of incongruity. The wild mongrel limped over, carrying the lifeless hyena. Seeing Su Ming, who was stuck in the wall and unable to move, the meat in its mouth fell to the ground with a thud. A gust of wind swept through the ashes. 1 person and 1 dog were utterly disheveled before the rock wall. Longlegs don't just admire. From deep within the wall, the sound of Su Ming rubbing against the rock echoed. Come help me out of here. If you ignore me, all the spoils from those hyenas will be lost. Shen Qingxi looked up at the sky in speechless exasperation. She needed to think carefully about what had gone wrong in this abyss today. Shen Qingxi stood in front of the rock wall for about 3 seconds. She blinked, tapping the hilt of her knife against the edge of the stone crevice twice. Come out on your own. I can't get out, my hand is stuck. At least give me a pull. Shen Qingxi irritably reached out and grabbed his trenchcoat collar. Channeling her metal chi, she yanked outward. Uffed. Along with the rubble, Su Ming was pulled out from the crack, and it was like pulling a particularly uncooperative leak. Su Ming landed on the ground and brushed off the dust from his trenchcoat. He moved his shoulders left and right. He rotated his neck, producing a few faint cracking sounds. That feels good. Shen Qingxi looked him up and down. There were no injuries whatsoever. Even the skin on his forehead was smooth and healthy, showing no signs of redness or swelling. Looking at the rock wall again, the 2 second-tier ironbone hellhounds that had served as a cushion had perfectly transformed from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. They were flattened by the immense kinetic energy, indistinguishable from a door panel. The most ridiculous part was that Su Ming hadn't lost a single hair. She was dying to figure this out. Her curiosity was overwhelming. She couldn't get past it. Su Ming. How much have you been hiding? Shen Qingxi suddenly raised her hand. The cold blade was directly leveled at Su Ming's chest, the edge less than 3 inches from his neck. It emanated a deadly chill. Shen Qingxi's expression was extremely serious. Her gaze was no longer filled with the initial pity, nor was it the casualness she had towards logistical personnel. Instead, she truly regarded Su Ming as an unfathomable danger. Slapping a 3rd-tier beast king to death in 1 blow is definitely not something that can be explained by the side effects of overexertion. Shen Qingxi's words were sharp and to the point. A wasteful academic from Jiangcheng, no. 1 high. Osteoporotic 2nd mutation. Do you take me for a fool? A cold wind blew by. The Mongolian mastiff in the corner shivered and buried its head even lower. Faced with Shen Qingxi's direct questioning, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He lowered his head and glanced at the tang horizontal knife positioned before him. Instead of retreating, he leaned forward half a step towards the blade. His chest was almost pressed against the cold, sharp blade. This movement was incredibly oppressive. He retracted his usual playful demeanor. His gaze suddenly became deep and mysterious, hiding a deliberately disguised seriousness. Do you really want to know? Su Ming lowered his voice, deliberately laced with a hint of hoarseness and seduction. Shen Qingxi's back straightened slightly. The hand holding the knife unconsciously tightened. Enough with the nonsense. Speak. Su Ming exhaled. He turned his head, leaning closer to Shen Qingxi. They were very close together. His warm breath intentionally brushed against her fair, delicate earlobe. Since we are on the same side, I will be honest with you. But you must keep my secret. Su Ming's tone was somber, as if he had made a significant decision. Actually, my boat's structure is different from ordinary people. Shen Qingxi's breath slowed. Could this guy really be the ultimate weapon of some top-secret human modification program? A strategic meat shield secretly cultivated by the military. What I awakened is a very rare control over my physical body. Su Ming stared intently into Shen Qingxi's beautiful eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up very subtly. To put it simply, I can control certain specific parts. Shen Qingxi frowned. Yes, he nodded earnestly. As long as I want, I can make my body become harder than 3rd-tier alloys in an instant. Of course, when it's not needed, it can also become very soft. It can be big or small, flexible, and retract. The entire ashland fell silent. Even the wind seemed to sense the atmosphere and stopped. In the first second, Shin Qingxi still maintained the rigorous attitude of a top student from the Federal Central Military University. She was analyzing the scientific feasibility of this statement in her mind. The density of bodily tissues can change at will. This seemed to touch upon the fundamental laws of microscopic matter. However, in the next second, body parts, becoming hard, becoming soft, being big or small, flexible, and retractable. These phrases began to rearrange in her mind. A thunderclap exploded in her mind. Her gaze uncontrollably shifted downwards by half an inch, conjuring some not-so-appropriate images. They detonated directly in her CPU. Swish! A visible blush rose from her cheeks, instantly spreading to her long, swan-like neck. Even her fair earlobes turned crimson. Those eyes that were once filled with murderous intent and questioning were now filled with panic and shame. Su Ming, you perverted scoundrel. Shin Qingxi was so furious she trembled all over. The tang horizontal knife in her hand emitted a crisp, buzzing sound. She lost control and swung the blade fiercely towards Su Ming's lower regions. This dog! What kind of nonsense is he spouting in such a deadly place as the abyss? Hey, what are you doing, Longlegs? This is the wilderness. You are going to murder your teammate. Su Ming nimbly took a big step back, shielding his lower body with both hands. He put on a look of shock and innocence that was even more exaggerated than hers. Why are you blushing? I was talking about my fists and arm muscles. Su Ming lamented dramatically as he looked her up and down. When danger strikes, I tense up and harden into an iron fist, then relax and return to normal afterward. Being able to grow and shrink is due to the blood engorgement of muscle fibers. Isn't this common sense in martial arts? He extended his right hand and clenched his fist in front of Shin Qingxi. The joints crackled as he showcased his biceps. Then Su Ming shook his head with a tisk, his gaze filled with disdain. Shin, what on earth is going on in your head? What kind of inappropriate extracurricular reading have you been doing? You can't possibly be attracted to my looks, are you? Shin Qingxi was choked by his shameless retort, her vision going black. She almost bit her silver teeth to pieces. In her entire life, whether it was her father or the elite scions of the imperial capital who dared to speak to her in such a tone, she had never met a scoundrel who could make lewd remarks sound so fresh and refined. She had never encountered someone who finished teasing her face and then turned around to accuse her of being shameless. The cold blade in her hand was already raised. Just as Shin Qingxi was on the verge of exploding, her chest heaving violently, the metal chi surged and ebbed on the blade. She was ready to disregard the mission for today. All right. Su Ming suddenly retracted all the jesting from his face. His gaze fell upon the tang horizontal knife in Shin Qingxi's hand. I'm not joking, since I've shared such a coarse secret about my body with you. As an equivalent exchange, I have a secret to ask you. Su Ming fixed his gaze on the cold blade, his tone growing determined and profound. That layer of golden liquid metal you had on your blade when you killed the hellhound earlier. It must be the source gold that only exists in top secret files, right? Su Ming looked up, locking eyes with Shin Qingxi's suddenly constricted pupils. Gotcha. You thought you had a handle on me. Little did you know I found your weakness too. The wind swept in from the depths of the ashes, carrying the scent of scorched earth and rust. Shin Qingxi did not speak immediately. The silence itself was already an answer. How do you know about source gold? She scrutinized Su Ming, her gaze shifting from astonishment to examination, finally settling into a complex quietude. The files on source gold were simply not accessible within the federal public system, not even to the top students of the military university or most of the instructors. In this lifetime, I have never heard this name. Read more books, watch the news, eat less junk food, and sleep more. Su Ming shrugged casually. The federal high school theoretical textbooks indeed never taught that. But who told me my part-time job was good? He pointed to his own head. As a theoretical genius who had topped the charts for 3 consecutive years, he was most aware of what that shell contained. The day before yesterday, while I was dismantling a decommissioned military special mech at the scrapyard, I found half a page of an incomplete top-secret military equipment evaluation report in the crevice of the armor lining. Su Ming fixed his gaze on the knife in Shin Qingxi's hand, reciting the exam question as if it were a litany of academic terms. Extremely active metallic state, source energy crystalline. Accompanied by ultra-high frequency microscopic oscillations, it possesses terrifying material deconstruction and barrier-breaking abilities theoretically existing only within the marrow cavity of specific source beasts. Currently, no awakened individual has been able to stably extract it from their innate talents. He raised an eyebrow. When you just instantly killed that exotic beast. Tiny air refractions appeared around the blade, a visual distortion caused by high-frequency oscillations lasting less than half a second. Combined with the morphological characteristics of the golden liquid metal, Su Ming spread his hands. Was this question really that hard to guess? Shin Qingxi said nothing. If Su Ming could defeat a third-tier beast king with pure irrational violence, then he with only half a page of a scrap and a glance at the battlefield could accurately deduce the technical details of the top-secret materials. This realization startled her even more than before. She retracted the cold blade back into her fingers. You're quite clever. After a pause, she added, however, those old scholars in the top-secret files only know one aspect, and not the other. Shen Qingzi looked at her own hand, her eyes weighed down with a sense of absolute pride. The outside world calls it source gold, but here it has its own name. It is called Gungjin Mi Sui. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Mi Sui. Theoretically, this extremely active material, when separated from the body, will vaporize violently and cannot exist stably. Shen Qingzi did not hide this. Since the other party recognized it, she did not mind revealing her true trump. But what if it is nurtured using the awakened one's own marrow as a bed, cultivated with extremely harsh methods? Su Ming's pupils constricted. Nourishing gold with marrow. This was a reckless technique. Moreover, it was a harsh method capable of breaking through the theoretical barriers of the Federation. This was by no means something the military university course system could provide. Just thinking about who stood behind this was terrifying. So this is not an external object. Su Ming smacked his lips, his mind racing. This is your second talent sequence. Moreover, it is specifically used to enhance the first sequence. Shen Qingzi's lips curled slightly. It was indeed gratifying to shock this guy. Su Ming clapped twice, tucking the previous shock back inside. With an expression of appreciation and envy, using marrow as a furnace, nurturing active metals and feeding back into the blade bones. It perfectly solves the theoretical problem of the instability of source gold. The diversity of talent awakenings is truly unreasonable. It allows slaughter and enhancement to form a perfect complementary loop. Heaven has practically served you dinner right to your back. Shen Qingzi glanced at him with some pride. Poor. So it's settled. Settled. Su Ming nodded. You have your secrets, I have my secrets, let's each keep them to ourselves. All right. Exchanging secrets was also a form of contract. As Shen Qingzi turned, the tips of her ears still retained a hint of lingering redness. The wind carrying the ashes swept by, making it all the more noticeable. The three of them began to clean the battlefield and sort through the spoils. Meanwhile, in the depths of the source abyss. Did you find out? Lu Baiyuan's voice was calm, but the communicator was held tightly. Tell me, who exactly is this Mr. Shun? On the other end of the communicator, there was a 3-second silence. The intelligence officer finally spoke, his voice off-kilter, as if forcing himself to read a report he could hardly believe. Lu. Master Lu, we found out. Read it. The surface data shows Shun Hongyuan, 50 years old, owner of the Jiangxing Xingho scrap processing plant. Main business involves the recycling of second-hand metals and decommissioned machinery. Just a scrap collector. Lu Baiyuan sneered, his eyes behind the glasses growing increasingly sinister. Huangfu Jing is using a scrap collector to pressure me. What on earth is Beichen doing getting tangled up with such low-level figures? Master, please let me finish. The intelligence officer suddenly raised his voice, breaking it. I sensed something was off, so I used your great authority. I attempted to access the federal intranet to retrieve the base land deed and personnel changes of Xingho scrap processing plant. The result. He paused. Your great authority was rejected. Lu Baiyuan's communicator paused for a moment. He was the youngest chief in the Federal Research Institute. Great authority is enough to access all federal information except for the highest secrets. A scrap processing plant in a great satellite city rejected his authority. Not only was it rejected, the intelligence officer's voice began to tremble, his teeth chattering. The system issued a red SS level highest warning. Just 10 seconds ago, the central intelligence brain reverse-locked my terminal, warning me that I was spying. He swallowed, enunciating each word. Federal, extremely dangerous target. Chief, it seems we have offended someone we shouldn't have. Lu Baiyuan's brain buzzed, cold sweat dripping down. SS level warning. Extremely dangerous target. A scrap collector. These 3 pieces of information pieced together in his mind, no matter how he arranged them. He could not form a reasonable answer. Beichen, what on earth has he done? His voice finally lost its original composure. It carried an uncontainable tremor. The second young master. It seems that when he was visiting, he exploited his own talent to illegally hack into a security robot at Mr. Shen's place. Lu Baiyuan's vision went dark. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood on the control panel. Hacking into someone's security system at an SS-level dangerous target's home. This was no longer just stepping on the head of a powerful figure. This was dancing on the death record of the King of Hell. The battlefield was being cleared, and it was about to officially begin. Shen Qingzi held the tip of her cold-edged blade with one hand, crouching beside the mangled remains of a hyena. She deftly pried 2 glimmering second-tier beast crystals from the skulls, extracting them with precision and letting them fall into her palm. She flipped her palm and stored the crystals in her personal storage space, then stood up and brushed off her knees. Second-tier crystals, decent quality, could sell for a few $100,000. Su Ming was crouched nearby, using a branch to flip another corpse. His eyes were fixated on the two crystals disappearing into her hand, remaining silent. He felt a twinge of annoyance. According to their agreement, the crystals belonged to her. But the problem was he was the one who had killed it. Su Ming grimaced for 2 seconds. He glanced at the few intact corpses on the ground. Forget it, the crystals were trivial. The corpses were the real prize. Just as he was about to speak, a heavy footstep sounded from the grass nearby. The once fearsome crimson gold wilderness mastiff was now limping over awkwardly. It didn't take the chain. Instead, it bit onto the hind leg of the hyena it had killed and dragged it over to Su Ming's feet. Then this giant beast comparable to a bull flopped down with a thud. It rubbed its head against Su Ming's calf, its thick tail wagging like a propeller. Its eyes were full of flattery and servility, almost as if it wanted to engrave words on its forehead. "Dad, I'm following you now." Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Was this a recognition of ownership? He reached out to pat the large dog's head, thinking its dark golden mane would be prickly. To his surprise, it felt quite smooth. It felt like touching an oversized golden retriever. "All right, from now on you're mine." Su Ming patted its head, and the wilderness mastiff let out a pleased grunt, wagging its tail even more vigorously. Xinxingxi walked by and glanced down. "I didn't expect that the bloodthirsty abyss mastiff would actually recognize you as its master." "That's a given." Su Ming continued to pet its fur, his face filled with an inscrutable and arrogant expression. "With me its path is surely broadened." Xinxingxi was too lazy to comment on him. She turned to leave, but as she took a step, something gently tugged at her pant leg. Looking down, she saw the wilderness mastiff had somehow snuck up beside her, nudging her calf, with its head letting out low whines. It was nothing like the ferocious beast that had just bitten the hyena's neck. It even cunningly laid down, exposing its soft belly. Just as Su Ming was lost in thoughts of his great master image, he suddenly felt empty beneath his hand. His mind filled with black lines. "Traitor, don't nudge." Xinxingxi instinctively stepped back as the wilderness mastiff pressed closer, continuing to nudge her. "I said don't." But just as her hand landed on the head of the wilderness mastiff, she didn't push hard. Her fingers sank into its dark golden mane, the texture remarkably smooth. Even the coldest S-level genius girl could not resist such a fluffy assault of stark contrast. The coldness in Xinxingxi's eyes softened a bit. She bent down and gently rubbed the dark golden mane of the wilderness mastiff. "At least you're sensible, much cuter than certain someone." Her lips involuntarily curled up. Her cold voice even carried a hint of youthful delight. The wilderness mastiff squinted its eyes in comfort, its tail thumping against the ground, thoroughly enjoying itself. Su Ming, completely left out and still in a position of restraint, was dumbfounded. He looked at Xinxingxi, who looked particularly beautiful when she smiled. He glanced at the dog that seemed to want to attach itself to her leg. His mouth twitched twice. "Wait a minute, with those thick brows and big eyes, how come you have two faces?" He pointed at the wilderness mastiff, utterly speechless. "Who exactly is your master? Your speed of betrayal is just too fast." The wilderness mastiff lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at him. Then it immediately turned its head back, continuing to rub its head against Xinxingxi's palm. Su Ming painfully supported his forehead, suddenly feeling a strong premonition. He hadn't just acquired a pet. He had prematurely taken in a rival for affection. Su Ming looked at the 7 scattered hyena corpses on the ground and turned to ask Xinxingxi, "How many more points do we need for this mission?" Xinxingxi tapped her tactical terminal on her wrist, swiping her fingers across the screen a couple of times, her brows slightly furrowing. Su Ming leaned in to take a look. "How many more?" Xinxingxi turned the screen towards him. "Current mission points 970. How is this score calculated? First tier beasts give 50 points, second tier beasts give 100 points, third tier beasts give 300 points, and source beast points are doubled." As she spoke, her voice grew smaller until she simply didn't want to talk anymore. Her gaze fell on the 7 various corpses on the ground. There were a total of 7 hyenas. The wilderness mastiff and she each dealt with the weakest second tier one. The remaining 4 were second tier, and there was 1 queen hyena that had forcibly mutated to the third tier. All were taken out by this man. Know this monster before her in an instant. For second tier beasts equated to 400 points. 1 third tier beast king added another 300 points. In total that made 700 points. In her first year at the military academy, she had fought alongside her classmates several times, painstakingly accumulating only 820 valid personal points. And yet today, in just a short while, this guy had earned points that nearly matched her entire year of effort. Damn, how could the gap between people be greater than that between humans and dogs? Previously at the military academy, those classmates labeled as genius. In comparison to Su Ming, could they still be called geniuses? Looking at them now, those prodigies were nothing more than fodder. Xinxingxi forced herself not to dwell on this matter. She absolutely did not want to. Su Ming was oblivious to the fact that she had internally criticized him. He was quite satisfied with his earlier performance. He patted his chest and grinned widely. "Don't worry with me around, it's guaranteed." After speaking, his eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together. He cheerfully walked towards the severely damaged corpse of the third-tier hyena king. As he approached, he squatted down to examine it closely. The difference between the third and second tiers didn't seem exaggerated at first glance. But upon closer inspection, the density and thickness of the bone armor had clearly been raised a level. He pried open the jagged edges, revealing a cross-section that gleamed with a black metallic sheen. He wondered how many points he could gain from consuming it. Shen Qingzi strolled over, took a glance, and her tone carried a genuine regret. What a pity the third-tier crystal in the skull should have been shattered by your slap. Otherwise, just that crystal alone could have sold for 2 million federal coins. Su Ming froze in place. 2 million. He had smashed it with a single slap. The smile on Su Ming's face vanished. He felt as if someone had pushed a luxury car into a shredder right in front of him, and he had been the one to press the button. He started to dislike that violent side of himself, and seriously reprimanded himself for 3 seconds. He must be gentler in the future. Absolutely no violence. He needed to learn to be meticulous. Hitting the head was wrong. Next time he would remember to avoid the head. That was all money. Suppressing his pain, Su Ming waved his hand, directly storing the massive corpse of the hyena king into the system space. Shen Qingzi was taken aback. The genes of beasts that have gone berserk are completely collapsed, and their flesh, blood, and bones hold no research value. You're collecting this? Su Ming stood up, his expression serious. My talent mutations require research on various diverse material energies. Although this is wasted, it should still have some use. I won't go into detail about the theory, you wouldn't understand it anyway. Shen Qingzi. Understand it. She had top marks in theory classes at the Federal Central Military Academy. Could she not understand? Shen Qingzi recalled his earlier crude remarks about being big and small, retractable at will. Huh. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spat to the side and took 2 steps back in disdain. She couldn't be bothered to deal with this pervert who spoke nonsensically. Seeing her walk away, Su Ming immediately calmed himself and entered the system space. He gave commands to the pile of hyena king remains. System devour. The wind carrying ashes swept over his head, bringing with it the scent of scorched earth. The wilderness mastiff lay beside Su Ming, tail thumping the ground, silently keeping him company. 1 minute later, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Devoured third-tier berserk iron bone hyena remains, extracting high-density bone armor and berserk source blood. Quality points 650. Nice, this is a win. Su Ming willed it and summoned his latest attribute panel. A blue luminous screen unfurled within his consciousness. Host Su Ming. Tier 2nd bronze. Life form first life form carbon-based mortal. True mass 1 kilogram. Mass points 650. Ascension progress 10. 2. Talent SS rank infinite mass evolution unique. Sequences mass amplification, mass reconstruction, mass devour. Redeemed mass engine, mass dominion. Space 100 cubic meters. 3 primary talent sequences, 2 redeemed skills, 5 ability slots. The marketplace even listed a mass retention upgrade waiting for him to save up for. Su Ming stared at the panel for 3 seconds. To be honest, it looked kind of cool. As he stared, his brow tightened. The efficiency is still too low. He had not failed to imagine swallowing everything in sight. Black earth, bricks, distant boulders, even the sea one day. But he did not act on that impulse because of time and conversion rate issues. Spending a minute to consume a single brick yielded 1 point. Swallowing a handful of soil produced only 0.01 as a floor. That efficiency was practically nothing. As a theoretical prodigy with a deep grasp of transmigration tropes and system novel logic, he understood well that such an absurd power could not be without constraints. Even devouring that massive tier 3 hyena king had taken a full minute. Devouring the astonishingly massive stone robot before had also taken a minute. There had to be an explanation. If he could not deduce it, he would simply ask. This was a right every transmigrant should have. System, I have a question. There is no way to increase devour speed or the maximum intake. System, as the host's life form evolves, both the volume ceiling and the density floor will rise in tandem. When the host advances to the 4th life form Tiantai Yanhua, celestial differentiation, the dream of swallowing mountains can begin to be realized. I'm still 99 tons short of the 2nd life form, and now you dangle the 4th as a carrot. Besides, each use must be maintained for a full minute and done manually. It's ridiculous. It's so clunky, no transmigrant experience. Su Ming began his shameless probing. I've been bleeding and battling out there. Can't you logistics be a bit more helpful? The one who cries gets sweets, the brazen flatterer only gives more. System, he raised his voice. I've even upgraded to Member Plus. No accompanying intelligent services. We're in an advanced martial age and still stuck in manual mode. Can you give me an automatic setting? Just toss things into the system space and let your backend silently digest them. He had actually conceived this idea long ago. The system space measured 100 cubic meters and supported conscious control. If the space itself could complete the devouring process, he would only need to stuff things into it. Combat for combat, digestion for digestion. Two parallel lines would immediately double efficiency. The system fell silent again. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Ming began to panic. System. Hello, are you there? Hey system, don't play dead. I'm about to send a red envelope. Just as he assumed the system had crashed, a notification chimed. High-level service demand detected. Function module system butler has been generated. Effect 1. All unowned items placed into the system space can, once commanded by the host, undergo automatic sequential devouring in the backend without sustained mental intervention. Effect 2. In combat, it can intelligently allocate mass points, such as increasing true mass or repairing the body, throughout the process without requiring the host's attention. Unlock fee 5000 mass points. Su Ming's eyes brightened for a moment and then went dim. 5,000. He sprang up, his voice cracking. Damn, I only need 10,000 mass points to reach tier 3 silver. You want half my life just to generate a little feature? Might as well just devour and recycle me. The system paused for a moment. Notification request received. Conducting asset assessment. Su Ming froze. Shit. Master system. System daddy. I'm joking, please don't take it seriously. He backed down. Hadn't the good times just begun? Detected, the host's current true mass is severely insufficient. Our requests for debt settlement by human collateral rejected. Conclusion: the host's life level is too low, residual value is negative, and cannot be reclaimed. Su Ming stood motionless in the wind of the ash belt, stunned by his system's judgment that his residual value. The blow cut deeper than Zhao Kuo's public awakening to shrank. A tide of profound sadness swelled. He clenched his teeth, quietly gathered the shards of his pride, and stuffed them into his pocket. He muttered a ridiculous mantra to himself. Since I'm here anyway, he'll just save up. 5,000 points is nothing. Kill a few more tier 3 beasts and it'll be mine. However, the system's cold voice rang out again. Permission correction. System Butler is a paid subscription feature. Su Ming's heart dropped. Monthly fee 2000 mass points. Monthly. For each automatic devour output, the system will extract 5 as a management service fee. A cut. To purchase permanent ownership requires 1000 mass points. Su Ming, he had thought he was buying a house at sky-high cost, only to be told it was rent not sale. A monthly fee of 2,000, and it even carried a management commission. Permanent ownership. Sure, 1 million mass points, thank you. Why don't you just rob it? Su Ming croaked. System: this system does not engage in robbery. Host advised to resolve independently. You wicked cyber capitalist. Memories of his past life, doing 996 cascaded back. I slave away moving bricks, and you doing nothing. Take 5%. The system's mechanical tone was calm and inflexible, steeped in commercial logic. Note: external civilian storage bans and military independent vaults are costly, suffer physical latency on access, and carry privacy risks. System Butler provides a T0 level soulbound highest sequence subspace service. Whether the host is fleeing, fighting, or sleeping, the backend can seamlessly perform automated slicing, purification, and digestion, ensuring energy conversion with zero loss. Imagine amid the abyssal melee, the host need only stride across heaps of beast corpses and high-grade mech wreckage without pausing for a second. All spoils would be automatically converted in the backend into the host's armor and power. We ask the host, in the ever-shifting struggle of life and death, is it really expensive to buy a soul assistant that automatically scavenges, digests, and guarantees safety for you for a 5 service fee? Su Ming was rendered speechless by this perfect sales pitch. Has the system also engaged in sales? It feels like encountering a peer. He shook off the absurd thoughts from his mind and generated a new image amidst the chaos. He exchanged blows with a third-tier exotic beast. As he stepped over the scattered high-grade alloy fragments and the remains of exotic beasts, each inch he stepped on caused the quality points in the background to jump wildly. The enemy was desperately trying to block his fists. The spoils behind him had already vanished. This was not a 5 service fee. This was a god-level stealing operation with 0 frame initiation. It was indeed exhilarating, but this system was too black-heart. Today it dares to charge a 5 service fee, and tomorrow it will dare to introduce a paid acceleration package. The day after tomorrow there might be a skin attribute enhancement. He hated this system, but he hated himself even more for finding its reasoning somewhat valid. System, how about we both take a step back? Su Ming decided to make one last struggle. I won't store things in the space anymore, and I won't let the system steward manage it. You also won't charge me any unlocking fees or monthly fees. Let's go directly to the point. When I see something I want outside, you just swallow it for me. How does that sound? Buzz. The system paused for 5 seconds, seemingly analyzing the profound poverty and shamelessness behind Su Ming's request. Then a line of golden text popped up. Request has been accepted. Unlocking requirement: 5th life form. Effect centered on the host. It can directly erase and convert all non-living matter and energy within the range of divine sense. Unlocking fee 1000 quality points. Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even turning the entire Yunchuan region upside down wouldn't yield so many zeros, right? He started counting on his fingers. One by one he counted that long string of zeros longer than his own life. He counted 3 times, and each time the result was different. 10,000, 10,000. 10 billion. System get lost. On the other side, in the depths of the source abyss, Liu Beiyuan was in a terrible mood. He sat motionless in the silver-winged cockpit. The communicator had long been disconnected. The intelligence chief's words, Federation's extremely dangerous target, echoed repeatedly in his eardrums. The youngest chief engineer of the Federation Research Institute, the Liu family's prodigy. He had never felt so humiliated and frustrated in his life. Since obtaining his first energy mech patent at the age of 19, he had never feared anyone. The eldest sons of those old aristocratic families in the imperial capital had to respectfully address him as Chief Engineer Liu. But now a scrap collector. SS level highest warning. Federation's extremely dangerous target. The combination of these words was as absurd as a third-rate joke. But he knew very well that the Central Intelligence brain never joked. Liu Beiyuan closed his eyes with only one thought in his mind: this phone call must be made. So he dialed his father's encrypted channel, Liu Zhenbang. When the communication connected, a stern holographic projection of a middle-aged man appeared. Beiyuan, has the mission in the Scarlet Forbidden Zone been completed? Did you obtain the Ghost Spider's energy skeleton? Liu Zhenbang's tone was filled with expectation. Father, Liu Beiyuan clenched his fist, his voice tight. The mission failed. The Ghost Spider was killed by Huang Fujing first, and my silver wing. My left arm was severed by her. Liu Zhenbang frowned, about to erupt in anger. But that's not the main point. Liu Beiyuan interrupted his father. Dad, Beichin has had an incident in Jiangxing. What happened? Liu Zhenbang's tone was impatient. What trouble has that kid gotten himself into? Has his brother just settled it for him? This time it can't be settled. When Beichin was visiting there, he utilized his Yuan magnetic talent to hack into the core program of a guard robot. The robot went out of control and almost caused severe casualties. The other party has shattered his knees and imprisoned him in an underground isolation room, demanding a compensation of 20 million. This child, Beichin, is proud and probably won't have the face to call us. Liu Zhenbang suddenly sat up. Shattered knees. Imprisoned. A surge of anger shot straight to the top of his head. He, Liu Zhenbang, is a senior researcher at the Federation Research Institute. Who dares to treat his son like this? What is the other party's background? In Jiangxing, the owner of the Xinghe waste treatment plant, surnamed Shun. A scrap collector dares to touch someone from the Liu family. Does he want to die? Liu Zhenbang sneered. Beiyuan, is your title as chief engineer of the Federation Research Institute made of paper? The owner of a waste treatment plant in a level satellite city. No, Dad. Liu Beiyuan interrupted him once again. I used level authority to check his background, but the request was rejected. Liu Zhenbang's smile froze on his face. The Central Intelligence brain issued an SS level highest warning and reversed locked our terminal, labeling that person as Federation's extremely dangerous target. The other side of the communicator fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Liu Zhenbang's breathing disappeared. You said? What is that person's surname? Liu Zhenbang's voice changed, carrying a hint of fear and tremor he himself was unaware of. Surname Shun, named Shun Hanyuan. Jiangxing. Xinghe waste treatment plant. Shun Hanyuan. Liu Zhenbang repeated these words. His face turned pale at a visible speed. It was as if he recalled a long-buried, terrifying taboo forcibly pressed deep within the recesses of his memory. This is bad, this is really bad. The sky is falling. There was something in his father's voice that Liu Beiyuan had never heard before. This unfilial son, how dare he? He really has put his father in a pit. I hope it's not that person. Dad, you. Liu Beiyuan froze completely. He had lived for 26 years and had never seen his once mighty father lose composure like this. Don't ask. Shut up. Liu Zhenbang's voice came out almost from his throat. Cold sweat had drenched his collar. You, along with all your subordinates, immediately stop all investigations. Immediately sever all contact with the intelligence department, physically destroy the terminal, and erase all traces. Then use your fastest speed and hurry back to headquarters. I will go and call your great-grandfather right now. Liu Beiyuan. The night wind of the source abyss ashes is very cold. 2 people and a dog found a sheltered spot by the rocky cliff to set up camp. Shen Qingxi chopped some deadwood to start a fire. The campfire flickered, illuminating the faces of the two. Shen Qingxi elegantly twisted open a high-grade nutritional supplement slightly, tilting her fair neck as she took small sips. Opposite her, Su Ming was holding an entire roasted hind leg of a second-tier exotic beast, voraciously gnawing at it like a whirlwind. The wasteland mastiff lay at Shen Qingxi's feet, watching Su Ming devour his meal with a frenzied pace, frightened enough to retract its own paws. Afraid that this disaster would not be satisfied and would gnaw on him as well. Have you evolved into a starving ghost talent again? Shen Qingxi finally couldn't help but express her astonishment. The calories in this food are enough for a standard 5-man squad to engage in high-intensity combat in the abyss for 3 days. What do you know? This is the ultimate romance of carbon-based life forms. Su Ming mumbled indistinctly, his mouth greasy. The military compressed rations are about as pleasant to chew as rubber tires. Who would eat vegetarian with meat around? Logically speaking, he was now nearing a ton in weight. Even lifting his hand should consume a massive amount of calories. However, the devouring talent is exceedingly domineering, assimilating the mass points extracted from unclaimed items. While reinforcing the density of his body, it subtly took over his bodhi's basic circulation. As long as the system is still operating, his current body is like a perpetual motion machine with a miniature nuclear reactor. Not to mention eating for 3 days. Even if he were thrown into the abyss for 10 days and half a month without a drop of water, he wouldn't die. But not dying doesn't mean he wouldn't crave. As a normal person whose soul came from Blue Star, going a day without food made the cravings in his stomach feel like a military training exercise. What surprised him even more was that as the roasted meat went down, a weak prompt of mass point 001 occasionally popped up in his mind. The flesh and blood of the second-tier exotic beast contained residual biological energy. The system can also account for micro-level assimilation. Although the gain is almost negligible, who would complain about something free? Burp. Su Ming finished gnawing the last bone. Picking up a rib, he was about to continue his feast when he saw a scene that made his blood pressure soar. The red-gold wasteland mastiff, which had acknowledged its master less than 2 hours ago, was now lying by Sun Qing's legs, resting its head on her knee, its tail wagging furiously, and its tongue sticking out half a foot. It was licking Sun Qing's hand and fingers, its eyes squinting in pleasure. The cause was simple. While cleaning the battlefield in the afternoon, Sun Qingzi dug out a second-tier crystal from the hyena's corpse and casually rewarded the wasteland mastiff with one. Just one. This creature completely turned traitor. Su Ming stared at the crystal that the wasteland mastiff swallowed, his heart bleeding. A second-tier exotic beast crystal, worth hundreds of thousands of federal coins. And it was just fed to a dog. His entire fortune didn't even add up to hundreds of thousands. Su Ming looked at the dog with a sycophantic face, jealousy tearing him apart. He even wanted to become a little puppy to lick Sun Qingzi. Rich lady, I'm hungry, feed me. Can you also throw a crystal at my cold face? Su Ming stuffed the last piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Chewing a couple of times, he decided to exercise the authority of the head of the family. All right, now that you followed me, I'll give you a name. He clapped the grease off his hands and grinned at the wasteland mastiff. From now on, you will be called Big Yellow. The mastiff's tail paused for a beat. Sun Qing's nutritional supplement also paused for a moment. Can't you come up with a proper name? She frowned slightly. Like chasing wind, tearing sky, golden scales. Too childish. Su Ming shook his head. Snowball. It's yellow. Sun Qingzi took a deep breath. What about Crimson Flame? It's not red either, Su Ming stated firmly. From now on, it will be called Big Yellow. As the old saying goes, a silly name is easy to raise, more down to earth. Although the wasteland mastiff's intelligence has not fully awakened, it is still a peak second-tier exotic beast about to break into the third tier. It could still perceive this insulting semantic. Woof. It gave a reluctant protest to Su Ming. What are you complaining about? Protests are invalid. Su Ming assumed the stance of the head of the family, threatening fiercely. Big Yellow is the most cultured name I could think of. If you don't like it, I can also call you Wonkai, or Potato, you choose. The wasteland mastiff shivered decisively, yielding to tyranny. It whimpered in extreme grievance, burying its furry head deeper into Sun Qing's leg. Su Ming looked at Sun Qing's cold face and couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically, feeling extremely satisfied. After finishing the meal, he prepared to sleep. This was Sun Qing's first night camping in the wild with a boy her age. No matter how strong and cold her personality was, deep down, she was still a 19-year-old blossoming girl. She felt a bit defensive and awkward. Su Ming, however, was carefree. He took out his tent from his backpack, which he had bought from a military secondhand store for $15. The dark green camouflage fabric was severely faded, and the zipper was stuck. 2 support poles were tied with iron wires. He hummed a tune as he set it up and dusted off the fallen dust from the canopy. Nodding in satisfaction. Solid, usable, and windproof. That's enough. Then he turned his head and saw Sun Qing's tent. Entirely silver white with an aerodynamic design, a folding high-tech temperature-controlled cabin. With a touch of his finger, it automatically unfolded with a hum. The soft internal lighting turned on. To call it a cabin is disrespectful to money. This is a spacious one-bedroom suite. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he hurried over. Miss Shin, do you need help adjusting this tent? I have a natural affinity for high-tech equipment. No need. Then, do you need help making the bed? No need. Su Ming's expression turned bitter. I'm just worried that you, a girl, won't sleep well in this wilderness. Since you have such a nice cabin, I can relax. He took 2 steps back and glanced at his camouflage tent that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Don't worry about me. I can sleep anywhere. I wouldn't mind freezing to death. Sun Qingzi looked at his performance that could rival an actor feeling a headache. This iron mass couldn't be pierced even by the claws of a third-tier exotic beast. What was he pretending to be weak for? She said nothing, expressionless, and raised her wrist. The white light flashed again, followed by a soft thud. A silver-white, streamlined, temperature-controlled cabin identical to her own landed steadily beside Su Ming's shabby camouflage tent. Su Ming was stunned, prepared in advance. Shen Qing's tone was flat. Basic guarantee for mission partners. Su Ming stood still. Looking at the brand-new silver-white temperature-controlled cabin, he fell silent for 3 seconds. Then his eyes turned red, his voice trembling. "Rich lady, this is wonderful. Soft rice smells good." Shen Qing's mouth twitched fiercely. She now regretted not letting this guy freeze a night in that broken tent. The internal space of the temperature-controlled cabin wasn't large, but it was fully functional. When Su Ming lay down inside, he found that there was even a mini shower and temperature control system. He touched the soft inflatable mattress, letting out a satisfied sigh. The happiness of the poor is so simple and unadorned. After lying down for 2 minutes, he sat up again, opened the cabin door, and walked to Shen Qing's temperature-controlled cabin. He thought for a moment and knocked on the shell. "Hey, Miss Shen, I want to discuss some martial arts matters with you in depth." Saying this, he reached for the doorknob. Why had this person locked the door? What about the basic trust between people? "Miss Shen, please open the door. Even if we don't discuss martial arts, I want to talk to you about choosing schools for the college entrance examination." Creak. The door opened a crack. The first thing Su Ming saw was that the wall inside was designed in a pink tone, while the outside was a cold silver. Inside was a dreamy pink. Goodness, is this the contrast cuteness of an S-level genius girl? Shen Qingzi stood behind the door, already changed out of her combat uniform. Wearing a loose white long-sleeve shirt, her hair let down. "What are we exchanging for?" "I'm going to take a shower and sleep now." "Shower?" Su Ming instantly perked up, his expression solemn. "Actually, I used to be an excellent bath attendant, if you don't mind." Bang! The cabin door slammed shut with such force that the gust of wind blew all the hair off his forehead. If she didn't want a bath, then fine, why was she so angry? Su Ming touched his nose and slowly swayed back into his cabin. He tentatively lay down. After all, he had already stepped on the last bed to pieces. Su Ming stared at the ceiling. The phrase "a good match" is a hard rule wherever you go. Love is free, but marriage is not. He was currently nameless and broke. But things would be different after the college entrance examination. He rummaged through his balance sheet in his mind. An SS-level unique talent with real quality exceeding a ton. One slap could crush a third-tier beast king with density approaching twice that of steel, plus a perverse passive that grows at 1% daily. If this configuration were placed on the college entrance examination arena, the genius ranking would probably have to give him a spot. With the system in place, appearance and strength, Su Ming believed he was worthy of Shen Qingzi. As for that money-grubbing father, Su Ming squinted. He truly couldn't beat him right now. Once he steps into the 9th tier. "You serve the dishes, I rotate the table, you talk, I chat. I hold the hand that's pinching. The Shen family's waste factory might just be his." He flipped over and closed his eyes. Everything is ready, just waiting for the college entrance examination to make a stunning debut. 2 o'clock in the morning. The world was silent. The night, wrapped in ashes, was unnaturally quiet. Su Ming was in deep sleep. The temperature control system of the incubator maintained the interior at a comfortable 23 degrees. The inflatable mattress was just the right softness. It was far superior to the cement floor of his rented room. A low guttural bark jolted him from his dream. Su Ming turned over and mumbled, "What are you barking for, De Huang? Don't you know it's the middle of the night and disturbing the peace?" The wild mastiff lay outside the incubator. Its dark golden mane flared out. Its nostrils quivered continuously. Its gaze was fixed firmly on the pitch-black night sky. It let out a continuous low-frequency alert. The door of the incubator opened a crack. Su Ming, disturbed, had no temper left. He poked his head out, looking like a mess. Dazed, he scanned the sky. There was nothing but the dark, overcast clouds. Su Ming rolled his eyes and muttered, "What's the point of staying awake at this hour looking for something in the air? There must be something wrong." He withdrew his head and shut the door with a hand. He grabbed the blanket, ready to return to sleep. De Huang was agitated. Just 2 seconds after the door closed, its low growl escalated into a piercing howl. It scratched anxiously at the gravel ground. The massive dark golden tail slammed against the outer shell of the incubator, producing a muffled thudding sound. Su Ming's eyelids twitched. No matter how carefree he was, he knew that a second-tier peak beast about to break through to the 3rd tier wouldn't go mad for no reason. There was only one possibility. Something was coming. Moreover, it was stronger than it. Buzz! The door of the adjacent incubator sprang open. Shen Qingzi stepped out briskly, holding her Tang Hung knife. She had just fallen asleep not long ago. The tight fabric outlined an astonishing silhouette. A pair of straight long legs were fully exposed to the air. Stepping in tactical boots, she exuded a refreshing yet deadly charm. Her long hair had yet to be tied back, gently swaying with the night wind. Su Ming swallowed hard. This was not right. In the middle of the night, dressing so little. "Are you here to fight, or to take my dog's life. He was just about to say something inappropriate to lighten the mood when the air above him suddenly distorted. A visibly transparent wave appeared. Without warning, it crashed down from a height of 100 meters. Boom. A massive sound wave hit the ground like a heavy bomb. A violent gust of wind mixed with destructive infrasound instantly engulfed the entire campsite. 2 incubators along with sleeping bags and luggage were swept away by the raging wind, rolling several times in a pile of rubble before coming to a stop. Su Ming's 15 yuan camouflage tent fared even worse. It was torn to shreds and hung on a sharp rock. Shen Qingzi let out a muffled groan, covering her ears with her hands, her face turning pale. The sound wave resonance made her internal organs churn violently. Standing became extremely difficult. Da Huang let out a cry, its legs going limp as it collapsed to the ground. He pressed his ears against his skull. As the wind and sand dispersed, only shattered stones remained. And a man in shorts, shirtless. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, maintaining a dazed posture from being woken up from sleep. His eardrums buzzed slightly, but there were no signs of his body being shaken awake. His density had surpassed that of lead. The sound wave trying to induce resonance in his body. It better ask physics whether it would comply. Su Ming scratched his belly and looked around the wrecked campsite. Lion's roar. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his shorts. Why does this thing only blow tents and not people? Shen Qingzi shot him a glare. What time is it? Did you drop something from your pocket? Stop pretending. Suddenly a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. Above the gray mist a massive shadow was circling. With a wingspan of 5 meters, its membranous wings glimmered faintly in the darkness. The overall shape was streamlined upside down, like a bat, but its size was enlarged by at least 20 times. Its wings vibrated rapidly, emitting layers of transparent sound wave ripples from its mouth. The surrounding air became blurred from the vibrations. It's a shattered sky bat. Shen Qingzi's voice was low with a rare seriousness. This is what shattered our car windows at the checkpoint during the day. Su Ming recalled. There had indeed been a terrifying beast roar while passing the outer station. At the time he thought it was the aftermath of a distant battlefield. Turns out the culprit had followed them here. Second-tier elite source beast, Shen Qingzi quickly added, unless there is a long-range talent otherwise. Otherwise ITLL be like shooting fish in a barrel. Su Ming looked up at the creature. It was too far away. This shattered sky bat was extremely cunning, taking advantage of the 100-meter height as an absolute safe zone, relying on sound wave attacks to conduct a thorough air-to-ground sweep without blind spots. Shen Qingzi's Gungjin Bone Blade was for close combat. As for himself, he was even more useless. A melee warrior whose skills could only travel in a straight line. 2 pure melee fighters and a wounded dog, facing off against a flying sound wave cannon. If this situation were in a game, it would be summed up in 4 words, incompatible versions. Buzz. The shattered sky bat opened its mouth again. The second wave of sound wave breath poured down from the sky. Scatter. Shen Qingzi kicked Da Huang, rolling away to avoid it. Su Ming crouched low on the spot. The sound wave crashed where he stood. The rock layer beneath his feet cracked with radial fissures. Debris exploded in all directions. Su Ming squinted his eyes, starting to count seconds. The interval between each breath of the shattered sky bat was about 7 seconds. The sound wave covered a radius of about 15 meters. After attacking, it would circle in the sky to retarget. Targeting. Su Ming's scholar brain began to operate at high speed. Bat. Ultrasonic echolocation. It doesn't use its eyes to find prey. It relies on emitting ultrasonic waves and receiving the reflected sound waves to see the world. What if the reflected sound waves are all distorted? Long legs. Su Ming shouted at her. It relies on ultrasonic echolocation. Your Gungjin Misai itself is a high-frequency oscillation. Can you blind its radar with vibrations? Shen Qingzi was momentarily stunned. She was a martial arts enthusiast rather than a scholar, but she quickly grasped the strategic intent behind Su Ming's words. Using vibrations to interfere with vibrations. High-frequency oscillations disrupt the sound wave feedback. As long as the shattered sky bat receives only chaotic noise as echoes, it would be no different from being blind. I've never done this kind of output, so I might not be able to maintain it for long. Not for long. Su Ming chuckled. Just give me 3 seconds. Shen Qingzi stopped wasting words. She knelt on one knee, holding the knife handle upside down. The second series of Gungjin Misai was activated instantly. Golden liquid metal covered the blade. A high-frequency buzzing sound pierced the air. Shen Qingzi endured the strain on her arms. She violently plunged the Tang Heng knife into the rock layer beneath her feet. Golden liquid Gungjin seeped from the blade, spreading along the edge. This was not the precise vibrations usually used for cutting. Instead, it was pulling the oscillation frequency to its limit, diffusing indiscriminately into the surrounding air and ground. Buzz. Within a 30-meter radius of the entire campsite, the air began to emit a piercing buzz. High-frequency oscillations surged into the ground from the knife edge. and flowed backward through the air. The surrounding sound wave field instantly fell into extreme chaos. The debris jumped with the vibrations. De Huang shook its ears and backed away with a howl. The effect was immediate. The shattered sky bat in the sky suddenly trembled. In its perception of the world, the outline of its prey vanished. The once clear ground feedback suddenly morphed into a mass of high-frequency noise. Its visual radar crashed instantly. The shattered sky bat, losing precise targeting, immediately fell into a frenzy. It let out a piercing scream and folded its wings, diving straight down toward the area where the sound waves were most chaotic. Its massive body with a 5-meter wingspan began to sway irregularly. The sound wave breath lost its accuracy, hitting 30 meters away and creating a deep pit. The shattered sky bat, unwilling to give up, lowered its height. It intended to wash this area with a stronger close-range sound wave. The intelligence of a second-tier elite led it to make what it thought was the correct judgment. Sure enough, the shattered sky bat folded its wings and dived. "It's coming." Su Ming stared at the swaying shadow, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Dropping straight from a height of 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The bat's speed was incredibly fast, arriving in an instant with a gust of wind. It opened its claws, glinting with cold light, aiming for Su Ming's head. Shin Qingzi was about to draw her knife to assist. "Step back, let me handle this." Just as the bat swooped over his head, its claws about to touch his scalp, Su Ming suddenly exerted force in his legs. The mass engine ignition. Bang! The rock layer beneath him instantly collapsed, forming a half-meter deep pit. The debris created a circular shockwave. Over a ton of real mass completed instantaneous acceleration under the engine's thrust. Su Ming shot upwards like a heavy cannonball. As the shattered sky bat dived to a height of 15 meters, it saw an impossible sight. A dark mass was flying up from below at an absurd speed. It instinctively wanted to ascend. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Ming gripped the bat's claws tightly. The shattered sky bat was startled, its wings stiffening. What is this heavy thing? How can it be so heavy? It thought its prey was about to pull it down to the ground, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to gain altitude and shake it off. But the next second, a violent thrust, defying all flight logic, surged upward from beneath. The kinetic energy of the mass engine had not dissipated. Su Ming was not being lifted by it. He was flying up with it. A ton of real mass combined with the engine's full-power directional explosive thrust directly impacted the soft abdomen of the shattered sky bat. Phew! The bat sprayed a mouthful of foul-smelling purple blood. Its massive body lost all flight control under this unreasonable violent collision. It was forced to fly backward, shooting straight up into the sky. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In the night sky, the giant bat was being forcefully propelled upward vertically by a person. Its flesh wings emitted cracking sounds from the violent reverse airflow. It completely fell into a fatal stall state. Su Ming shot up to nearly 50 meters into the air along with the shattered sky bat, until the engine thrust was exhausted. Two figures hung in midair, the wind roaring in their eardrums. Su Ming suddenly exerted force in his legs and released his grip on the bat's claws. Using the last bit of momentum, he flipped over. He firmly landed on the back of the shattered sky bat. He squeezed his legs tightly against its spine. "Enjoy the flight. It's time to go down." Su Ming snorted coldly. The real mass of 1 ton was no longer countered by the engine's thrust. At this moment, it was fully converted into pure downward pressure. Over 1,000 kilograms of terrifying dead weight, instantly pressed down on a bat that excelled at gliding. The shattered sky bat let out a desperate and mournful scream. Its proud wings exploded on the spot. They simply could not withstand the sudden pressure of a mountain falling on top of them. A cracking sound echoed from its joints. Shin Qingzi looked up. In the gray mist, a handsome young man in shorts was riding on the back of a 5-meter wingspan giant bat. 1 man and 1 bat. They transformed into a meteor rapidly descending towards the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Debris mixed with purple blood shot up into the sky. It directly smashed a 3-meter diameter pit into the hard wilderness. The shattered sky bat had no strength left to struggle. The entire chest cavity was completely crushed by this weight. Purple blood flowed everywhere, breathing more out than in. But it wasn't dead yet. This creature was tougher than expected. Su Ming jumped off the bat's back and waved at Shin Qingzi. She had been waiting for this moment. Without a word, her figure turned into a fleeting shadow. The Tangheng knife sliced through the air. The golden Gengjin Misai covered the blade. The high-frequency oscillation was taken to the extreme. A golden arc cut through the night. The shattered sky bat's head detached from its body. It rolled out of the pit, the fierce light in its eyes slowly extinguishing. Shin Qingzi sheathed her knife. Su Ming kicked the headless corpse of the shattered sky bat. His shorts were intact, but one of his flip-flops was nowhere to be found. He looked up at Shin Qingzi, who stood holding her knife. The night wind lifted her hair. The black tactical vest. Her long legs. The blood-dripping Tangheng knife in her hand. He gave Shin Qingxi a thumbs up. Our cooperation would definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack if it were on the leaderboard. Shin Qingxi ignored him. She looked down at the corpse of the shattered sky bat. Her gaze swept from the skeleton to the wing membranes and finally landed on the shattered head. A second-tier elite source beast. The source energy crystal was worth at least 2 million. The high-density skeleton and sound wave organs were even harder for researchers to estimate their value. She glanced at Su Ming, who was already rummaging through the corpse. The corner of her mouth twitched. Su Ming patted the remnants of the shattered sky bat's wings. He was already calculating the numbers in the devour prompt in his mind. A second-tier elite source beast. The skeleton density was at least 3 times higher than that of an ordinary second-tier beast. If this entire corpse goes down. Ding! A line of text popped up on the system panel in his retina. Su Ming's hand froze in place. Detected residual high-frequency source energy resonance body from the sound wave organ of the shattered sky bat. This substance can be exchanged for a special skill in the system shop. Quality resonance limited time unlock 235959 58 of 57. There was no skill description, just the words limited time unlock flashing. Limited time. This countdown starts now. Su Ming's eyelids twitched. As a seasoned player who had suffered various Penguin games and Pinduoduo's one-slice attacks, he was extremely sensitive to this red countdown. Limited time flash sale, only 2 hours left. Stock is running low by now, or miss out. Congratulations on obtaining a limited time discount coupon valid only today. He clicked into check. The original price was $999, now $998. Not even a skill manual, just relying on the name to make promises, playing blind box hunger marketing with me, huh? Su Ming gritted his teeth in his mind. Killing my obsessive-compulsive disorder. But he had to admit that he had indeed been ensnared by the system's trick, based on his years of being ripped off. In the hierarchy of system flows, things labeled limited time were extremely polarized. Either they were insane scams to milk money, or they were broken balance-shattering T0 level god skills that you wouldn't find again after missing this chance. Quality resonance. Su Ming repeated these 4 words in his mind. Physics tells him that once mass and vibration are combined, the destructive power increases exponentially. A ton of absolute mass combined with any resonance is a super weapon. If I hit someone with this point blank, wouldn't it shake their eggs up? Su Ming glanced at the head of the shattered sky bat that had already separated from its body. That mass was still emitting residual vibrations, slowly fading away. He covered the head with one hand and stuffed it into the system space. Whatever, I'll store it first. In the distance, Da Huang the wild mastiff peeked its head out from behind a rock. Confirming that the shattered sky bat was dead, it scampered over. It wagged its tail furiously at Shin Qingxi, eager for praise. It had been lying still behind the rock the whole time, its paws dug into a crevice. Afraid of being blown away by the wind, Su Ming shot it a sideways glance. With your performance, how can you wag your tail? Da Huang froze for a moment. It turned its head towards Su Ming, then towards Shin Qingxi, and back to Su Ming. Finally, it chose to bury its whole face into Shin Qingxi's palm. Its tail wagged even faster. This was its political stance after careful consideration. Su Ming. Shin Qingxi squatted down. She extracted a dark purple glowing crystal from the cracked skull of the shattered sky bat. A second-tier elite source energy crystal, dark purple. After the storm subsided, the camp was in utter disarray. The second-hand camouflage tent that Su Ming had bought for 15 yuan had completely disintegrated in the sound waves. The high-tech constant temperature pod was quite sturdy. It was tossed around and rolled a few times. Its outer shell only had a few scratches and could still be used after a light dusting off. The 2 humans and 1 dog quickly tidied up the aftermath. Shin Qingxi crawled back into the pod. Da Huang, in an extremely servile manner, lay at the pod door as a guard. Su Ming volunteered to take the night watch for the latter half of the night. After confirming that Shin Qingxi was asleep, he rubbed his hands together. Like a thief sneaking out at midnight, he sank into the system space, glancing at the few still warm corpses of the exotic beasts. It was time to count the spoils. System, it's time to feast. Su Ming concentrated his thoughts. Devoured the remains of a second-tier exotic beast hyena, unenergized crystalline core, extracted high-density bone armor, refined quality points 242. Ding. Devoured the remains of a second-tier exotic beast hyena. Quality points 268. Ding. Devoured a second-tier exotic beast. Quality points 215. Ding. Devoured. Quality points 240. Ding. Devoured the remains of a second-tier source beast shatterbat. Unenergized crystalline core, extracted core organs, remove quality points 387. Eating dumpling wrappers without fillings isn't ideal. He pondered. Next time he should find an opportunity to try swallowing one whole. For hyena corpses, plus 1 source beast shell. Adding the 650 points from the previous third-tier hyena king, quality points 2002. Su Ming looked at the required 2,000 points for quality resonance. He froze in place. System, have you been secretly tallying my accounts all along? Su Ming gritted his teeth. Is the aim to ensure I'm just full enough before squeezing me dry? Let me just eat my fill and then drain me completely. Cursing aside, his body had to be honest. In the face of survival, who wasn't a coward? He silently steeled himself. Exchange. Ding. Deducting 2,000 quality points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the talent sequence quality resonance. Current balance 2. Looking at his account that had instantly hit 0, Su Ming clutched his chest. It hurts so much I can't breathe, can't find yesterday. This is too much bullying. A night back to square one, once again becoming impoverished. But the next moment a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. It was the operational route of quality resonance. Quality resonance converts one's own mass into high-frequency seismic sources, causing destructive oscillations to the deep structure of the target through conductive contact. This sequence is deeply bound to the host's absolute mass and contact kinetic energy, possessing infinite growth potential. The greater the mass and the more violent the contact energy, the more terrifying the resulting resonance power. Su Ming was overjoyed. A growth-type skill. His current one-ton body was like an industrial-grade humanoid seismic machine. An extremely violent impulse surged within him. He raised his right hand, tons of mass gathering in his palm, poised to slap down on the ground beneath him. Suddenly his hand halted just a centimeter above the ground. He forcibly stopped himself, caught between making a massive impact and seeing the sunrise tomorrow. His survival instinct abruptly interrupted this spellcasting. He turned to glance at the silver-white constant temperature pod not far away. If he slapped down, Xinxingxi would probably have to crawl out of a 30-meter pit come morning. Then she would chase him with a knife for 2 miles. Not to mention that he couldn't afford to replace these 2 constant temperature pods. The next 2 nights' accommodations were a problem. He wasn't naive enough to think that Xinxingxi would sleep rough in the wilderness just because there was no place for her, thus generously providing him with the late-night benefit of appreciating the beautiful sleeping posture of the cool school flower. Hold on. For the harmony of the team, I must hold on. Su Ming anxiously turned in place 3 times. It was like buying a new graphics card only to have the power cut and the internet go down. Was there anything more painful than this? He stared with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the skyline in the east. He forcefully suppressed this impulse for half the night. The sky began to brighten. The door of the constant temperature pod slid open. Xinxingxi had yet to stabilize herself when she heard an extremely excited roar from beside her. I'm going to burst. She saw Su Ming running away in just a pair of big shorts. Su Ming dashed away and Xinxingxi was left speechless. Just one night, and had he really become this weak? He was probably worse off than Dahuan. Su Ming arrived at the edge of the camp, standing before a massive black rock. Unable to contain himself, he raised his right hand. Let's see how good a 2,000-point skill you are. He took a deep breath. Tons of mass instantly converged in his palm. He slapped down hard on the hard surface of the rock. Quality resonance activate. Virum. A dull sound resonated as if a bell was struck underwater. Then, there was nothing more. That half-percent high black rock stood unmoving. Not a crack appeared, not even a speck of dust fell. Is that it? The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at his unscathed palm. 2,000 quality points, and not even a sound. System, are you selling fake medicine? Not far away, Xinxingxi, who had just finished cursing Su Ming for his urgent need to pee in her heart, watched him gesture at a rock. Then the rock showed no reaction at all. Her expression grew more complex. Not only was he weak, but his brain was also not working well. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this rock is just too hard? Su Ming frowned skeptically, raising his right leg. He delivered a whip kick at that black rock. Crash. As soon as Su Ming's leg touched the surface of the rock, the hard, giant rock instantly crumbled like a sandcastle. It collapsed on the spot. It turned into a fine dust that scattered in the wind. Su Ming's leg swept through the air, nearly wrenching his waist. What the hell? He was stunned. This destructive power was not merely superficial. The high-frequency shockwave ignored the outer shell, directly shattering the internal molecular structure of the rock into powder. Shock damage indeed impressive. Su Ming stroked his chin deep in thought. But it feels like this rock is too fragile to fully unleash my power. The more violent the contact kinetic energy, the greater the power. Simply slapping with his hand had too low an energy conversion efficiency. He suddenly recalled the scene of smashing down while riding the bat last night. That terrifying downward kinetic energy combined with his own mass was the real killing move. The core of quality resonance is contact conduction. Then, Su Ming's eyes brightened. What if he pushed the full power thrust of the mass engine combined with the gravitational acceleration of free fall from a height, finally injecting this earth-shattering kinetic energy fully into the ground through quality resonance? Would this not turn into a large area AoE damage, turning a single target armor-breaking skill into a full-screen bombardment? I really am a little genius. Su Ming slapped his thigh, sending up a cloud of dust. Come on, let's see how this falling foot technique works. Mass engine ignite. Boom. A frenzied thrust erupted from his feet. The rock layer was hollowed out into a half-meter deep pit. Su Ming shot up like a cannonball. Defying gravity, he soared into the sky. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a terrifying height of over 10 stories. At the peak, his kinetic energy exhausted. The world fell silent. Following that was pure ruthless descent. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The air was violently torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Su Ming pressed his 1-ton mass firmly down onto his legs. Relying on the terrifying acceleration of free fall, like a rogue meteorite, he slammed down towards the abyssal ground. Shake for me. Quality resonance activate. Boom. The moment his feet touched the ground, a deafening roar erupted. The earth seemed to emit a mournful cry centered around Su Ming's point of landing. The ground within a radius of several meters did not even have time to crack. Under the extreme high-frequency vibrations, it directly collapsed. An exaggerated, genuine meteorite crater formed with a thunderous sound. Shin Qingzi, who was playing with her dog, felt her pupils contract sharply. The large yellow dog lying on its back enjoying itself suddenly sat up, its eyes wide with shock. At this moment, both the person and the dog shared the same thought perfectly. A monster. An utterly terrifying monster. What the hell? They gazed at the enormous pit beneath them, comparable to one created by a missile strike. The curvature of Su Ming's lips widened. Group damage AoE, this power, it's perfect. However, his word perfect had not yet fully escaped his lips. His slightly bent legs had not yet had time to unload the force. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression changed drastically. A more terrifying backlash of force surged up like a mountain from the depths of the earth. The action of force is mutual. The earth began to retaliate. Su Ming's face changed dramatically. That backlash force could instantly turn even a third-tier awakened one into flesh and blood. It had already violently crashed into his body along his legs. Buzz, his bones dense as lead, emitted a metallic explosion under the unbearable load. Numb all over. Su Ming inhaled sharply. This was the first time since his weight exceeded a ton that he felt his legs go numb from a physical collision. Even his internal organs fluttered. However, this energy did not shatter his bones. Instead, it was treated as a resonance chamber by his compact body. The vast and violent energy was instantly devoured by his body, extremely compressed and transformed again. In his mind, the system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, for activating the exclusive hidden feature 2-stage echo." In the next moment, boom. A second shockwave, even more violent than the first impact, erupted from Su Ming's body as its origin in a manner that defied the laws of physics, exploding forth. This destruction was more frenzied, more tyrannical, and more unreasonable. The collapsed meteorite crater sank again under this extremely destructive resonance. It forcefully sank downwards by more than a meter. The rocks at the bottom of the pit were directly shattered into powder. A violent shockwave mixed with flying sand and stones. It transformed into a wall of dust and sand sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. A woo! The large yellow dog let out a terrified scream. It was directly lifted into the air by the fierce wind, rolling several meters away like a tattered sack. At the edge of the camp, the expensive silver-white military-grade temperature-controlled capsule was violently pushed across the ground by the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rubble became armor-piercing rounds, tearing through the air with a mournful shriek. Sizzle. The high-molecular bulletproof glass of the temperature-controlled capsule was instantly pierced by stones, leaving a hole full of cracks. Shin Qingzi's long hair danced wildly. A storm surged in her heart. Such a scene she had only seen in disaster training videos at military school. Without hesitation, with a ringing sound, the cold blade was drawn. Clang, clang, clang. The girl twisted her wrist, and the blade light transformed into an impenetrable shadow before her. It cut down all the deadly flying stones that came shooting in. The wind and sand gradually calmed. In the center of the rolling dust and smoke of the meteorite crater, Su Ming maintained a half-squatting posture. Like a clay sculpture just pulled out of a lime kiln, he lowered his head, his legs still trembling slightly. That was the after effect of being struck back by the earth. Cough, cough. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with stone dust and stood up unsteadily, looking at the terrifying giant pit with a 10-meter diameter and unfathomable depth beneath him. The astonishment in Su Ming's eyes gradually gave way to fervor. Ha! Ha! He suddenly put his hands on his hips and let out a howl to the heavens. His laughter sent dust cascading down. This is called talent. A casual thought, and I've developed a hidden move. If this were in the world of martial arts, I would be a founding ancestor of a sect. His tail was already raised high into the sky, lost in the self-indulgence of being the god of physics. Are you? A voice cold enough to freeze the air came from behind him. Su Ming's laughter abruptly ceased. He turned stiffly to look back. He met Shin Qingzi's frosty face. Oh, long legs, you're awake. Su Ming, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, excitedly pointed at the big pit. Look at this move of mine. Shin Qingzi did not look at the pit. Her temperatureless gaze was fixed firmly on the area that should have been the camp behind Su Ming. Su Ming followed her gaze, and his entire being seemed to be struck by lightning. The tent that had been standing tall was now completely deflated, especially that expensive silver-white temperature-controlled capsule covered in bullet holes. The hatch had 2 fist-sized holes through which the wind was howling in. The entire camp had escalated from wild adventure version to Syria war damage version. The arrogance on Su Ming's face evaporated in an instant, and cold sweat broke out all over. Damn it, did Murphy also cross over into this world? Truly what you fear comes to pass. Boss, let me explain. Su Ming swallowed hard, his survival instinct kicked into overdrive. This is an irresistible force. This is a 1 in a million probability physical miracle. I ran so far just to. Clang. Tang Hung Dao, cold edge suddenly unsheathed, reflecting the first piercing chill of the morning light. Shin Qingzi gripped the hilt with her right hand, exuding a killing intent even more terrifying than the residual waves of the previous resonance. Su Ming, you are really dead meat. What the hell? Longlegs, I was trying to develop a new skill to protect you. Boss, it's illegal to kill people. Su Ming's feet slipped. He transformed into a shadow and darted toward the depths of the gobi. Behind him, an astonishing sword energy instantly severed a boulder. Big Yellow, save me. Come protect your master. The cries echoed above the desolate abyss. In the distance, the large yellow dog squatting by the edge of the pit perked up its ears. It met Su Ming's pleading gaze. As if struck by electricity, its big head suddenly buried itself into the ground, decisively lying flat. This dog has died for anything burn paper. Yuan, the edge of the Ashen Belt. 3 figures presented the temporary access code of the Hunters Association. The guard glanced over and waved them through. No one asked another question. The members of the Hunters Association entered the abyss. As commonplace as flies entering a latrine. No one would collect the bodies if they died inside. At most, they would change their status from active to missing on the terminal. Even obituaries could be saved. Walking in the middle was a burly man. He wore a makeshift class exoskeleton armor. Each step emitted a dull metallic scraping sound. He was the captain of this temporary team, Grey Wolf, a mid-level awakener of the 3rd stage, specializing in mechanical control. He was a wild, unconventional mecha engineer. On the left was a slender man moving as gracefully as a raccoon. He was scanning the surroundings with a tactical binocular. His name was Lynx, a peak 2nd stage awakened, specializing in shadow control, a natural assassin and scout. He could be a bit chatty. I really don't understand why Zhao Kuo, that softy, would spend 5 million to hire the 3 of us just to kill an 5th grade high school student. Lynx put down the binoculars, curling his lip. Has he had his brain sucked dry by some little vixen? As long as the money is in place, that's all that matters. Grey Wolf did not look back. His voice resonated from his helmet, deep and muffled. Who cares if his brains are dry? Following behind was a short man named Weasel. He was nervously rubbing his hands. He was also a special type, but a rarer one, a beast whisperer. He could manipulate insects and low-tier exotic beasts with his mental power, responsible for reconnaissance and gathering information. Wolf brother, I heard that kid has osteoporosis, Weasel said, shrinking his neck. What if by the time we act he trips and falls to his death? Zhao Kuo might blame us for scamming. Lynx scoffed, a smirk on his face. Does he dare? At worst we can record a video. Grey Wolf confidently patted his heavy alloy armor on his chest. Even if that kid has some tricks, can he break through my class armor? I'd let him hit me, and he wouldn't leave a mark. Bro, don't jinx it. Lynx immediately started to break the mood. Last time at the Western Ruins you said the same thing, and ended up getting shoved into a mud pit by a 2nd-tier wild boar. We Weasel and I had to fish you out for half an hour. Grey Wolf's face darkened. That was an accident. The terrain was slippery. Fine, it's the terrain's fault. Lynx was too lazy to argue and changed the subject. I found out that kid came in with a girl from the Shin family. Weasel continued. Shin Qingzi, she was the top scorer in last year's college entrance examination in Jiang City. At least a 2nd tier, possibly peak 2nd tier. Shouldn't be easy to deal with. Grey Wolf paused for a moment. Just kill Su Ming. If Shin Qingzi is wise, let her go. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. If she isn't wise, a few people will disappear in the abyss and the Hunters Association won't make a sound. Lynx licked his lips. What does that girl from the Shun family look like? I heard she has particularly long legs. Grey Wolf shot him a glare. Lynx immediately raised his hands in surrender. Just joking. Serious matters take precedence. Weasel fished out 3 dark red syringes from his pocket. He handed one to each of the 2 men. The advance payment has arrived. 2nd tier frenzy potion, 1 for each. After injection, all attributes increase by 50%, lasting for half an hour. Lynx squeezed the syringe and held it up to the light, clicking his tongue. Zhao Kuo is quite generous. This stuff costs at least 200,000 each. He's the only son of the Zhao group. Grey Wolf tucked the syringe into his waist. 5 million for a life, plus a promise of 3 top-notch pieces of equipment. It's just business. Don't let me down. The three moved quickly along the edge of the ashen belt. Weasel released a few thumb-sized beetles as scouts. The bugs scurried along the gaps in the ground. They relayed information about the terrain ahead. After about 20 minutes, Weasel suddenly stopped, his face changing. What happened? Grey Wolf turned back. Up ahead. It seems there's a situation. Grey Wolf frowned and quickened his pace, bypassing a patch of dead shrubs. Then the three stopped simultaneously. Before them lay a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter. It looked as if it had been plowed by a heavy cruise missile. The rocks at the bottom of the pit appeared in a strange powdery state. The edges of the land were still emitting wisps of steam. The surrounding ground cracked outward from the pit as its center. The fissures extended nearly 30 meters away. Even the three experienced individuals were stunned by the sight before them. Link spoke first, his voice unsteady. This commotion was caused by a heavy source beast above the third stage. Weasel gulped. Wow, did one of them smash a building into the ground? Quick! Grey Wolf immediately ordered, don't let that kid die in the jaws of a source beast. Our bounty is to collect heads. Lynx opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Weasel had already begun to retreat slightly. What are you scared of? Grey Wolf shot him a glance. This pit must have been left by a source beast of first-tier waste. Even if you gave him a ton of explosives, he couldn't create this effect. Grey Wolf raised his left arm. A fist-sized mechanical device was embedded in the outside of his forearm. It was the core medium of his talent, a micromechanical control terminal. He activated the scanning mode, and the light path in his mechanical eye switched, locking onto the thermal sources. To the northeast, there are 3 thermal sources within 3 kilometers. 1 large and 2 small. The large one should be a beast, and the 2 small ones are the targets. Let's go. On the other side, Su Ming was carrying the completely flattened remains of the temperature-controlled chamber on his shoulder, sighing as he walked. He looked exactly like a penniless man being evicted by his landlord. Shen Qingzi walked ahead, trembling in anger, not saying a word. Su Ming muttered behind her, the tent is gone, the temperature-controlled chamber is ruined, and tonight we don't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. We'll really have to squeeze into a doghouse with Big Yellow. Big Yellow turned back and licked Su Ming's hand. Shen Qingzi stopped, turned back to look at him. Shut up, or you'll have to carry weights until dark. Fine, I won't say anything. Su Ming, desperate for survival, immediately changed the subject. Big Yellow, go find an exotic beast. Bring out your enemies. The sooner we collect enough points, the sooner we can go back. And by the way, see if there are any unlucky souls passing by that we can borrow a tent from. Where would there be any unlucky souls in the abyss? Want to borrow a tent? Shen Qingzi's mouth twitched. What kind of brain structure does this person have? What if there are? Su Ming asked earnestly. Shen Qingzi was too lazy to respond to him. Su Ming began to scan the ground for traces. He wanted to determine whether there were any prey nearby by assessing the freshness and composition of the droppings. His experiences watching wilderness survival shows were finally coming in handy. Just then Big Yellow's ears perked up. It stopped licking Su Ming's hand, and instead bit his pants leg, pulling him backward. Then it barked 3 low barks. Woof, woof, woof. Su Ming, are you hungry again? I just fed you. Big Yellow was anxious, stamping its paws, when Su Ming did not respond. It turned its head to look at Shen Qingzi. Shen Qingzi immediately understood, are there enemies? Big Yellow had found someone smart, and nodded vigorously. Shen Qingzi glanced around, quickly darting behind a sturdy gray ancient tree. She lowered her posture. Su Ming crouched down as well. He placed the remains of the temperature-controlled chamber beside him, squinting to see ahead. In the grayish-white mist, 3 figures slowly emerged. They walked at a leisurely pace. They did not even attempt to conceal their movements, swaggering toward them in a triangular formation. The burly man at the front had a piece of metal armor welded to his chest. Behind him followed a tall, thin individual and a short man. However, the next scene that unfolded left these 3 experienced hunters' brains momentarily short-circuited. The lean young man, the primary target, upon seeing them, not only showed no signs of fear, but rather looked as if he had spotted a long-lost relative. His eyes lit up instantly. The young man stood up, dusting off his pants. He strode forward, breaking into an exceptionally bright smile. Holy crap! A living person. Su Ming's shout directly stunned Lynx, who was about to follow the procedure and issue threats. The 3 exchanged glances. Grey Wolf's mechanical eye scanned rapidly. The young man stood at 185 centimeters tall, with a slim build and youthful features. Aside from being a bit taller and more handsomely radiant, he seemed to generally match the target's characteristics. Oh, and he had a big dog with him. But the young man's reaction radiated an eerie vibe. Something was off, very off. Immediately Su Ming walked up to them. His blazing gaze completely disregarded the weapons in their hands and the killing intent surrounding them. It was fixed firmly on the bulging military backpack behind Weasel. Inside, the outline of a tent was clearly visible. Bro, did you guys bring a tent? Lynx, Grey Wolf. Weasel instinctively took half a step back. The 3 fell silent simultaneously. What the hell? This wasn't how the script was written. Lynx was the first to recover, sneering. He prepared to pressure the young man according to the original plan. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, you must be Su Ming, right? Someone paid to." Su Ming eagerly interrupted him. "Tent. Do you have a tent? A two-person one will do. I'm not picky." Gray Wolf coughed, deciding to take control of the situation. "Su Ming, someone is paying for your life. Be smart. Is there a tent or not?" Su Ming interrupted Gray Wolf again. Lynx couldn't help but finally say, "You're worried about that in the abyss." "Of course." Su Ming nodded as if it were obvious, pointing behind him. "See that? That lady." The three followed his hand to look. Behind an ancient tree, a graceful figure was hidden in the shadows, expressionless as she looked this way. The evening light leaked through the mist, falling on her cold brows. Lynx's eyes widened. Her legs were indeed long. "Her temperature-controlled chamber was ruined by me, and she's in a bad mood. If she doesn't have a tent to sleep in tonight, the consequences will be severe. So I urgently need a tent to make amends, understand?" His tone was more like borrowing salt from a neighbor rather than facing three people who wanted to kill him. Weasel, hiding at the back, had begun to tremble. He quietly mumbled, "Wolf brother, this guy isn't following the script." Gray Wolf's face was already ashen. He felt insulted in his profession. He had been a bounty hunter for 10 years. For the first time, he was being treated like this by his prey. "Stop wasting time." He shouted, the exoskeleton armor on him emitting a piercing noise. "Idiot. He's really just a rookie who has never seen blood." Lynx sneered as well. "This abyss is getting less and less exclusive. Ooh, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in." The two feared that talking would get interrupted again and unconsciously quickened their pace. Weasel gritted his teeth, releasing two black flying insects from his sleeve, quietly moving toward the flank. Gray Wolf shot one last glance at Su Ming. This kid's expression still carried that annoying, "Is there a tent or not?" "Look." Gray Wolf suddenly waved his hand. "Attack! Attack!" As soon as the Gray Wolf's words fell, the lynx had already vanished from his spot. As an assassin, he excelled at seizing fleeting opportunities in battle. The lynx's figure flickered, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. The special ability Shadow Control was activated. He seemed to have melded into the shadows. In the next moment, he silently circled around to Su Ming's back. The poison dagger in his hand transformed into a streak of dark light, aiming directly at Su Ming's lower back. Fast, precise, ruthless. This was his signature skill that allowed him to kill opponents beyond his level. Die. Clang. It wasn't the dull sound of flesh being pierced. It was the crisp sound of metal clashing. The sneer on the lynx's face instantly froze as the dagger's tip jabbed against Su Ming's waist. The lynx felt a tremendous force return from the dagger's handle, causing his hand to go numb. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the dagger in his grasp. The dagger bent. This blade, crafted from great alloy, felt as if it had collided with an immovable steel plate. The tip bent. "What the hell? What kind of waste is this?" The lynx instinctively cursed, completely dazed. "Is this really a human? Wasn't this taken from the skull of a third-tier exotic beast?" Su Ming slowly lowered his head, glancing at the small hole punctured in his grade composite coat. He sighed, feeling a twinge of heartache. "Do you all have a habit of tearing people's clothes?" The lynx. His seemingly casual remark was like a thunderclap to the Gray Wolf's ears. Taking a full-force backstab from a peaked second-tier assassin without a scratch. "Is this grade black iron? This is really messed up." The Gray Wolf cursed under his breath, no longer daring to underestimate the situation. He slapped the energy switch on his chest, activating the grade exoskeleton armor covering his body. It emitted a low hum. Faint energy conduits began to glow at the joints. He shot a fierce glare at "Let's go." The weasel, already trembling in fear, retreated, while muttering incantations upon receiving. It seemed to be communicating with some invisible entity. Just as the three of them were about to surround their target, a primal and authoritative howl echoed in the air. The large yellow dog, which had been lying at Su Ming's feet pretending to be dead, had its dark golden mane standing on end as if it had swelled in size. It suddenly blocked the advancing path of the weasel, its wild eyes filled with suppressed ferocity. This seemingly weakest human was closest to it, perfect for a strike. It had been endlessly tormented by Su Ming and Shen Qingzi over the past 2 days. This king of the prairie mastiffs had been harboring a bellyful of rage. "Don't think I'm just a corgi when I'm not growling." Meanwhile, a chilling flash of a blade swept by. Shen Qingzi, wielding the cold edge, had already attacked the lynx. Swish! The lynx had just regained his focus from Su Ming when he caught a glimpse of the blade coming at him and hurriedly retreated. The cold edge grazed his clothing, leaving a tear. Such speed. The lynx's smile completely vanished. "I didn't expect you had backup." The Gray Wolf, without looking back, locked onto Su Ming with his mechanical eye. "Miss Shen, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Even if military students die in the abyss, no one will trace it back to us." The lynx barely dodged Shen Qingzi's strike, regaining his composure, licking his cracked lips as he gazed at her stunning face. He lewdly whistled. "Little girl, I advise you not to waste your prime youth over such a worthless person. You wouldn't want to." Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, the cold edge had already swung down in front of him, moving far faster than before. The term little girl struck at the reverse scale of this proud daughter of heaven. On the other side, the large yellow dog roared and lunged at the weasel. The weasel shrieked and turned to run. The battlefield was instantly divided. Looks like no one is bothering us anymore. Su Ming stretched his neck, producing a series of painful cracking sounds. He looked again at the heavy grade armor worn by the gray wolf. The fervor in his eyes erupted completely. Come on, Tin, can let me see how heavy you are. The gray wolf almost laughed in anger. Are you talking to me? No more wasting words. He raised his right arm and fired the hydraulic impact cannon. A fist-sized alloy projectile carrying compressed air waves shot straight for Su Ming's chest. Su Ming did not dodge. Bang! The projectile hit him squarely in the chest. Su Ming slid back half a step, leaving 2 deep grooves in the rocky ground beneath his feet. Yet his body remained utterly unmoved. However, another hole appeared in the chest area of his composite coat. Su Ming looked downside. I guess this coat is done for today. The gray wolf's pupils constricted sharp. The output of the hydraulic impact cannon was enough to penetrate a light armored vehicle. Did this kid really take that heat in? The gray wolf chose to trust his judgment. Just a passive defensive ability, a few more hits would reach its limit. He switched tactics, activating the flamethrower on his left arm. Alloy flamethrower. The dark red flames capable of melting steel surged forth, engulfing Su Ming entirely, like a frenzied fire dragon. Ha ha ha. The gray wolf laughed heartily at the sight of the struggling figure in the flames. Fgrade is still Fgrade, he won't even dodge. Idiot. The flames burned for over 10 seconds before gradually extinguishing. However, the smile on the gray wolf's face began to freeze. As the smoke cleared, that lean figure still stood quietly in place. The composite coat had finally burned away, revealing the lean and sturdy torso beneath. There wasn't even a red mark on his skin. The only sign was that his hair had been singed a bit. Is that all? Su Ming looked down at the ashes of his coat with a distressed expression. Can you all stop ruining my clothes? I only have this one left. You. The gray wolf's brain mouth. On the other side, the waltz of shadow and blade had already begun. The lynx's shadow control was far more troublesome than anticipated. Gray mist pervaded and the light dimmed. This was precisely the ideal battlefield for shadow control. His figure suddenly split into 3 identical black shadows attacking Shin Qingzi from 3 different tricky angles simultaneously. Shin Qingzi's beautiful eyes narrowed, yet she did not dodge or evade. The essence of the gung metal blade was metal. Metal naturally senses the faintest changes in airflow. Among the 4 shadows, only one was pushing the real airflow. To the northeast, Shin Qingzi suddenly opened her eyes wide and swung the cold edge horizontally. Clang! That shadow abruptly materialized. The lynx's backup dagger barely held its ground, and sparks flew as their blades clashed. How is this possible? The lynx's face changed. He thought he was up against a military university student, who knew this woman's battle instincts were beyond her realm. They were surprisingly superior. Not bad at all. The lynx, missing his strike, quickly retreated shocked. This woman's realm was clearly a notch lower than his. But her combat intuition and reaction speed were outrageously fast. He knelt on one knee, slamming his right hand on the ground. Shadow nail. A black line spread from his palm. It raced swiftly across the ground toward Shin Qingzi's feet. The moment the shadow touched the black line, her body suddenly stiffened. Her feet were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Shadow nail. The second ability of shadow control. It locks onto the target's shadow, temporarily immobilizing them. The lynx's eyes lit up. He sprang from the side, aiming his dagger straight for Shin Qingzi's throat. Shin Qingzi's feet were indeed unable to move, but her upper body was free. The gung metal energy surged violently. A layer of golden liquid metal slowly appeared on the blade of the cold edge. Gung metal essence. High-frequency vibrations exploded on the blade. She did not break free from the shadow nail. Instead, she slashed down toward the shadow beneath her feet. Swish! The cold edge plunged into the ground. The high-frequency vibrations of the gung metal essence instantly shattered the energy structure of the shadow nail. The binding collapsed. Shin Qingzi retreated half a step, narrowly avoiding the lynx's dagger. The blade grazed her cheek, taking a strand of hair with it. The lynx's footsteps halted. The shadow nail can be broken. Shin Qingzi ignored him. The cold edge was held in front of her. Her breathing was slightly hurried. The consumption of gung metal essence was not small. The lynx sweated coldly on his forehead. Her lower realm crushed his reaction. Where did this woman crawl out from among the dead? On the other end of the gobi, the scene was entirely different. Help! The weasel was being chased around by the large yellow dog, crying out for help. The several thumb-sized poisonous beetles he released hadn't even gotten close to the large yellow dog. They were swept away by that fan-like tail with a dragon tail sweep, scattering green liquid everywhere. The large yellow dog didn't even get a scratch. Then the large yellow dog caught up. The peak's second-tier prairie mastiff, its size comparable to a bull, had no trouble chasing a weasel lacking in physical skills. Wolf brother, help! The weasel screamed as he ran, but no one paid him any attention. His terrified little eyes did not truly show panic. His pupils tightened, and with every few steps he took his right hand flicked out a small pinch of gray-white powder from his sleeve. The powder was colorless and odorless, merging with the dust of the ashes upon landing. It was indistinguishable to the naked eye. The weasel's path appeared frantic, but in reality he was circling the entire battlefield's perimeter, forming a circle. Woof! The large yellow dog bit the weasel's waistband, giving it a fierce shake, sending the weasel flying. He rolled on the ground, 3 times his face planted into the sand. PFF, PFF, PFF. He spat out the sand from his mouth while the large yellow dog's front paw pressed down on his back. The weight of several hundred pounds bore down. The weasel's face was pressed against the ground, trembling like a sieve. But the hand pinned beneath him quietly crushed the last pinch of powder, blending into the dust beneath his feet. The circle was finally closed. The brain of the gray wolf completely crashed. This class exoskeleton armor on him was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired from the black market, wagering his entire savings in life. The core power furnace could support him to unleash strength surpassing that of a mid-level tier 3. Not to mention in Flevel, even a reinforced awakeners of the same tier. Taking a hit from his alloy flamethrower would leave one injured if not dead. Yet this kid in front of him. His hair didn't even get ruffled. Is this even human? What kind of monster is this wearing human skin? The gray wolf's confidence was crumbling inch by inch. He roared in fury, the mechanical structure of his arms cracking ominously. The armors opened to the sides, revealing a pair of high-speed, vibrating alloy hammers. I don't believe it. He stomped his legs against the ground and charged forward like a frenzied bull. He swung down fiercely at Su Ming's chest. Su Ming remained unfazed and did not dodge. Boom. A heavy sound echoed, numbing the gray wolf's arms. Su Ming's bronze skin bore no marks. He merely swayed slightly and took a step back. However, the ground beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures spreading out in an instant. The gray wolf was utterly stunned, the red light in his mechanical eye flickering. What the hell? My hammer can crush an armored vehicle, and yet you. Su Ming glanced at his chest before raising his head, speaking in a calm tone. Haven't you eaten? This simple question felt like the most vicious mockery, instantly igniting the last shred of gray wolf's sanity. Oh, he went insane. The alloy hammers transformed into indistinct shadows, madly pounding down on Su Ming. Boom, 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 boom. Su Ming crossed his arms defensively in front of him. He allowed the hammers capable of crushing alloys to strike him. The ground beneath him could not withstand the terrifying force, sinking and cracking continuously. After several seconds, he had been brutally smashed into a pit over half a meter deep. Yet he remained in. The gray wolf despaired. He looked at the boy in the pit who hadn't even disturbed his breath, and then glanced at the side. There the lynx was in a perilous situation under Shinching's impossibly fast blade. On the other side, the weasel was being chased by a dog rolling on the ground. Their once proud hunting team was reduced to a complete joke before an Flevel useless person and a military academy student girl. It was utterly laughable. Damn it. The gray wolf roared as he took 2 steps back, pulling out a dark red syringe from his waist. Use the drugs. At his command, the lynx and the weasel in the distance sprang into action simultaneously. The lynx gritted his teeth and fiercely jabbed the syringe into his neck. The weasel in a panic awkwardly stabbed the syringe into his thigh through his pants. The pupils of the 3 were instantly filled with blood vessels. Their muscles swelled at a visible speed. A violent aura exploded forth. Roar! The gray wolf howled to the heavens as the alloy armor plates on his chest slowly opened, revealing a miniature energy cannon mouth that flickered with ghostly blue arcs. The ultimate forbidden move of the exoskeleton armor. Overload Annihilation Cannon. At the cost of overextending the life of the power furnace, it unleashed an energy beam comparable to the full force of a Tier 4 Awakener. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, this is interesting. On the other side. Die. Under the stimulation of the Berserk Potion, the lynx's speed surged to an incredible level. His figure became so fast it transformed into a black line. 3 afterimages remained solidly behind him. He was ready to fight to the death. However, Shin-Ching merely scoffed. In the girl's hand was the Tang horizontal knife cold edge. The blade shimmered with colors. A thin layer of golden essence as delicate as a cicada's wing covered it, emitting a high-frequency humming. This time she no longer simply blocked. She didn't even look at the 3 incoming shadows. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the one true shadow cast by the lynx on the ground. Flash. A single strike. This strike, without earth-shattering momentum, was instead beautiful and cold to the extreme. The blade did not target any of the lynx's shadows. Instead, it sliced through the ground at an unfathomable angle. Sizzle. The head part of that true shadow was quietly divided in 2. How is this possible? Midair, the lynx, who was pouncing at extreme speed, suddenly froze. In the next second, his head smoothly detached from his body. A line of blood shot out, and at the severed edge a faint layer of golden ice crystals clung. The cold metal energy instantly froze the blood. Not even a scream had time to escape. The lynx was dead. Oh, help. On the other side of the goby, the atmosphere was completely different. The weasel, witnessing the lynx's decapitation, was scared out of his wits. He was cornered against a dead giant tree by the dog, clinging to the trunk, trembling uncontrollably. The dog was furiously digging at the roots below, determined not to rest until he brought him down. The weasel completely broke down. He looked into the distance where his captain, the gray wolf, was equally helpless against that monstrous youth. It was over, all over. Seeing the dead tree swaying dangerously, a flicker of desperation crossed the weasel's eyes. He pulled out a pale bone whistle that was neither metal nor jade from his pocket. This was not equipment given to him by Zhao Kuo, but his own ultimate trump card. Insect whistle. He glanced at the berserk potion in his hand that was not completely injected. A mad thought surged into his mind. If he couldn't use the potion against his enemies, then what if he used it on the swarm? Let's go crazy together. He bit down on his tongue, causing blood mist to spray onto the bone whistle. The circle, drawn with gray-white powder, transformed into an altar. It glowed with a dim blood light. Then he used all his strength and blew hard. Woo! A sharp, penetrating whistle tore through the deathly silence of the ashes. After the whistle, from the depths of the abyss, a chilling, rustling sound suddenly arose. The sounds of millions of insects crawling echoed from below. Then on the western skyline, a massive dark cloud was rapidly approaching. It was not a cloud. It was countless abyssal venomous insects blotting out the sky. Ha ha ha. The weasel slumped on the tree branch, blood still dripping from his mouth as he let out a hysterical laugh. They all die. Together. Su Ming was preparing to raise his fist. He punched straight into the gray wolf's energy cannon mouth that was flickering with arcs. Hearing the whistle, he paused and looked up at the sky. His expression changed slightly. Just after slaying the lynx, Shin Qingzi caught sight of the cloud of insects that obscured the sunlight. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Even the gray wolf, who had activated the overload annihilation cannon, panicked. He turned and shouted towards the weasel's direction. Weasel, are you insane? Those things won't distinguish between friend or foe. Anyway, we can't escape. We die together. The weasel's voice was weak, filled with a sense of vengeful delight. The dog below ceased digging at the roots. It barked threateningly at the terrifying swarm, its dark golden mane bristling. Su Ming slowly lowered his fist. It seems we can't play anymore. In the next moment, his figure flickered. He appeared in front of the mech at a speed that the gray wolf could not react to. There were no earth-shattering moves. Su Ming simply pressed his right palm against the cannon mouth on the gray wolf's chest that was about to finish charging. Talent sequence mass resonance. Activated. Buzz. An invisible destructive shockwave instantly penetrated the thick glass alloy armor. Physical implosion, first stage. Inside the mech, thousands of precision screws, gears, and circuit boards under the extreme high-frequency resonance instantly reached the limit of metal fatigue, fracturing and shattering. The cannon mouth, which was frantically accumulating energy, suddenly extinguished its arcs. The madness on the gray wolf's face froze. He felt as if his organs were being violently squeezed by an invisible hand. Then he was shaken violently. However, this was just the beginning. Exclusive hidden feature, second echo. Boom. A force of backlash twice as fierce as the initial impact shot out from Su Ming's body, once again flooding into the mech. The gray wolf's eyes instantly burst with countless blood vessels. His internal organs, bones, and flesh. Under this destructive secondary resonance, they were directly crushed into the most primitive powder. The outer shell of the class exoskeleton armor remained intact, but the gray wolf inside had already turned into a puddle of genuine soft mud. The mech's arms fell powerless, and its towering body crashed to the ground, completely shutting down. The swarm was now close at hand. The deafening buzzing sounds were enough to terrify any Tier 3 awakener. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. The vicious venomous insects drawn by the berserk potion and the scent of blood suddenly seemed to be paused as they were about to pounce on the battlefield. Their target was shockingly the summoner who blew the whistle. No, don't come over. The weasel completely lost control over the swarm in fear. The swarm went insane. They turned on their master and wrapped him up layer by layer. Oh! In a shriek that sounded less than human, the weasel fell from the tree. In just a few breaths, the humanoid insect cocoon opened up. All that remained on the ground was a cleanly gnawed pale skeleton. The tragedy of devouring the master. After frantically consuming the remaining potion and their master, those venomous insects that absorbed the berserk induction agent, their carapaces faintly revealed a layer of eerie purple. They ignored the completely prepared Su Ming and Shin Qingzi. In their arthropod logic, the living things in front of them were far less important than the chemical instincts boiling within them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thousands of venomous insects emitted a high-pitched and orderly sound of flapping wings. The sound conveyed a kind of sickly excitement. They circled in a bizarre formation in the air, as if performing some ancient and twisted ritual. In the air, the sweet purple mist spread rapidly toward the deeper abyss with their flapping. They no longer gathered in swarms, but transformed into countless streams of purple light racing toward all directions of the wasteland. As fast as they came, they left just as quickly. Su Ming had already prepared to withstand a wave of impact. Shen Qing's blade had also gathered the essence of the golden energy to the extreme, and the wasteland returned to its former silence. The apocalyptic scene that had just blotted out the sky seemed like an illusion. Only the weasel's thoroughly eaten remains, still silently accused of the earlier carnage. Is this over? Su Ming was stunned. Shen Qingzi was also stunned. Even the dog, who had just gotten up after being bitten and pained from having a tuft of fur removed, tilted its head. Did you scare these insects away with your ugly appearance? Shen Qingzi sheathed her blade and looked at Su Ming, her tone carrying a hint of confusion she wasn't even aware of. Who knows, maybe I bought expired products. Taking advantage of Shen Qingzi's lingering confusion, Su Ming nimbly walked over to the bodies of the gray wolf and the lynx. He searched quickly and efficiently. He picked up the gray wolf's terminal phone, pressing the deceased finger against it. Unlock successful. On the screen, a green chat app interface was still lit up. The top contact was noted as Young Master Zhao. The latest few messages were filled with condescending superiority. Young Master Zhao, haven't you handled it yet? A bunch of useless trash. Young Master Zhao will give you another day, or else don't even think about the remaining payment. Looking at these messages, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. His long fingers flew across the screen. Gray Wolf, the target has been resolved, and the body has been dealt with. Young Master Zhao can rest assured to transfer the payment. The equipment can be collected when we return. Sent. Jiang City No. 1 Villa District. In a luxurious bedroom. He excitedly screamed, all the gloom accumulated over 3 years swept away. With this thorn in his side taken care of, the college entrance examination arena. He excitedly screamed, all the gloom accumulated over 3 years swept away. With this thorn in his side taken care of, the college entrance examination arena competition would face no obstacles against his brilliance. He pulled Lu Ruyan up and walked into the bedroom with a wild laugh. 3 minutes later, Zhao Kuo, panting, grabbed an expensive life essence vial from the bedside table and gulped it down. Lu Ruyan lay on her side, watching him with a hollow gaze full of ennui. Just as Zhao Kuo was about to say something, Lu Ruyan, as before countless times, suppressed her internal disdain. Skillfully offered gentle praise. It's okay, you're doing great. Really amazing. Zhao Kuo felt refreshed, humming a tune as he headed to the shower. Lu Ruyan watched him enter, her smile fading bit by bit. Only cold disdain remained in her eyes. She finally understood why Zhao Kuo had been so patient while pursuing her. Because apart from patience, he had nothing else enduring to offer. Such a person is the most cunning. Clearly only 3 minutes. He insists it's because of his lava talent causing excessive body temperature, afraid to burn you. Then why don't you raise your temperature? Not even the warmth of a hand warmer pretending to be some great furnace here. Da Huang poked half of its head out from behind Su Ming's leg. It looked left and right. The swarm of insects had indeed cleared away. Da Huang realized the crisis was averted. Immediately it shifted from its cowardly state, with its tail tucked between its legs, regaining the majesty of the king of the prairie mastiffs. Its dark golden mane shook slightly as it let out a couple of howls towards the direction where the swarm had disappeared. Then it swaggered over to the pale skeleton of the weasel. Lifting its front paw, it crunched down on a rib. Its eyes sparkled with pride, as if to say, did you see that? It was I who scared them away. Shen Qingzi sheathed her knife and walked over to its side, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. We should withdraw. The stench of blood here will attract more creatures. Su Ming sent a false message to Zhao Kuo through the Gray Wolf's terminal stating, target has been eliminated. He contentedly tucked his phone away, brushing off the dust from his hands. With a bold demeanor, he approached Shen Qingzi. Boss, don't rush off just yet. A radiant smile blossomed on his face. He pulled out his old terminal. How about adding a green bubble? If I end up dying in the abyss someday, at least you can give my moments a thumbs up. Shen Qingzi looked at him expressionlessly, her eyes questioning. Why are you still alive? Yet she ultimately maintained a cold demeanor and opened her QR code. Su Ming quickly scanned it. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. Young Master Qianjin requests to add you as a friend. Shen Qingzi's lips twitched slightly. Su Ming also saw her username, Qingzi Bonk. Not bad, quite cultured. He was already starting to think of a nickname for her. The young lady of a wealthy family and the young master of 1,000 pounds, aren't they a match made in heaven? Just as he was lost in his own little thoughts, suddenly the gravel underfoot jumped lightly without warning. Shen Qingzi's expression changed. She almost immediately crouched down, her long fingers gently touching the thick layer of ash on the ground. The energy of metal spread like an invisible net along the rock layers. Her talent allowed her to perceive vibrations from metals and the earth far beyond the ordinary. 3 seconds later, she suddenly looked up. Her gaze crossed over Su Ming's shoulder, looking towards the direction where the swarm of insects had scattered. Su Ming followed her line of sight. On the distant horizon, 4 streams of ghostly purple smoke were slowly rising. After reaching their designated positions, the abyssal poisonous insects exploded into clouds of dense mist. That scene resembled the beacons lit on an ancient battlefield. Su Ming's smile faded. They are not fleeing, Shun Qingzi said softly, they are pointing the way. The beast tamer mercenary had drawn a circle not just for the altar, but as a beacon. A beast signaling beacon. Su Ming's mind raced. That creature blew a bone whistle before its demise, and the swarm's retreat seemed chaotic, but was actually distributing scent signals to 4 fixed directions. These signals were summoning something deeper. De Huang's wild howling abruptly ceased. The once proud king of the prairie mastiffs who had just stomped on the skeleton. Its dark golden mane stood on end, and it let out a suppressed whimper. It shrank down to Su Ming's feet as the grayish-white mist around them was torn apart by a strong fishy wind. The ground began to swell with narrow earthen ridges. Soon after, the sound of cracking echoed incessantly. From the gaping, menacing cracks emerged long hook-clawed appendages. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of second-tier swarm beasts, rock-armored centipedes, burst forth from the ground, each over 3 meters long. Their shells were as hard as iron, and the metallic, grinding sound of their mandibles sent shivers down the spine. At the same time, from the dead ancient trees and the crevices in the rocks around, numerous fist-sized venomous bag spiders quietly lowered their silk. Their green venom sacs, swollen like balls, pulsated rhythmically. Droplets of dark green venom dripped onto the rocks, instantly corroding small pits that emitted black smoke. Above, a thunderous buzzing echoed. Hundreds of palm-sized first-tier exotic beasts, stinging flies, blackened the sky as they flew in. Their tails, tipped with a glimmering blue toxin, were already aimed at the 2 below. The ground, the low air, and the sky. 3 lines of blockade. At that moment, all escape routes were complete. Shin Qingzi gritted her teeth. Dealing with a single one is not difficult. But if it's a swarm, even a 3rd-tier awakened would have no choice but to flee. These insect-type source beasts did not charge immediately. They merely formed a massive circular encirclement, then began to slowly close in. The silk spun by the first-tier venomous bag spiders intertwined at the periphery of the encirclement, forming resilient gray-green web walls. The stinging flies circled above, emitting a maddening buzz. Meanwhile, the rock-armored centipedes rhythmically struck the ground with their front pincers. Tap, tap, tap. Shin Qingzi was already prepared to exhaust the essence of metal without regard for the cost. Only by forcibly breaking through could there be a glimmer of hope. Yet Su Ming, staring at the densely packed insect-type source beasts, showed no signs of tension. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, like a starving man who hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a top-notch buffet. Ha ha ha, is my delivery here. After taking out this bunch, you should have enough points. I should also treat myself to something good. The first wave of the rock-armored centipede has moved. A dozen dark purple beetles, 3 meters long, trampled towards the ground like a row of armored trains, charging in with the momentum to crush everything. Shin Qingzi was about to engage. However, Su Ming stepped in front of her, crushing the rocky surface beneath his feet, bracing himself against the true weight of reality. The leading rock-armored centipede opened its corrosive jaws, capable of biting through steel plates, and viciously sank its fangs into Su Ming's calf. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The centipede's jaws shattered on the spot. Purple-black acidic liquid splattered onto his skin, producing wisps of white smoke. Su Ming looked down at the centipede still clinging to his leg, disdainfully shaking it off. Your jaws are weak. You should eat less soft food. Shin Qingzi, whose nerves had been taut, relaxed slightly upon witnessing this. For the first time, genuine emotion flickered in her eyes. She had seen many strong individuals. She had encountered those so-called top geniuses in Jiangxing, each of whom loved to flaunt their stature, always maintaining an elite facade that was unattainable. Even during battles, they were overly concerned with their image, as if fighting were not for survival, but to display superiority. Yet none of them made her feel as secure as this freak before her. Even if this man's way of expressing himself was utterly absurd. While exhibiting shameless commercialism, he also violently bulldozed through like a demolition director, providing an absolute sense of security akin to a towering mountain. Yet he also made her want to punch him every second. With this freak around, it seems like we can really hold our ground. Su Ming grabbed the head and tail of the centipede clinging to his leg. With a sudden burst of strength in his waist and back. Quality domination. The 3-meter-long rock-armored centipede was swung up by him, used as a living iron whip to sweep through the second row of bugs. The clashing shells resonated like a row of steel gongs, erupting simultaneously. 3 centipedes were sent tumbling away, their limbs shattered, and purple bodily fluid splattering everywhere. Now is the moment to tear open the gap. Shin Qingzi showed no hesitation. The cold edge pierced through. The knife, covered in golden liquid, vibrated at high frequency. Her figure was as swift as a ghost. With one slash, the 2 poisonous sac spiders behind were sliced in half, along with their webs, the cut as smooth as a mirror. One drew the aggro, while the other dealt the finishing blow. Despite having not conspired at all, they formed a nearly perfect tactical rhythm at this moment. The needle flies, realizing they couldn't breach the front, suddenly all rose, twisting into a black vortex in midair. The buzzing sound sharply intensified. Dense tail needles poured down like a torrential rain. Shen Qingzi held her blade horizontally, creating a silver-golden barrier of light before her. But there were too many flying needles. Shen Qingzi stood firm with her knife in front, weaving a silver-golden barrier with the light. But the flying needle swarms were simply overwhelming, pouring down like a rainstorm. Several poison needles grazed her shoulder and neck in strange arcs, instantly corroding her expensive nano-combat suit with tiny holes, exposing a patch of pale skin slightly flushed. Su Ming caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. His body tensed up. A particularly unkind thought surged into his mind. This corrosive liquid. Why is there only this little? I want to see a larger view. What to do? Su Ming, feeling brazenly frivolous in his thoughts, bent down to pick up a shattered alloy fragment from the gray wolf mech at his feet. He wanted to try a new approach. Since the quality resonance could make his fists generate destructive waves, then what if he infused this wave into a high-density object beforehand and released it with external force? Could this piece of metal possibly become an extension of my body? Su Ming's gaze sharpened as the quality engine roared. A violent vibration frequency surged through his fingertips, forcefully injected into the alloy fragment. Buzz. The fragment trembled violently in Su Ming's hand. Its originally cold metal surface turned red within seconds due to high-frequency friction, even emitting a piercing metallic wail. Go! Su Ming exerted force through his waist and hips, channeling all his strength into his right arm, tossing it back. The glowing fragment trailed a blurred shadow. In the radius of 5 meters centered around the fragment, the air was instantly drawn away, transforming into countless visible transparent ripples sweeping outward. Boom! The alloy fragment exploded in midair, high-frequency, vibrating debris, falling like a reverse iron rain, crashing down into the swarm of flying insects. The originally arrogant needle flies didn't even have time to scream as the sound of their wings shattering merged into one, falling down like dumplings. A single strike cleared the field. Shen Qingzi's eyes were filled with shock. What? What new trick have you invented? Vibration bomb. In the experimental stage. Su Ming dusted off the rust on his hands, raising an eyebrow with flair. I must say I'm really quite clever. Shen Qingzi couldn't be bothered to respond. Taking advantage of this window, she dashed into the edge of the swarm. The cold edge pulled out a thin golden thread, slashing down 3 poisonous sac spiders. The webbing that formed the blockade was forcibly torn open by her. Su Ming's approach was even simpler and more brutal. He stomped on a centipede's head, infusing it with quality resonance. The entire centipede shattered from within. He scooped up the remains with one hand, stowing them into his system space. In this brief moment, his space was nearly full. Su Ming smiled broadly. Wow, this source buffet is really solid. Far better than the scrap yards, broken copper and iron. Shen Qingzi slashed open a centipede's shell, turning back to see Su Ming collecting corpses as he fought, his movements even more skilled than hers when gathering crystals. Is this still a battle? Can you not be so greedy and collect everything? If I don't collect, who will support me? Su Ming retorted confidently. I need to upgrade my talent too. I can't starve to death, right? Let you starve to death then. Under the 2 of their grotesque combination attacks, the first wave of insect-type source beasts was forcibly torn open, creating a massive gap. The remaining swarm seemed also frightened, temporarily retreating, no longer daring to charge blindly as before. The battle experienced a brief lull. Su Ming took a breath, absorbing the corpses of the exotic beasts in the space. Shen Qingzi also took the opportunity to check the rankings on the genius list. Meanwhile, in the distance of the ashen belt, the ghostly purple smoke columns burned brighter, as if to ignite the deeper darkness. A tremor shook beneath their feet again. This time it was different. It wasn't the fine tremor of insect feet crawling. The thundering hoofbeats echoed. It was a multitude of 4-legged beasts crushing the ground. The Huang had a negative output throughout the battle. With 2 caretakers and fighters around, did it need to bark? It wasn't completely idle either. It had taken the opportunity to devour 2 centipede crystals midway. However, the energy was too mixed and weak. It was better off eating metal. The wild hound stopped its disdainful performance towards the centipede remains. It lowered its head to sniff the wind. It wasn't the stench of insects, but the heavy scent of mammalian predators. It let out a deep, trembling whine towards the southwest. The mist in the distance of the abyss was violently blown away in a corner by the strong wind. Besides a few beast-drawing beacons, the rich, bloody scent here was also exposed over a wider area. Behind the mist, dozens of figures were rapidly closing in. Alo! The shrill and greedy howl of wolves echoed throughout the entire ashen belt. The real swarm of exotic beasts has arrived. Su Ming glanced at the system space. It was overflowing, almost bursting at the seams. He probed into the space with his mind, and it looked like a moving truck from a moving company, bodies stacked upon bodies. Various remains of centipedes, spiders, and flies piled up, like a mountain resembling a butcher's waste heap. He urgently needed to convert these raw materials into tangible quality points. If this continued, there would be no place to put the new takeout arriving soon. 5,000 quality points to unlock the system steward, 2,000 for the monthly fee, plus a 5% commission. Previously, he thought this was robbery. Now he considered it a necessity. No, it was a matter of life and death. But he couldn't afford it right now. He'll devour first and talk later. First consume what's in the pot, then what's in my own bowl. He glanced at Sun Qingzi, who was vigilantly scanning the surroundings, and steeled his heart, unable to care about much else. And what was there to be afraid of? If seen, just say it was stored in the space. If one asked why the space was so large, what a silly question. Oh, a genius. Space is naturally vast. Everywhere is large. Do you still need to ask why? If you ask again, I will have the chance to lay in bed and slowly have a heart-to-heart with you later. Anyway, there are already plenty of strange things about myself, so one more or less doesn't matter. This S-class long-legged school beauty had probably long been desensitized by his antics. He knelt down, placing his left hand on the shell of a rock-armored centipede. The micro-black hole activated. The dark purple shell began to weather from the contact point. 1 minute. Ding. Devoured the second-tier rock-armored centipede. Quality points, 438, so much. No wonder it's unopened takeout. The previous 200-plus points from the hyenas were stolen by the delivery guy during unpacking. Keep going. Hurry up, hurry up. His mind was filled with grievances about the system's ridiculous mechanism. Other protagonists kill monsters and get attribute boosts, ringing up points like crazy. But here, after killing, he had to personally touch and purify for a minute. It felt like some sort of endofly care, especially those needlefly flies that he had stunned with alloy fragments, their bodies shattered and scattered, mixed in with the ash, making it impossible to distinguish which pieces were insect and which were stone. Even if he could tell, with hundreds of flies scattered over 100 meters of ground, did he have to crouch and touch each one? What a huge loss. Su Ming gritted his teeth. What a big loss. However, he could not afford to feel heartbroken at the moment. The beast tide came wave after wave. Time meant quality, and quality meant life. He walked to another complete rock-armored centipede corpse, crouched down, and placed his left hand on it. Devour. The progress bar crawled slowly. Su Ming watched the progress bar anxiously while glancing at the mountain of corpses piling up in the system space. Previously, he had tried to devour one object with each hand, but the result yielded no reaction. The micro-black hole only appeared on one hand. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since the system space supported mental control, could he multitask? Devour one with his hand in reality, and another with his consciousness in the space. Devour a spider. Su Ming silently thought. The next second, 2 distinctly different prompt sounds rang out in his mind simultaneously. Ding. Devoured second-tier rock-armored centipede. Reality quality points, 410. Ding. Devoured first-tier venomous spider. Space quality points, 120. Holy crap. He could truly multitask. He actually could multitask. This doubled his efficiency. Su Ming nearly couldn't help but laugh like a pig. This feeling was like a project manager running 2 production lines at once. Double the joy, double the money. He immediately perked up his hands, in reality, busily roaming over various corpses, while his consciousness frantically issued devour commands in the space. Ding. Devoured. Quality points, 120. Ding. Devoured. Quality points, 415. Ding. Devoured first-tier venomous spider. Quality points, 148. Ding ding ding. The system's prompt sounds burst forth like firecrackers, more frequent than the payment reminders he received during the last 11. Su Ming discovered that even among second-tier source beasts, those containing source energy crystals provided nearly 200 more quality points than the ordinary beast corpses he encountered in the waste factory. No wonder awakeners scrambled for exotic beast crystals. This thing was like concentrated high-purity quality points for him. Meanwhile, those first-tier needlefly flies and venomous spiders generally floated around 100 points, but the quantity was overwhelming. Good bro, you truly are my good bro. Su Ming looked at the pile of bones belonging to the weasel in the distance, filled with gratitude. Once this was over, he must go have a look. Let's take that too, can't waste it. He secretly resolved to remember it, for one must not forget their roots. In just a few minutes, the quality points skyrocketed. Not to mention the 10,000 kilograms needed for promotion to third-tier silver, even the 5,000 quality points needed to unlock System Steward, and the 2,000 for the monthly fee seemed no longer so unattainable. Just as Su Ming was immersed in the thrill of racking up points, Sun Qingzi, next to him, opened her terminal and glanced at the real-time ranking of the outstanding talents list. The leaderboard exploded. Previously, her score was 1,170 points. Now, within this less than an hour of battle, her score skyrocketed to 3,420 points. Ranked 97. She had soared from 188 into the top 100. This was no longer just about being in the top 100. If she could maintain this efficiency, entering the top 50 or even the top 30 by the end of the training was not a dream. Even though she was usually calm, her breathing involuntarily quickened at this moment, and her cool, beautiful face flushed red. She instinctively looked at Su Ming only to see that guy crouched on the ground, like a scrap collector, one hand rummaging over the centipede corpse, a grotesquely silly smile on his face. The efficiency of teaming up with this pervert exceeded all expectations. One person and one dog. The scene was quite peculiar. Da Huang squatted at their feet, turning its head this way and that. It completely couldn't understand why these two humans looked even more excited after finishing a fight. New exotic beasts were about to come. Were they giving up resistance? Or had they gone mad? The dog's eyes were filled with huge confusion. From the southwest direction of the ashes, the sound of hooves became louder, approaching rapidly. Dozens of ghostly green beast eyes lit up behind the mist. Like will-o-wisps, they were filled with bloodthirsty greed. A whoa! The eerie wolf howl accompanied by heavy footsteps rolled in. Ding! Quality points 160. Su Ming had just finished purifying the last centipede, standing up with satisfaction and dusting off his hands. His quality point balance had already exceeded 8,000 points. Quality points 8,300. Only one step away from breaking the 10,000 barrier. He looked at the pack of wolf-like exotic beasts rushing toward him, not only unafraid, but his eyes sparkling with excitement. Once the bugs are finished, it's time to feast on meat. He grinned at Shen Qingzi. Long legs, I suddenly feel. We might strike it rich. Shut up. Shen Qingzi replied curtly, but her hand was already tightly gripping the hilt. The wolf pack was completely different from those reckless bugs. They were born hunters, understanding cooperation and tactics far more troublesome than the insect-like source beasts of the same tier. However, at that moment, the wild dog Da Huang, who had been hiding behind Su Ming, suddenly stirred. It was no longer the cowardly appearance from before. Its dark golden mane stood on end like steel needles. It stared intently at the direction the wolf pack appeared, growling deep in its throat, filled with hatred and ferocity. What surprised Su Ming the most was that Da Huang's injured right hind leg began to tremble slightly. At the sight of that hideous old wound, the blood vessels beneath the skin bulged, strands of black gas seeping out, and even a faint trace of dark red source energy, like a small snake come to life, writhed wildly in the depths of the wound. Su Ming noticed Da Huang's abnormality and crouched down to curiously examine the old wound. He then extended his finger and poked at the moving flesh. "You dog still has hidden storylines." Da Huang yelped in pain, but still stared fiercely ahead, not retreating. Su Ming teased, reaching out to pat Da Huang's head. He moved half a step forward, placing most of Da Huang's. The real hunt was just beginning. The sound of hooves ceased. The mist was torn apart. Dozens of robust giant wolves formed a crescent shape, completely sealing off the area ahead for 100 meters. These wolves had dull gray fur, their limbs bulging with muscles as they sprinted, swirling a pale blue wind around them. These are not ordinary wild wolves. They are second-tier ashen windblade wolves. Shen Qingzi's voice was very low. The danger level of these creatures in the military's beast encyclopedia is significantly higher than that of the same tier rock-armored centipede. What was more troublesome was that there were 3 larger beasts at the front of the pack. Their shoulders nearly reached Su Ming's chest, with their manes standing on end. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of dark red energy membrane. Second-tier peak wolf guards. Su Ming glanced at them. Their numbers were close to 80. They did not charge directly forward. The front row lowered their bodies and approached slowly. The middle row circled around the 2. 3 wolf guards in the rear squatted 50 meters away, motionless like 3 iron towers. They're not just rushing in. Shen Qingzi tightened her grip on the knife. It's a hunting formation. Su Ming noticed it too. This pack had coordination and command. The front row consumes, the middle row intercepts, and the rear row reaps. The strategy was clean and efficient, similar to military tactics. They were much harder to deal with than the previous swarm of insects. Woo! The large yellow dog let out a low growl, its jaws clenched tightly. It stared intently at the wolf pack, its right hind leg shaking even more violently. Enemies meet, and it's particularly intense. The wolf pack began to circle around the man and the dog. Dozens of giant wolves kicked up ashes, dragging the ground into a swirling dust storm. The air was filled with the scent of wolves and heat. Shen Qingzi sent her gung metal energy into the ground, quickly capturing the rhythm of the steady vibrations. They are accelerating with each round they circle. She focused on the wolf pack, speaking rapidly. It's not just running in circles, they are using the sound of hooves and wind pressure to suppress our reactions. They will strike when our attention is at its tightest. Su Ming wiped the smile off his face. They understand tactics and can attack from a distance. It's hard to unpackage this. As soon as the words left her mouth, the first round of the wolf pack's probe arrived. More than 10 windblade wolves simultaneously lowered their bodies and dashed forward close to the ground. Just as Su Ming was about to meet them, they suddenly scattered to the sides 10 meters away. A feint. Taking this opportunity, 3 larger wolf guards pounced from the side and rear. 2 headed straight for Sun Qingci, while 1 lunged at the large yellow dog. Their speed was astonishing. Almost simultaneously, a burst of gray shadows exploded around the wolf pack. Over 20 ashen windblade wolves, as if rehearsed, charged towards Su Ming from all directions. Boom. The first windblade wolf crashed into Su Ming's chest, followed closely by the second and third, hitting from the sides. The ground under Su Ming's feet cracked, and he was forced back half a step from the impact. They did not engage Su Ming in a frontal fight. They would crash and retreat. As the front ones were sent flying by Su Ming's palm, the ones behind immediately filled the gap, using their numbers and speed to keep him firmly in place. Pale blue wind blades sliced through the ground, preventing Su Ming from returning assistance immediately. Split tactics. The wolf pack forcibly divided the battlefield into 3 segments. Over 20 windblade wolves trapped Su Ming with their charge, while 3 wolf guards attacked Sun Qingci and the large yellow dog. The remaining wolves circled around the perimeter, continuously compressing the space, ready to strike. They want to isolate the strongest Su Ming. First, they aim to kill the other 2. Sun Qingci's response was also extremely quick. She swung her knife horizontally, firmly blocking the claw of a wolf guard. Clang! The gung metal knife clashed with the wolf claw, sending sparks flying. Just as she was about to channel the gung metal essence to cut through the wolf claw, another wolf guard's sturdy tail swung towards her. Sun Qingci was swept off her feet, stepping back half a step. The large yellow dog was slowed down by old wounds, and under the bloodline suppression of the wolf pack, reacted a beat too late. Its shoulder and neck were grazed by the fangs of another wolf guard. Blood immediately stained its dark golden mane. Ow! The large yellow dog let out a painful howl. Bite it! Sun Qingci's eyes turned cold. The golden light on her cold blade surged, and with one strike, she forced back 2 wolf guards. However, more windblade wolves had already filled the gap. Pale blue crescent-shaped wind blades sliced in from all directions. A single blade was not a problem. Together, dozens fell, and even gung metal essence couldn't withstand such consumption. Sun Qingci swung her knife to block, creating a dense golden light curtain. But her stamina was quickly running out. After continuous battles in front and hard resistance behind, her breath began to falter. In the distance, a long wolf howl echoed, the signal for a full assault. The 3 wolf guards and more than 10 windblade wolves simultaneously changed tactics, directly abandoning Su Ming and focusing all their attacks on Sun Qingci. Among the 3 targets, this woman was the closest to her limit. The large yellow dog let out a roar, dragging its injured shoulder to shield Sun Qingci's side, biting down on the neck of a windblade wolf. In the next second, a wolf from the side seized the opportunity. A condensed wind blade accurately struck down, slicing into the large yellow dog's already injured hind leg. Sun Qingci withstood 2 wind blades. The nano-combat suit on her back was torn open in 2 places. Blood began to seep out. She looked at the large yellow dog. Sun Qingci withstood 2 wind blades. The nano-combat suit on her back was torn open in 2 places. Blood began to seep out. She looked at the large yellow dog. Then she looked back at the encircling wolves. Her expression changed for the first time. Su Ming heard that scream. He was still 10 meters away, using his mass to withstand the attack of dozens of windblade wolves. The wolf's teeth bit into his arm, but could not break the skin. However, he was no longer in the mood to linger with these beasts. He turned his head and glanced. Sun Qingci was surrounded by 7 or 8 wolves, the golden light of her cold blade flickering. The large yellow dog lay on the ground, the blood from its right hind leg staining the ashes dark red. The smile on Su Ming's face completely vanished. Anger surged forth. Beasts! Dare to touch my people and my dog. Boom. In the instant his words fell, he exerted force from his feet. The true mass shattered the ground, spiderweb cracks exploding from the soles of his feet. Mass engine ignite. The sound of an explosive blast erupted in place. Several windblade wolves were directly hurled away by the shockwave, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. A human-shaped cannonball, shrieking sharply, forced its way in a straight line into the pack of wolves attacking Sun Qingci. Wherever it passed, the wind blades shattered upon impact. The wolf pack was forcibly torn apart. The ashen windblade wolves, comparable to armored vehicles, were no different from paper before him. 5 or 6 windblade wolves, unable to dodge, were hit at full speed, the sound of their bones breaking resonating in the air. In a fleeting moment, he carved out a bloody path over 10 meters long among the wolves. 5 or 6 second-tier windblade wolves were killed on the spot. The encirclement around Sun Qingci was violently breached by his charge. But Su Ming could not stop. The old issue of the quality engine recurred. It went straight without the ability to turn or brake. With the remaining momentum, he plunged into the depths of the wolf pack. The moment his charge was exhausted, dozens of ferocious windblade wolves surged around him, immediately engulfing him. Su Ming. Sun Qingci's eyes turned red, wanting to rush in. But the outer layer of wolves had her tightly ensnared, 3 windblade wolves brandishing their claws in front of her, preventing her escape. It was over. The sounds of tearing and biting echoed from the pile of wolves, mingled with the sharp shrieks of wind blades and the excited howls of the pack. No matter how resilient that freak was, surrounded by so many second-tier beasts, he could not possibly survive. Yet there were no cries of agony from the wolf pack. Instead, there was a series of crisp sounds like crunch crack. Su Ming's grade composite windbreaker was long gone, and now he stood bare-chested at the mercy of the wolves' bites. His skin, denser than steel, was impervious. It didn't just resist, but even the impact of the wolf's fangs left them numb. One windblade wolf bit down on his shoulder, breaking 2 of its 4 canine teeth instantly, making it howl in pain and retreat. Su Ming stood right in the middle of the wolf pile, wearing only a pair of shorts. Surrounded by a circle of windblade wolves, they were all shaking their heads, spitting out broken teeth. "Hey buddy," Su Ming glanced at the saliva on his shoulder, scrubbing it off in disdain. "You guys have worse teeth than a centipede." He didn't rush to attack. Surrounded by dozens of wolves, instead gave him an excellent vantage point. The wolves' charge patterns were not chaotic. Each charge and maneuver followed the same terrain, particularly the rocky slope on the right. That was the pivot point for the wolves' formation. All routes converged, diverged, and restructured there. Su Ming no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and planted a foot on the rocky slope. The true mass of over a ton made the best anchor. His foot sank half a meter into the rock layers, stabilizing his legs. Then he pressed his palms against the ground. Mass resonance. A silent wave of invisible vibrations seeped from his palms into the earth. The rocky slope trembled first. Immediately, the entire charge route of the wolf pack, a stretch of ground over 10 meters, collapsed. A massive pit appeared out of nowhere. The first 7 or 8 windblade wolves at the forefront couldn't react in time, tumbling and howling as they fell into the pit. The formation aimed at Xinqingsi and De Huang was forcibly disrupted. Xinqingsi's eyes lit up. She dashed out along the edge of the collapse, her speed astonishing. The cold blade drew a line of golden light, precisely severing the spines of 2 windblade wolves that had lost their formation protection. 2 wolf heads flew into the air. De Huang, bleeding from its hind legs, bit down on the front leg of an injured wolf guard, shaking its neck to hurl the 100-plus pound wolf guard away. The howls of the wolf pack shifted from ferocity to confusion. In the distant fog, a massive figure slowly stood up. It seemed not to comprehend how its hunting formation had suddenly collapsed. "Whoa!" A short, fierce wolf howl broke the fog completely. The Wolf King finally revealed itself in full. It was enormous, standing nearly 2 meters tall and measuring almost 5 meters long. Its crimson mane stood up like a mass of burning iron wires. Its 4 paws struck the ashes, producing a sound like metal clashing. Crimson Mane Windblade Wolf King. The third-tier aura pressed down, and the remaining windblade wolves all crouched low. The hideous dark red old scar on its forehead exuded an aura that seemed to resonate with the energy lingering in De Huang's hind leg wound. De Huang also saw the Wolf King. Its entire body trembled in anger. The dark red source energy in its rear leg wound writhed violently. The Wolf King did not charge personally. It let out a short, fierce roar. The remaining 2 wolf guards' pupils suddenly turned red, their bodies swelling once again with ominous red light glimmering on their claws. They went berserk. They forcibly broke through the collapse zone created by Su Ming. Their target was no longer Xinqingsi, but the already exhausted De Huang. They aimed to kill this traitor first. De Huang was crushed under the terrifying pressure of the Wolf King, unable to stand, its hind legs giving way as it let out a reluctant whine. Just as the bloodthirsty jaws of the wolf guards were about to snap its neck, a shadow darted across faster than the enraged wolf guards. It was Su Ming. He gripped the wolf guard's upper jaw with one hand and the lower jaw with the other. The wolf guard's bite force could crush great alloys. It exerted all its strength to close its mouth. Yet Su Ming's fingers did not budge. "Open for me." Su Ming roared, his arm muscles bulging. The power of mass domination unleashed fully. 1.5 tons of kinetic energy pressed down onto the wolf guard's mouth. Crack. The sound of bones cracking to the extreme echoed. The mouth of the peak second-tier wolf guard was forcibly torn apart by him. Before it could scream, Su Ming's right hand was already raised. Mighty Vajra palm. Slap. A solid strike landed on the wolf guard's crown. The wolf's head exploded on the spot, red and white flesh splattering everywhere. The nearly 2-meter-tall headless wolf corpse crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Seizing the moment the wolf pack was stunned by this blow, Xinqingsi moved. Her figure appeared directly in front of another wolf guard. The cold blade sliced downward, entwined with the golden essence. The cold blade cut downwards, entwined with the golden essence, directly severing the foreleg of the second wolf guard. Reversing, she flicked her wrist, executing a beautiful flourish. This strike directly severed the foreleg of the other wolf guard. Then the blade tip turned, piercing from the lower jaw into the skull. The blade tip emerged from the crown of its head. With a flick of her wrist the blade twirled, and a crystal gleaming with a green light fell into her palm. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Dozens of ashen windblade wolves took a step back in unison for the first time. They looked at the three prey before them, fear finally emerging in their green beast eyes. In the distant fog, the crimson-maned windblade wolf king slowly bared its fangs. Its cold vertical pupils moved away from De Huang and fell onto Su Ming. The Wolf King paced slowly, each step causing the grotesque old scar upon his brow to split open a fraction wider. Crimson-tinged source energy welled forth from the depths of the wound, coalescing beneath his fur into a minute bestial sigil, an imprint that pulsed with eerie, autonomous life. It breathed faintly beneath his pelt, flickering between light and shadow. Shin Qingxi's expression darkened. That is no ordinary scar. It is the residual spiritual brand of a source beast. Su Ming had already lowered his gaze to De Huang. The old wound on De Huang's right hind leg throbbed violently, while crimson source energy writhed just beneath the skin. Its rhythm matched that of the sigil on the Wolf King's brow, precisely identical. Did you lose a fight and get leashed like a dog? Su Ming's lips twitched. Ow! De Huang bared his teeth in agony, yet still issued a low, guttural growl towards Su Ming, his eyes brimming with wounded indignation and furious reproach. You'd better shut your mouth. Su Ming ceased teasing. He surmised that De Huang in some past encounter had either been prey to this pack, or subservient to the Wolf King himself. Within the wolf's ancient code, desertion meant betrayal, and for traitors there existed but one sentence: death. Now the Wolf King moved like a sovereign, inspecting his domain, circling the battlefield at a deliberate pace, his vertical pupils scanning his three intended quarry. Dozens of windblade wolves trailed in formation, reassembling into a crescent-shaped encirclement. The calmest adversaries were often the most perilous. Su Ming sensed impending danger, just as the Wolf King confirmed his instinct. Woo! A low trembling howl reverberated through the air. The bestial sigil upon his brow flared blood-red. De Huang convulsed violently, his right hind leg dragging forward against his will, as though yanked by an invisible tether pulling him inexorably away from Su Ming. Each time the Wolf King howled, the crimson source energy deep within De Huang's wound surged in obedient response, as if receiving direct command. With every howl, the crimson energy pulsed once, perfectly synchronized. This was not resonance. It was subjugation. De Huang emitted a pained whimper, and then began tearing at the flesh of his own right leg. It's using the old wound to control him. Shin Qingxi instantly grasped the Wolf King's intent. Su Ming cursed, despicable beast. As if comprehending the insult, the Wolf King's pupils contracted sharply. His brow sigil blazed with sudden intensity. Then with a soft puff, a crimson mist erupted violently from De Huang's wound. His hind leg buckled completely, but worse followed. A streak of crimson flickered within De Huang's pupils. His body twisted involuntarily, fangs parting, jaws locking onto Shin Qingxi, who stood nearest. Ow! The remaining pack erupted in frenzy, dozens of exultant howls rising in unison. They had already caught the iron-scented tang of prey turning upon itself. Shin Qingxi tightened her grip on her blade, its edge tilting subtly, forced to guard simultaneously against the encircling wolves and the treacherous hound beside her. Su Ming seized De Huang's scruff in one firm grasp, muscles corded beneath his neck swelling with unnatural force, bones straining as something deep within seemed poised to tear free from flesh. He resisted, yet surrendered. De Huang. Su Ming whispered, voice low and urgent. Half of De Huang's eyes burned gold, the other half glowed dull crimson. The golden half locked onto Su Ming, filled with terror and raw, defiant sorrow. The crimson half remained hollow and vacant, as if some alien will had usurped his mind. In the next instant, De Huang sank his fangs deep into his own tongue. Blood gushed between his teeth, and the searing pain dimmed the crimson glow ever so slightly. Through this act of self-mutilation, he forcibly suppressed the ancestral brand's commanding impulse. Trembling, he collapsed, burying his head against Su Ming's boots, throat choked with ragged, broken whimpers. Su Ming said nothing, only placed his hand atop De Huang's head and pressed gently downward. Shin Qingxi watched her gaze, shifting imperceptibly. Without hesitation, she swept her left hand across her waist, and 3 azure vials of high-efficiency, source energy restorative serum appeared between her fingers. One she thrust into De Huang's mouth. Cool, luminous liquid slid down his throat. De Huang's contorted, agonized features visibly softened. Another vial she tossed towards Su Ming. He caught it midair, glanced once, then sealed it away into his system storage. His body was robust, resilient, no replenishment required. The final vial she drank herself in one swift motion. A resonant hum filled the air. The fading luster of her Gungjin marrow reignited, blazing with renewed, incandescent gold. Owl! From the mist, the Wolf King unleashed a sharp, commanding howl, the signal for total assault. The outer pack split without pause into 2 coordinated waves. One charged headlong toward Shinqingzi. The other veered behind, aiming straight for the grievously wounded De Huang. Over 20 wind blades slashed inward from disparate angles. His frame was far smaller than De Huang's, arms outstretched could shield only the frontal arc. Several blades slipped past, ripping deep bone-exposing gashes across De Huang's back and forelimbs. De Huang stifled a groan, jaw clenched tight, not daring to move, fearing that any shift might hurl him at Shinqingzi. Meanwhile, Shinqingzi had already met the first wave. Her blades swept horizontally, shattering 3 wind blades in a single stroke. She slid forward, pivoting smoothly, her blade carving upward along a windblade wolf's abdomen, spilling viscera. She never paused, reversing her grip to parry a claw strike from a wolf guard, sparks and blood exploding on impact. Alone she held back 7 or 8 second-tier aberrants. At the Southern United Military Martial Arts Academy, such a feat would earn permanent enshrinement among elite cadets' annals. Yet the pack was endless. The lone surviving wolf guard seized an opening, a tightly focused wind blade grazing her forearm. Her nanoweave combat suit tore, blood welling instantly. In mere moments, both De Huang and Shinqingzi bore fresh wounds. Not a single mark marred Su Ming's body. Yet this felt worse than injury. He possessed the strength to slay the Wolf King, but not instantly. His quality sovereignty ability triggered with only 30% probability. Without landing that decisive blow, the beast would prove a grueling, protracted adversary. What of his mass engine? Unusable. Once launched, it would return too late, leaving only corpses for him to gather. And that technique, celestial fortune descent, an indiscriminate strike, risking more damage to allies than enemies. Alone he could carve through them thrice and emerge unscathed. But with comrades to protect, his fatal flaw surfaced. His output soared, but he possessed no defensive capacity. Even supreme power cannot hold 3 fronts at once. Frustration, raw, suffocating, unbearable. At this rate, he'd survive untouched, while the others fell. We can't wait any longer. Panting heavily, Shinqingzi retreated to Su Ming's side, her left palm flipping upward to reveal a silver-white metallic shard no larger than a thumbnail. Its surface bore impossibly intricate spatial array etchings. Su Ming's eyelid twitched. This artifact radiated staggering value. If De Huang remains unshielded from that brand, the Wolf King can seize control at any moment. Shinqingzi spoke rapidly. This talisman generates an isolated pocket dimension, severing all external linkage. Without another word, she pressed it firmly against De Huang's forehead. A silvery luminescent membrane bloomed instantly, engulfing De Huang entirely. His bleeding ceased. The brand's dominion dissolved beneath that radiant barrier. The crimson hue receded swiftly from his pupils, restoring their clear golden clarity. With profound relief, he collapsed, breathing raggedly. This was Shun Hongyuan's ultimate safeguard, handed to his daughter, the Void Talisman, unbroken in. Were Shun Hongyuan to learn that his 3 million federal credit lifeline had been deployed, not for his daughter, but for a dog, he'd likely storm off that very night to extort 5 million more from Liu Beichen. Kill the Wolf King within 3 minutes. Shinqingzi's gaze was resolute, ice calm. She turned to Su Ming. Can you do it? Su Ming's expression froze. No man could utter no. I'll kill it 3 times in 3 minutes. He paused, then added, and you? Won't you join me inside? Shinqingzi gave no reply. Instead, she withdrew another silver-white crystalline tube from her spatial storage. Its transparent casing shimmered with slow molten waves of dark gold. Another premium artifact. Su Ming silently whistled in awe. Whether the talisman or this tube, both screamed extraordinary worth. Not to mention those 3 military-grade restoratives. How many hundreds of thousands have been spent on consumables alone? You're not just wealthy, you're obscenely rich. A sudden, unwavering conviction surged within him. I must win her over. I'm done grinding. Shinqingzi pressed the tube against her left wrist's pulse point, thumb sealing its aperture. She glanced down at the torn seams of her nanoweave suit, her brow furrowing. They ruined my uniform. They won't be forgiven. Her words were soft, but thick with lethal intent. Clearly the destruction of her attire weighed heavier upon her than injury itself. She injected the dark gold fluid directly into her arm. Transformation came swiftly. Her entire presence shifted. If before she had been a drawn blade, now she was a volcano on the cusp of eruption. An even more terrifying, profoundly deeper power stirred within her, awakening like a primordial force long dormant. Golden light erupted up her spine, cleaving the ash-choked mist across a 100-meter radius. Even her mentor at the Southern United Military Martial Arts Academy, Huang Fujing, remained unaware of this technique. A 19-year-old prodigy, about to unveil her ultimate killing art, in this forgotten ashland of Source Abyss. Third sequence, initiated. Gungjin Saberbone Pagoda Bone Annihilation. Third sequence activation. Gungjin Blade Bone Stupa Bone Shatter. Shinqingzi's voice was not loud, yet it resonated across the battlefield. It seemed to suppress all the howls of wolves. Babe, can you still unleash your ultimate move? He had always known that Shen Qingzi was exceptionally talented. The first sequence's bone was cold and sharp, unmatched in its edge. The second sequence's Gungjin essence amplifying the source of metal. These two were undoubtedly top tier in any university. Many Tier 3 Awakeners would never reach this level in their lifetime. But now she produced another third sequence. Tier 2. 3 sequences. Su Ming had a serious question in his mind. System, is this considered cheating? The system ignored him. But Su Ming himself was a top student. 3 years of theory were not in vain. He was acutely aware of how extraordinary this was. When a talent awakener advances, based on their understanding of their own talent and practical application, they have a high probability of comprehending sequence skills. Awakeners below grade A. A single sequence per tier is considered normal performance. For grade A and above after reaching tier 4, only those whose understanding of talent is deep enough and power strong enough may gain an additional comprehension at a certain realm. As for comprehending 2 or even 3 at a single tier, textbooks indicate extreme cases not of reference value. Damn, Su Ming muttered quietly. Is this the worth of a genius? As the liquid from that silver-white crystal tube was injected, Shen Qingzi trembled all over, her power more domineering than expected. This divine essence. Her father had said when he gave it to her, at least tier 3 could handle this. Forced use would briefly stimulate her talent potential, increasing her understanding of her talent. But the risks are immense. It could even permanently damage her talent foundation. She had promised at that time, saying that she would not use it unless absolutely necessary. But the phrase absolutely necessary acquired a new definition today. And then there was this person beside her. In merely 2 days, Su Ming brought her a sense of crisis, greater than the sum of the past 19 years. From the scrap yard to the ashen belt, from the rock robot to the tier 3 hyena king, from quality engines to quality resonance, Su Ming charged through relentlessly. The combat power others painstakingly cultivated often seemed like a mere trifle in his hands. Shen Qingzi was proud. She inherently refused to be outdone. She could admit that Su Ming was strong, but she would not be content to merely stand behind him, nor would she accept becoming the one in need of protection. Thus she needed to grow stronger. Otherwise she might truly be left behind by some monster. Shen Qingzi knelt on one knee, supporting herself with the blade. The divine essence completely entered her body. That energy was not as piercing and straightforward as Gungjin Shi, but felt like an ancient and profound talent while scrutinizing her. Gungjin blade bone, Gungjin essence, divine essence. 3 forces tore at each other within her. Shen Qingzi gritted her teeth. She had practiced with the blade since childhood. Her bones were broken time and again, and healed repeatedly. Gungjin essence was refined little by little within the marrow. Buzz. A layer of translucent source energy erupted from her back. The source energy bore dark golden patterns. The Gungjin chi throughout her body boiled instantly, starting from her heart, spreading along her collarbone, shoulder blades, and spine. Yellow light could be seen even through the torn nano-combat suit. Her spine also erupted with a series of crisp sounds of bones growing. It was not her own bones that were growing. Behind her, a translucent white bone shadow was rising from the ground. Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly. He saw fine white bone patterns first appear at her feet, then spread along the ground in all directions. Countless phantom hands, arms, shoulders, and ribs began to stack layer upon layer, interweaving into the base of some kind of structure. 6 silver-white bone plates grew out from both sides of her spine, stacking upon each other like the eaves of miniature towers, or resembling white bone flowers blooming from within her. Golden light intertwined upon the white bones. A translucent tower-shaped phantom slowly rose. The white bones formed a framework, slender yet strong, gleaming with a ghastly white radiance. The golden light was Gungjin Brahma light, thin yet piercing, filling the gaps between the white bones. That tower had no physical eaves, only hazy layered outlines, enveloping a 5-meter radius around her. At this moment, right and evil achieved a bizarre yet perfect balance. Golden light and white bones intertwined, holiness coexisting with eeriness. Su Ming stood to the side, his entire being dumbfounded. What kind of monster sequence is this? The white bones stoop, a golden light surrounding her. The blade point touched the ground, the tower shadow initially taking shape. So cool. Really so cool. Not inferior to the death god's Bankai. Tears of envy welled up in Su Ming's eyes. Both being talent awakeners. How could the gap be so immense? While others unleashed golden light and white bone stupas, he unleashed a pit with a punch. Is this reasonable? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Especially thinking about how when he advanced in the future, his skill name might still be something like quality compression, quality collapse, quality whatever. It sounded like a manual for equipment in the heavy machinery section of the scrapyard. There was no sense of beauty at all. Who wouldn't want something spectacular? Who wants to be a hunk of metal for a lifetime? I want special effects too. I want a BGM too. He clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Let's just accept it. Reincarnated into the quality flow, can't blame others. Having thought this far, the system still remained silent. There wasn't even any comfort. This system will soon be rated poorly. Within the stupa phantom, Shen Qingzi slowly stood up. She closed her eyes. That dark, golden energy had thoroughly merged into her limbs and bones, flowing together with Gengjin Qi. White bones as the base, golden light as the rhythm. Her flesh and blood seemed to be holding a final dialogue with the will of the Gengjin source. She heard it, far yet near, like thousands of blades drawing simultaneously, like the eternal bell tolling, like billions of withered bones praying in the temple, like white bones blossoming in a moment of enlightenment. Finally, Shen Qingzi opened her eyes. Golden light surged violently within them. A hazy glow began to gather at the apex of the bone shatter. Golden Buddhist flames ignited silently. Thus, Gengjin Blade Bone third sequence, Stupa Bone Shatter, had fully descended. The Wolf King growled low. It too sensed the danger. The dark red mark on its forehead flickered, immediately issuing commands. Two ashen wind blade wolves attempted to pounce from the side. While the bone shatter had not yet stabilized, Su Ming instinctively wanted to move. Shen Qingzi raised her hand, signaling him not to. As the wind blade wolves crossed into the area, an abnormal change occurred. Their originally swift charge suddenly slowed. It was not a deceleration, but as if something had pinned them down. Within the 5-meter radius shrouded by the stupa tower shadow, a formless divine power steadily suppressed the hostility within the two wolves. Their movements became sluggish. The fierce light in their eyes replaced by a brief confusion. Sequence trait 1 suppression. Within the bone shatter's range, all hostility and ferocity would be suppressed. All attacks would be mitigated by the domain. Movements froze, momentum sank. Battle power reduced by 20%. At the same time, the golden radiance of the stupa phantom flowed back into Shen Qingzi's entire body. Her divine sense became instantly clear. The attack trajectories of the two wolves were forcibly dismantled. Charging forward, raising paws, opening jaws. Wind blades condensing jump angles, front paw swing paths, landing point deviations. All information presented clearly in her mind. Gengjin power infused her limbs. Nerve response fully heightened, blade drawing speed, sword. Sequence trait 2 divine radiance. Brahma light washed over her, divine sense Gengjin infused into her bones. Nerve response drawing speed and lethality increased by 30%. As one diminished, the other grew. Battle power increased by over 50%. Absolutely a divine skill. Shen Qingzi twisted her wrist. The cold blade, gleaming with golden light, slashed horizontally. The first strike, piercing through the throat of the first wolf. Sidestep spinning slash. The second strike. The golden blade sliced under the second wolf's abdomen. The two tier 2 ashen wind blade wolves fell simultaneously, decisively and neatly. Instant kill. Wolf blood splattered within the bone shatter's range. Wolf blood splattered within the bone shatter's range. Was quietly absorbed by the phantom of the Buddha tower. The golden light of the tower seemed to brighten a bit. Su Ming witnessed all of this. You can still absorb monsters. Is this also a growth type? Isn't this sequence skill a bit overpowered? The two companions were killed in an instant, causing the wolf pack, which was ready to continue the assault, to hesitate. The Wolf King stood at the edge of the mist, its vertical pupils fixed on the bone shatter surrounding Shen Qingzi. The dark red mark on its forehead pulsed continuously. It was furious, and also very wary, but it could not retreat. If it delayed further, the wolf pack would be gradually annihilated. Unknowingly, the balance of the battlefield had tilted. The Wolf King let out another low growl. The remaining wind blade wolves began to circle around the 5-meter radius, attempting to consume from a distance with wind blades. A to go for. The Wolf King was waiting for this terrifying human to make a mistake. Shen Qingzi lifted her gaze, looking at Su Ming. Within the 5-meter bone shatter domain, golden light and white bone shadows interlaced on her face, half bright and half dark. The corners of her mouth gently lifted. The feeling of confidence returned. The wolf pack is mine. Her voice was not loud, but it was resolute and undeniable. You go take down the Wolf King for me. Su Ming's heart fluttered. This expression, this tone, this. Who could withstand this? Sister, kill me. All right. Su Ming smiled widely. The big yellow dog lay in the unbreakable space and let out a howl. Su Ming glanced down at it. This is for your revenge. He stretched his shoulders. His feet pressed down into the ground. He stared at the red-maned wind blade Wolf King in the mist. The tier 3 Wolf King was also staring at him. The dark red mark on its forehead pulsed faster. The wind howled around its limbs. At this moment it was fully prepared, because it too knew. The real opponent had arrived. Su Ming raised his hand, pointing at it. Beast, just now you attacked me. And attacked my dog. We can finally have a go. The golden light and white bones of the stupa bone shatter flickered in the gray mist, like an altar from the other shore. And in front of the altar, a gray figure charged at the tier 3 Wolf King at cannonball speed. One person, one wolf. Clashed fiercely. Boom. A muffled impact reverberated, threatening to rupture the eardrums. Man and wolf collided heat-in across the ashen wastelands of the ash belt. No flourish, no artifice. Pure strength against pure strength. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward in a visible ring of white vapor, carrying sand, dust, and shattered stone in its violent expansion. The surrounding ash-laden mist was instantly swept aside, exposing a ravaged battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. Su Ming staggered backward 3 full steps, each footfall fracturing the earth beneath him into spiderweb-like fissures. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, who had charged him headlong, slid backward over a dozen meters, its 4 razor-sharp claws carving deep parallel furrows into the ground, before barely arresting its momentum. Their first clash, an even match. The crimson-maned Windblade Wolf King steadied itself over 10 meters away, shaking dust from its massive frame. Its vertical crimson pupils locked onto Su Ming, not merely with wariness, but with the searing fury of a creature provoked beyond endurance. It was a peak-tier, third-rank hetero-beast, though the Source Beast brand upon its brow remained incompletely mastered. The constant infusion of Source energy had already elevated its true combat prowess to the threshold of human fourth-rank strength. And yet this bipedal creature, gaunt as a bamboo stalk, had met it force for force in raw physical confrontation. Unforgivable. Its crimson pupils contracted sharply. Its neck mane flared outward, muscles coiled and swelled. Its limbs tensed, then it shot forward once more. A streak of crimson lightning. This time it unleashed its full power. Excellent. Su Ming's battle fervor surged. His foot slammed down. Mass engine ignition. The ground collapsed inward half a meter. At the instant, a gray-white sonic bloom detonated. He stood before the Wolf King. Second collision. Another gut-wrenching, bone-deep thud, but this time neither was hurled back. Man and beast locked in place. A terrifying force raged through their point of contact. Su Ming braced both palms against the Wolf King's skull, his feet sinking into the earth, his torso leaning forward. The Wolf King's 4 claws dug 3 inches deep into solid rock. Its colossal body remained utterly motionless, its dark red mane whipping violently in the turbulent air. 2 opposing forces deadlocked at the nexus. The very air vibrated with a low, resonant hum. They held 3 full seconds. A flicker of unmistakably human disdain flashed across the Wolf King's eyes. You still lack the sheer might to rival me. It opened its jaws wide, then lunged, fangs bared, a stench of rotting wind surging forth, its serrated teeth snapping towards Su Ming's skull. Su Ming reacted instantly. His hand slid upward, locking hard against the lower jaw just as the fangs descended. Brutal bite force transmitted up through the bone. His boots carved 2 deep grooves backward across the rocky terrain. He was losing ground. Third rank versus second rank tier supremacy was no mere abstraction. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Su Ming's gaze. Mass resonance activation. A terrifying high-frequency tremor surged from his arms into the Wolf King's jawbone. The Wolf King felt its iron-hard teeth go numb. Its skull rang like a struck bell. Several fangs even loosened within their sockets. Pain ignited its fury. Its browband blazed crimson, and a surge of raw, overwhelming force flooded its neck. With a sudden, precise upward jerk, it unleashed a devastating levering motion. Su Ming, weighing well over a metric ton, was ripped from the earth and hurled violently toward a jagged pile of boulders 30 meters away. Crash! A plume of dust and debris erupted skyward. Within the golden-white radiance of Fotu Gu Sha, Shin Qingzi cleaved through a windblade wolf's spine, her peripheral vision catching the arc of that throned figure, her grip on the blade tightening imperceptibly. The scene was savage, brutal, primal, yet it no longer jarred her. This man had never fought like a human. He's truly a humanoid hetero-beast. As the dust settled, Su Ming rose from the rubble, brushing grit from his shoulders. The Wolf King's strength exceeded the upper limit of his current rank. A protracted brute force duel would exhaust him long before it fell. Nor did the Wolf King press another frontal assault. Recent Source energy nourishment had sharply elevated its intellect. It too recognized this man as dangerously unpredictable. It began circling Su Ming at blistering speed, stirring gales in its wake. Its velocity dwarfed that of the lesser windblade wolves, a gray blur darting in and out of the haze, leaving only afterimages behind. Suddenly the crimson brand upon its brow pulsed. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. 3 obsidian blue annihilation wind blades, denser and sharper than any prior by orders of magnitude, launched in perfect triangular formation, whistling with lethal precision from 3 disparate angles, to sever Su Ming's neck, heart, and knee simultaneously. 3 vital points targeted at once. At such velocity, evasion proved impossible. Clang! The blades aimed at his neck and heart struck skin, and rebounded, as if striking hyperalloy, shattering explosively into sparks, leaving only faint silvery marks upon his flesh. But the third blade, the one targeting his knee, accelerated mid-flight, spinning with renewed ferocity. Shhrrk. A sound like tearing silk echoed sharply. Su Ming glanced down. A half-inch-long gash split open along his outer knee. Bright crimson blood welling slowly from the wound. This was the first true injury he had sustained since awakening. Inside, Fotu Gusha Shin Qingzi decapitated 2 windblade wolves in a single stroke. Her gaze flickering to the blood-staining Su Ming's leg. Her grip on the blade clenched tight. Her eyes widening in disbelief. In her mind, Su Ming had become synonymous with absolute defense. Even her ultimate edge atomic thread could not pierce it. Yet this Wolf King had. Da Huang, sheltered within the protective talisman's shimmering membrane, let out a low, mournful whine, his golden eyes brimming with anguish. They finally grasped viscerally and irrevocably. This Wolf King was a terror capable of inflicting real harm upon Su Ming. Yet at the heart of the battlefield, Su Ming's response defied all expectation. He crouched slowly, gazing at the wound on his leg, as though it were some wondrous newly discovered artifact. He extended a finger, dabbed a drop of his own warm blood, raised it to his nose, then flicked out his tongue. No outrage, no panic. Only a low rumbling laugh that swelled into unrestrained predatory exultation. Damn it, finally something that actually hurts. Blood tastes salty. Shin Qingzi stumbled, almost tripping over her own domain. Her temples throbbed violently. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What in the world are you licking? Can your mind function normally for once? Since arriving in this world, Su Ming had been scorched by Zhaoque, crushed by boulders, and torn by countless hetero-beasts. Once his density surpassed steel by double. All such assaults registered only as dull pressure, like being punched through thick cotton, force present, pain absent. But now, everything changed. This wound whispered one truth. This thing can kill you. Strangely, fear did not rise. Only exhilaration. That sting of pain, that trickle of blood. They turned a key, unlocking a primordial bestiality buried deep within his soul, long suppressed by the rigid order of modern civilization. Su Ming lifted his head. His pupils blazed with incandescent light. His peripheral vision caught Shin Qingzi, surrounded by wolves in the center of Fotu Gusha, its golden light flashing rapidly as she parried wind wolf assaults, glancing repeatedly toward him. The boss was watching. A genuine Shin clan prodigy was fighting for her life, while he stood there impassive, as if enduring mere tickles. That would draw far too much attention. As a professional employee, he couldn't afford to wear that smug, indifferent expression. Go ahead, hit me. I don't care. More wounds might even earn him a bigger bonus. With over 8,000 mass points secured in his pocket, his confidence was unshakable. If performance was required, then he'd play along fully. Consider it a rare, nostalgic reprise of ordinary human brawling. The Wolf King, seeing it strike land, lifted its head in arrogant triumph. It had reclaimed dominion over the battlefield, preparing to unleash a fiercer barrage, keeping its distance, launching wind blades like a kite, slicing him piece by piece until his blood ran dry. Source Beast intelligence assured it prolonged combat meant inevitable victory. Wind source energy coalesced beneath its paws. Speed surged anew. It circled Su Ming relentlessly, launching wave after wave of cobalt wind blades from ever-shifting angles. It would bleed this human dry. Su Ming reached out, missed. Reached again, missed again. The Wolf King slithered like an eel, denying him any chance to close the gap. He blocked, dodged, evaded, and soon bore fresh wounds of varying depth. One gash tore across his thigh, bleeding profusely. Damn it, just circles. He cursed under his breath, mentally cursing the skill, inertial drift, 800 times over. If only he could turn. If only he could break. Cursed straight-line fighter. Today he was nothing but a living target. No matter the cost, he'd buy it later. Within Fotu Gusha, Shin Qingzi shattered 3 wind blades with a single slash, stepping forward to break free and rush to his aid. But the wolf pack understood the stakes. Over 30 windblade wolves howled and surged forward en masse, using their bodies to block every path. They sought no wounds, only delay. Shin Qingzi cleaved 2 in half. 3 more rushed to fill the gap. Endless waves. Da Huang, trapped within the talisman's spatial barrier, let out a sorrowful cry, his golden eyes reflecting Su Ming's kneeling form, his paws frantically clawing at empty air. Shin Qingzi gritted her teeth. Su Ming, kneeling on one knee, bloodied and battered. Yet his eyes held no fear, only cold, relentless calculation. He waited. Now, he feinted left, a deceptive dodge. The Wolf King bit, predicting his movement, shifting right to cut off his escape. That instant, as Su Ming's feet struck earth, he channeled every ounce of force downward. Mass resonance activated. Boom. The ground imploded beneath him. Rock strata within a 10-meter radius pulverized into dust, sinking 2 meters deep. The Wolf King mid-stride suddenly found itself airborne, momentarily suspended. The Wolf King sensed peril, but too late. Ignition. Light blazed in Su Ming's eyes. Mass engine engaged. Boom. He became a gray blur. ignoring the Wind King's panicked, desperate wind blades, launching himself headlong suicidally into the air, and clamped onto the Wolf King midair with crushing finality. You done yet? Su Ming laughed wildly, deploying the most primal, most unreasonable technique of all, the bear hug. His weight, over a metric ton, pinned the Wolf King down. Mass sovereignty activated. With 1.5x kinetic amplification, his arms bulged into grotesque corded masses, pure compressive force making the Wolf King's legendary iron and steel bones groan in protest. He didn't even use his fists. He simply held it, then drove his forehead straight into the Wolf King's skull. Clang! A dull, thunderous impact. True damage triggered. The Wolf King's entire cranium jolted violently. Stars exploded across its vision, and for a fleeting moment it staggered dazed. It shook its head wildly, and for the first time its vertical pupils reflected unmistakable fear and awe. What manner of monster was this? Having lost so much blood it should have weakened, yet its strength grew more terrifying than before. The Wolf King thrashed wildly. Wind blades slashed deep, bone-bearing wounds across Su Ming's back, yet it could not break free from that unyielding steel-like embrace. For the first time it felt death's icy breath emanating from its prey. This was no human. This was a higher-order, more savage, more deranged predator. Wearing human skin, fear flickered across the Wolf King's vertical pupils. It emitted a plaintive, retreating howl, attempting to wrench itself from Su Ming's grasp. Desperate, cornered fury. The Wolf King whirled, biting deep into Su Ming's left shoulder. Its fangs pierced flesh and sank into bone, then stopped, unable to advance even a millimeter further. Roar! Enraged by the agony, Su Ming's eyes burned crimson. He opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into the Wolf King's thick, pulsing carotid artery. Spurt! A mouthful of hot metallic beast blood. In that instant, frozen by pain and shock, Su Ming drove his legs down, twisted nimbly, and vaulted onto the Wolf King's neck. Releasing his arms, his left hand hooked like a vice, grabbing the beast's skull, and slammed it down with brutal force. His right fist clenched, charged with only 1.5 tons of kinetic force, and crashed into the Wolf King's skull. Once, twice, again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The Wolf King's limbs kicked wildly, shrieking in agony. Occasional true damage bursts cracked its skull like brittle porcelain. Man and beast abandoned all technique, engaging in raw, bloody primal combat. Su Ming drew back for another devastating blow, air screaming around his fist. True damage. This punch caved in half the Wolf King's skull. It was dying. It unleashed a final, despairing, defiant howl to the heavens. Then, catastrophe struck. Its forehead scar, gnarled and ancient, exploded open. An endless torrent of crimson source energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, and a terrifying aura, far surpassing third rank, surged skyward. The dark red source energy surged into the sky. Su Ming's right palm, which was already raised, abruptly halted in midair. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. It was that the Wolf King beneath him suddenly felt wrong. The old scar on its forehead suddenly split open. A surge of dark red source energy gushed out, rapidly condensing in midair. It transformed into a two-headed giant wolf. Its size was more than twice that of the Wolf King's original form. The phantom hovered above the Wolf King, its dark red eyes looking down, sweeping across the entire battlefield. When that gaze landed on Su Ming, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. That glance was not like that of a wild beast. It resembled that of some high-level life form looking at a bug that had mistakenly trespassed into its territory. The phantom existed for less than 2 seconds. It then dove down, ruthlessly merging with the dying Wolf King on the ground. A woo! A howl completely different from before echoed across the wasteland. The Wolf King's dying body suddenly trembled, and a layer of dark red flames ignited across its entire crimson mane. At the broken claws, blood mist and source energy crystallized into sharper bone blades, causing its entire form to swell dramatically. The source energy fluctuations, which had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage, were now surging wildly, about to break through the barrier, directly approaching the 4th stage. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Even the wolf pack surrounding Shin Qingzi halted their movements, all lowering their bodies, emitting whimpers of submission. Amidst the golden white light of the floating pagoda, Shin Qingzi's expression was grave. This aura no longer belonged to the 3rd stage. She looked at Su Ming. Su Ming was forcefully lifted half a foot by the Wolf King. The wolf head beneath him seemed to have reattached an engine. Damn it, Su Ming cursed under his breath. Did you recharge too? The Wolf King did not give him a chance to argue, its eyes filled with hatred. This source beast essence had been refined for a long time. It was originally meant to break through to the 4th stage, to completely control this ash wasteland, to later command more source beasts. But now all of that was going to waste. The surging power needed to be unleashed. The Wolf King let out a low growl. Its neck suddenly twisted. By the time Su Ming reacted, a bloody wind rushed towards him. He instinctively raised his arm to block. In the next moment, puff! The Wolf King bit down hard on Su Ming's right shoulder. This time it was no longer just a superficial injury. Its fangs finally broke through that layer of abnormal defense, viciously embedding into his flesh. A sharp pain exploded along his shoulder. Hiss! Su Ming grunted, his left hand darting out like lightning, fingers like iron hooks digging into the gaps of the Wolf King's upper jaw, desperately holding back that terrifying bite force, preventing it from tearing further. His right fist swung around fiercely, smashing down on the Wolf King's nose. Bang! A punch. Su Ming's fist, carrying immense force, crushed the Wolf King's nasal bone, causing a warm stream of blood to spray out. But it did not let go. Su Ming threw another punch. Bang! The Wolf King's eye corner burst, blood flowing profusely. Still it wouldn't release. A third punch. Bang! 1.5 tons of kinetic energy surged into his fist. The Wolf King's entire head shook violently, stars appearing before its eyes. But the two fangs embedded in Su Ming's shoulder bone bit down even tighter. There was a crunch. The sound of his shoulder bone cracking. Su Ming's right arm went numb, power draining from his fingertips. The Wolf King began to thrash its head violently, trying to fling Su Ming away. How could Su Ming let it succeed? If flung off, his right arm would likely be torn off, skin and bone together. Moreover, at the current speed of the opponent, he would be a living target. A fierce glint surged in Su Ming's eyes as he gave up on dodging, allowing the Wolf King's claws to rip open gashes on his body. He exerted force with his legs, using a primitive method to tightly embrace the Wolf King, rolling on the ground together. Boom, boom, boom. One man and one wolf, like two uncontrollable giant rollers, rolled across the wasteland, creating a chaotic trench, smashing through one hard rock after another. In the end, relying on his super high mass and core strength, Su Ming forcibly flipped over once again, pinning the Wolf King beneath him. His right shoulder had 2 shocking blood holes, blood streaming down his arm, but he was completely unconcerned. He was like a true beast riding on the Wolf King, frantically attacking the massive creature beneath him. Headbutt, knee strike, bang, elbow strike, puff. Every strike carried the blunt sensation of heavy machinery colliding, causing the Wolf King to bleed profusely. A stream of blood foam erupted from the Wolf King's mouth. But the Wolf King never ceased its resistance, twisting its body, trying to throw Su Ming off. However, Su Ming clung to it like a dog's skin plaster stuck to its fur. In one roll, he even opened his mouth, forcefully tearing off a large chunk of bloody red mane from the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King was completely stunned. As the overlord of this wasteland, it had devoured more than 80 two-legged beasts. Each one it consumed had eyes filled with fear and despair. But this one in front of it, what was going on? It was even more purely savage than itself. It was a primal madness, indifferent to pain, unconcerned with death, only to shred its opponent. Is this thing human? A chill rose in the Wolf King's heart. Su Ming gasped, the 2 shocking blood holes on his right shoulder, blood dripping down his arm onto the Wolf King's face. This beast had exploded with power. Its strength and speed had surged dramatically. But such an outburst definitely had a time limit. What he needed to do was drag it out. Drag it until it was exhausted. However, his own wounds were increasing. If he kept bleeding like this, the first to fall would likely be himself. He couldn't let it slip away. System, give me some points. Su Ming commanded in his heart, waiting for the thrill of a sudden surge in combat power. In the next second, the system's cold mechanical voice doused him with cold water. Ding. Current detection shows the host is in a fierce confrontation, unable to execute point allocation operations. Su Ming, BR, what's going on, old boy? The system in the web novel next door breaks through during battle as smoothly as drinking water. You don't even grant a top-tier cheat while adding on a cooldown. So what now? Do I need to show you how I would die on the spot? Also, why didn't you mention such a huge bug earlier? Hint, this system had provided a very rigorous and humanistic reminder in Chapter 50 of this era's content. To synchronize quality point scheduling, body enhancement, and resource devouring during battle, the system Butler Advanced Functionality module must be unlocked for automatic background operation. Su Ming racked his brain, vaguely recalling seeing a line of small text in the system Butler function introduction. But this was ridiculously obscure. System, tell me honestly, did you study in the legal department of Pinduoduo? Your final interpretation rights are smoother than a capitalist's. It's also my fault for only focusing on the automatic devouring and ignoring effect too. But aside from facts, who in their right mind takes a dump during a fight? Su Ming roared in his heart. Activate the system membership. Is the devouring speed still 1 beast per minute? The space was still piled high with the bodies of exotic beasts collected from the beast tide, all of which could yield thousands of points if devoured. But he needed to confirm the speed. If he activated it now, there wouldn't be many points left. If the devouring was still that slow by the time the system finished consuming these corpses and added points, the Wolf King would likely have finished eating them too, potentially turning them into warm fertilizer. But if it could devour in batches, then he could fight for a chance. As for the 5 service fee, let it be deducted. Immediately after the system's mechanical voice sounded. After unlocking the system Butler, the devouring speed is no longer limited by single contact. All stored objects can be devoured simultaneously. There's hope. Life is precious. Then hurry up and unlock it. Right now. Su Ming didn't hesitate for a second. Unlocking and activating System Butler Beginner requires a total deduction of 7,000 quality points and a 5 service fee. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Damn it. Congratulations, host, you have activated System Butler Beginner. Remaining quality points 1,300. A line of golden text filled with a cyber-capitalist aura bounced up before Su Ming's eyes. The spectacle was overwhelming. But Su Ming had no time to carefully read those function introductions. He was riding on the Wolf King, his consciousness screaming wildly in the system space. Let me absorb. Boom. In the consciousness space, a miniature black hole suddenly formed and rapidly expanded. Hundreds of exotic beast corpses floated up simultaneously. Rock-armored centipedes, venomous sac spiders, stinging flies. All the loot collected from the beast tide merged into a strange river rushing into the black hole. In the next moment, the prompt sound in Su Ming's mind exploded. Ding. Automatically devouring second-tier rock-armored centipede quality points 410. Ding. Automatically devouring first-tier venomous sac spider quality points 120. Ding. Automatically devouring first-tier stinging fly quality points 85. Ding. Automatically devouring. Spam. A frenzy of notifications. Like a digital rainstorm. Su Ming's mind was filled with the sound of ding ding ding. So satisfying. It felt so damn good. Su Ming remained in the position of riding on the Wolf King's back, letting the creature's claws carve gashes on his back, yet he just maintained his grip, not moving an inch. He glanced at the wildly jumping numbers on the panel, his smile wider than AK. Is this the power of capital? Is this the joy of getting something for nothing? In the past, he had to laboriously massage for a minute, but now it was all automated. Lying down. No riding, and he was earning money. In just a few seconds, the quality points that had previously caused him pain shot up like a rocket. 1710. 1830, 2200, still rising, 2800, 3000, 3500. It showed no signs of stopping. Su Ming's mischievous grin met the Wolf King's vertical pupils. The Wolf King was completely baffled. What was happening? This human had gone insane. Amid their battle, he was actually enjoying himself. Was he getting a thrill from fighting? It had long been said that some humans played too extravagantly, but none had been this extravagant. A sense of indescribable dread surged within the Wolf King. It roared in fury, unleashing 2 dark red blades of annihilation that struck fiercely against Su Ming's lower back. They'll make you stop smiling. They'll make you stop smiling. Puff. 2 deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared, blood gushing forth. Yet Su Ming's smile remained undiminished, even more radiant. The devoured quality points felt like the author's good reviews and requests for updates. They were still increasing. Worth it. Completely worth it. Su Ming looked down at the Wolf King's confused and furious vertical pupils, suddenly feeling pity for the beast. You've worked hard, brother. Su Ming patted the Wolf King's cheek. The Wolf King completely lost its mind. You touched me. You actually touched my face. No justice in the world. This wolf is done fighting. It's too humiliating. Su Ming rode on the back of the Wolf King, tossed around like a rag doll, his mind still ringing with a persistent ding ding ding. He glanced at the flickering numbers on the panel. Quality point balance 3,600. 3,800. 4,000. The system steward was working furiously in the background, converting the corpses of the exotic beasts into quality points in large quantities like a never-ending printing press. Ding. Left 4th and 5th ribs detected as fractured. Would you like to spend 400 quality points to repair? The system's notification sound was as cold as ever. Had it been before, Su Ming would have unhesitatingly clicked yes. His lips were stained with blood, resembling a madman who had found a wallet. Repair. What a joke. Spend 400 points to reattach 2 bones only to wait for the others to be kicked out. This is not treatment, it's just paying to be beaten. He glanced at the numbers on the panel. Real quality 1030. 3 kilograms. The plus sign quietly waited behind the number, waiting to be lit up. System. Su Ming shouted in his heart. Add points for me. Add all of them. Immediately the numbers on the panel began to jump wildly. Real quality 1030. 3 kilograms. 1,200 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms. A surge of scorching heat burst from the depths of his bones, spreading throughout his body along his limbs. His bones underwent dramatic changes at the microscopic level, the spacing between molecules violently compressed, with calcium, iron, and carbon structures rearranging in a manner far beyond natural laws. Muscle fibers tore and regenerated, each becoming thicker, tougher, and denser. He couldn't see his own transformation, but he could feel it. That heavy feeling gradually solidifying from within his body. Not a burden. It was confidence. Real quality 1,800 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms. 2,200 kilograms. The steward continued to consume in the background, and the quality points kept increasing. What he spent was being earned back again. Su Ming smiled broadly. Spending money while making money, that's the attitude a cash shop warrior should have. Whoever charges more will win. Real quality 2,500 kilograms. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The broken ribs still hurt, but the sensation had faded significantly. Not because they were repaired, but because the overall bone density of his chest had more than doubled with the broken bones jammed against the surrounding exceedingly hard tissues, making them more stable than if they had been reattached. The next second the Wolf King's attack validated his judgment. The enraged scarlet mane windblade Wolf King broke free from its restraints, its hind paws charged with primal energy, delivering a heavy claw imbued with dark red wind force right on his Su Ming's chest. It aimed to completely tear apart this human who should have died. A soft sound echoed. The anticipated bloody scene of disembowelment did not occur. The claws that could previously leave deep bone-exposing scars on him now only scratched a faint white line on the surface without even breaking the skin. Wolf King. It was stunned. The sensation from its claws was akin to scratching on a super alloy, sending tingles through its claws. What's going on? Slippery claws. It refused to believe it, and the other paw followed suit. A soft sound. Another faint mark appeared. Su Ming looked down at the two marks on his chest resembling chalk scratches, then raised his head, showing a smile so radiant that it sent chills down the Wolf King's spine. Did you eat? Are you scraping? The Wolf King's vertical pupils constricted sharply. It did not understand. Clearly just a second ago blood was spewing out. How could it not be able to scratch now? The Wolf King felt that its beastly dignity had been insulted like never before. It was completely enraged, opening its massive mouth wide and bit down hard on Su Ming's arm, unable to break through nor bite him. However, the moment its fangs capable of crushing grade alloys made contact with Su Ming's muscle, a terrifying squeezing pressure emanated from within the muscle fibers. Its teeth were actually forced out by the resilient muscle. It couldn't hit, couldn't grab, and couldn't bite through. As a wind-type source beast, speed and cutting were its specialties. Being forced to engage in close combat with this monster was bad enough. Now it couldn't even scrape the skin off. It used its sharpest teeth to bite him, and his muscles forced its teeth out. The Wolf King was utterly dumbfounded. How was it supposed to fight? Is it fair? This is not fair. Furthermore, this human was not only tireless. Every punch he threw was heavier and more vicious than the last. Bang! Su Ming's fist smashed into the Wolf King's ribs with 2,500 kilograms of real quality multiplied by 1. 5 times kinetic energy, striking this quasi-fourth stage source beast's ribs with a dull thud, sending its massive body flying 2 meters. Now this feels right. Su Ming moved his wrist. Previously, it was indeed hard to match strength with a quasi-fourth stage beast with a weight of 1 ton. But now 2.5 tons. The feeling was completely different. He could clearly sense that with each punch the feedback from the Wolf King's body was becoming softer. It wasn't that the Wolf King had become weaker. It was that he had become stronger. The numbers on the panel were still jumping. The system steward faithfully executed its tasks, continuously consuming the corpses of exotic beasts in the background with quality points flowing back in steadily. 1 ton became 2 tons, 2 tons became 3 tons. The terrifying exponential growth was now compressed into this battle. The Wolf King was unaware of all this. All it knew was that it had gone mad. For the first time, the Wolf King felt a clear sense of retreat in its heart. This human was too eerie. It couldn't be killed, couldn't be worn down, and got more excited as they fought, its eyes more beast-like than its own. It wanted to flee. Back to the depths of the fog, back to its territory, heal its wounds, and wait for the power of the beast's soul imprint to fade before trying again. The Wolf King quickly made a decision. The dark red wind-type source energy condensed rapidly deep in its throat, preparing to unleash a close-range annihilation wind roar, not seeking to kill the opponent, just to blast him away. Then it would have the opportunity to escape. However, Su Ming saw the light in its mouth. Did it think he was blind, flaunting its charging so openly? Su Ming's hands shot out like lightning, striking from both sides, forcefully clamping the Wolf King's jaws shut like a hydraulic clamp. Woo! The Wolf King's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell was this operation? Mouth clamping kill. Boom. A dull explosion echoed within its mouth. The terrifying wind force failed to erupt, exploding directly in its mouth and cranial cavity, leaving it dazed with a shower of stars and losing 2 molars on the spot. The Wolf King looked at the blood-soaked yet beaming human before it finally realizing something. From start to finish, it was not the one hunting this human. It was this human who was hunting it. A chill shot up from its tailbone to the crown of its head. Flee. It had to escape. It would use its last ounce of power to escape this demon. The Wolf King gathered its last strength in its hind legs and kicked Su Ming's chest with all its might. This kick, fueled by explosive power, finally sent Su Ming flying 10 meters. It flipped over, not even looking back, and dashed away towards the depths of the fog. Su Ming staggered to the ground, his feet crushing the rocks, quickly stabilizing himself. Trying to run. Did I give permission? Quality engine ignite. Boom. He turned into a gray projectile again, shooting straight out. At this moment, nearly 3 tons of quality carried terrifying kinetic energy, closing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Don't go, let's play a bit more. Su Ming hugged the Wolf King's waist from behind, arms locking tightly. The most primitive savage bear hug descended again. One person and one wolf rolled into the pile of rubble, tumbling for dozens of meters. The Wolf King felt as if its waist was being crushed by a steamroller. Its eyes turned red. How did it get hugged again? Let go of me. I beg you. Let me go. In the domain of the floating bone temple, Shinqing's face was somewhat pale. The shadow of the white bone pagoda around her had solidified much more than when it first appeared, glowing brighter, clearly indicating that the next time she used this move its power would be even stronger. But now she was also nearing her limit. The divine essence energy injected into her body was rapidly depleting. Even the protection for Da Huang, the indestructible square inch, was beginning to flicker with no more than a minute left. In the membrane space, Da Huang watched everything with anxiousness, feeling more than just urgency, shame. That sheep owner had soared to the heavens. And what about me? A mascot. A flicker of complex light flashed in Da Huang's golden eyes. I'm also super brave. It encouraged itself in its heart. Then it honestly added, I'm just pretending. In the rubble, Su Ming had completely gained the upper hand. He knew that time was running out for his teammates. He had to end this quickly. Su Ming began to throw punches. Left fist, right fist, uppercut, swinging punch. There were no techniques involved, just pure power crushing down. The real quality on the panel continued to rise. 3,000, 3,005. The system steward was truly formidable, continuously consuming and injecting quality points back in equal measure. But the Wolf King's defense after its explosive growth was indeed abnormal. Although it was being beaten without resistance, it still clung to life. He hoped the god of fate would show some favor and grant him some real damage. What happened to the supposed 30% probability? This probability was designed by Zhao Kuo to specifically screw over his own people. Whatever. After 100 punches it should be dead. The 30th punch, the 50th punch, the 80th punch, the 90th punch. At this moment, Su Ming's real quality had already exceeded 4,000 kilograms. His right fist smashed down again onto the Wolf King's old scar on its forehead. Quality resonance activate. An invisible shockwave surged along the wound's crack, flooding into the Wolf King's skull. At that instant, real damage was triggered. 4,000 kilograms of quality rushed into this punch without obstruction. No buffering, no resistance, 100% penetration. The Wolf King's head was smashed to the side, its entire body bending over, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. This blow directly took half of its life. The arrogance in its dark red vertical pupils completely shattered, leaving only fear. Come on. The real quality continued to rise. 4,200, 4,500, 4,800, 5,000 kilograms. The 91st punch. Su Ming's right fist followed closely, smashing down again at nearly the same spot. Quality resonance combined with real damage. 5,000 kilograms, 100% penetration. The Wolf King's head was as if it had been smashed by an invisible giant hammer. Blood mixed with grayish-white brain matter sprayed from its orifices, and its massive body twitched violently twice before crashing down. Within the dark red vertical pupils, the light extinguished little by little. The scarlet mane wind blade Wolf King was dead. Su Ming sat on its body, panting heavily. 91 punches. Damn, I thought I'd have to make it an even number. Before his words fell, an unexpected event occurred. A dark red shadow shrieked and burst from the Wolf King's corpse, forming the outline of a blurry, two-headed giant wolf, dragging behind it a trail of broken energy. It wildly shot towards the depths of the fog. The beast's soul imprint was trying to escape, running away. Su Ming's eyes flared with red light. I paid 7,000 points in membership fees. Who's going to reimburse me if you run? His bloodied right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the twisting and struggling dark red beast's soul. The moment his palm closed, the beast's soul let out a piercing shriek, desperately twisting and trying to break free. Su Ming clenched his hands tightly. Dark red light burst out from between his fingers, burning his palms with sharp pain. After a few seconds, the beast's soul struggles gradually weakened, ultimately condensing in his palm into a crystal the size of a walnut, with dark red patterns burning on its surface. Meanwhile, not far away, the protective void talisman for Da Huang, the indestructible square inch, emitted a series of shattering crack sounds, and when the time was up, it completely collapsed. In the haze, only the last 6 wolves remained before Shinqingzi, clearly thrown into chaos at the moment their king died, with 2 already fleeing. She knew that Su Ming had won. She nodded at the recently freed Da Huang. Owl. A giant dog, golden and blazing with vengeful flames in its eyes, shot towards Su Ming like an arrow. Without the bloodline suppression of the Wolf King, De Huang's injuries had mostly healed and the wildness in its eyes burned more fiercely than ever. Su Ming was kneeling before the massive corpse of the Wolf King, completely drained of energy. He spent another 300 quality points to fully repair all his injuries. Panting, he looked at the beast soul imprint in his hand, which was flickering constantly. Ding. Detected residual beast soul imprint of the 4th stage source beast Scarlet Flame, two-headed wolf. At that moment, De Huang arrived. It first glanced at the giant corpse of the Wolf King on the ground. Then owl. Owl. It called out twice to bolster its courage. Then it immediately ran towards Su Ming, nudging him with its head and licking him frantically. Affectionate yet worried. Su Ming pushed it away, looking disgusted. All right, your drool is worse than blood. Get away from me. De Huang didn't listen and licked even more vigorously. Then it licked Su Ming's left hand. To be precise, it licked the hand holding the beast's soul imprint. The moment its tongue touched the surface of the crystal, an anomaly occurred. The dark red beast soul phantom suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of red shards that howled into De Huang's mouth. De Huang's body stiffened violently. Dark red light erupted from within it, causing its fur to stand on end. The scab on the old injury on its hind leg fell off with a crack, revealing golden red patterns subtly coursing beneath the new skin. Su Ming's eyes widened. What the hell are you trying to steal my kill? De Huang looked at him innocently, then let out a suppressed low growl, curling up in pain on the ground. The next second, dark red flames erupted from its body, wrapping it in a massive blood cocoon. The walls of the cocoon flickered with alternating dark red and golden patterns, a breath of energy, far surpassing the 2nd stage brewing within. Su Ming staggered to his feet, looking at the blood cocoon. He grinned. It seemed it was about to evolve too. Fine, I hope it will be useful after the evolution. At least it should be able to carry someone. He stored the blood cocoon in the system space and looked up at the gray, overcast sky. The post-battle wasteland was quiet except for the sound of the wind. His injuries had healed, but the feeling of exhaustion remained. It wasn't physical fatigue. It was the time of enlightenment after the pleasure of battle. Not far away, a figure rushed out of the fog, carrying a fragrant wind. Shen Qingxi was holding a cold. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with worry. Her eyes slightly reddened, her nano-combat suit torn in several places, and her fair arms covered in bloodstains. Clearly, she hadn't had time to tend to her own injuries and rushed over first. In her mind, Su Ming's injuries must be much more severe than her own. She had watched the entire battle. Su Ming had his shoulder bitten through by the Wolf King, his chest torn open, and his back slashed, losing at least 2 liters of blood. When she ran over, she had already prepared for the worst. Then she saw Su Ming's state. His entire body was covered in dried blood stains. But where were the injuries? She circled around Su Ming. There were none. Not a single wound. Shen Qingxi's mind buzzed. You killed a Quasi 4th stage source beast, and you weren't, huh? How could I not be hurt? Look, I'm all scratched up. You actually killed a Quasi 4th year source beast without being injured. Her voice held a tremor she didn't even realize, making it hard to discern whether it was shock or disbelief. How could I not be injured? Su Ming replied innocently, raising his arm and pointing to the shallow red mark left by the wolf's claw beneath his collarbone. Look, you've scratched me red. Shen Qingxi almost choked on her breath. Red. Is that even? Su Ming looked at her frustrated demeanor, as if she wanted to draw her sword, feeling delighted in his heart. Shen Qingxi circled around Su Ming again and again. Fighting a source beast of that level, he had been bitten no less than 20 times, blood spraying like a fountain. No wounds. Her gaze slid from Su Ming's shoulder to his chest, then down to his abdomen. Indeed, there were no wounds. Even scars were absent. His skin was healthy and radiant, with smooth muscle lines resembling a jaguar rather than a bodybuilder. Every inch contained astonishing explosive power. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist with the outline of his abs faintly visible, not deliberately flaunting, but just right. Paired with that handsome face. Shen Qingxi found herself pausing for an extra second. This was not someone who had just gone through a bloody battle. It was clearly someone who had just wrapped up a commercial for High-End Men's Body Wash. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingxi's gaze had gradually shifted from checking for injuries to appreciating physique. This guy must be at least 9 meters tall, right? He seemed to have grown a bit taller since she last saw him at the junkyard. He noticed that this girl's gaze seemed to inadvertently dart towards his abs. Is this a hook? She's already checking the goods. Su Ming pretended to stretch his muscles discreetly, doing an expansion exercise, instantly tightening his back muscles and showcasing a beautiful butterfly bone outline. Then, as if his neck was uncomfortable, he tilted his head, raised his arms high above his head, stretching his waistline. Every movement perfectly showcased his body's lines, which could rival the finest pieces of art in a 360-degree view, without any dead angles. Masculinity hit her like a wave. Shen Qingxi had never seen such a scene. She had grown up in military camps and martial arts academies, and the men she had seen were either rough men, old men, or scoundrels like Liu Beichen who looked good on the outside, but were worthless on the inside. There was no one like Su Ming who combined wild strength with exquisite appearance so perfectly, truly unique. She felt her cheeks heat up, her heart racing, feeling a bit suffocated. Am I poisoned? Is it the toxin from those venom sac spiders that delayed its effects? After posing in a flashy manner, Su Ming felt good about himself, smiling at her. So what do you think of my new outfit? Does it look good? You're not even wearing anything. Shen Qingzi blurted out, but halfway through she abruptly stopped, her face turning crimson to the roots of her neck. It suddenly dawned on her that when this guy referred to clothes, he meant his muscular physique. Rogue. Su Ming feigned sudden realization, looking down at his bare upper body with a pained expression. Where's my clothes? Oh right, I just remembered earlier to protect Miss Shun, I was torn apart by the Wolf King. He swiftly changed the topic, looking sincerely at Shen Qingzi. That was a limited edition trench coat made of grade composite material, so. Miss Shen, shouldn't you reimburse? Shen Qingzi gritted her teeth, forcing the word out. Reimburse you. She knew very well that ever since that battle with the mercenaries' mech engineer, he had been exposing himself. Oh dear, thinking about this made her ears flush. Shen Qingzi thought, if only she had Su Ming's audacity. This guy's skin was thicker than flesh on his body. After cursing him, she took a deep breath to calm herself, pointing to the huge corpse of the Wolf King on the ground, and the scattered corpses of the wind-blade wolves in the distance. You killed that Wolf King by yourself, and all the loot is yours. Additionally, I just killed 37 second-tier wind-blade wolves, and they are all yours too. Really? Su Ming's eyes lit up. 37 second-tier, plus 1 Quasi 4th tier. How much quality point would this be worth? This woman, she wouldn't be interested in me, would she? He felt that those few displays were not in vain. It seems it would be necessary to take some lessons in the future. I heard that men dancing on a pole is also quite something. Being a versatile, handsome man, the future is limitless. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Miss Shun is generous. Are you moved? Shen Qingzi asked him in annoyance, seeing his greedy look. I dare not move, I prefer lying down. Su Ming waved his hands repeatedly with a serious face. Shen Qingzi cursed him as a rogue and ran to check on De Huang. Su Ming focused his thoughts and directly stored the Wolf King's massive corpse into the system space. Butler devour. Then he waited quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The anticipated income notification did not sound. Su Ming frowned, sensing that something was off. System, are you lagging? Or have you crashed? Today's automatic devour limit has been reached. The cold mechanical notification hit him like a bucket of cold water. What the heck? There's a limit. Su Ming was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that when he activated the system butler, a description page seemed to pop up, but he was too eager to fight and didn't read it carefully. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the system. System butler beginner automatic recovery can silently devour designated items in space with a daily devour limit of 100 quality points. Intelligent classification automatically separates devoured items from the host's daily belongings to avoid confusion. Conversion preview can preview the expected benefits from bulk devouring to prevent misdevouring high-value items. Management service fee. Each time automatic recovery produces quality points, the system will deduct 5 as a handling fee. Combat scheduling automatically allocates quality points for quality enhancement and body repair during battle without needing the host's distraction. Upgrade conditions to advance to system butler intermediate requires spending 100 quality points. After the upgrade, the daily limit increases to 500 points, and the management fee decreases to 3. Looking at the glaring line of daily limit 100 quality points, Su Ming felt like a herd of alpacas ran through his mind. Scammers. They really are scammers. He paid a huge sum for the membership, and it turned out to be limited bandwidth. But being able to freely allocate points and repair his body during battle is already powerful enough. He extended his consciousness into the space. Indeed, the corpses of the rock-armored centipedes, venom sac spiders, and needlefly flies he previously collected had only been devoured halfway, while the rest were neatly piled in a corner, kindly marked waiting to be devoured. On the other side, in his personal belongings area, a key, a cheap pair of headphones, a mobile phone, and 2 large boxes of unknown tissues were all neatly arranged. He also saw the only school uniform he had kept for 3 years, which was patched up. Su Ming focused his thoughts and took out the school uniform. Always being bare-chested isn't right. He couldn't keep giving Shen Qingzi benefits. He quickly put on the wrinkled school uniform, zipped it up, finally covering up his enticing muscles. He glanced at his status panel. Quality points 50, 100. Activating the system butler cost him 7,000, but fortunately the system butler had diligently consumed up to the limit of 100 points today, allowing him to have this balance now. When he fought the Wolf King, he had added 400 quality points to his own quality. Real quality 50-30. 3 kilograms at this moment. His weight had reached 5 tons. From the assassins sent by Zhao Kuo to the wave of source beasts, and then to the fierce battle with the Wolf King, he had hardly rested. Thinking about upgrading had been interrupted all along. Fortunately, fortune and misfortune coexist. After this battle, he had a clearer understanding of his strength. Now it's time. System all in. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. I want to upgrade to Tier 3 Silver. Ding. Consumed 4970 quality points, converting 4,970 kilograms real quality. Converting. Congratulations, host. Real quality has surpassed 1,000 kg, successfully upgraded to Tier 3 Silver. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from his body. His bones, muscles, fascia, and even every cell underwent a profound transformation at this moment. If he were a piece of high-density alloy, it would still feel exaggerated. Now he was a solid-state physical. Host Su Ming Realm Tier 3 Silver Life Form First Life Form Carbon-Based Mortal Real Quality 10030. 3 kilograms. Quality points 100. Upgrade progress 10 tons. His physique still resembled that of a slender youth, but his density had far surpassed any known natural element. The heaviest stable metal in the past life was osmium with a density of about 22,000. And now he was 5 times that of osmium. What does this mean? When he ran at a normal person's speed, the impact he generated would be 100 times that of an ordinary person. This wasn't a mud truck. This was a solid armor-piercing bullet with legs. Su Ming could feel the ground beneath him trembling slightly. No, it wasn't the ground shaking, it was the ground collapsing. Su Ming stood still looking down. Both of his feet had sunk into the soil, as if he were stepping on soft sand. What are you doing? Su Ming asked with a blank expression. I'm walking. Can't you be lighter? I haven't even exerted force yet. He was speaking the truth. 10 tons of weight with his feet, having such a small contact area. The pressure spread out. Reinforced concrete felt like cookies beneath his feet. If he jumped, he would probably bury himself, half a meter deep. Oh no. Su Ming froze in place, suddenly understanding what it meant to pay to become strong, so strong that you can't move. He quickly glanced at the system store. Quality suppression perfectly suppresses one's real weight to normal human levels. This state only alters the external terrain feedback and weight perception without affecting any kinetic energy transformation or explosion. It could be exchanged for 2,000 quality points. Then he looked at his balance. Quality points 100. Su Ming's vision darkened. Damn, he was short by 1,900. Su Ming's gaze slowly turned toward the massive corpse of the Wolf King in the system space. Today's limit was used up, but that was the system butler's automatic devour limit. He could manually devour without restrictions. He focused his consciousness into the space and pressed his palm against the Wolf King's corpse. Devour. Unlike other source beasts, the Quasi-4th-tier Wolf King contained an exceedingly rich source energy within its body, and its bone density and muscle structure were far beyond that of an ordinary second tier. 1 minute later, ding. Devoured the corpse of the Quasi-4th-tier Redman Windblade Wolf King. Quality points 2,000. 2,000 exactly. Quality point balance 2,100. Just enough. Without hesitation, he declared, exchange quality suppression. Ding. Consumed 2,000 quality points. Skill quality suppression has been exchanged. In an instant, Su Ming felt a lightness over his body. The terrifying sense of weight that threatened to crush the earth disappeared in an instant. Su Ming controlled his perception of weight, reducing it from 10 tons to 100 kilograms, then 80, then 75. Standard weight. He pulled his legs out of the pit and lightly stomped his feet. The ground remained unmoved. Su Ming sighed in relief. This is how it should be. Quality suppression. The names of all system skills aren't very appealing, but this one is undoubtedly the most practical divine skill. Not for any other reason. Let's not even mention future personal happiness. Just think about being invincible in the future. Even taking a dump could open a back door for the earth. Is this even acceptable? The sky had turned completely black. The tent was scavenged from those 3 unfortunate assassins. It was windproof and sandproof, though a bit small. Su Ming cleaned the inside thoroughly and tossed the only remaining thin blanket to Shen Qingxi, then sat cross-legged at the entrance of the tent. Not far away on the open ground, the blood cocoon of the Great Yellow stood silently, its dark red and golden patterns flickering in and out, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. Tomorrow they would be heading back. If this damn thing hadn't hatched by tomorrow night, they would have to leave it here to fend for itself. He wasn't too worried about it. This creature was as tough and cheap as he was. After Shen Qingxi finished treating her arm wound, she rummaged through her spatial ring and pulled out 2 source energy recovery potions, tossing one to Su Ming. Su Ming caught it and glanced at the label. 5,000 federal coins. This potion of yours seems practically free. It was never meant to cost you anything. Shen Qingxi shot him a sideways glance, unscrewed her own potion, and took a sip. Leaning against the inner wall of the tent, her long legs curled beneath the thin blanket, her gaze fell upon the wound on her hand. This source energy training was far more thrilling than all her previous practical experiences combined over the past. Her source energy was almost depleted, and the aftereffects of the third sequence of the floating pagoda's bone shattering were still lingering, with a faint bone-white glow occasionally emanating from her fingertips. She opened the terminal's talents ranking, staring at her astonishing score. 7,100 points. Within a day, she had jumped from 3,420 to 7,100. Everything felt so unreal. It was fraught with danger, yet it seemed like there was more thrill than peril. Shen Qingzi glanced at the figure in wrinkled school uniform at the tense entrance, momentarily feeling dazed. Su Ming. That seemingly ordinary body had just a few hours ago been atop the Quasi-4th rank Wolf King, forcefully smashing a Quasi-4th rank source beast to death. Her proud trump card, the floating pagoda's bone shattering, seemed merely a skill of a minor character in his presence. Her annual score couldn't even compare to his daily tally. What kind of monster are you? Unconsciously, Shen Qingzi had developed a great curiosity about him. You're taking your college entrance exam the day after tomorrow, right? Shen Qingzi suddenly spoke up. Su Ming snapped back to reality, nodding. Yeah, the day after tomorrow. So have you? Shen Qingzi hesitated before asking, decided which university you're aiming for? Not yet, I'll see how it goes based on fate. Su Ming shrugged, looking nonchalant. Whichever school's admission office teacher or campus beauty looks good, that's where he'll apply. Shen Qingzi nearly choked. Were you going to school or matchmaking? Besides, with your strength, do you still need to care about scores? Isn't any university in the Federation open to you? Stop pretending. Su Ming's teasing loosened the tension Shen Qingzi had held all day. She lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride and satisfaction in her demeanor. Don't call me Miss Shen anymore. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. And don't call me long legs either. That won't do. I've never lied since I was a child. You want me to say you don't have long legs? I can't do that. Shen Qingzi's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at him, ultimately deciding not to dwell on that title. You can call me senior sister. I was first in both the written and practical tests during last year's college entrance exam. Calling her senior sister, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Sister sounds great. He liked sisters and also liked sisters-in-law. His little sister-in-law and sisters-in-law were also nice. All right, senior sister. He readily called out, making it sound very smooth. Shen Qingzi nodded in satisfaction, feeling she had finally regained some face in front of this guy. Su Ming shifted closer to her, a look of curiosity on his face. So, senior sister, you must know a lot of insider information that ordinary people don't, right? Tell me about it, so I, as a junior who has never seen the world, can have a direction to strive for. The way he called her senior sister made Shen Qingzi feel appreciated. She had always been aloof with few close girlfriends, let alone being treated as a senior to be consulted. This feeling was quite novel. She thought for a moment and said, the best awakening university in the Federation has its roots in the military. They are collectively known as the 4 military academies, corresponding to the 4 war zones. Additionally, there are the Federal Central University and the Eastern Pearl University, also known as the Imperial Capital University and the Demon City University. Let me first tell you about the 4 military academies. First is the Northern Academy, the Xian Armor Academy. Xian Armor. Su Ming pondered over this term. Yes, as long as the Xian Armor stands, the northern border will not perish. A flicker of respect flashed in Shen Qingzi's eyes. The Xian Armor Academy is the Federation's most solid shield, focusing on the frontline battlefield and the defense line. Its ace is the steel barrier system, specializing in defensive enhancement talents. Graduates typically join the Northern Frontier Corps. There's also a command system for cold weather operations which prefers ice-type and earth-type talents. She glanced at Su Ming. Your talent is in the defensive branch of the enhancement system. Judging by surface data, the Xian Armor Academy is indeed suitable for you. Defense. What I lack most right now is defense. But the Xian Armor Academy sounds like a bunch of heavily armored fools, which doesn't quite match my development path. I am a hexagonal warrior. Suddenly Shen Qingzi recalled the moment Su Ming smashed the Wolf King and added, there's a problem with this school. Their teaching system is designed around damage response. It emphasizes stability, and if you go there you might be scolded by the instructors every day. Su Ming thought about it and felt she had a point. In his past life, even while gaming, he was like this, saying he played tanks, but acted like a warmonger. It was always 1v5 when the battle started, and he would be insulted by his teammates every time. This was definitely not an option. I heard there's a strong guy in the 3rd year of the Xian Armor Academy named Xiaozhan. He has in class indestructible body talent, long dominating the academy's strength rankings. He is recognized as the top defensive talent among the younger generation, Shen Qingzi added. Su Ming curled his lips. The top. I could go head-to-head with him right now. Let's see who the real daddy is. What rank is he? Peak of the 3rd rank, but within the community it's generally accepted that his combat ability is already infinitely close to the 4th rank. Still a plate of vegetables, Su Ming thought it unnecessary to remember this person's name. What about the Eastern Lingyun Academy? Shen Qingzi shook her head. That's the least suitable for you. thunderous power dominating the skies. Ling Yun focuses on aerial suppression and rapid raids, with its aces being the aerial assault system preferring wind-type, thunder-type, and flying special types. Their admission standards are the strictest, with absurd requirements for reaction speed. She glanced at his feet that crushed everything. You can barely step on the ground today, but don't even think about getting to the skies. Su Ming's mouth twitched. That statement was quite hurtful and insulting. But what they said was true. Currently his quality engine was just a straight-line accelerator with no brakes or steering. If he went to Ling Yun Academy, he'd probably crash through the teaching building on the first class. Wait-oh. He suddenly remembered that he could exchange for the inertia drift at the 3rd rank. The price of that thing was. In the West is the Shadow Academy, whose motto is a bit cheesy: lone wolf across 1,000 miles, unyielding and unending. Shen Xingzi also began to complain. The Western Shadow Academy, no need for further discussion. Shen Xingzi didn't elaborate, simply saying, stealth assassination. You'd expose yourself on the first day, with the Earthquake Bureau locking onto you more accurately than a source beast. Su Ming didn't refute. In the past, his Tintin body would shake the ground wherever he went. Without internal quality control, he was just a human seismic meter. Stealth? No way. Just entering the enemy's base, earthquake warning would trigger first. But now he had godly skills. This long leg probably didn't know that I could already exert force normally. He smacked his lips. In the blink of an eye, 3 options had already been cut off. What about the Southern United Marshal Academy, where you are? Mentioning her school, Shen Xingzi clearly had more to say. Our school is fully named Southern War Zone United Marshal Academy, the most complexly structured among the 4 major military academies. The core key to the school lies in the 2 words united. What does it mean to be united? First, it's a collaboration between the military financial tycoons and the Assassins Association. Shen Xingzi explained, the military district provides venues, organization, and military task channels. The Federal Military Industrial Consortium, those large financial groups, provide money and equipment, while the Assassins Association provides the most frontline combat instructors and source beast intelligence. My dad's scrapyard is actually an outsourced unit of the Military Industrial Consortium. Su Ming suddenly understood. Isn't this just the mixed ownership model from his past life? State-owned enterprises issue licenses, private enterprises provide funding, and industry associations offer connections. No wonder his father-in-law, a scrapyard owner, could have such great capabilities. Secondly, it's the union of the 4 major war zones. Shen Xingzi continued. Although we're called the Southern Marshal Academy, we have exchange student quotas every year, allowing us to go north to learn cold weather combat, and to the west for stealth tracking. The 4 major military academies also hold a 4-academy competition every year, competing for the honor of the strongest military academy. So the students of this school aren't limited to the south after graduation. Correct. Distribution could be to any war zone in the entire Federation. Su Ming slowly processed this information. In his past life, there was a saying, when job hunting, choosing a platform is more important than choosing a position. A larger platform means more choices and easier job hopping. The Southern United Marshal Academy seems to be that big platform. Lastly, and most importantly, is the union of retired and active personnel. 70% of our school's instructors are experienced and well-connected. They can teach you life-saving techniques that you can never learn from textbooks. Students who perform well can even be directly placed into major military-industrial enterprises or the Assassins Association. Su Ming was captivated. This Southern United Marshal Academy sounded like a small society. The military, commerce, and civilian sectors intertwined with complex relationships, but truly rich resources. What about the ACE specialties? The Source Beast Hunting Command System, with practical assessments accounting for 70. Your close combat abilities are at a crushing level among the same rank, and this system is practically tailor-made for you. Shen Xingzi looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Senior sister, you're working hard to promote your school to me. Are you trying to get me to be your junior? Shen Xingzi's face flushed bright red in an instant, transforming from the knowledgeable senior sister back to the female warrior who would explode when teased. Who wants you to be my junior? I'm just stating the facts. She held her neck high, her gaze evasive. Whether you go or not has nothing to do with me. Oh, Su Ming deliberately elongated his tone. So it seems I was overthinking it. I was hoping that if I had a pretty senior sister covering for me, I wouldn't even need to bring a tent when going out on missions. I could just share my tent with her. Shen Xingzi glared at him in embarrassment and anger. You, lecher. Who wants to sleep in the same tent as you? Get out. Just then, crack. A crisp sound of shattering came from the center of the tent, interrupting their banter. Both turned their heads at the same time. A crack exploded from the top of the cocoon, dark red flames soaring into the sky. The crack spread across the entire cocoon, with fragments shooting out in all directions. A powerful aura, far more explosive and intense than that of the Crimson Mane Windblade Wolf King, erupted from the crack. Su Ming stood up. His internal quality control remained active. But the ground beneath him still cracked under the force of this aura. The blood cocoon completely shattered. In the moment when the firelight dissipated, Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. Standing there was no longer the great yellow he had known. It had completed its evolution. In Jinan City at the Southern United Martial Arts Academy during the late night, the massive holographic genius leaderboard on the second floor of the tactical hall constantly glows with blue light, while a few third-year students on night duty are dozing off in their chairs. Suddenly the leaderboard emitted a piercing system notification sound. The students jolted awake, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they looked over. In the next second, all fatigue vanished. A name was soaring furiously on the leaderboard. Shinqing's Federal Genius Ranking Overall Rankings. Rank 188. Shinqingzi 3420 points. Rank 150. Shinqingzi 4200 points. Rank 97. Shinqingzi 5500 points. Rank 50. Shinqingzi 6800 points. The numbers in the points pool jumped around like crazy, each flicker swallowing several names ahead. Finally, amidst a dead silence, the string of numbers gradually stabilized. Federal Genius Ranking Overall Rankings. Rank 32. Shinqingzi 7100 points. Southern United Academy Campus Ranking. Rank 5. Shinqingzi 7100 points. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, chaos erupted. This score. Is it for real? 7,100 points. Am I seeing things? Rank 5 on campus. She pushed Senior Lei Zhe, who held the 5th position for years, down. In just one day, she climbed from rank 188 to rank 32. Did she wipe out the beasts in the abyss? The night shift student trembled as he took a screenshot and sent it to the class group. 3 seconds later, the group exploded. At the school gate, in a hover sports car painted lightning colors, Lei Zhe was chatting animatedly with a girl in the passenger seat when his wrist terminal suddenly vibrated wildly. He impatiently tapped it open. When he saw himself drop from rank 5 in the whole school to the glaring rank 6, his handsome face twisted in an instant. Bang! He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, and the expensive leather covering sparked with electricity. What kind of international joke is this? He slammed the car, door shut, the engine roared, and the sports car disappeared into the night. The girl in the passenger seat stood there, her skirt blown by the wind. He slammed the car, door shut, the engine roared, and the sports car disappeared into the night. The girl in the passenger seat stood there, her skirt blown by the wind. So no bar tonight. At the Southern United Martial Arts Academy in the girls' dormitory building, Tang Chi-Chi had just finished her shower, wrapped in a towel around her curvy figure, drying her hair while scrolling through her terminal. When she saw the post about the trending leaderboard, she shot up from her bed, typing away furiously. Coffee without Miss Tang Chi-Chi. Did you go slaughtering cities behind my back? From rank 188 to rank 32. Chi-Chi half versum. Not really, but close enough. Tang Chi-Chi stared at the message, her mouth twitching. Close enough. Coffee without Miss Tang. Are you serious? Chi-Chi half verse. Yeah, I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Tang Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. The fact that this girl could say "I'll treat you to dinner" was already the highest level of explanation a cold beauty could offer. In the same dormitory building on the west side of the 3rd floor, Xia Yuyu also saw the ranking update. At the start of the semester, she was ranked 14th, and Shinqingzi was ranked 16th. The gap between them was small. But now, she was still hovering around rank 12, while Shinqingzi had already reached the threshold of the top 5 in the school. Xia Yuyu opened Shinqingzi's detailed performance list. Dense records of hunts filled the entire screen. Kills: first stage poison sac spider 13 kills, first stage stinger fly 20 kills, second stage rock armored centipede 6 kills, second stage ashen wind blade wolf 37. Last month, she fought desperately to kill 3 second stage lizards, almost losing her life. Xia Yuyu closed the performance page, opened the academy's internal forum, and started typing. She changed the title 3 times, finally settling on one that seemed very objective. Data analysis: is the 7,100 points scored by a second stage awakened individual a result of strength or a loophole in the rules? The post rambled for 2,000 words, discussing the refresh rate of the Abyss Ashen Beasts to the theoretical output limit of second stage awakened individuals, citing a bunch of data models, ultimately concluding, given Shinqingzi's publicly known second stage realm and known talent sequence, it is theoretically impossible for her to achieve such a volume of kills. She did not directly write the words cheating, but every paragraph implied it. Less than 10 minutes after the post was published, it topped the forum's trending list. The number of replies skyrocketed. Is this for real? Isn't she just at the peak of the second stage? The analysis is well-founded. It's indeed outrageous for a second stage individual to score such points. Even if she teamed up, reducing the score by half, that would still be over 3,500 points in one day. That's purely slaughter. She killed 37 second stage windblade wolves. The Ashen Abyss is an area that even military squads dare not approach lightly. She definitely had help. Otherwise, it's impossible to achieve such terrifying efficiency. I know someone from her cohort. I've heard this girl was an S-class metal bone talent when she enrolled, exceptionally gifted, and only started to show her strength this year. Supportive voices also existed, but they were quickly drowned out. Those surpassed by Shin Qingxi's ranking, they didn't necessarily believe Shin Qingxi cheated. But how could she surpass them in just one day? They couldn't. In the boys' dormitory area, the student ranked 9th in the school Gu Linchuan also saw the post. He had pursued Shin Qingxi. At the start of the freshman year, he confessed in public and was rejected on the spot. At this moment, he stared at Shin Qingxi's ranking and the line, temporary duo team, remaining silent for a long time. His roommate leaned over and said, "Old Gu, your goddess got stronger again, you can't catch up right." Gu Linchuan didn't respond. He opened Xia Yuyu's post, scrolled to the bottom, and replied, "I suggest the academy make the battle summaries public. The credibility of the genius ranking requires transparency to support it." His tone was restrained, and his wording was appropriate. But the meaning was clear. He wanted to know who that partner was. This reply topped the hot comment section. The post continued to ferment. Some began to dig into Shin Qingxi's enrollment records, others looked up the recent energy fluctuation records of the Southern Abyss Ashen Beast, while a few radical students threatened to report her to the Academic Affairs Office. The entire forum split into two factions. One side believed Shin Qingxi spoke with strength if S-class talent itself was a dominating force among peers. The other faction thought the data was too outrageous. There must be something fishy behind it. After hundreds of posts arguing, no one could convince the other. Just as the public opinion reached its peak. At 3:42 a.m., the Academy's internal network turned completely red. All posts were forcibly suppressed. A pinned post was issued from the highest authority. Signed Huang Fujing, Colonel, Commander of the 7th Independent Regiment of the Southern Military District's Zhuke Corps. The body of the post contained no words of explanation. Only two images. The first image was the energy fluctuation chart captured by the Abyss monitoring station. The horizontal axis represented the timeline, and the vertical axis depicted energy intensity. The graph showed two sharp red peaks shooting straight up like two spears piercing the coordinate system. Next to it, the label coldly stated quasi-third stage Ashen Wind Blade Wolf guards death energy release. Quantity 2. The second image was a system-generated screenshot of the kill location. The image was blurry, but it clearly showed large dark bloodstains on the ground and the torn remnants of the wolf pack. Chunks of flesh and broken bones littered half the hillside, as if crushed by something. Beneath the two images, there was only one line. If you feel it's unfair, first go challenge a quasi-third stage beast before speaking. The entire internal network fell silent in an instant. A few seconds later, the comments section exploded like a tsunami. Quasi-third stage wolf guards. She killed 2. Isn't that the level that only military squads can approach? Colonel Huangfu himself has stepped in. This is official certification. So it turns out she wasn't just grinding points. She really went on a slaughter. Xia Yu looked at the line of text on the screen, and the two red peaks piercing the coordinate system. Her fingers froze on the keyboard. Her ID now had a system annotation below it. This user has been muted for 7 days for posting false information. The 5th stage colonel personally suppressed the post. She didn't even have the chance to delete the post. It was directly nailed to the pillar of shame. This farce ended in the most violent and direct way. But an even greater storm was quietly brewing at a higher level. In Yubicheng at the Northern Xuanjia Academy, in the gravity training room, a man over 2 meters tall set down an alloy barbell weighing at least a ton, his sweat soaking through his tank top. He cast a cold glance at the terminal screen. Xiao Zhan S-class indestructible body ranked first in the Xuanjia Academy's combat strength rankings. Shin Qingxi. He thought for a moment, recalling a bit. Last year during the four-school competition, she was sent as a substitute by the South. She sat on the sidelines the entire time, never getting the chance to participate. 7,100 points. Even if there were discrepancies, it would still qualify her as a main force in the four-school competition. He turned off the terminal, picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. I hope she gets the chance at the Genius competition at the end of this year to see just how hard my indestructible body really is. In Pingxi City at the Western Shadow Academy, in a dormitory without lights, the faint glow of the terminal screen reflected on a face devoid of expression. Codename Nightcrow, the perennial hidden champion of the Shadow Academy's combat strength list. He marked a name in his terminal, Shin Qingxi, added to the key observation list. Then he turned off the screen, and the room plunged back into darkness. In Anong City at the Eastern Lingyun Academy, Feng Wuhan scoffed, typing a line in the four-school joint channel second stage. Just don't let someone carry her. Is the Southern Academy starting to package talents now? This message sparked a new round of bickering. At the Central Academy in the Imperial Capital Federation, the theoretical genius Qin Zhao pulled up Shin Qingxi's score growth curve, adjusting his glasses. The curve was very smooth. Normal hunting score growth is staircase-shaped. Score goes up after a wave, then rests for replenishment before attacking again. But Shen Qingxi's curve was almost a straight line, with a constant slope indicating that she had hardly paused throughout the entire combat process. Either she had unlimited stamina, or someone was taking damage for her. Qin Zhao posted a brief analysis on the forum. The score growth curve is abnormally smooth. There is a high probability that a partner with high defense or high output bore a significant amount of frontline pressure. This person is not on the genius leaderboard. There are two possibilities: either they are not a registered student from a military academy, or they voluntarily turned off their score record. Either way, it deserves attention. The response from Magic City Academy was even more direct. The wealthy heiress Chu Xiaoxiao read all the analyses and posted a status in her social circle. Who can find out who her temporary partner was this time? I want to invest. Better to miss an opportunity than to miss out. Accompanied by a picture of the back of a Federal black gold credit card. The comments section was filled with envy. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. On the public forum of the Wuxin network, the wind changed completely. Demand public disclosure of teammate combat information. If the temporary partner contributed more than Shen Qingxi herself, is the point attribution reasonable? Find an expert to guide her. Won't the data look better? Quickly, the curiosity and skepticism of everyone converged on one point. Who was the mysterious partner that helped the S-class genius Shen Qingxi score 7,100 points, and even assisted her in hunting a quasi-fourth stage source beast? For a time, Shen Qingxi's mysterious partner became the hottest topic in the freshman circles of the 6 top academies. Some guessed it was an active soldier from the Southern Military District secretly protecting her. Others speculated it was a third-stage mercenary hired by Shun Hanyuan. Some through connections dug up Shen Qingxi's task application records, finding that the partner section only wrote one line: Zhangchang Igao temporary collaborator information not disclosed. The source of ash and embers shattered completely. The violent waves of scorching heat swept out from the center of the tent as rubble rolled and dust filled the air. Su Ming and Shen Qingxi instinctively squinted, raising their hands to shield their faces. Amidst the flames, a massive and fearsome figure stepped forth, treading upon dark red flames. Its size had nearly doubled compared to before. Standing over 2 meters tall and almost 5 meters long, its limbs were as robust as steel columns, with claws glistening with a chilling metallic sheen. Amidst its golden fur flowed lava-like crimson patterns. Most terrifying of all, beside its original neck, a second head had appeared. The left head boasted dark golden vertical pupils, expelling a condensed tangible golden sharp aura from its mouth and nose. The right head had pupils as red as magma, blazing with fierce crimson flames, releasing searing sparks with each breath. The two heads, each exuding a distinctly terrifying aura, perfectly merged atop this single body. The pressure emanating purely from its life essence thickened the surrounding air, causing the rubble beneath its feet to crumble to dust. This was no mere savage beast. This was clearly a two-headed hellhound that had crawled out from the depths of the abyss. Shen Qingxi's hand gripping the knife revealed bulging veins. Her sensitivity towards the source beast was incredibly sharp. This aura was even stronger than that of the Wolf King from earlier. The two-headed form, she murmured, after it devoured the beast's soul imprint. It wasn't just a simple absorption of energy, but rather bloodline fusion. She glanced back at Su Ming. You dog, you've evolved into a third-tier source beast. Hey, why was she insulting him? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, has it also reached the third tier? Shen Qingxi froze. Also, her mind raced, and she suddenly widened her eyes at Su Ming. Also, what do you mean? Have you also broken through to the third tier? Su Ming felt delighted inside, yet he pretended to be nonchalant and nodded. Yeah, I accidentally made a small breakthrough just now. Accidentally? Just a small one. I see you're putting on quite a show. Shen Qingxi stood frozen. She opened her mouth, but then closed it again. This battle had brought her to the peak of the second tier. After returning, she was confident she could cross into the third tier within a week. Yet this man had casually fought a battle in the wilderness and then declared himself at the third tier. While she should have been immersed in the joy of her promotion, her mood felt like a roller coaster. In a brief moment, she experienced a complex array of emotions, from shock, doubt, confusion, to finally self-denial. Who am I? Where am I? What have I been doing for the past 19 years? She felt that being a senior was quite humbling. Just then, the imposing two-headed hellhound, upon spotting Su Ming beside the tent, suddenly trembled. Its 4 vertical pupils instantly cleared. Both tongues darted out simultaneously. A woo. The 2 snarling dog heads let out a whimpering sound together. Its massive body twisted into a worm-like form on the ground, a posture that was utterly incompatible with its fierce appearance, as its flame-burning tail thrashed about, creating an afterimage. Using all 4 paws, it rolled and crawled to Su Ming's feet. The left head nudged his leg while the right head licked his hand. The 2 heads vied for affection, bumping into each other, nearly starting a scuffle. The scene resembled a loyal dog that hadn't seen its owner for hundreds of years. There was no dignity of a source beast to speak of. The abrupt change in demeanor left Shin Ching's mind momentarily blank. Wasn't this supposed to be a hellhound from the abyss? Was it really begging for a pet? Was this a freaking husky? Su Ming, however, was unfazed and disdainfully pushed away the two heads that kept nudging against him. Get off. With two mouths licking one side of my face, have you considered my feelings? Su Ming sized up the size of De Huang after its evolution, his gaze landing on its broad and flat back. Not bad, from now on you will be my exclusive mount. Without further ado, Su Ming stepped onto De Huang's foreleg joint and climbed onto its back. De Huang's two heads turned to look back, excitement written all over their four eyes, as if to say, the master finally wants to ride me. Su Ming cautiously consolidated part of his weight. As hundreds of kilograms pressed down, De Huang not only remained still, but also let out a comfortable "oh-woo," as if it had finally sensed the presence of its master. Stable. So stable. Let's go for a couple of laps. A woof. De Huang dug its hooves into the ground, and suddenly sprang forward, kicking up a cloud of dust in the desert. Its nearly 5-meter-long body sped across the rubble-strewn wasteland, yet its running posture was surprisingly stable. Its four thick legs absorbed the bumps of the ground like hydraulic suspension. Su Ming, riding atop, surprisingly felt no jolting. Not bad, not bad. He patted De Huang's neck, utterly satisfied. Transportation, travel charge, and show off all in one dog. De Huang's two heads let out a joyful low growl, running even more happily. After a lap, De Huang, with great insight, lowered its body to lie down, making it convenient for Su Ming to dismount. Su Ming looked quite pleased. This was cooler than any luxury sports car or private jet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shin Chingzi. This girl had never taken her eyes off De Huang, her gaze clearly revealing a hint of curiosity and envy. Su Ming jumped down from the dog's back, smiling as he spoke. Senior sister, would you like to take a ride? This is a luxury top-tier mount, and experience you can't buy even with money. Shin Chingzi hesitated. Throughout her life, she had ridden command vehicles, armored vehicles, and military hovercraft, but never had she ridden a dog. More accurately, a near fourth-tier two-headed fire-breathing dog. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. Seeing her expression, Su Ming provoked. Senior sister, you're not afraid of dogs, are you? Who's afraid? Shin Chingzi instinctively retorted. Su Ming beamed even brighter. Then you should come up. The view is great in front. You can sit up front. That way he could rightfully be a chivalrous protector from behind. De Huang cooperatively turned around, showcasing its wide back, while the left head turned back to Shin Chingzi, playfully sticking out its tongue, as if to say, come on, come on. He'll get on. Shin Chingzi bit her lip, ultimately unable to resist temptation, and stepped forward. He'll ride it myself. You're not allowed to get on. De Huang had two heads, but not two bodies. Whether behind her or in front, it felt too intimate. Su Ming's plan shattered. So I'm just here shaking my head for nothing. He watched Shin Chingzi walk up to De Huang, preparing to mount. Shin Chingzi had not worn her combat suit tonight, only a thin t-shirt on top and black sports shorts below. Under the moonlight, her long, smooth legs glimmered with an ivory sheen. The muscular lines were tight and exuded a sense of power. A true beauty. She was simply exquisite. Su Ming's gaze stuck to her. In just a few seconds, he felt a bit parched. Just as Shin Chingzi had one foot on the dog's back, preparing to push up with the other, Su Ming inexplicably stretched out his hand, not even knowing what had compelled him. His palm landed directly on her calf. It felt smooth and delicate, with astonishing elasticity and incredible touch. Shin Chingzi's whole body stiffened as if hit by a high-voltage shock, and she jumped 3 meters away from the dog's back in an instant. Su Ming. Her fair face turned bright red, a mix of shame and anger, as she glared fiercely at Su Ming. What are you doing? Who told you to touch me? Perverted bastard. You dare to get handsy now. Su Ming quickly retracted his hand, awkwardly rubbing it on his pants, scratching his head in embarrassment. I just saw you were injured and weak, wanted to help you up. Help you, my ass. Shin Chingzi's chest heaved violently as she looked at his smug, self-satisfied expression, unable to find suitable words to scold him. Su Ming felt a bit unnerved under her murderous gaze, his eyes darting around before he straightened his face seriously. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He wore a shocked expression, as if hearing something utterly absurd. What? Senior sister? You can't possibly think I wanted to touch your leg earlier. What are you thinking? Don't I have my own legs? Why would I need to touch yours? Shin Chingzi was left speechless by his shameless remarks. Could his skin be this thick? You've truly awakened a lot of talents. The night wind from the wasteland blew and causing the tent fabric to rustle. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Shin Chingzi, clutching a rabbit-shaped pillow, sat on her sleeping bag, staring at Su Ming with a gaze reminiscent of one escorting a prisoner. However, Su Ming seemed unfazed, comfortably sitting cross-legged, even pulling out his terminal phone and tapping quickly on the screen. He typed a line in a forum post. Hey everyone, I'm going camping in the wild for the first time with a beautiful senior. What should I pay attention to? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. After posting, he stuffed his phone into his pocket, cleared his throat, and wore a complex expression of although I desire it, I must maintain my composure. Senior, look at this desolate mountain area. It's not good for a solitary man and woman to share a tent, is it? He wore a troubled and conflicted expression, engaged in a significant mental struggle. But in order to fulfill my duties as a partner and to better protect you, I can sacrifice my reputation. Tonight, I will reluctantly stay in this tent to protect you. As he spoke, his foxtail was already raised to the ceiling, and even the two heads of De Huang poked in from outside the tent to take a look. Shin Qingzi was amused by his shameless remarks, coldly uttering two words, no need. Come on, Senior. Su Ming grew anxious. Look at the temperature difference outside. If the cold creeps in at night, what if I freeze to death? I'm your temporary partner for this mission, an important asset. Shin Qingzi shot him a glance, her tone icy. De Huang won't freeze to death. How could you? But it's not the same. Su Ming argued earnestly. De Huang has 2 layers of fur and a body full of heat. What do I have? I only have a heart full of passion and handsome looks. Shin Qingzi could not be bothered to respond, lowering her head to rub her ankle. After a whole day of fighting, even a peak second tier awakened would feel sore. Unconsciously, she squeezed her toes, her delicate feet swaying in the warm light of the tent. Su Ming's eyes lit up with a clever idea. Ahem, Senior, to be honest, he said earnestly, besides being handsome and strong, I actually have a hidden identity, a top foot massage master in Jiangxing. Back in the foot massage street, everyone would line up to book me. Golden medal, Su Ming. Your ankle shows signs of energy stagnation and blocked meridians. If not massaged in time, it will definitely affect your combatability. Considering our camaraderie in battle today, I'm willing to offer you a free session. As he spoke, that large, sturdy hand reached towards Shin Qingzi's ankle. Shin Qingzi's hair stood on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retracting her leg instantly. Get out, pervert. Wolf. Su Ming sighed, regretfully retracting his hand, his tone filled with the melancholy of a pearl cast into darkness. Sai, you don't understand. If I'm not mistaken, your talent is related to your own bones, right? Shin Qingzi shot him a glare, annoyed. Isn't that obvious? My blades grow from my bones. You're only figuring it out now? Su Ming completely ignored her glare and continued, before I studied foot massage techniques, I even earned the title of pioneering bone adjustment back in my hometown. With your bone-related talent and the intense battles, local energy circulation issues can lead to bone damage. Come, don't be afraid, let me help you. Stop. Shut up. Shin Qingzi's cheeks flushed. She felt that if she continued listening, her head would explode. How could this guy's twisted logic be so consistent? Seeing her reaction, Su Ming not only did not restrain himself, but even inched closer to her, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. Senior, if you really mind foot massage and bone adjustment, I actually secretly studied another amazing skill. Royal high-grade essential oil massage and back energy therapy, focusing on soothing body and mind, invigorating blood flow. Why not let me? Su Ming, get out of here. Shin Qingzi could no longer tolerate it, grabbing a thin blanket nearby and throwing it at Su Ming. Her chest heaved violently, clearly upset by this guy's multi-talented antics. Look at you, so anxious. Su Ming retreated toward the exit of the tent, while still insisting, a healer's heart. You can't deny my sincere technician heart just because I look like a rogue. Besides, you're sleeping alone in such a big tent. I really can't stand. Cough, I can't rest easy. My dog even rode you. What's a tent to me? Fine, you can have the tent. I'll sleep outside. Shin Qingzi interrupted him through gritted teeth. Su Ming reluctantly closed his mouth. As he pushed aside the tent flap to crawl out, De Huang lay at the entrance, both heads looking over in unison, their 4 eyes filled with sympathy that said, come keep me company. What are you looking at? Su Ming plopped down against De Huang, pulling the dog's tail as a pillow. Tonight you are my... The night wind howled. 1 man and 1 dog huddled together. At 2 in the morning in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital at the Liu family manor, a bell tolled, ancient and somber, echoing through the night sky. A deep red dragon's roar. This was the highest alert sign, representing a clan extermination level crisis. The last time it was sounded was 30 years ago, during the darkest moment when the Federation was nearly overturned by a beast tide. The entire Liu family's core estate was instantly illuminated. In the grand conference hall, holographic projections lit up one after another. Some people were groggy while others wore grim expressions. Who triggered the dragon's roar alarm? Are you crazy? Do you know what this means? Elder Liu Chengda's projection slammed the table, shouting angrily. He saw Liu Zhenbang sitting at the main seat with a ghostly pale face, sternly questioning, Zhenbang, is it you? What on earth happened? Liu Zhenbang's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. The hall immediately descended into chaos. Several elder members of the war faction assumed there was an external attack and even clamored to mobilize the Liu family's mech brigade. At that moment, a powerful aura enveloped the entire hall. It was ancient and overwhelming. All the noise abruptly ceased. At the highest position in the hall, a phantom figure slowly coalesced on the Grandmaster's chair, an elderly man with white hair and beard dressed in a simple linen robe with his eyes tightly closed. It seemed as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Great grandfather, ancestor, why have you come out of seclusion? All the high-ranking members of the Lu family, including Lu Zhenbong, stood up in shock, respectfully bowing. Lu Ziyuan, the previous head of the Lu family, had been in seclusion for 20 years, the true stabilizing force of the Lu family. Lu Ziyuan ignored the crowd and slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. In those eyes there was no murkiness, only a profound silence. His gaze swept over Lu Biyuan, finally landing on Lu Zhenbong. Zhenbong. Lu Zhenbong stood up, slightly bowing. Grandfather, explain everything as it is. Bearing immense pressure, Lu Zhenbong recounted in detail the content reported by Lu Biyuan word for word. When he mentioned that Lu Beichen had been detained by a garbage station, several suppressed snickers echoed in the hall. When he stated SS level highest alert, those snickers instantly vanished, replaced by gasps of shock. When he said Federal extremely dangerous target, some elders began to tremble. When the name Shun Hong Yuan was spoken, several elders shot up from their chairs. Lu Ziyuan opened his eyes. The eyes that had been closed for so long were finally opened. There was no fury in those old eyes, only pure coldness. Good, he nodded. After 20 years of seclusion, this is what the Lu family has produced. To infiltrate the security system on someone else's territory. Do you even know what that place is, eh? No one dared to respond. Lu Ziyuan slowly rose from the ground. He surveyed the entire room, his voice not loud. And you all a bunch of fools. Mobilizing the military. Do you want the Lu family to perish even faster? The faces of several elders changed dramatically, their bodies trembling even more. It seems some still remember. Lu Ziyuan's voice resonated ominously, recounting a bloody history that was enough to be recorded in the annals of the Federation. 30 years ago, 4 7th-tier beast kings joined forces, leading millions of beast hordes from south to north, pushing relentlessly until they reached the imperial capital. The entire 4 military districts were devastated. Platinum and diamond-level powerhouses fell like rain. Those 3 beasts rampaged for a full 7 months. Wherever they went, military fortresses and top sects were turned to ashes. But there was only one place they never set foot in from start to finish. He paused, and his gaze became incredibly profound. Jiang City. Starfire Waste Disposal Plant. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone's breath halted. 3 7th-tier beast kings. That was an existence capable of destroying an entire district. They actually dared not step into a waste disposal plant. A young family member couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Great-grandfather. The 7th-tier beast king that is comparable to humans of the 8th tier, or even near 9th tier. A mere scrap collector. Shut up. Lu Ziyuan raised his cane and pointed at that holographic projection from afar. In a secret chamber 1,000 miles away, that member's sternum collapsed instantly, and he fainted without even a scream. A few seconds later, his holographic projection flickered twice before completely extinguishing. The entire assembly was astonished. The strength of the ancestor was truly terrifying. Ignorance. Lu Ziyuan let out a cold laugh, filled with sorrow for his descendants. You still aren't qualified to know who he truly is. I only remind you that individual in the imperial capital personally ordered that his file be classified as the highest taboo. You are not merely stirring trouble on the head of the Tai Sui. You are handing the knife directly to the king of hell, begging him to wipe out the Lu family. Thud. A high-ranking member's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone present, one and all, turned as pale as death, cold sweat soaking their clothes. They finally understood the terror behind the 7 words that defined SS-level Federal extremely dangerous. Beichen from today on revoke his qualifications as an heir. Grandfather. Lu Zhenbong suddenly stood up. Can a brain of an heir engage in stealing at the door of the king of hell? Keep him to drag the entire Lu family into the coffin. Lu Zhenbong opened his mouth, but dared not speak further. Lu Ziyuan no longer looked at them, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Beiyuan. Beiyuan. Great-grandfather, I am here. Lu Beiyuan's voice was extremely dry. Immediately go to the No.1 treasure vault and retrieve the Starry Sky meteorite along with 3 sets of 7th-generation energy matrix cores. Upon hearing this, even Lu Zhenbong was shocked and looked up. Starry Sky meteorite. That was an invaluable treasure for forging the main dragon bone of glass and above mechs. The entire Lu family only had 2 pieces left, plus the energy matrix cores. Their total value exceeded 8 billion Federation coins. Grandfather, this is unthinkable. Old ancestor, please reconsider. Lu Beiyuan's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Great-grandfather, that is for the Sky Dome project. The project can be started anew if it is lost. Lu Ziyuan's voice held no warmth. If the Lu family is gone, it is truly gone. The items in the vault are meant to prolong the life of the Lu family, and now is the time to use them here. You personally go switch for an unarmed civilian small aircraft and fly straight to Jiang City overnight. Do not bring any guards. Once you arrive, present all the material lists with both hands. If Mr. Shen accepts, there is still a chance for the Liu family. If Mr. Shen is not satisfied, Liu Ziyuan closed his eyes. You shall break the limbs of that beast Beichen right on the spot. From then on, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with my Liu family. In the holographic conference room, one could hear a pin drop. Liu Baiyuan's body froze and placed his mind blank. After a long time, he deeply bowed his head. Great-grandson, I accept the order. The following morning at dawn, Su Ming awoke roused by two warm, damp tongues. Still dazed, he opened his eyes to see De Huang's two massive canine heads flanking his face, left and right, while their long tongues swept rhythmically across his skin with a soft, wet swish. De Huang's exuberance proved far more effective than any alarm clock. With a disgruntled shove, Su Ming pushed the dog heads aside and sprang upright, yawning broadly. Good morning, you pest, he grumbled, blinking awake, only to find himself draped in a familiar pink blanket, its fabric still faintly scented with a delicate fragrance. Su Ming glanced down at the blanket, then at the tightly drawn tent flap. A faint, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Humph. Women. He folded the blanket neatly and placed it by the tent entrance. Then he summoned his system interface and scanned the host. Su Ming. Realm 3rd tier, silver. Life form first life, form carbon-based mortal body. True mass 10130. 3 kilograms. Mass points 10100. Ascension progress 10. 13. Overnight his true mass had surged by over 100 kilograms, thanks to the compounding power of innate talent. Meanwhile his mass points, courtesy of the system's steward's tireless labor, had once again vaulted past the 10,000 threshold. Only skeletal remains of exotic beasts remained in the system's storage space. At this pace, provided sufficient ingredients, he could effortlessly ascend to 4th tier, gold within just over a week. System, what are the conditions for the next life form? System alert: the carbon-based mortal body reaches its absolute limit at 100,000 kilograms of true mass. Upon ascending to 4th tier, gold, the second life form will activate automatically. 100,000 kilograms, exactly 100 metric tons. Thus, the moment he broke through to 4th tier, he would evolve from a carbon-based mortal into an entirely unknown, unprecedented life form. Su Ming understood instantly and felt a quiet, rising anticipation. Just then the tent flap parted and Shun Qingxi emerged, clad once more in her sleek black nanotech combat suit, commanding, poised, and fiercely elegant. Su Ming studied her, then blurted out an unexpected question. Senior sister, how much do you weigh? Shun Qingxi's gaze instantly turned glacial. None of your business. A woman's weight and age were classified information. She delivered him a textbook-perfect, disdainful glance before turning away to wash up. Su Ming stroked his chin, mentally estimating, given her height and frame, she likely weighed no more than 55 kilograms, barely. He glanced sideways at De Huang. Yesterday the dog had carried Shun Qingxi alone. Perhaps he knew something. But De Huang tilted both heads, gazing back with 4 wide, guileless eyes. Forget it. Asking a husky for data was like interrogating a boulder. He retrieved 2 wolf legs from storage and tossed them to De Huang. Instantly the fire-headed canine launched a flame orb, igniting a blaze, and settled down to roast the meat. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and opened the system shop's skill sequence list. With 10,000 points at his disposal, he needed to convert every last one into raw combat capability immediately. His lack of maneuverability, exposed during the battle with the Wolf King, had to be rectified. Inertial drift was non-negotiable. When he expanded the list beyond inertial drift, a new gleaming dark gold skill icon shimmered. Inertial drift. Cost 5000 mass points. Effect: during high-speed motion, reconfigure the direction of inertia by anchoring it to one's own mass, enabling precise directional deviation and rapid trajectory adjustment. The greater the moving mass, the wider the possible deflection angle, and the higher the precision of course correction. His gaze shifted to the second icon. Mass cannon. Cost 5000 mass points. Effect: instantly release the microparticle constraints imposed by mass concealment across the entire body. Apply a 5-fold kinetic multiplier to the host's full true mass. Compress and redirect that amplified kinetic energy within 0.1 seconds to a designated strike point, fist, elbow, knee, foot, etc. A small footnote appeared beneath. Prerequisite sequence: mass concealment achieved. 2 skills, each costing 5,000 points. 10,000 total. Su Ming stared speechless. After purchasing both, only 100 points would remain. A surgical, merciless harvest. Just as he'd earned hard-won credits, the system unveiled 2 irresistible, exorbitantly priced offerings. One was a functional divine technique, the ultimate remedy for his greatest weakness. Master it, and he would transform from a blunt, headlong, battering ram into a peerless martial arts grandmaster. The other was a burst-oriented divine technique, pure, devastating lethality. A five-fold kinetic multiplier applied to his true mass. At 10 tons, that meant 50,000 kilograms of focused impact force. 50,000 kilograms concentrated into a single fist. What did that even mean? This wasn't punching. It was demolishing buildings. He began to grasp the philosophical core behind this dual sequence design. The deeper one suppressed mass via concealment, the more cataclysmic its release became. Two sides of one coin. Defense and offense born of the same principle. Calm and composed in repose. Lethal and decisive in action. Su Ming stared at his slender surplus of over 10,000 mass points and felt his heart bleed. Buy it. Buy both. Was money meant to breed offspring? Ding. 5000 mass points consumed. Skill acquired inertial drift. Ding. 5000 mass points consumed. Skill acquired mass cannon. Two streams of dark gold light flooded into his body simultaneously. One stream flowed softly, like liquid metal weaving through muscle fibers, rewriting his motor instincts from within. The other burned fiercely, coiled deep within his bones like a dormant bomb waiting for detonation. From sudden wealth to instant poverty, in a single breath. Yet Su Ming felt exhilarated, brimming with an unprecedented sense of power and unshakable confidence surging through every limb and sinew. He was already ravenous for action. First test, inertial drift. He strode to an open scorched plain beyond the tent and stretched his wrists and ankles. 50 meters ahead stood a solitary monolith, 3 times a man's height. Su Ming leaned forward slightly. The next instant, mass engine activated. Boom. 10 tons of terrifying mass erupted instantaneously. The charred earth beneath his feet shattered into dust. Shockwaves hurled shards of rock meters into the air. He became a black lightning bolt loosed from its bow, blasting straight toward the monolith. Nearby, Shen Qingxi's pupils contracted sharply. What madness was he conjuring now? As Su Ming hurtled toward the stone at apocalyptic speed, she already envisioned it pulverized to powder. Yet, just before collision, an abrupt, impossible transformation occurred. Mid-flight, Su Ming's body twisted, defying all known physics, as his hips and waist coiled and snapped leftward, shifting his center of gravity with startling immediacy. A wholly novel sensation rippled through him. Mass was no longer a burden. It had become his anchor. That immense inertia bent, not broken, guided by an invisible field. His Tintin frame skimmed the monolith's surface in a flawless arc, gliding past its flank. The very air rushing past cracked the stone surface with a hairline fissure. Su Ming slid 20 meters farther, carving twin furrows deep into the ground before halting, perfectly balanced. He gazed down at the curved groove etched into the earth, grinning ear to ear. Direction fully controllable. Angle precisely adjustable. Speed utterly uncompromised. Again, this time adding mid-course correction. The moment the mass engine ignited, he veered sharply 30 degrees left, then wrenched violently 45 degrees right, etching a razor-sharp, zaped trail across the desert. Shards exploded outward, a serpentine plume of dust coiled behind him. A Tintin body drifting at high velocity across solid ground, utterly defied physical law. Once he had been a cannonball, fired only in straight lines. Now he was a guided cruise missile, capable of supersonic drifts and mid-air turns. Su Ming, euphoric as if he'd swallowed pure chocolate, kept drifting. 8 laps 9, across the barren wasteland. Shen Qingxi stood beside the tent, holding a cup of source energy beverage, completely dumbstruck. She watched Su Ming execute aerial maneuvers rivaling elite fighter jets, her jaw slack, her mind scrambling for words adequate to describe the sheer staggering awe. Why? Why did such impossibilities always orbit Su Ming? Where were the laws of physics? Where was inertia's iron grip? Who in heaven's name was supposed to rein this man in? Su Ming savored the exquisite mastery over inertia humming within him, déjà vu's thunderous soundtrack roaring in his ears. From afar, he executed a final cinematic drift and snap, stopped directly before Shen Qingxi, grinning like a smug, self-assured fool. Basic stuff. Don't overreact. This is called drift. Shen Qingxi stared at the idiot who'd just skidded to a halt with "I'm the coolest" written all over his face, and rubbed her temples. You'd better rein in that arrogance. Constantly shattering reality. You'll trip and fall, sooner or later. Su Ming lowered his head, leaning in close to Shen Qingxi's stunned, beautiful face, and spoke, voice low and enigmatic. Senior sister, I'll tell you a secret. The laws of physics have already collapsed. Newton no longer governs me. This matter requires his younger brother's jurisdiction. Shen Qingxi frowned. Who is Newton? And who exactly is his younger brother? Su Ming flashed a bold, dazzling grin, his tone triumphant. Newton is the true god of force. His younger brother, Niobai. The lingering echo of his drift had yet to fade when Su Ming's gaze locked onto his next target. 100 meters away stood a colossal black boulder, towering as high as a 2-story house. Xuanwu heavy rock, its hardness rivaling that of Class C alloy. Su Ming rotated his right wrist ready to test another extraordinary artifact. Shen Qingzi leaned against De Huang, arms crossed, watching in silence. She already sensed it. He was about to pull off something spectacular again. Su Ming turned to face the boulder, feet slightly apart, center of gravity lowered. In the next instant, within his mind, the dark gold skill icon activated. Mass cannon. Instantly, Su Ming's right arm seemed severed from reality itself. The terrifying microscopic constraint imposed by mass containment shattered in a fraction of a second. 10 tons of true mass. Amplified fivefold by kinetic correction. 50,000 kilograms. Concentrated into a single fist. A low hum resonated as the surrounding air was violently expelled. Shen Qingzi's pupils contracted sharply. Light bent unnaturally around Su Ming's fist. The local spatial mass density had soared to an absurd level, warping even the path of light. An overwhelming pressure surged forward, forcing her to instinctively step back half a pace. Here it comes. Without any wind-up or flourish, Su Ming simply threw a perfectly ordinary punch. Boom. Not sound, but a shockwave. At the moment his knuckles struck the air, friction ignited a blinding white sonic ring. Before the shriek of torn atmosphere reached Shen Qingzi's ears, his fist had already slammed into the boulder's surface, a translucent spherical shockwave erupting outward from the point of impact. Utter annihilation. Boom. Shards of stone exploded outward like shrapnel. The 2-story-high Xuanwu heavy rock fractured from the impact point, spiderwebbing with cracks. The fissures raced across the entire rock, then it detonated. Dozens of millstone-sized fragments tumbled outward in all directions, while the earth beneath Su Ming's feet silently subsided half a meter. Dust billowed thickly. When visibility cleared, the boulder was gone, replaced only by a jagged heap of rubble. Along the edges of several fragments near the impact site, friction had charred them black, faintly glowing with residual crimson heat. Su Ming gazed at the wisp of white smoke rising from his right knuckles, then blew on them with quiet satisfaction. He turned and raised an eyebrow towards Shen Qingzi. "Praise me, quickly." Shen Qingzi stared at him, dazed. After several long seconds, she finally ground out, "You're truly impressive." His smug expression instantly faltered. "Senior sister, your reaction is far too muted. At least scream, or gaze at me with awe." Shen Qingzi bent down to retrieve her beverage bottle, her eyes weary, bearing the quiet exhaustion of one who has seen through all illusions. "Ever since you crushed the Wolf King without injury, astonishment ceased to exist for me. No storm remains unweathered. What is this really?" Su Ming fell silent. No fun anymore. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He'd exerted such effort to stage a dazzling display, only to find his audience utterly desensitized. After a simple breakfast, they began tidying their camp, ravaged beyond recognition.
Liang Ye's face flushed bright red with anger. Ever since he'd come of age, he had never experienced anything like this. Every time he suggested,
Su Ming turned his head toward the nearby monstrous beast, nearly 5 meters long, over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, crowned with 2 massive canine heads. De Huang lay sprawled on the ground, gnawing wolf bones, flames occasionally flickering from his left head to roast them golden sharp, qi from his right, slicing them neatly into pieces. He reveled in the game. Su Ming rubbed his temples. Jiangcheng, a Class D satellite city, maintained zero tolerance for source beasts ranked Tier 3 or higher within its defense perimeter. If he brought De Huang back, the beast would be riddled with gunfire before even reaching the city gates. As if sensing his thoughts, De Huang lifted both heads simultaneously, for eyes gazing at Su Ming with plaintive sorrow. The sight was profoundly uncanny. Shen Qingzi stowed her final piece of gear and approached. "You truly intend to bring him into Jiangcheng? His energy level is nearing Tier 4. The moment he enters the city's defense radius, radar will lock onto him as an invader." Su Ming paused. She was right. And even if they succeeded, where would they house him? His own cramped 10-square-meter rental apartment would force Su Ming himself onto the streets the moment De Huang stepped inside. Besides, the lease was nearly up. Su Ming fixed De Huang with solemn eyes. "Do you wish to stay here?" Both heads shook violently, eyes screaming, "No, no, no." "Then, would you like to attend university with me?" Su Ming asked. De Huang blinked, then nodded furiously. Su Ming turned to Shen Qingzi. "Which university offers a pet studies program?" Shen Qingzi rolled her eyes, but seeing De Huang's hopeful expression, her heart softened. She liked this dog, though calling him a dog now felt increasingly inadequate. After a pause, she spoke. "My father should have a solution." Su Ming's eyes lit up. Yes. How could I forget my future father-in-law?" Old Master Shun commanded vast estates. His courtyard dwarfed Su Ming's rented room. And having retired, wouldn't he welcome the joy of raising pets, strolling with dogs, pampering cats? With De Huang's imposing presence, walking him would command instant prestige. Moreover, De Huang consumed metal, so placing him in a scrapyard would grant him VIP access to an Aleokiniat buffet. In the future, Su Ming could casually drop by for extra meals, and perhaps sneak in a bite himself. Perfect. And with De Huang as the perfect social lubricant, Su Ming could visit the Shun residence under the pretense of checking on his beloved hound. 3 times a week, feasting freely, while exchanging martial insights with his elegant senior sister, Flawless. At that very moment, thousands of kilometers away, in the abyssal depths of the source abyss designated by the Federation as Forbidden Zone 6, an absolute dead zone. Within the ever-present black toxic miasma loomed a colossal throne, woven entirely from the bleached bones of high-tier source beasts, half visible in the gloom. Upon it reclined a man, languid violet vertical pupils gleaming against pale skin features exquisitely refined draped in dark purple feathered armor. Between his slender fingers spun a dark gold syringe, idle bored. Its vial bore a stark insignia, 2 crossed swords beneath which the character, Ba, glinted, Federation military seal of level 8 top secret clearance. Beneath the throne a beast the size of an armored vehicle knelt trembling amid bone shards. Tier 3 apex, source beast, mountain-splitting iron spine rhinoceros. The violet-eyed man chuckled softly, pleased by the creature's terror. With a flick of his finger the syringe shot forth like a streak of light, piercing the rhino's nape with surgical precision. Roar! The mountain-splitting rhinoceros roared in agony, its colossal frame convulsing muscles swelling with violent tension. A torrent of raw chaotic energy, far exceeding its biological limits, detonated within its body. In an eye blink its aura surged violently, forcibly shattering the shackles of its life-bound barrier. Tier 4. A dark red brand slowly illuminated upon its brow, identical to the mark seared onto the forehead of the former Crimson Mane Windblade Wolf King. The violet-eyed man rose, descended from his throne, and idly patted the newly awakened Tier 4 rhinoceros. It actually ascended. His voice was soft, genderless, enigmatic. Very well. Then serve as my envoy, to test whether those insects' defenses are truly as brittle as they appear. His violet pupils pierced the endless darkness beyond the abyss, gazing upon the world outside. The main act begins now. He tossed the empty syringe into the bone pile and returned to his throne. Forbidden Zone 6 sank once more into utter stillness. Only the hollow syringe shimmering faintly in the dark. Far beyond, along the distant frontier, a shrill alarm tore through the abyss's silence, and this was merely the first note of the symphony. Simultaneously across disparate coordinates, northern frost plains deep within an ice cavern, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils snapped open in eternal night. Permafrost cracked, a Tier 4 ice bear encased in frost burst forth, roaring skyward. Eastern sea, a chasm in the deep abyss. Thick purple mist churned upward. A Tier 4 sea serpent, nearly 10 meters long, coiled around a broken cliff, shrieking with an infant's wail. Western Gobi Desert, heart of a sandstorm. Amid dust blotting out the sun, a Tier 4 sand scorpion erupted from the earth, its barbed tail gleaming with eerie blue venom raised high. East, west, south, north, the 4 frontline zones. 4 terrifying source beasts, forcibly catalyzed by unknown power, breached the abyss's restraints. All at once, surging toward humanity's defenses. Jiangxing. Spark scrap processing plant. Sublevel 5, the void prison. No light. No sound. No matter. Only absolute darkness and void. Liu Beichen sat slumped upon a 10 square meter floor panel, emitting a faint glow, the sole tangible entity in the entire space. His back leaned against the wall, gaze vacant. For days. Trapped in this accursed place for 4 full days. That day he'd followed military inspector Lu Feng into what was called an isolation chamber. The moment the door sealed, reality shifted. He'd expected level 5 to resemble level 3's gravity chamber, crowded with high-tech instruments. Instead, it was a self-contained void prison severed from the physical world. Such technology appeared only in documentaries from the Federation's Supreme Academy, reserved exclusively for containing high-tier hazardous entities. Its construction cost was astronomical. What gave some scrap dealer the right to possess such a thing? Roar. Another muffled, suppressed roar echoed from the void's depths. This sound had recurred intermittently these past 4 days, each time sending chills down his spine. Could it be that this Shin fellow was secretly breeding source beasts? Or worse, colluding with forces deep within the source abyss? The former meant imprisonment, the latter, execution of 9 generations. A spark of excitement flashed in Liu Beichen's eyes. This man had been reckless, exposing such a monumental secret to him. Yet doubt crept in. Was this brazenness rooted in something darker, that he never intended for Liu Beichen to walk out alive? Impossible. Liu Beichen shook his head fiercely. His elder brother had assigned him a dual training mission. Its deadline loomed. His prolonged disappearance would surely trigger Liu Beiyuan's rescue. All he needed was to endure. As for summoning family aid, absolutely not. He, Liu family's prodigy, had failed to win a woman's heart only to be effortlessly subdued by a janitorial robot at a scrapyard, then held hostage like common ransom. If word leaked, his reputation among the imperial capital elite would crumble beyond recovery. He must wait for his brother's silent, swift rescue, and then ensure Shun Hanyuan and that penniless Frank youth learned the true meaning of despair. Just as his mind replayed visions of triumphant return, ripples distorted the void before him. Shun Hanyuan strode in, wearing floral-patterned shorts, flip-flops slapping against his heels, iron walnuts spinning idly in his palms. He surveyed Liu Beichen up and down, mild surprise flickering in his eyes. For days had passed, yet this young man. He neither wept nor wailed, neither begged for mercy nor crumbled, yet still wore that defiant, unruly air. A rare display of backbone indeed. He casually injected a pale blue restorative serum into Liu Beichen's arm. The liquid dissolved into shimmering motes, sinking into his flesh. Warmth surged instantly through his legs, and long dormant sensation flooded back with startling speed. Liu Beichen pushed himself upright from the ground, the shattered knee bone fully healed. He felt invigorated once more. Oomph. He fixed Shun Hanyuan with a renewed gaze, brazen arrogant. Well, have you finally uncovered the Liu family's background? Are you trembling now, ready to beg for forgiveness? Shun Hanyuan frowned faintly, watching him in silence. Seeing no reply, Liu Beichen grew bolder, convinced the Liu name had cowed his opponent into submission. Let me tell you, my elder brother Liu Baiyan is the youngest chief engineer at the Federal Research Academy, and a Tier 3 Apex Awakened. My father Liu Jinbong currently heads the Liu Group, ranked Tier 4 Gold. Your father Liu Jinbong is Tier 5 Platinum, overseeing the Liu Group's Southern Energy operations. Shun Hanyuan cut him off. Your brother Liu Baiyan, talented yes, but he strayed down the wrong path. Your grandfather Liu Qingde perished 30 years ago during the Beast Tide. A walnut spun lazily in his palm. As for your great-grandfather Liu Ziyuan, who has secluded himself in cultivation for 2 decades, he is merely a Tier 7 causal affinity awakened. His tone was as flat and detached as reciting a menu. Liu Beichen's expression froze, utterly rigid. How could he possibly know about great-grandfather? This was the Liu family's most closely guarded secret. He stood stunned. Upon learning of a Tier 7 patriarch, shouldn't he have dropped to his knees instantly? Why did this man remain so impassive? There are 2 things I detest above all, Shun Hanyuan finally spoke, his voice chilling. First, anyone daring to lay designs upon my daughter. Second, anyone presuming to swagger before me. Unluckily for you, you've committed both. Liu Beichen's Adam's apple bobbed, his lips parted, but no sound emerged. I'd hoped your family would retrieve you swiftly, so you could vanish. Since they haven't come, however, I won't harbor. Shun Hanyuan raised one finger. That restorative serum, just now, 1 million credits. Then a second, 4 days room and board, 50,000 credits per day, 2 million total. A third finger lifted. From today onward, every additional day you linger incurs 1 million credits in detention management fees. Rising to his full height, he loomed over Liu Beichen. Now, go downstairs and tighten screws. You leave only when your debt is paid in full. He snapped his fingers. Before Liu Beichen could react, the world spun violently. In the next instant, he stood in the factory's ground floor sorting workshop, rusted screws and a wrench lying beside him. Several laborers glanced his way, then resumed their work without comment. Liu Beichen remained rooted in place, mind utterly blank. He, scion of the Liu family, heir to one of the capital's most elite dynasties, tightening screws. Shun Hanyuan appeared in the first-floor office zone, muttering under his breath. Damn these youngsters nowadays, less sharp-tongued than I was in my prime, yet far more arrogant. The more he brooded, the angrier he grew, the walnut spinning faster, its crackle sharp and insistent. Just as irritation peaked, his phone vibrated. Caller ID flashed, beloved daughter. Instantly Shun Hongyuan's countenance transformed, from grim sovereign to doting father. Even his wrinkles softened. Hey, my girl. Dad, mission complete. Shin Xingxi's voice came through, lighter, brighter than usual. All went smoothly. No injuries. Perfectly smooth. Pride warmed her tone. Dad, my celestial prodigy ranking score stands at 7100. 5th on campus. Shun Hanyuan shot upright from the sofa. 5th on campus. Yes. Excellent. Truly my daughter's medal. His excitement stilled the walnut spin entirely. Undoubtedly destined to become a martial god. When you return, I'll cook braised spare ribs just for you. Flustered by the praise, Shin Xingxi cleared her throat. Dad, there's something else. What is it? We've tamed a Tier 3 canine-type origin beast, and wish to bring it home. Can you arrange that? What? Shin Hongyuan's voice leapt an octave. Tamed. A Tier 3 origin beast. Daughter, are you jesting? Origin beasts were inherently savage, nearly impossible to subdue. To secure an origin beast's loyalty required at least a Tier 7 awakened binding it through a soul covenant. Had his daughter truly stumbled upon such extraordinary fortune on a mere training excursion? Precisely speaking, it's a steppe mastiff that during evolution fused with the bloodline of a Tier 3 apex wolf sovereign. Shin Xingxi corrected gently. It has sworn fealty and poses no danger. Shen Hongyuan paused for 2 silent seconds. You're serious? Absolutely. Fine. I'll call old Qin shortly. Thanks, Dad. Shen Qingzi laughed radiant. Hearing her mirth, Shen Hongyuan's heart gave a sudden uneasy lurch. Her tone felt strangely off. Cautiously he probed. And what about that young man who partnered with you? Still alive? Didn't slow you down, did he? Recalling Su Ming's brutal pummeling of the wolf sovereign, and that absurd Tintin weight drifting midair, Shen Qingzi's lips twitched involuntarily. Slow her down. He'd be lucky not to drag the entire squad straight into disaster. He's alive, very much so, she retorted exasperated. De Huang pledged allegiance to him alone. Shen Hongyuan blurted, You're saying De Huang, the origin beast, is bound to him. Dad, nearly all our ranking points came from him. Shen Qingzi seemed to have unlocked a floodgate. He single-handedly slew nearly 100 aberrant beasts. Silence erupted on the line. How many? Shen Hongyuan suspected he'd misheard. Besides numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 specimens, he felled a Tier 2 void-shredding bat, a Tier 2 Apex Berserk Wolf Guard, and a Tier 3 Apex Crimson-maned Windblade Wolf Sovereign, whose final surge pushed it to near Tier 4. With each word, Shen Hongyuan's breathing grew heavier. When she finished, only silence remained in the receiver. After a long pause, What the hell? A thunderous, earth-shaking curse exploded from the lips of the capital's legendary Shen Yi, Jiangqing City Defense Command. Commander Qin Luo sat tense, eyes locked on the massive screen, displaying the expanding energy signatures of the Origin Abyss fissures. Just then the red encrypted telephone on his desk rang, without warning. At the surname displayed on the caller ID, Qin Luo flinched, nearly sliding off his chair. He slammed a button on the wall. Instantly, alloy plating sealed every door and window, the office locking into maximum confidentiality mode. He drew a deep breath, adjusted his uniform crisply, then answered the call with reverent care. Greetings, Lord Zhen. Hold it. The voice on the line carried mild impatience. Old Qin, I've told you countless times, privately call me. Yes, Old Shen. What instructions do you have? Qin Luo instinctively bent his spine low. Here's the matter, Shen Hongyuan said. My daughter is at Sector 3 entrance. She needs to bring a Tier 3 origin beast inside the city. It underwent evolutionary fusion and has sworn fealty, completely safe. Please process its registration as a military auxiliary origin beast. Qin Luo immediately thumped his chest. No problem. Rest assured. Not just one Tier 3. I'd hold the gate wide open even if you wanted to bring in a Tier 7 as a pet. Get lost. Shen Hongyuan chuckled, then added, Come by for tea sometime. Hanging up, Qin Luo exhaled deeply, his back soaked with sweat. For this man to personally call, the beast must mean everything to his daughter. Just as he prepared to issue orders, an intelligence officer burst in face ashen. Sir, urgent military report. Northern Tundra, Eastern Sea, and Western Gobi. All 3 Class A combat zones report simultaneous breaches. Tier 4 origin beasts surging from the abyss, assaulting front lines. Qin Luo's pulse spiked. Simultaneously. Such coincidence. And the officer's voice trembled. At Perimeter 6, the Tier 3 Apex Mountain-splitting Iron Spine Rhinoceros long monitored has fully ascended to Tier 4. It's charging at breakneck speed. Already destroyed 2 forward outposts. Damn it, what's happening? Initiate highest combat readiness. Evacuate all cultivators and mercenary teams from within the abyss. Qin Luo commanded without hesitation. Predict its trajectory. Report. Its course is veering from Sector 2 directly towards Sector 3 in trance. Wait, you said which in trance? Qin Luo jolted upright, memory flashing. Report, sir. It's heading straight for Sector 3. Qin Luo wanted to weep. He prayed desperately he'd misheard. Snatching the comm device, he roared into it. Who's the nearest Tier 5 Platinum level operative to Sector 3? Sir, it's Lieutenant Colonel Chu Feng, currently on rotation leave. Deploy him immediately. Spare nothing. Block that beast outside Sector 3 in trance. Qin Luo's hand hovered over another phone. He hesitated. 1 second. Should he call that person? Let Chu Feng hold the line first. His daughter was in Sector 3. Nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, he dared not finish the thought. Citywide Level 2 combat readiness. Transmit immediate evacuation signals to all cultivators and mercenary teams inside the abyss and along the Ashbelt periphery. Yes, sir. Alarms blared throughout the command center. Meanwhile, beyond Sector 3 entrance in the Ashbelt, Su Ming and Shen Qingzi rode side by side, each astride a dog-headed mount returning home. A metallic tang suddenly sharpened the wind. Da Huang's twin heads pricked up simultaneously, low guttural warnings rumbling in his throat. Then, the earth began to shudder. Boom, boom, boom. Growing louder, closer, relentless, inevitable, as if some unstoppable force bore down upon them. Su Ming yanked sharply on Da Huang's mane. Stop! The beast planted all 4 hooves, its dual head snapping east-southeastward, the warning growl sharpening into a piercing whine. Shin Qingxi leapt down. Kneeling on one knee, left palm pressed flat to the ground, she activated her Gongjin Boneblade affinity, her earth resonance perception flaring to its peak. Minimum Tier 4. Tier 4. How could it appear here on the periphery? Then, her terminal flashed. A line of scarlet text projected overhead. Urgent City Defense Command Bulletin. Origin Abyss Anomaly. 4 combat sectors report simultaneous Tier 4 origin beast breaches. All cultivators and mercenary teams within the Ash BLT evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Shin Qingxi's face paled. For sectors, all erupting at once. This could not be coincidence. The Abyss Cataclysm had truly begun. The ground trembled. An unstoppable vibration surged upward, from soles to molars. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact drew closer than the last. Roar. A deafening roar tore through the sky, shattering the mist entirely. Su Ming stood atop the Huang, his gaze piercing the swirling dust, finally locking onto the colossal beast hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. A monstrous creature loomed 100 meters away, shoulders over 4 meters high, body exceeding 10. Its entire frame was sheathed in dark gray metallic chitin. A row of razor-sharp bony spines rose along its spine, each as thick as an adult's forearm. Most horrifying was its horn, over a meter long, its tip glowing with ominous crimson light. The mountain-splitting iron spine rhinoceros. With a mass exceeding 20 tons, it charged full speed, the earth fracturing beneath its hooves, as it barreled straight toward entrance 3 behind them. Shin Qingxi's expression hardened. We cannot let it pass. Entrance 3 connected directly to Jiangxing's outer residential districts. If a 4th-tier source beast of this magnitude broke through, the entire suburban zone would be reduced to rubble. Without hesitation, she drew her slender tank-style saber, Cold Edge. As a military academy cadet and daughter of Shun Yuan, her upbringing left no room for retreat. Yet before she took even one step, a hand seized the back of her collar. Su Ming yanked her backward and stepped fully in front of her. Senior physical labor like this is better suited to men. Let me meet it, Hedon. His words had barely left his... Boom! The ground beneath Su Ming's feet collapsed inward, carving a half-meter deep crater. The mass engine ignited. He became a human artillery shell, launched straight toward the iron spine rhinoceros in a frontal charge. 10 tons, amplified by the mass engine's maximum thrust, and multiplied further by relative velocity upon impact. This collision would not merely topple the beast, it would leave it reeling. Crash! A thunderous detonation erupted. Visible concentric shockwaves radiating outward, scouring clean an entire layer of gravel from the ground within dozens of meters. Su Ming's smile froze on his face. He had slammed into a mountain, moving at full speed. An absurd, overwhelming force flooded violently into his body through the point of contact. Back on Earth, mature rhinos weighed only 3 or 4 tons. This one, at least 20 tons, twice his own mass. He had not sent the rhino flying, not even remotely. In fact, he himself nearly launched backward. At the last possible instant, Su Ming locked both arms around that massive crimson glowing horn. Even so, he was driven backward at blinding speed, his boots carving 2 deep furrows into the unyielding earth. Crrrkk. The horn failed to pierce his skin, yet the raw kinetic force reverberated through his chest, ribs groaning inward, viscera churning violently. HSSSS. Su Ming bared his teeth. So this was the true measure of a 4th-tier source beast. He dared underestimate it no longer. Had he not ascended to Tier 3, achieving 10 tons of mass, had his internal organs not been simultaneously reinforced by the system, that impact alone would have ended him. Mass cannon. No, it moved too fast. There was no opening to charge or unleash such power. It would never stand still and wait to be struck. His only option drained its momentum. Veins bulged across Su Ming's arms. Every gram of his mass surged forward, his feet anchoring like iron stakes into the earth. He engaged in primal brute force resistance to halt this leviathan utterly. Deprived of speed, its sheer bulk would become its greatest liability. A stalemate ensued. The mountain-splitting iron spine rhinoceros visibly slowed, just as the Huang struck from the flank. Its left head clamped down on the rhinoking's hind leg joint, metallic fangs piercing thick hide, drawing blood. Its right head opened wide, launching a searing fireball directly into the beast's abdomen, the stench of charred flesh instantly filling the air. The rhinoking's forward momentum dropped again. Then, a blur flashed into view. Shin Qingxi. Her tang saber Cold Edge shimmered with dense Gongjin marrow, its blade vibrating at ultra-high frequency, casting an eerie dark gold luminescence. Ultimate Edge Atomic Filament. The blade traced an almost invisible path through the air, her strongest single-target technique unleashed without reserve. Even main battle tank armor would crumple like tissue paper before it. The strike landed precisely on the tendon junction of the rhino's foreleg. Clang. Sparks exploded, blade meeting alloy at its hardest point. Yet even so, that peerless edge pierced the rhino's hide and sank deep into flesh. Blood sprayed outward, but the wound, though 30 centimeters deep, could not advance a single millimeter further. Shin Qingxi's pupils contracted sharply. The iron-spined rhinoceros's defense was astonishingly impenetrable. After all, a fourth-tier source beast rivaled a fifth-tier awakened. For her, merely second-tier peak, to breach its hide would stun the entire celestial prodigy ranking. Yet a 30-centimeter gash meant nothing to a 10-meter titan, not even a scratch. Roar. Pain flared. Hind joint bitten, belly scorched, foreleg tendon severed. The Rhino King erupted in furious rage. Its whip-like tail lashed sideways with crushing force, aimed squarely at Shin Qingxi. She raised her saber to block. Dang! An immense shockwave hurled her backward over 10 meters, her palms numb, her grip trembling. In the next instant, the rhino raised its forefoot and brought it down with devastating force. Crockum! The ground shattered, forming a deep crater. The beast forcibly halted its forward rush, its horn flashing crimson once more. Su Ming, locked in grapple, felt an irresistible surge of raw strength flood into him. The rhino jerked its head upward, sending Su Ming flying through the air. Mid-flight, he twisted his body and activated inertial drift the instant before impact, barely stabilizing his landing. Damn it, this beast's strength was monstrous. Freed from Su Ming's resistance, the Rhino King rolled its massive frame with lethal intent, crushing downward toward Da Huang. Da Huang released its bite and leapt aside just in time, avoiding annihilation beneath 20 tons of rampaging flesh. The situation reverted to square one. The Rhino King rose, its vertical pupils scanning the battlefield. Shin Qingxi stared at the near-unscathed behemoth, and her heart sank into abyssal depths. The power gap was simply too vast. Even Da Huang, the source beast beside her, now wielded greater offensive might than she did, yet remained utterly ineffective. Should she activate Sequence 3? No. Pagoda Bone Hell was a domain-type ability, utterly incapable of fully enveloping a creature of this scale. Activating it prematurely would only deplete her needlessly. In the blink of thought, the Rhino King's blood-red gaze locked onto her, and charged again. More ferocious than before. Shin Qingxi clenched her teeth, preparing to sidestep, yet the rhino's sheer size rendered evasion futile. Its 10-meter frame advanced like a moving fortress, and those jagged dorsal spines extended its reach far beyond normal bounds. She dodged clear of the horn's trajectory, but failed to evade the Rhino King's shoulder impact entirely. At the very moment of impact, a black lightning bolt materialized before her. Su Ming. With the quality engine coupled with inertia drift, both skills operated simultaneously, allowing Su Ming to change direction and accelerate within mere moments. He used his own body as a shield to protect her. Quality heavy cannon activated. He quickly retracted his right fist to his side, fingers tightly clenched and the knuckles cracked from the maximum compression release. With a body mass of 10 tons and 5 times the kinetic energy correction, the terrifying force of 50 tons was all concentrated on the not-so-wide surface of his fist. Stop for me. Now. Su Ming growled lowly, standing firm and striking directly at the mass. The thunderous clash of metal erupted. A visible white sound barrier exploded in the air. The shockwave swept outward from the point of contact, lifting a layer of rubble from the ground. The over 1 meter long indestructible horn did not break upon contact with Su Ming's fist. Instead, it trembled violently. A red light flickered urgently, as if desperately trying to counter the external impact. The inertia of the Iron Ridge Rhino was forcefully interrupted somehow, creating a moment of breath under that punch. For the first time, the Iron Ridge Rhino let out a pained grunt, its body momentarily faltering. But that was all. The 20-ton behemoth shook its head, its crimson-slit pupils overwhelmed by rage, and continued charging, sending Su Ming flying. He flew backward, crashing through a massive rock several meters high, the rubble collapsing and completely burying. Shin Qingxi was also knocked back by the terrifying shockwave, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while midair landing on the ground with a pale face. She rolled over and got up, looking toward the direction where Su Ming had been thrown. Su Ming. Da Huang seized the fleeting opportunity, lunging from the side, both heads of gold and fire striking simultaneously. This time it forcefully tore open the thick hide armor on the side of the Iron Ridge Rhino, its sharp fangs plunging deep into flesh, ripping off a large chunk of skin the size of a basin. Roar! The intense pain in its waist drove the Iron Ridge Rhino into a frenzy. The red light flashed on its horn, and its massive body executed a deadly roll. This time its speed was more than double that of before. Da Huang had no time to dodge. Crack! The 20-ton body instantly pinned Da Huang beneath it, the sound of bones breaking echoing across the wasteland. Awoo! Da Huang let out a mournful howl. The Iron Ridge Rhino rolled over and sharply thrust its horn upward, tossing the severely injured Da Huang away. The 5-meter-long massive body crashed through the rear wall, falling into a pile of rubble, its fate unknown. Boom! The pile of rubble burying Su Ming suddenly exploded. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. He gazed toward the direction where De Huang had vanished, and then glanced at Shun Qingzi nearby. A fourth-tier source beast terrifying beyond measure. Su Ming twisted his neck, the vertebrae cracking in succession. He raised his hand and tore off the tattered old-school uniform he wore, stowing it away in the system space. His skin glimmered with a metallic sheen, muscles defined every inch, bursting with explosive power. A sculpture is lifeless. He was alive. A primal savage, fiercely aggressive aura seeped from the cracks of his bones. His gaze changed. His pupils contracted, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. It was not a smile, but rather an instinctive reaction of a predator locking onto its prey. Senior sister, his voice was calm. Take good care of De Huang. Quality engine roaring to life. He did not defend, did not block, did not probe. Su Ming transformed into a black meteor, charging headlong at the fourth-tier Iron Ridge Rhino, initiating a counteroffensive. A Tintin humanoid beast. Launching a frontal hunt against a 20-ton fourth-tier source beast. The Iron Ridge Rhino's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. It had lived this long without ever seeing a bipedal beast daring to charge at it in such a manner. It lowered its head, aimed its horn, and pushed off its hind legs, accelerating to meet the charge. A man and a beast on the ashen wasteland approached each other at high speed in a heated stance. Meanwhile, above the clouds, a military aircraft marked with the Southern Military District insignia was speeding toward the scene. Inside the cockpit, a man in a colonel's uniform was resting with his eyes closed. Colonel Chu Feng. The co-pilot stared at the rapidly enlarging red dot on the screen, his voice trembling. Target locked on fourth-tier source beast, Crack Mountain Iron Ridge Rhino. Estimated time to optimum attack position 30 seconds. The middle-aged man, known as Chu Feng, opened his eyes and looked at the projection screen. Enlarge its image for me. Yes. In the next second, the real-time battlefield image, after multiple optical magnifications, clearly appeared on the main screen. Wait. What is that? Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This kid has gone mad. He leaped up from his seat. Full speed. Give me full speed. The entire cabin fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the crazy scene unfolding on the screen. A bare-chested youth was charging at the fourth-tier source beast at an unbelievable speed, launching a frontal. Inside the cockpit of the military aircraft, everyone was fixated on the projection screen. A bare-chested youth stood against a fourth-tier behemoth. Two completely disproportionate figures charged towards each other across the wasteland, the distance narrowing at a visible speed. Immediately used the ship's high-energy cannon for cover. Major Chu Feng unable to lock on. The aide's forehead was beaded with sweat, fingers frantically sliding over the control panel. The relative speed of both exceeds 300 meters per second. The radar predicts a trajectory overlap rate of 73%. Once we fire, that youth will surely die. Chu Feng stared intently at the screen. There was no time left. At this collision speed, by the time he gave the order and the shell landed, the 2 points would have already collided. He had seen many young people, passionate, impulsive, unafraid of death. But he had never seen someone so reckless, knowingly facing a fourth-tier source beast with nothing but their own body. This was not bravery. It was purely suicidal. Prepare for landing, Chu Feng said in a deep voice. We need to reclaim the bodies quickly. On the screen, the 2 points merged into one. There was no sound. Only a pure white ring-shaped shockwave erupted from the point of contact, sending the Earth and all debris within 100 meters flying in an instant. Immediately following, a terrifying roar delayed in transmission finally arrived. Boom. The aircraft shook violently, and everyone inside was thrown around by the shockwave. The aide lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Commander, that youth should have already. Recorder, make a note of this. Chu Feng's voice was dry. The fourth-tier source beast lost control, and the civilian youth sacrificed himself to prevent it from crashing into the residential area. No matter what, this was a dereliction of duty on the military's part. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The dust was gradually blown away by the wind of the wasteland. The moment the optical lens captured a clear image again, the aircraft was dead silent. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. On the screen was a scene that completely overturned their understanding. Su Ming's body transformed into a Tintin black cannonball just as it was about to make contact with the 20-ton behemoth. The mass engine within him roared to life. His muscle fibers were compressed to their limits. Mass cannon with a Tintin body mass 5 times the kinetic energy correction, a terrifying force of 50 tons surged through his lumbar spine and shoulders, rushing toward his palms. Bang! Su Ming's palms heavily struck the iron-backed rhino's glowing red horn. At the moment of contact, an eerie stillness occurred. The inertia of the charge combined with the 50-ton force reached an absolute stalemate at the tiny point of contact. Then, the air behind the iron-backed rhino suddenly exploded. Boom! That arrogant fourth-tier behemoth was sent flying like a baseball hit for a home run, skimming the ground as it crashed into 6 stone pillars, ultimately smashing into a mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Debris rained down, and the entire mountain trembled. Su Ming maintained a forward posture with his palms standing atop a giant pit over 1 meter deep. On his not particularly broad palms, wisps of white vapor rose due to the intense heat from friction. And opposite him, there was nothing. At the moment, 50 tons of power surged from his palms. The bones in his entire arm buzzed, and the sensation of forcefully blasting away a colossal creature coursed through his body. That's awesome. Su Ming charged again. Meanwhile, in the aircraft above, "See, Commander." The aide's voice cracked into a strange tone. It seems he has stopped it. Not just stopped it. What kind of person can send a fourth-tier source beast flying? Chu Feng's eyes were fixed on the figure on the screen that was pursuing the fourth-tier source beast, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? It was supposed to be extremely dangerous, right? This iron-backed rhino looks big, but how could it be so easily defeated? It seems to be all show. This relatively weak fourth-tier source beast does not deserve to be called extremely dangerous. Chu Feng stood up, his military boots thudding against the deck. Land. I'll handle the cleanup myself. The hatch opened, and the wind rushed in. He leaped into the air. From a height of 100 meters, an icy blue figure rapidly descended. Moisture in the air frantically condensed around him, forming a massive ice slab beneath his feet, gently lowering him to the ground. Fifth-tier platinum powerhouse elemental system, extreme cold domain. Major Chu Feng. The man's features were stern as he descended slowly. In the instant he landed, the temperature around him dropped by several degrees, and a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. Then he saw the battlefield before him. The ground was riddled with holes. A youth dressed only in pants was perched on the neck of the iron-backed rhino, his fists pounding repeatedly on the hard shell, each punch accompanied by a dull metallic impact. The iron-backed rhino wildly tossed its head, trying to shake him off, but the boy's legs were clamped tightly, as if he were growing on top of it. Chu Feng. How to describe this scene? It was like a mischievous child riding on the back of a bull while that bull had no way to deal with him. But Chu Feng knew very well that it was not a bull. That was a fourth-tier source beast. On the battlefield, it would take a full squad equipped with heavy firepower to take it down. Who is this kid exactly? A genius from one of the great families in the imperial capital. No matter, let's deal with the immediate issue first. The iron-backed rhino finally managed to shake him off, and Su Ming was flung away by the immense force, rolling twice on the ground before standing up, just in time to see another person in the arena. A soldier surrounded by an aura of cold. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Chu Feng had already positioned himself in front of him, his gaze filled with scrutiny and superiority. "Step back, this is my area now." His voice was as cold as his talent, carrying an undeniable tone of command. Su Ming opened his mouth, about to say, "Hey big brother, who are you to steal my kill?" But seeing the shiny major insignia on the other's shoulder, he swallowed his words back down. With official personnel present, there was nothing much left to say. He shrugged and stepped aside, preparing to see what this so-called regular army was capable of. Seeing him so tactful, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. He slowly raised his hand. Fifth-tier source energy surged. Extreme cold domain activated. With Chu Feng as the center, icy blue cold energy surged wildly. Moisture in the air instantly condensed, covering the ground, rocks, and dead trees in a thick layer of. Within a radius of 50 meters, the temperature plummeted to minus 100 degrees. Roar! The charging iron-backed rhino's movements visibly slowed, and a thick layer of hard ice quickly formed on its surface. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The chill intensified. The ice layer grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear ice sculpture stood vividly on the wasteland. Damn! Su Ming shivered from a distance. "Big brother, isn't your air conditioning a bit too strong?" Chu Feng ignored him. Fifth tier against fourth tier, a crushing victory. Logically, this should be the end of it. But he could sense that the life force beneath the ice layer had not weakened, instead it was becoming increasingly violent. This creature's vitality far exceeded expectations. Just then, the dark red imprint on the horn within the ice sculpture suddenly illuminated. The light burst forth to its fullest. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from within the ice sculpture. Crack! Crack crack! Web-like cracks appeared on the seemingly indestructible ice. Boom! Shards of ice exploded everywhere. The iron-backed rhino charged out from the shattered ice, not weakened at all, but instead emanating billowing heat. A layer of dark red patterns appeared on its shell, spreading from the imprint on its forehead to its entire body. Its aura was rising. Still rising. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He concentrated in his palm, and a 3-meter-long ice-blue battle blade formed. Slash! The battle blade traced a graceful arc in the air, accurately targeting the weakest spot on the Rhino King's neck. Clang! Sparks flew. The battle blade shattered on the spot. Not even a white mark was left on the Rhino King's neck. What? Chu Feng was taken aback. He had no time to summon a second weapon, as the Rhino King's massive head was already approaching. In the next second, Chu Feng was violently thrown away. He forcibly rolled twice in the air to dissipate the force, leaving a few meters of ice scratches on the ground as he landed. Chu Feng clutched his painfully aching chest and lifted his head. He fixed his gaze on the iron-backed rhino, which was unscathed and even more ferocious, as well as the mysterious imprint on its forehead radiating ominous red light. 3 seconds ago, he had commanded a youth to step back. 3 seconds later, he was knocked about like a rag doll by a rhino. Chu Feng's face flushed red, nearly unable to catch his breath. Finally, in exasperation, he spat out a few words. This is a 4th-tier peak source beast. Damn it. I said the intelligence was wrong. A dozen meters away, Su Ming crossed his arms, watching with great interest. He tilted his head. This 5th-tier master seems a bit lacking. However, the chill emanating from him was indeed intimidating, making the atmosphere feel cooler. Su Ming's gaze landed on the ironback rhino, its forehead marked with a blazing imprint. Here we go again. It's the same pattern as that wolf king before. On the verge of death, it goes berserk, pulling off a last-minute surge. That wolf somehow pulled itself from the peak of Tier 3 to a quasi-Tier 4. Now this ironback rhino is at Tier 4 if it activates its ability. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly as he silently lit a candle for this middle-aged brother. He grinned at Chu Feng, who had just landed. Big brother, how about lending a hand? Or should I take over? Chu Feng felt a lump in his chest. Awkward. So damn awkward. He, a middle school officer of the Zhuge Corps in the Southern Military District, a 5th-tier platinum powerhouse, was left in such an embarrassing state before a mere youth. If this got back to the military district, how could Chu Feng hold his head high before his peers in the future? He could even imagine his so-called friends turning this into a joke, spreading it in the cafeteria until everyone knew. He had been careless. It was all the fault of those incompetent analysts. He forcibly suppressed his surging blood. He had to regain his face. A mere peak Tier 4 isn't at the level where you need to intervene. He spoke defiantly, but his body was quite on. With a thought, a layer of ice blue armor spread across Chu Feng's skin from his fingertips to his shoulders, then covering his entire body. Frost armor technique. Elemental manifestation. The ultimate externalization of a 5th-tier awakened one's understanding of their talent. The ice blue glow reflected on Chu Feng's sharply defined face. The armor, formed by condensed cold air, had sharp edges, elevating his aura significantly. Su Ming silently gave a thumbs up from a distance, murmuring, "Well done, big brother, you've put on your new uniform. Now you should be able to fight." Roar. The ironback rhino bellowed, its hooves clawing at the ground, each stomp carving half-a-foot-deep trenches into the cracked earth, its massive body charging like an out-of-control heavy truck. Chu Feng's eyes shone with intense ice blue light. His hands moved swiftly, conjuring 8 beams of ice blue light from his fingertips. Extreme cold chains. He slammed his hands down onto the ground. Lock. Zzz. The piercing sound of ice. 8 chains of frost, each thicker than a water barrel, burst forth from the ground, their crystalline edges sharp, instantly wrapping around the ironback rhino's limbs, neck, and body. Roar. The ironback rhino slowed its charge and began to struggle wildly. The dark red imprints on its body glowed, each muscle unleashing terrifying power. The frost chains were pulled taut, emitting a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine, yet they firmly pinned it in place. Just then, over 30 figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At the forefront was a 10-man military squad, led by a one-armed middle-aged man, none other than Zhou Ke, the head of the checkpoint at entrance 3. Following them were 3 mercenary squads that had been urgently evacuated from the outskirts. As soon as they neared, they were stunned by the scene before them and hid behind a massive rock. What is that? A Tier 3 source beast or a Tier 4? A young mercenary's voice trembled. An older veteran peeked out cautiously, then quickly ducked back. Isn't the ironback rhino a Tier 3? I've run along the abyss outskirts 3 times and only saw its tracks once, and those tracks were half a meter deep. He licked his cracked lips. At that time, our entire squad turned and ran, not even daring to look back. Who's fighting it now? A madman. Zhou Ke stared at the massive creature bound by the ice chains, then noticed Chu Feng surrounded by swirling cold air, suspended in midair. That is Officer Chu Feng, he said in a deep voice. Following that, his gaze swept to the side, spotting Su Ming watching the show with his arms crossed. Zhou Ke's pupils contracted slightly. This kid, how is he still here? While other mercenaries would rather keep an 800-mile distance from the ironback rhino, this guy is standing closer than the front row with both hands in his pockets. That expression, it looked like he was watching someone fix a car. Chu Feng also sensed the commotion coming from afar. Thankfully, the earlier scene where he was knocked away should have gone unseen by this group. He quietly let out a sigh of relief, instinctively straightening his back. The area control chains could only restrain it. To kill it, he had to use the strongest single-target sequence. Chu Feng's expression grew serious as he pressed his hand down. The source energy within him surged wildly. Extreme cold ice wheel activate. A giant ice blue wheel 3 meters in diameter formed in midair, its edges lined with serrated teeth, spinning at 10,000 revolutions per minute, its sharp sound piercing the eardrums of everyone nearby. Debris was swept up by the airflow, forming a swirling debris ring around the ice, while even Su Ming, a dozen meters away, felt his hair blowing backward. Go! Chu Feng pointed sharply downward. The ice blue wheel, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything, struck heavily against the ironback rhino's neck. Zzz. The harsh sound of metal grinding erupted, sparks flying as they were extinguished by the extreme cold air that clung to the wheel. The ironback rhino's armor, capable of withstanding heavy artillery, was sliced by the ice wheel's high-speed rotation, leaving behind only a shallow white mark. The outermost ring of icy teeth shattered significantly. Chu Feng's face turned pale. The mercenaries behind the giant rock exchanged glances. This is a fifth-tier ultimate move. Is this all? Someone muttered quietly, but was quickly silenced by another. Su Ming watched this scene, his lips moved silently. He silently mouthed 2 words. Scraping. Chu Feng inwardly cursed. This defense is even more outrageous than a federal warship's armor. His talent was extreme cold domain, which could enhance his power by at least 30% in areas with abundant water like lakes or seashores. In this dry ash zone, he was indeed at a disadvantage. He should have brought 2 barrels of mineral water. But he couldn't lose face. Absolutely not. Especially with dozens of eyes watching him from behind. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. Reckless source energy surged into the ice wheel. The wheel's rotation speed suddenly accelerated. 10,000 revolutions. 20,000 revolutions. 30,000 revolutions. Chu Feng's temples throbbed, and beads of sweat that began to surface were frozen into tiny ice particles by his own cold air falling off. The cutting force and depth doubled. Finally, puff! A drop of dark red blood emerged from that white mark, struggling to seep out. Chu Feng was so excited he wanted to cry. The frost at the corner of his eyes trembled. After scraping for so long, he finally broke through its defenses. Breaking the defenses was equivalent to ending it. His gaze hardened, and he formed a military secret hand seal with both hands. Blood pull. Suck it dry. Chu Feng pulled his right hand in the air, unleashing a domineering chill that drew in. The dark red beast blood that had originally splattered from the wound did not drip to the ground, but was forcibly captured in midair, pulled into threads of blood, and bizarrely merged into the rapidly spinning ice wheel. Buzz! A peculiar humming sound. The originally crystalline ice blue wheel, after absorbing the ironback rhino's blood, seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, instantly doubling in size. The center of the wheel rapidly took on a strange dark red hue. The icy serrated edges absorbed the iron elements and source energy from the blood, transforming into a translucent dark red crystal, razor sharp. Mutation blood ice wheel. Having absorbed the energy of the iron spine rhinoceros, the shell's repulsive trait that had once plagued Chu Feng disappeared. The sound of metal scraping transformed into a muffled, thunderous cutting noise. Under the catalysis of blood energy, the blood-colored ice wheel's rotational speed surged, reaching an astonishing 50,000 revolutions per minute. The blood ice wheel sliced through flesh and blood as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter. The dark red ice wheel expanded wildly, bringing forth a thick mist of blood. The iron spine rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching howl, its hooves thrashing, pulverizing the rock beneath it. The captain of the mercenary team cursed. The ice wheel has turned red. Using the monster's blood to turn the tables on the monster. What kind of retribution is this? A mercenary trembled as he held up the recording device. The scene of the blood-colored ice wheel rotating and cutting carried an aesthetic that was both sinister and violent. Why does it look so sinister? It's a bit terrifying. Is it elemental, or is it some kind of bizarre phenomenon? A young mercenary swallowed hard and muttered, "Do you think if this gets posted on the Federation's battle network, how many views would it get? Are you still thinking about views?" Zhou remained silent, instinctively clenching his fist on his one arm. The middle school officer from the military district truly lived up to his reputation. A bold mercenary even pulled a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack, crunching away while watching the spectacle as if he had purchased front row VIP tickets. Su Ming was also watching. He admitted that Chu Feng's blood ice will indeed had some substance. Using the enemy's blood to break their defenses was a clever strategy. But frankly speaking, it was still like using a dull knife to cut flesh. He knew that the iron spine rhinoceros still had more tricks up its sleeve. After being subjected to such punishment, that beast would definitely fight back with all its might. Su Ming quietly took half a step back. Sure enough, just as the blood ice will cut into the shell by nearly 40 centimeters, the rhinoceros, howling, suddenly ceased. It was not dead. The pain in its crimson vertical pupils was replaced by something more primal. The dark red mark on its horn began to glow. This was not the intermittent flickering from before. It was stable, continuous, and growing brighter. It followed the same pattern as the Wolf King's final moments. Chu Feng sensed the change in atmosphere. Something felt familiar, yet he couldn't pinpoint it. But there was no time for deep thought. Everyone retreat. Chu Feng suddenly shouted. It was too late. The iron spine rhinoceros body began to heat up. This was not a normal rise in body temperature, but an ultra-high steam of heated blood emanating from deep within its bones from every single cell. The heat wave visibly spread outward, distorting everything in sight. The ashes on the ground charred and cracked. 8 frost chains transformed from icy blue to white in a fraction of a second, then vaporized. The moment the blood ice will came into contact with that layer of steam, it let out a hissing sound, and the outer circle evaporated instantly. The extreme cold domain that Chu Feng took pride in was forcibly breached at one corner. The iron spine rhinoceros took a step forward. With each step the ground was scorched black, leaving hoof prints. Chu Feng was pushed back by that heat wave, retreating dozens of steps, and the surface of his frost armor began to crack with numerous fissures. He gritted his teeth, his complexion turning pale. This feeling of being suppressed was something he last experienced when he lost to that fire element 6th rank in the military districts competition. The crowd behind him erupted. It's over. Even the 5th rank powerhouse can't suppress this monster. Run, run fast. What are you running for? Who can outrun it? The mercenary who had just been crunching on biscuits dropped them to the ground, his legs trembling. Zhou Ke drew out the standard military knife from his waist and positioned himself in front of everyone. Holding the knife with his one arm, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He could not hold it back, but he did not take a step back. On the other end of the battlefield, Shen Qingzi knelt beside De Huang, the dry winds carrying ashes tousling her bangs. She looked at the sunken ribs on De Huang's chest, preparing to inject emergency medicine, but found that golden energy was already circulating around the broken bones, showing signs of self-healing. She still fed De Huang an expensive recovery potion. After swallowing the potion, De Huang's vital signs stabilized rapidly, and it weakly extended 2 tongues to lick Shen Qingzi's hand. The left head even nudged her palm with a soft grunt, as if trying to ingratiate itself. Shen Qingzi stood up and patted its 2 heads as she walked back. Upon returning to the battlefield, she also spotted Zhou Ke and the others. She quietly moved to the other side of the battlefield, keeping a distance from the main group to avoid causing unnecessary panic. However, her presence still drew the mercenaries' attention. Wait, what's that next to that woman? A 2-headed dog. Is that a source beast? What kind of family background allows someone to have a 3rd-rank source beast as a companion beast? Can low-tier source beasts already be tamed? That's called a companion beast. The one you have is just a pet. Don't confuse the two. Whispers spread among the crowd. Zhou Ke glanced at Shen Qingzi and thought of Huang Fujing. He said no more. Turning around, he scolded the mercenaries still excitedly taking pictures. Quiet down. This isn't a tourist spot. Evacuate quickly. The danger of a 4th-rank source beast far exceeds your imagination. He subconsciously touched his empty left arm. That arm was lost during a mission to encircle a 4th-rank source beast. However few moved. The lives of others paled in comparison to their desire to gawk. After all, such a scene could not be seen in a cinema. The iron spine rhinoceros paid no mind to the swarm of ants. Its vertical pupils slowly rotated in the steam, ultimately locking onto a direction. It was not Chu Feng. It was not Shen Qingzi. It was Su Ming. The 4th-rank giant beast enveloped in crimson steam and still rising in aura lowered its single horn and kicked off the ground. The entire ground trembled. It charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming tilted his head. All right, looks like it's up. Quality engine ignite. Quality engine ignition. The Tintin body instantly accelerated to its limit. But this time he did not choose to collide heat-in. Inertia drift activated. Su Ming's body traced an incredible arc in high speed, sprinting, forcibly deviating from the charging trajectory of the iron spine rhino, narrowly grazing 30 centimeters from its horn. The wind pressure tore at his hair, and the bloody steam scorched his exposed skin, leaving only a layer of redness, as if he had just emerged from a sauna. The iron spine rhino missed its target, its massive body propelled forward by inertia for several dozen meters, its hooves plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground, the soil flying up and splattering into the air. And Su Ming had already circled to its side and rear. Everyone watching from behind saw it. A bare-chested youth completed a textbook-level dodge against the charge of a 4th-tier source beast with an astonishing maneuver. Of course, even if it was taught, they wouldn't be able to replicate it. That kid. Zhou Ke's pupils constricted. The mercenary captain nearly dropped his phone. How did he do that? How could he change direction so quickly? No one answered him. Because even more outrageous, after dodging, Su Ming did not create distance. His steps carved a curved crack into the ground, fragments of stone bouncing and flying along the crack, and he curved back alongside the iron spine rhino. His right fist retracted to his waist. 5 fingers clenched tight. The bones between his knuckles made a series of crisp cracking sounds. Quality heavy cannon. 10 tons multiplied by 5. 50 tons. All concentrated into this punch. Bang. The fist struck the exposed wound on the iron spine rhino's ribs where the big yellow had torn off its chitin. Without the protection of armor, the flesh and blood were no different from paper in front of the 50-ton heavy cannon. The iron spine rhino's body dented inwards, its entire 20-ton physique pushed sideways by 2 meters. The ground was dragged by its hooves, leaving 4 parallel trenches, fragments of stone splattering like rain. Blood gushed out. A large mouthful of blood foam sprayed from its mouth. Roar! The iron spine rhino felt it was not mistaken. The beast before it was the true threat. The damage inflicted this time was several times greater than what it had sustained from the previous few minutes. It went completely mad. The red glow on its horns surged to its peak, its body suddenly rolling, attempting to crush Su Ming into the ground. Su Ming had already anticipated this. The quality engine ignited once more, inertia drift synchronized, and his body slid out from the dead angle of the rhino's roll, continuing the melee. From a distance, Chu Feng watched this scene, forgetting to repair the cracks on his frost armor. He was at the 5th tier. He could tell that this kid's fighting style was unlike any known system. It was neither military combat techniques nor academic source energy skills, and it didn't even resemble the methods of formal awakeners. It was purely beast-like, using body collisions, using mass to crush, solving problems with the most primitive violence. Yet every strike was timed to an almost perverse precision. What exactly is this kid's background? Chu Feng murmured. He suddenly recalled what he had said earlier. Stepped back. His face felt a bit hot. It wasn't because the frost armor was cracked and leaking. It was genuinely hot. He instinctively touched his nose, deciding to slightly edit this part in today's mission report. Another loud bang. The iron spine rhino rolled up, the bloody steam denser than before. The surrounding shrubs withered and curled in the heat wave, their leaves turning to ashes before they even hit the ground. The glow of the mark on its forehead had changed from dark red to a glaring bright red. It seemed as if it would ignite its entire head. This time it did not charge again. Instead it raised its head. Roar. This roar was unlike any before. It was neither anger nor pain, but a kind of summoning from deep within, the instinct of life. Su Ming's expression changed. He had heard this kind of sound before. The Wolf King had emitted a similar cry before its death, followed by the explosion of its forehead mark, unleashing power far beyond its original form. But the Wolf King was 3rd tier. This thing was 4th tier. If the mark erupted at full power again, Su Ming quickly calculated in his mind the conclusion, making his brows furrow tightly. This deal would be a massive loss. Everyone retreat. Su Ming suddenly turned and shouted to the rear, his voice booming enough to make even Chu Feng shudder. Zhou Ku reacted the fastest, grabbing the mercenary next to him, who was still holding up his phone, his voice stern. Did you hear? Retreat. The mercenary stumbled from the pull, the barrage on his phone screen, wildly flashing, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell. Shin Qingxi, riding on Big Yellow, also turned back to help the crowd escape. In a battle of this level, their presence would only hinder. However, the iron spine rhino did not give them time to retreat. The instant the roar stopped, the mark on its forehead suddenly exploded. It did not shatter. It blossomed. A dark red beam of light shot up from the mark, piercing straight into the clouds. The air around the beam was burned into twisted ripples, and the heat wave expanded at a visible speed. The stones on the ground were shaken into the air, and the earth itself trembled. Chu Feng's extreme cold domain melted rapidly before the light beam, like an ice cream cone in a furnace, dissolving from the point of contact. This is not the power of a 4th tier. Chu Feng's voice carried genuine fear for the first time. He felt it. The dark red source energy was rapidly condensing in midair. Then it transformed into a massive turtle-like phantom. The spikes on the turtle shell glimmered under the moonlight. Everyone present was shaken by the violent surge of source energy. Only Chu Feng recognized this phantom. This is a 6th tier source beast, iron armored dragon turtle. His voice trembled. Chu Feng had dealt with the confidential files of the Southern Military District for over a decade, and the name Iron Armored Dragon Turtle had only appeared once in the highest security level source probing reports, with a note that simply read no contact. In the blink of an eye, the phantom swooped down, merging with the remains of the Rhino King. The surface of the Rhino King's body revealed turtle shell patterns, dark red light flowing within the patterns like magma, filling every crack. The iron spine rhino's body began to swell. Its already massive form grew even larger in the red light, dense dark red patterns emerging on its shell, spreading from its forehead all the way to its tail. Its forelegs dug into the ground like pillars, and each breath stirred up a wave of heat. In its vertical pupils, the last trace of the beast's instinctual fear and pain vanished. What replaced it was a cold intelligence that did not belong to a creature of this level. It was looking at Su Ming, not as a beast looks at prey. It was an examination. An existence high above, scrutinizing a variable that should not exist here. Through Su Ming's hair stood on end. The iron spine rhino's mouth opened. It was not a roar. It was a syllable. A vague, distorted sound, as if it came from deep within the earth. No one understood it, but everyone simultaneously felt a chill rising from the depths of their bones. Su Ming's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. It was speaking. A source beast was speaking. Source beasts above the 5th tier had already possessed a certain level of intelligence. This iron spine rhino had touched the threshold of the 5th tier. In the cockpit of the airborne vehicle, the officer stared at the energy monitoring screen. His voice had changed pitch. Sir, the target's energy readings are still climbing. It has already broken through the 4th tier limit approaching. He swallowed hard. Approaching the 5th tier critical. At the moment the mutation was completed, the entire ash belt seemed to have been muted. The iron spine rhinoceros slowly lowered its head, its 4 legs returning to the ground. Its body was no longer the rough keratinous shell of before, but rather was covered with heavy armor gleaming with dark red patterns, each line of its shell exuding a sense of devastation. Heat waves radiated from its body, and the rubble within 30 meters around began to glow red. The phantom of the 6th tier source beast, the iron armor dragon turtle, completely merged with it. This was not merely a simple accumulation of power, it was a forcible elevation of life level. Pseudo 5th tier. A terrifying pressure erupted from its body, stemming from its bloodline and life status, crushing the nerves of everyone on the battlefield. Thud. A mercenary was the first to crumble under the pressure, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his face pale as paper and his entire body trembling. Next came the second, the third. Zhou gritted his teeth, propping himself up with his military knife, his knees bent to the limit, veins bulging on his forehead. Having been a soldier for 20 years and losing an arm, he had never knelt before anything. What the hell is this? The mercenary captain supported himself on the ground, his wrists shaking, his voice trembling, his teeth chattering. In midair, Chu Feng was not faring any better. He was suspended several meters high, and the cracks on the surface of his frost armor were spreading rapidly under this pressure. It was not just his body, that force was like an invisible needle piercing into his soul. The operation of his source energy became sluggish, and his heart was gripped by an unseen hand. His fist trembled. As a 5th tier platinum level powerhouse, he found it hard to even entertain the thought of resistance at this moment. He couldn't win. He truly could not win. Just when everyone was pinned down by the overwhelming pressure, the blood-red vertical pupils of the iron spine rhinoceros had unknowingly turned into a deep purple. It was a gaze that was indifferent, overlooking all beings. Its mouth did not move, yet a voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ethereal and cold, ambiguous in gender, it seemed to come from deep underground, or perhaps it fell from the high sky. Humans, there are indeed aberrations like you. Su Ming stood at the center of the pressure storm. He merely frowned. As a carbon-based life form, he walked a route of pure physical mass. The physical laws granted by the system were completely outside the system of bloodlines and statuses. This ethereal mental pressure hitting him felt like throwing cotton at a tank. Su Ming raised his hand and leisurely dug at his ear. You're an aberration. Your whole family is an aberration. The purple vertical pupils noticeably paused for a moment. It seemed never to have expected such a response. Interesting, this king will remember you. Su Ming unceremoniously retorted, interesting your sister. Stop being cryptic, it's annoying. The purple eye of the iron spine rhinoceros flickered. It seemed like time had come to a halt. In the next second, the purple faded like a tide, and its eyes were once again filled with primal rage and crimson fury. That lofty consciousness seemed to temporarily depart, but what it left behind was a wrath capable of incinerating everything. It felt as if it had been provoked by an ant. Roar, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of half-meter-long source energy bone spikes carrying the terrifying energy capable of killing a 3rd-tier awakened one shot out in a torrential downpour, completely sealing off all escape routes within 100 meters around Su Ming. It's over. We're about to be turned into porcupines. The mercenaries hiding in the distance let out a wail. Don't come over. A roar came from midair as Chu Feng forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his chest. He had not forgotten who the key protection target of this mission was. Shen Qingzi had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield without him realizing it. Charging in now, not to mention saving someone, even dying 10 times wouldn't be enough. On the ground, Zhou also swiftly stepped in front of Shen Qingzi and the Great Yellow. He looked into her cold eyes and said in a deep voice, Miss Shen, this level of battle is no longer something we can intervene in. Shen Qingzi halted her steps. She did not continue to rush forward. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness all around her. Chu Feng had no time to hesitate, and with a sudden downward motion of his hands, a torrent of icy source energy poured out. Extreme cold ice shield. A semicircular transparent ice wall arched up from the ground, enveloping all the mercenaries, Zhou, Shen Qingzi, and the Great Yellow within. After using this move, Chu Feng's already pale face became even grimmer. This battle had drained more than half of his source energy. He had little strength left to care about Su Ming. On the battlefield, Su Ming was weaving through the rain of bones. Inertial drift activated his Tintin body, traced an unbelievable zape trajectory through the dense spikes, performing extreme evasions. In that instant, the iron spine rhinoceros moved. Its massive body sank slightly, its hind leg muscles tensed, and the ground beneath it cracked with every inch. In the next moment it transformed into a dark red afterimage charging towards Su Ming, who had just dodged the last bone spike, but had not yet fully stabilized his form. Even a beast understands how to seize the opportunity. The bone spikes blocked the way. Su Ming had just finished dodging the last wave, his movements not completely retracted, and his center of gravity slightly leaned forward. The iron spine rhinoceros chose this moment to launch its charge. A direct collision. There was nowhere to hide. Beast, stop for me. Chu Feng let out a mad roar, his hands flying in front of his chest as he cast seals, releasing all his source energy in a desperate explosion. Extreme cold 1,000-ton ice city. Boom. The ground trembled violently. A 10-meter high, over 3-meter thick giant ice wall of deep blue erupted from the ground, blocking the path of the iron spine rhinoceros charge. Inside the ice wall, visible high-density source energy light bands flowed, and countless sharp ice spikes crystallized on its surface in an instant. This was a military-level 5th-tier defensive martial technique capable of withstanding continuous bombardment from a tank's main cannon. It was Chu Feng's trump card. The moment the ice wall took shape, Chu Feng's legs weakened, and he half-knelt in midair. He gritted his teeth and drank a military recovery potion. His source energy was about to run out, but he had no regrets. As long as it could hold for a second. Even half a second, it would give that kid the time to change direction. However, boom. There was no stalemate. There was no process of crack spreading. There was no tug-of-war. The 1,000-ton ice city exploded directly in front of the iron spine rhinoceros. The 3-meter thick ice wall was shattered into flying ice shards, the spikes scattering and cracking against the ice shield. The iron spine rhinoceros charge did not slow down at all, leaving no white mark on its dark red heavy armor. Chu Feng was sent flying by the shockwave, flipping 3 times in the air before barely stabilizing his form, blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared blankly as that dark red figure emerged from the shattered ice. 5th-tier top-tier defense, unable to even buy a second's time. In the midst of flying ice shards, the giant beast was unscathed. The target had always been singular. Su Ming. There was no way to escape. Su Ming's pupils contracted to their utmost, his blood boiling painfully at this moment. There was no escape, then he could only confront it head on. His arm muscles bulged, and a layer of deep metallic luster appeared on the surface of his skin. Quality heavy cannon. 5 times kinetic energy amplification poured unreservedly into his arms. Boom. A loud explosion resonated across the wasteland. The tiny flesh-and-blood body clashed head-on with a moving mountain. Su Ming's crossed arms at his chest as they contacted the rhinoceros horn felt the excruciating pain of bone shattering. The 50-ton heavy cannons might fail to shake his opponent for the first time. Absolute power crushed down. The horn, burning with dark red flames, effortlessly shattered his defense, piercing deep into his left shoulder. The skin, tougher than steel, was torn apart. The muscle akin to alloy was pierced through. The horn shot straight through from his left scapula. The terrified cries of everyone still echoed in the air. Chu Feng struggled to rise, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Zhou Ku and the other mercenaries were already scared out of their wits by the scene before them. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzi, standing behind the ice shield, remained motionless. She did not scream, did not shout, not even her expression changed significantly. Only the hand gripping the handle of the cold edge trembled incessantly. In her cold eyes, the image of Su Ming being flung away by the giant beast reflected blood, tracing a glaring arc in the air. As for what Zhou Ku was shouting, what the mercenaries were calling out, the whimpering from the great yellow's 2 heads, all became blurred background noise. She stared at the cloud of dust. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still no movement. The sounds of chaos gradually faded away, plunging Shen Qingzi's world into an eerie silence. She stared fixedly at the bare back that appeared infinitely small amidst the dark red glow, her heart feeling as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She should rush forward. She should draw her sword. She should do something. But her legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. She didn't dare to approach. She was afraid to see that scene. So this is fear. The emotion of fear could truly overshadow all tactical instincts and martial aspirations. He clearly could retreat. He clearly could choose not to come. Why would a guy with a promising future about to take the college entrance examination risk his life to defend a line that had nothing to do with him? All because of her. At that moment, Shen Qingzi felt a surge of hatred toward her own rationality for the first time. In her memories, the shrewd young man who had asked her for potions and settled scores was now madly overlapping with the figure standing in front of death. From their first meeting at her doorstep to him taking a hard hit from a boulder, to that declaration in the wolf pack, anyone who dares to touch my people and dogs, and then to his playful calling of her senior sister stubbornly trying to share her tent and seriously claiming to be a gold medal foot massage technician. The bits and pieces of these days played back in her mind like a replay button was pressed, each frame surging wildly in her consciousness. Suddenly she realized something. She didn't want him to die. That thought was like a dull knife heated to red, stabbing fiercely into her chest, not fatal, but painful enough that she could hardly grip the knife. For the first time she discovered that when a person truly enters another's heart, it doesn't take years, just a few moments of life and death are enough. Before meeting Su Ming, her life had been a harsh and cold training with all emotions suppressed under the goal of the peak of martial arts. But this man with his unreasonable strength and a mischievous grin forcibly tore open her frozen world, carving a hole in her heart, and then comfortably settled in. This indescribable feeling was more intense than any source energy, burning her eyes, compelling her to rush forward regardless of everything. Su Ming, you can't die. Her heart, which had been frozen for eons, melted in an instant as she witnessed that dark red shadow rushing towards Su Ming. After melting, it began to burn fiercely. That was the most intense obsession rebounding from the freezing point. A surge of unprecedented golden source energy erupted violently from within Shin Qingzi, causing the Tang, hung Dao cold edge in her hand, to tremble violently as the dark golden metal energy transformed into towering crimson flames. This was the fluctuation of the third tier. The heart-wrenching emotional surge acted like a key, forcefully prying open the bottleneck. She had been stuck at the peak of the second tier for so long. It was not a gradual cultivation nor a slow accumulation over time, but rather forced out by that reckless fool with his life. Third tier silver. Every cell in her body rejoiced, every inch of bone sang. From now on she was no longer the genius student in need of protection. From now on she could stand beside him and fight side by side. The residual waves of the breakthrough crushed the surrounding rubble into powder. Shin Qingzi's long hair danced wildly in the golden light, her eyes transformed from cold to piercing dark gold. The advancement to the third tier brought not only a surge of energy, but also a qualitative change in her control. Originally as aloof as frost, the dark golden energy was now like it had been thrown into a furnace, transforming into a viscous crimson and intensely hot dark golden liquid pumping from her heart to her limbs. This was the ultimate form of the dark golden power. Supercritical metal plasma. The dark golden knife bones buzzed, the honey marrow boiled in her veins, and the shadow of the stupa disappeared behind her. The power of the third tier completed its first cycle within her body. Shin Qingzi ignored the astonishment around her. She tightened her grip on the cold edge. On the blade, the originally transparent atomic lines suddenly erupted, the high-frequency oscillations igniting the air, the crimson plasma wrapping around the blade like a blooming red lotus. Every cut of the blade was a petal of the red lotus. Every glimmer of the blade light was a vow of severing boundaries. She looked up. In the distance, smoke and dust spread. In the center of that chaos, a bare figure staggeringly crawled up from the pile of rubble. He was covered in dust, his left arm hanging limply, a gruesome wound on his shoulder, still oozing blood, yet he stood firm like a gun that would not bend. He was still alive. Shin Qingzi felt a warmth in her eyes, but the next moment, all her emotions transformed into a towering, killing intent. She raised her hand, slashing with the cold edge. Red lotus, severing boundaries. There was no loud bang, no dazzling light. Only a crimson arc of light flashed through the air, cutting through the high-density ice wall constructed with all of fifth-tier powerhouse Chu Feng's strength as it neatly sliced open upon contact. The cut was smooth as a mirror with charred melting marks at the edges. The extreme heat instantly sublimated the ice, creating large clouds of rising steam. Half kneeling in the air, Chu Feng was nearly breathless at the sight. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Are my skills just for show? Is it that easy to break through? From now on we are all people eating the Emperor's rations. Can you at least give me some face? De Huang, keep up. The two-headed mastiff that had been guarding her side suddenly stood up, both heads erupting with a thunderous roar, covered in a metallic sheen, transforming into a meteor of gold and fire, closely following Shin Qingzi. Shin Qingzi jumped onto the mastiff's back. De Huang kicked off the ground, and with a roar leaped out from the crack in the ice wall. One person and one dog, like a bolt of golden red lightning, resolutely charged into that deadly zone. Dust and sand flew. The heat wave scorched. Ahead lay the savage roar of the half-tortoise beast, the staggering silhouette of Chu Feng, and the dust and blood-soaked face of Su Ming as he crawled up from the rubble. Shin Qingzi tightened her grip on the handle, the crimson plasma crackling along the blade. At this moment, she was no longer fighting for the honor of the Shin family, nor for the duty of a soldier. She simply wanted that scoundrel boy to survive. The mercenaries behind the ice shield were already dumbfounded. Is that the little girl from earlier? Did she cut through the defense of a fifth-tier lord with one strike? Am I seeing things? Did she also? Zhou Ku, with one arm tightly gripping his military knife, watched the unhesitating figure. His lips moved, but ultimately turned into a long sigh. Crazy. They are truly a couple of lunatics. In the center of the battlefield, a cough emerged from the dust. The pile of rubble shifted. Su Ming crawled out from the rubble. He shook his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His left shoulder was a mess of blood and flesh, a penetrating hole in his shoulder blade, the edges of shattered bones clearly visible. His entire left arm hung at his side, completely useless. He stood up, swayed a bit, but steadied himself. Then he looked down at the hole in his left shoulder. Hiss. Spit. The wound hurt. His heart hurt even more. The repair cost for his left arm and internal organs had already skyrocketed to 1,200 quality points on the system panel. Repair. The next second, a scorching hot flow surged from his chest into his left arm and internal organs. What a loss, what a huge loss. He muttered. That impact earlier, he had used quality heavy cannon to offset part of the shock, but the power of the pseudo-5th tier still crushed without reason. If he hadn't advanced to the 3rd tier, increasing the strength of his internal organs several times, he would have been dead. On the opposite side, the pseudo-5th tier iron-spined rhinoceros flicked the blood from its horns, a hint of human-like confusion in its purple pupils. It didn't understand. Why after this collision couldn't it completely crush this little bug? Su Ming flexed his completely intact right hand, his gaze becoming crazed once again. Just as he was planning how to fight this beast, he caught a glimpse of a familiar golden-red flash from the corner of his eye. He saw a figure riding a two-headed giant dog breaking through the swirling smoke, rapidly charging towards him. The person was clad in black with long hair flying, wielding a long knife burning with crimson flames, emanating a killing intent that even he found shocking. It was Shinqingzi. Su Ming froze. Those long legs. Why did they feel different somehow? That aura was at 3rd tier. She had also broken through. Looking at her rushing direction, Su Ming instantly understood something. A certain part of his heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. It felt warm and slightly numb. He grinned, his blood-soaked face displaying a smile as bright as a fool's. Tisk, what a grand spectacle. He muttered under his breath, but his gaze was brighter than ever. The iron-spined rhinoceros had clearly noticed this new disruptor. It even caught a whiff of a dangerous aura. The iron-spined rhinoceros let out an impatient low growl, its massive body turned, preparing to crush this reckless new target first. However, just as it moved, Su Ming acted. Quality engine ignited. He slammed his right leg down, propelling himself like a cannonball, not charging at the iron-spined rhinoceros, but moving laterally, slamming his intact right side against the side of the iron-spined rhinoceros. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The massive body of the iron-spined rhinoceros staggered, its charging momentum abruptly interrupted. Your opponent. Su Ming wiped the blood from his face, pointed to his own nose, his voice hoarse, yet filled with a deeply ingrained madness. Is me. Roar. Provoked repeatedly, the iron-spined rhinoceros was completely enraged, abandoning Shinqingzi, turning its tail like a dragon, sweeping towards Su Ming with overwhelming power. At that moment, Shinqingzi moved. Da Huang roared, biting the iron-spined rhinoceros' hind leg from another direction, golden teeth sparking brightly. And Shinqingzi in midair merged with her sword, transforming into a stunning rainbow, fiercely slashing at the iron-spined rhinoceros' neck. Shall we fight? Her cold voice echoed across the battlefield. Su Ming looked at the beautiful figure standing beside him, grinned, and shouted back with all his might. Let's fight. So cliched. In the distance, Colonel Chu Feng shuddered all over. He watched this extremely passionate scene, even somewhat accompanied by background music, his eyes twitching wildly, silently dissipating the cold air of the ice spear he had gathered halfway. Not. Do you young people really have to make your fight so embarrassing with lines? Shinqingzi moved. Da Huang stomped its 4 hooves on the ground, and the golden fire from its 2 heads simultaneously unleashed scorching waves of heat, propelling her into the air. The tall figure standing at 1.78 meters twisted and turned in midair, while the crimson supercritical metallic plasma on the blade of the cold edge sword burned furiously, emitting a fleeting arc of red light. Target. The neck of the iron-spined rhinoceros. It was the same spot that Chu Feng had previously sliced with the blood ice wheel. Easy. This time there were no sparks flying. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh was unexpectedly crisp, as if it were not cutting through a pseudo-5th tier source beast. The terrifying cutting power of the red lotus severing boundary directly expanded the shallow cut that Chu Feng had painstakingly created by 3 times or more with a single stroke. When the tip of the blade touched the cervical vertebra, Shinqingzi felt a distinct resistance, yet that layer of bone was still sliced open, revealing a deep fissure visible to the bone beneath the high-frequency vibrations of the gung metal essence. Blood gushed forth. In midair, Chu Feng witnessed this scene, nearly losing his grip on the hand seals. That move, anomaly blood ice wheel, was his ultimate skill. Its destructive power was comparable to specially made armor-piercing rounds. After all that time he spent cutting through a bit of flesh, how could this girl see bone with a single strike? This was simply outrageous. Where was the dignity of a 5th tier practitioner? However, the iron-spined rhinoceros reacted faster than anyone had anticipated. Roar. The excruciating pain did not weaken it, instead it provoked an even deeper ferocity within. It howled towards the sky. A visible dark red ripple spread outward from its center. The air around it thickened and became heavy as if it had been infused with mercury. 5th tier, domain skill, gravitational mire. Just as Shen Qingzi was preparing to leverage the advantage gained from the rhino's neck, she felt an irresistible force squeezing in from all directions. Her forward motion suddenly slowed, and the red lotus plasma swirling around her flickered uncertainly, making even breathing difficult. Below, De Huang, who had just leaped up to provide support, let out a mournful cry, its massive body collapsing under the weight of gravity, unable even to stand. The gravitational field is an absolute nemesis for units relying on speed and agility. The iron spine rhinoceros' scarlet eyes locked onto the close-by Shen Qingzi, its massive head suddenly swung, and its horn capable of piercing mountains charged towards her with a crushing force. At that critical moment, "Hey, look at me," a voice called out from the side, utterly out of place. In the next second, a blood-stained arm wrapped around her waist, and an unreasonable force yanked her down from the rhino's neck. Inertia drift activated. The 10 tons of true weight, far from being crushed in the gravitational mire, instead found a better leverage point. Su Ming was like a black lightning bolt unbound by the laws of physics, tracing a strange arc through the viscous air, arriving ahead of time, and swiftly wrapped his arms around Shen Qingzi's waist, pulling her sideways with extreme speed. The charge of the iron spine rhinoceros missed completely, its horn digging fiercely into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Shen Qingzi was enveloped by the intense masculine aura, her nose filled with the mixed scent of Su Ming's sweat and blood. She leaned against an extraordinarily solid chest, her mind buzzing for a moment and her cheeks flushed. "Senior, your hair is tickling my neck," Su Ming whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "But I like it." He landed, and Shen Qingzi's feet touched the ground. She turned her face away, her ears burning. Focus. The battle isn't over yet." She tightened her grip on the knife handle, staring intently at the distant iron spine rhinoceros, refusing to meet Su Ming's gaze. There was no time to think further. At that moment, Shen Qingzi's eyes transformed into pure, dark golden color. Since she had already advanced to the 3rd tier, there was no need to hold back anymore. Floating bone pagoda. Buzz. A grand tower shadow woven from phantasmal white bones and golden light erupted behind her. Having absorbed the essence blood of over 30 second-tier windblade wolves, this bone tower structure was significantly more solid than before. Its domain range had expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters, and the golden runes flowing on the tower became increasingly distinct. Suppressing evil. A visible circle of golden ripples swept out from the bone tower, forcibly stripping the pseudo-5th-tier pressure of the iron spine rhinoceros from the domain. Divine radiance. Another gentle golden light infused into the bodies of Su Ming and Shen Qingzi within the domain, causing Su Ming's neural reaction speed to surge instantly, and his thinking became much clearer. Holy crap. Chu Feng's eyes nearly popped out. He stared fixedly at the white bone tower shadow, a domain sequence that inherently suppresses laws. How could this possibly be something a freshman can awaken? The mercenaries behind the ice shield also sensed the terrifying pressure that had previously forced them to their knees suddenly dissipated by more than half, making them feel as if they had been pardoned, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Zhouke looked up at the figure surrounded by golden light in the sky, his throat rolling. Valkyrie. Those 3 words were the only ones that came to his mind. De Huang, come here and assemble. Su Ming shouted towards the flank. De Huang's 2 heads shook like a rattle, and with its body that had just started to recover, it dashed into the range of the bone tower shadow. Then Su Ming turned and waved at the somewhat disheveled Chu Feng nearby. "Big brother, don't hold on outside, come over for a buff." Chu Feng. He, a dignified 5th-tier lieutenant colonel, was being summoned like a pet by a student. If this got out, would he still be able to mix in the military district? But the sticky gravitational mire beneath him was too disgusting. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his old face flushed, and with a slip of his foot he smoothly slid into the bone. The moment he stepped into the domain, the gravitational oppression vanished, and Chu Feng felt light all over, a wave of comfort washing over him. This thing is quite sinister. Su Ming stared at the iron spine rhinoceros, which was covered in dark red, glowing patterns. As long as that dark red beast soul brand on its forehead isn't shattered, it won't die. But that brand is connected to the base of its horn, and that horn can pierce even superalloys. There's no chance to hit its head directly. As he spoke, both Chu Feng and Shen Qingzi's expressions turned grave. However, in the next second, Su Ming tilted his head slightly, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. He crossed his arms and struck a pose as if he were Zhuge Kongming reincarnated, leisurely saying, "However, I have a quick plan in mind. I wonder if I should share it." Upon finishing this line, his grin had already spread to his ears. His eager demeanor seemed to scream, "Ask." Shen Qingzi remained expressionless. "Share it." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "Stop. Even De Huang in the distance was nodding along with its two dog heads, letting out woo-woo sounds of encouragement. Having received the core treatment from the entire scene, Su Ming satisfiedly stretched his neck, his Chinibyu spirit bursting forth, effortlessly uttering that classic line that was full of embarrassment. Since you all sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. My invincible strategy is to go all out and knock its entire head off. A cold wind blew by, and the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Chu Feng was prepared to listen intently to the strategy that no military expert dared to imagine, while Shun Qingxi was also ready to cooperate with a sophisticated tactic. But the result was just this. After all the build-up, it still boiled down to two words: go hard. Looking at the boy who considered himself innocent, but was actually brutally outrageous. Both of them and the dog were left with black lines on their foreheads. Su Ming gathered his emotions that had been ignored. He glanced at Shun Qingxi and said, Senior, that strike you just delivered must have hit its cervical vertebra, right? Shun Qingxi nodded. Good, your skill is the sharpest in the entire arena. You ride De Huang to maneuver from the side, continuing to widen the wound on its neck, cutting through 1/3 of the flesh surrounding the cervical area for me. Then he turned to Chu Feng. Big brother, if you still have energy, pin it down for me for 5 seconds. Chu Feng rolled his eyes almost to the sky. A little brat is commanding a 5th-tier group. But seeing the wild gleam in Su Ming's eyes, he felt a jolt in his heart. This kid, could he really have a way to take down this quasi 5th-tier beast? What ability do you have that can guarantee a one-hit kill, eh? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Su Ming shifted his gaze from the line of dark golden text in his mind and chuckled. It's a secret, but I'm absolutely confident. All right, today I'll gamble with you, you little madman. Chu Feng also grew determined, the military order as solid as a mountain. The command from the Jiangxing City Defense Commander still echoed warmly in his ears. Seeing Miss Shin also ready to charge, and Chu Feng knew he couldn't just sit back anymore. If they could indeed cooperate to take down this source beast, it would definitely add a monumental achievement to Chu Feng's record. His eyes instantly transformed into a pure azure, his skin even showing icy crystal-like patterns, a sign that the 5th-tier source core was operating at its peak. This is my last move. To be clear, after I unleash this move, if I drop dead, you two remember to carry me back. Deal. Extreme cold domain ice seal for 10,000 miles. A wave of ice blue physical shock waves surged violently out from him, transforming the wilderness within a 3-mile radius into a desolate ice crystal world at a temperature of -180 degrees. The massive body of the iron-spined rhinoceros became firmly welded into the depths of the crust by a thick layer of dark blue-black ice due to this reckless extreme cold. The giant beast roared madly, dark red steam billowing from its surface, yet for a moment it couldn't move. Su Ming was stunned by this spectacular scene. While the area effect capability of elemental systems is truly impressive, he then estimated the range of the ice seal and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Big brother, be honest, who taught you math? This is barely 3 miles in radius. How do you call that 10,000 miles? Chu Feng was shaking like a Parkinson's patient, stubbornly shouting back, What the hell do you know? 10,000 miles is my career plan and lofty goal. Am I not working hard enough? Hurry up. I'm about to reach my lower limit here. Roar. Without Su Ming's urging, De Huang's golden fire heads roared simultaneously. Shen Qingxi's long hair danced wildly in the cold wind, merging with her blade, transforming into a blazing scarlet gold rainbow that, propelled by De Huang's momentum, fiercely slashed towards the charred neck wound of the iron-spined rhinoceros. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Each strike landed accurately on the same line, tearing, expanding, and delving deeper into the wound. The high-frequency vibrations from the Gingjin essence made it impossible for flesh and blood to heal, with 1/3 of the skin on its neck neatly sliced open, revealing the grayish-white cervical vertebra beneath. The iron-spined rhinoceros let out a dying wail, and cracks began to appear in the black ice. Enough! Retreat! Su Ming shouted fiercely. Shun Qingxi decisively disengaged, with De Huang making a sharp turn to escape the attack range. And at that instant, boom! The ice surface beneath Su Ming's feet shattered under the weight of 10 tons. Mass engine reignited. He transformed into a black meteor, shooting upwards, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. The gale was piercing. In midair, Su Ming suddenly twisted his body, head down and feet up, his palms locking tightly onto the head of the giant beast sealed in ice below. On the system panel at the bottom of the mass resonance, a line of dark golden text that had never lit up before was flashing wildly. Second Echo exclusive hidden trait rating. Grows with the host's base mass. Trigger condition: when the host's body suffers an absolute physical impact recoil that exceeds the current skeletal limits, it activates forcefully. Trait effect: after sequential activation, the flesh will automatically transform into a solid resonance cavity on a microscopic level, devouring all destructive shock energy, which can then be released directionally after extreme secondary compression. Its power is 200 of the initial impact. Negative cost: after the kinetic energy is released, the host's entire skeleton and muscle fibers will enter an overload state lasting for 10 seconds. During this time, the host cannot actively attack or defend, and movement speed is reduced by 70. The duration of the negative state shortens with the host's increased mass. Looking at the introduction of the sequential skill, Su Ming grinned, revealing an extremely cruel smile. To hell with tear suppression. To hell with the phantom of rules. No matter how many methods you have today, I will break through it all. In the vacuum of high altitude, he laughed maniacally at the imposing giant beast below. Beast, come and bump into me. In the heights of 100 meters, Su Ming's figure appeared as a rapidly enlarging black dot. The wind howled fiercely in his ears, and the earth rapidly approached in his sight. With his head down and feet up, his arms crossed in front of him, he resembled a tungsten-core, armor-piercing projectile endowed with a soul precisely targeting the massive head below that was encased in black ice, as well as the gaping neck bone severed by Xinxingzi. Quality: heavy artillery, 5-fold kinetic energy amplification. Activate. With a base mass of 10 tons and the potential energy from 100-meter height multiplied by 5-fold instantaneous explosion. At this moment, Su Ming was a walking orbital kinetic weapon. Boom. The first sound of collision was a brutal clash of pure force. The terrifying impact of 50 tons shattered the remnants of the protective red glow on the surface of the iron spine rhinoceros. Within the giant beast remains the phantom of the 6th-tier iron-armored dragon tortoise, let out its final violent roar. A recoil force far beyond Su Ming's imagination surged upwards along his fist, carrying the power of the 5th-tier loss. This force was capable of turning the bones and internal organs of any 3rd-tier awakened being into a puddle of flesh in an instant. However, the moment the recoil force touched Su Ming's skin, second resonance activate. Su Ming's body, with a density far exceeding steel, began to vibrate at a high frequency on a microscopic level. His dense bones and muscle fibers formed a perfect solid-state resonance cavity. That deadly violent recoil kinetic energy was perfectly absorbed, compressed to the limit, and transformed again. After 1/10 of a second. Dong. The second loud bang was 10 times more muffled than the first, like a doomsday bell resonating in everyone's chest. 100 tons. A full 100 tons of recoil force was absorbed, compressed, and doubled, exploding violently within the inner side of the iron spine rhinoceros' severed neck. The 100-ton instantaneous collapse pressure violently surged inward, disregarding any laws of physics. The massive body that lost its head crashed down like a toppled wall, smashing into the frozen earth, shaking the black ice within a 3-mile radius, creating a web of cracks. The head of the giant beast, akin to a small mountain alongside the deadly horn capable of piercing superalloy, was brutally smashed and torn apart from the cervical vertebrae under internal collapse and resonance. Accompanied by the scorching blood plasma flying in all directions, the beast's head shot up into the sky, rolling for over 10 meters, and then with a bang it heavily crashed onto the distant ice surface. Warning: second resonance release completed. Host bones have entered overload state. Duration 10 seconds. Warning: detected microcracks in multiple bones throughout the body. Repair requires 800 quality points. Damn. Su Ming knelt on the giant beast's steaming, severed neck, motionless, feeling as if every bone in his body had been smashed by a heavy hammer again, with excruciating pain piercing through him. Yet as he looked at the rolling beast's head, the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish in the slightest. This was worth it. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Behind the ice shield in the distance, Zhou Ku and the few surviving mercenaries all gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, collectively petrified. In the air within the military aircraft cabin that was on standby, the young officer stared intently at the energy monitoring readings on the screen, which had already soared off the charts, nearly dropping the control stick in fright. He turned to look at his colleague, his voice trembling. That peak value just now exceeded the limits of our instrument's preliminary estimation. The instantaneous energy reaction, comparable to 6th tier. Chu Feng blinked his big eyes, feeling helpless. His body trembled violently from the depletion of source energy, but at this moment, he no longer felt weak. He was petrified with fear. He stared blankly at the center of the pit, at the young man, kneeling on the giant beast's corpse, exuding blood-colored steam. He wanted to confirm whether he was dreaming. He had been a soldier for over 10 years, from second lieutenant to lieutenant colonel, and had encountered many bizarre experiences. Yet he had never seen a 3rd-tier brat use pure physical violence to smash the head of a cohesive 5th-tier aberrant source beast. Is this something a human can do? Enhancement system. Is this the enhancement system that everyone deemed had no future? What kind of godly enhancement system is this? Even a humanoid Gundam can't compare to you. Chu Feng felt a sense of absurdity, like a hero past his prime. He recalled the predicament he faced just now, risking everything to cut open a wound, then glanced at the head that had been severed at the root before him. How will I maintain my reputation in the military district from now on? How should I write the task report for this return? Should I write? The command center's intelligence was incorrect. The source beast's strength was pseudo-fifth tier. I was unable to fight it and was later subdued by a third-tier student through comprehensive physical development with a single iron fist. If this report is submitted, either Chu Feng will end up on the front page of the Federal Absurdity News or be sent to a mental hospital. He trembled as he pulled out his military terminal, sending 4 words to Qin Luo, the commander of the city defense in Jiang City. Mission accomplished. Then he scanned the faces of everyone present. Today's events cannot be leaked. It's too much. The dead silence was shattered by a sudden urgent shout. Su Ming. A golden-red figure charged in from the side. It was Shun Qingzi. She leaped off De Huang, landing steadily beside the giant beast's corpse, looking at Su Ming, who knelt on one knee drenched in blood, her recently regained icy gaze filled with fear and concern. She wanted to reach out and support him, but halfway through she hesitated, afraid of touching any of his wounds. How are you? Her voice trembled with an unease she didn't even realize. The 10 seconds of overload time had just passed. Su Ming felt the cement-like sensation in his bones dissipate, replaced by a surge of warmth. Although it still hurt, at least he could move. He slowly raised his head, first breaking into a grin, then immediately suppressing his smile, his face contorted in pain. It's quite serious. I need my senior sister to help me stand up to feel better. All of Shin Qingzi's worries, fears, and emotions that had just surged were instantly choked back by this one sentence. She looked at the bastard who had just crawled back from the gates of hell, but still had the mind to joke around, her chest heaving with anger, grinding her silver teeth, squeezing out 2 words between them. Deserved it. Hey, if you won't help, then don't. Not caring even though I look this good. Su Ming began to doubt his acting skill. He struggled to stand up, moving his right hand a bit, feeling his bones cracking. That beast disregarded martial ethics, daring to fight back when facing death, making me expend a lot of effort. Shin Qingzi. You call that punch exerting a lot of effort? She looked at Su Ming, whose condition was indeed not good. Her heart softened. Your injuries. Are you really okay? Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Su Ming waved his hand, then looked at Shin Qingzi. Senior sister, why do I feel like your temperament has changed after your advancement? He stroked his chin, looking serious. Before you were an ice queen, now you're... Shin Qingzi's heart raced. A Valkyrie. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. With those long legs of yours, it's perfect. Shut up. I'm complimenting you. Shutting up is the best compliment. De Huang's 2 heads simultaneously turned towards Su Ming, one rolling its eyes while the other assumed a thoughtful pose. Even the most powerful master has to face the lady master. From now on, he knows who to cling to when in need. Su Ming wisely changed the subject. As he looked at the iron spine rhinoceros, the light in his eyes was even brighter than during the battle. He licked his lips. The corpse of a pseudo-fifth-tier source beast. How many quality points would this be worth? He struck gold. He took a step forward, limping towards the beast's head. Shin Qingzi watched him, both amused and exasperated, ultimately having no choice but to follow. De Huang shook its 2 heads and happily trotted along behind. Chu Feng took some time in the air to regain a bit of the dignity of a 5th-tier expert. He landed watching Su Ming approach the loot, his expression extremely complicated. Ahem. He cleared his throat, trying to draw attention. Su Ming didn't even turn his head, circling the rhino head larger than an off-road vehicle, like a satisfied old farmer inspecting his harvest. His gaze finally settled on the base of that menacing horn. There a dark red diamond crystal was slowly pulsating, deeply embedded within the bone. It was indeed the beast's soul seal. Just as Su Ming was about to reach out, the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly trembled violently, transforming into a dark red streak of light about to escape into the void. Another trick. Su Ming snorted coldly, just as he was about to leap up and grab it. Buzz! A fist-sized, deep blue ice crystal shot out first, instantly freezing that streak of light in midair, turning it into a translucent ice lump, which fell to the ground. This thing seems to... Chu Feng squinted, observing it for a couple of seconds, his tone becoming more serious. Just as Su Ming was about to reach down to pick it up, he caught a glimpse of De Huang's 2 heads coming over simultaneously, their 4 eyes fixed intently on the ice crystal, saliva almost dripping down. Woof! They looked at Su Ming with an extremely eager and fawning gaze. What are you looking at? I gave you the last one, but this time it's not for you. Su Ming slapped De Huang on the left head. De Huang whimpered in grievance, both heads drooping down. In that brief moment between Su Ming and De Huang, Chu Feng acted swiftly, discreetly, pulling out a military-grade high-density sealing box, locking the frozen beast soul imprint inside with a snap. Although the action was quick, Chu Feng's expression appeared somewhat unsettled. De Huang. Su Ming. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Feng's awkward expression of we're on the same side, and slowly said, Commander, why does it look like you're stealing something when you're just collecting an item? Feeling guilty, Chu Feng paused for a moment, his lips twitching, forcing himself to say this. Military regulations require that unusual trophies must be reported for examination. Su Ming didn't respond, just looked at him. His eyes clearly conveyed, "You're taking my stuff to report back, and you're talking to me about military regulations." Cough cough. Chu Feng felt uncomfortable under Su Ming's gaze. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Chu Feng from the Southern Military District Station Team in Jiangxing, the Crisis Special Operations Team." He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. "I had some free time and decided to travel this area and accidentally encountered this source beast causing trouble, so I just..." Halfway through he caught Su Ming's keep-going gaze. His face turned red, and he couldn't continue. He quickly returned to the main topic. "In the earlier battle, little brother, you contributed greatly. According to the rules, the ownership of this source beast's corpse rightfully belongs to you." Su Ming's eyes brightened. He wasn't unreasonable, though everyone had contributed to the hunt of this source beast. Without the eye-sealing skill, he would not have been able to achieve the kill so quickly. He just needed an explanation. However, Chu Feng's tone shifted as he pointed at the sealed container in his hand. "This beast's soul imprint has something very strange about it. With simultaneous outbreaks of source beast riots in various battle zones, I suspect the source may be related to this item. Therefore, I need to report it to the Military Research Institute for analysis." Of course, Chu Feng patted his chest. "The military won't take anything from the public for free. Once I report it, I will calculate your merit points based on the actual situation." Su Ming squinted. The last beast soul imprint from a Wolf King had allowed Da Huang to jump from 2nd to 3rd rank, and this imprint from a pseudo-5th rank source beast would surely be worth even more. But he glanced down at the massive corpse weighing more than 20 tons beneath him, quickly calculating in his mind. Just this pseudo-5th rank corpse alone would yield at least 10,000 quality points after devouring. No matter how valuable the imprint is to his system, it's just an incompatible external module. Chu Feng turned to look at Shen Qingzi. "Miss Shen should know the value of merit points, right?" Shen Qingzi nodded. "Merit points can be exchanged for unique military resources, special titles, and even powerful martial arts that have been lost, far more valuable than federal currency." Chu Feng regarded her with approval, and then turned to Su Ming. "Little brother, you are fierce, but to be honest, your combat style relies too much on talent and brute force, lacking systematic combat skills. If you face an opponent of similar size who excels in close combat techniques, you would suffer significant losses." Su Ming recalled the earlier melee with the iron spine rhinoceros. Indeed, aside from hammering, ramming, and grappling, his move set was akin to street fighting. Can merit points be exchanged for this kind of thing? The military's martial arts library has a dedicated combat system optimized for awakened physical traits. Shen Qingzi paused, her speech quickening slightly. "Once you enter the military academy, you can learn systematically." Chu Feng chimed in. "Given your performance today, the rewards will certainly not be stingy." Su Ming rubbed his hands together after hearing this. His greedy nature was fully exposed. "Really? Can merit points be exchanged for a general's position?" Both of them twitched the corners of their mouths simultaneously. Chu Feng felt like he was communicating with a legal blind person trying to buy cabbage at a market. "Kid, do you know what the title general means in the Federation?" Su Ming blinked innocently and asked back, "What? Is it hard to get?" "Hard? Do you think it's like getting a drop?" Chu Feng was both amused and exasperated by his peculiar logic of testing extending 3 fingers. In the entire Southern Military District, among 1 million soldiers, there are no more than 50 active generals. The youngest major general in the Federation, who also fought his way out of a sea of corpses, is already 35 this year. Looking at Chu Feng's expression that resembled someone suffering from constipation, Su Ming felt a bit innocent. There was nothing he could do. The college entrance exam syllabus didn't cover this. Those who have taken the exam know that you study what is tested and you don't study what I sent, so you can't blame me, a Jiangxing scholar, for lacking common sense. Sigh, this is perhaps the tragedy brought about by exam-oriented education. So how can one become a general? Want to become a general? You must have personally suppressed and shrank or above source beast wave at least once, or opened up in a rank or above alien relic for humanity. Just for today's 5th rank iron spine rhinoceros. If you single-handedly kill 100 of them, you might be able to exchange for a major general. 100. Su Ming looked down and calculated 2,000 tons of meat. Chu Feng almost choked on his own saliva. That's merit, not pork. Do you think this is pig farming? Su Ming rubbed his chin and grinned. Dreams are still important to have, or else how would I be different from this dead rhino? It's just in shrank beast wave. There will always be opportunity